Chapter 6881 Invasion Machine Concept. Both Ves and Gloriana grew astonished by what their son wanted to develop. Not every boy who dreams of becoming a mech designer wanted to be able to bring out a machine that could eat entire planets. Marvane impishly grinned as he witnessed the reactions from his parents. "Did you just make a joke? Oh, you naughty rascal." The little boy giggled as Ves playfully leaned down and tickled his son. "I am serious, Papa. I did not joke around, hehehe. I am completely serious. My ambition is not a fantasy. I can totally turn it into a reality." After Ves was done with tickling and cuddling his son, he finally gave Marvane enough room to explain his strange idea. Designing a juggernaut is the first step. The boy spoke as he recovered from the tickling session. His attempts to appear serious caused him to look so cute. The real change comes after turning the juggernaut into more than just a dangerous weapon of war. Everyone who sees a gigantic version of a mech will always assume that it is a powerful killing machine, but that will not apply to my juggernauts. Though Ves and Gloriana both had opinions about their son's ideas, they were too curious to shoot him down. Besides, they wanted to encourage Marvane's imagination. This was a precious quality that greatly benefited mech designers. They were proud that their son had already begun to leverage his vision towards the field of mech design. "It sounds like you are trying to attach additional roles to your juggernauts," Ves calmly remarked. "That is normally discouraged due to cost and efficiency considerations. What is the value proposition of your products? What is so good about them that customers are willing to buy your unique take on juggernauts? Don't forget that they cost a huge amount of money, and not that many people can afford to spend them on machines that possess dubious value." His son did not look discouraged. "I will make them all see that my juggernauts are worth it, Papa. You are all used to treating mechs as part of a bigger system. A mech must not only have a mech pilot, but also a base or mothership to operate on. If it wants to move to another planet or star system, it needs to board a starship that can take it to its destination. If it gets damaged, it can only be repaired by a crew of mech technicians. What is even more stupid is that mechs are only good for combat. They are not that good at building stuff and can only rely on others to do that. What I want to make gets rid of all of that. The juggernaut will be able to do everything I have mentioned by itself." Gloriana raised her eyebrows. "What you are suggesting is a bold idea, but the more functions you add to a mech, the more expensive and impractical it becomes. There are good reasons why different jobs are divided into different crews or machines. This makes it much easier to juggle different responsibilities. Everyone and everything has their own duties, and it is simple to know if a job is done well enough. If there are any problems, it can easily be addressed due to this clear division and specialization. Letting a single juggernaut fulfill every job negates all of those advantages. You are introducing a massive amount of complexity for unclear value. You need more reasons to justify your unique outlook on juggernauts." Marvane frowned in a cute way. Ves reached over and tousled the boy's brown hair. "What is your dream? What is your juggernaut so be? You say you want to design more than just a war machine. Describe it. Don't just list out its functions. You need to tie it together into a cohesive vision, a story that neatly encapsulates the ideal you are trying to fulfill. That is what your mother and I want to hear. If you can make your juggernaut sound good enough in your story, then you may just be able to convince customers to purchase your expensive products in the future." Marketing was just as important as technology in the mech industry. There were far too many mech designers in the sector that sought to overtake the competition and carve out their own places in the mech market. If Marvane wanted to become successful and earn his place among the ranks of truly successful mech designers, then he needed to focus his imagination and improve his salesmanship. There was little point in designing a mech that ultimately possessed too little appeal to get sold. "A few months ago, you told me about the world tree seed that we obtained from the Ves ancient clan." The kid spoke. "Do you remember?" Ves nodded. "We do." Although his children were still awfully young, Ves and Gloriana regularly kept them informed so long as they had proven their ability to keep secrets. They wanted their children to grow up with a strong sense of responsibility and understanding of the true state of the Larkinson clan and society as a whole. Their excellent schooling had already given them a good grasp of the context, so it was not pointless to keep them informed despite the fact that they had yet to reach their 10th birthdays. This was one of the many factors that caused his children to mature a lot faster than their peers. Besides, the transfer of a second-generation world tree seed was not a particularly sensitive secret. The Larkinson clan had grown strong, prestigious and trusted enough to justify the ownership of a weapon of mass destruction. Such a development would have been unimaginable during the Age of Mechs. The start of the Age of Dawn had led to a lot of changes. A private organization getting its hands on a weapon of mass destruction was not that big of a deal in the greater scheme of things. A transfer as big as this could not be hidden from all of the major players. The only troublesome consequence was that the native aliens might find out about the World Tree Seed, thereby making it more difficult to catch them by surprise. From the moment Marvane brought up this minor biological wonder, Ves and Gloriana already began to connect the dots. Are you seriously thinking about merging the capabilities of a World Tree Seed into a juggernaut? The mother asked. Why not? It will be totally awesome. Marvane exclaimed. A World Tree Seed is not that big for a superweapon that can terraform an entire planet. It can do its job completely by itself if it has to. Why not combine it with a juggernaut and let a single pilot control the entire thing? If we mount a superdrive onto the combination, it can travel to other star systems all by itself. You can send this superjuggernaut to any planet and have it terraform the entire globe. It is especially good at conquering enemy planets. Instead of attacking their strongholds head-on, it can avoid enemy defenses and land on an undefended piece of territory. Once it activates its World Tree Seed functions, it can completely destroy the surface of a planet along with everything the aliens have built. What an aggressive vision! Both Ves and Gloriana grew shocked by the ambitious idea. This suggested use of a juggernaut was radically different from how everyone else used juggernauts in the past. Back in the time when the major powers cautiously experimented with juggernauts, they always treated them as the centerpieces of greater mech forces. You are suggesting the use of juggernauts as a solitary self-contained system. Gloriana seriously analyzed. By dispatching them by themselves, these terraforming juggernauts are not being dragged down by any weaker elements. This makes them surprisingly agile and easier to deploy into enemy space. As long as they can avoid particularly strong enemy forces in highly fortified planets, they can withstand the attacks of weaker defenders long enough to land on a planet and plant its roots into the planet. From the moment the juggernaut is able to tap into the resources of an entire globe, it has become invincible. Nothing can stop it from rupturing cities and growing organic constructs that can defeat the opposing phase fighters and eventually warships in the star system. This was scarier than a World Tree Seed. A World Tree Seed may be devastating when planted, but it was clearly a superweapon that needed to be deployed from a strong fleet. A juggernaut that merged the functions of a World Tree Seed did not have to rely on external support. It had enough fighting capabilities to fend off weaker attackers and could potentially overwhelm many enemies once it took root on a resource-rich planet. The mech pilot had to be truly special in order to control such a strategic weapon. He not only had to be proficient in combat, but also master enough of the sciences relevant to geology, terraforming, construction, biotechnology and so on in order to direct the operation of the juggernaut. Aside from that, the juggernaut also had to be completely biological in nature in order to replicate all of the major functions of a World Tree Seed. It may be possible to realize this concept with a mechanical or cybernetic juggernaut, but it was best to keep it as simple as possible. A fully organic juggernaut could encapsulate all of the essential functions of a juggernaut and a World Tree Seed without relying on awful kludges. Ves spontaneously raised his finger while projecting a simplified design suite. He used his fingers to rapidly create a very loose sketch of Marvane's astonishing juggernaut concept. He sketched out a juggernaut that was much taller and more massive than the Eidolon Spreus. While the sketch did not demand any exact measurements, Gloriana could already imagine that it was at least 600 meters long. The juggernaut was fully organic. Ves proposed to make it out of TE wood, the special brand of hyper wood that was impregnated with phase water. The material choice was not too important. Any organic wood material would do as long as the juggernaut possessed the capabilities to regenerate and produce it by itself. The juggernaut was armed with enough weapons to function as a warship. It also possessed enough flight and FTL travel capabilities to maneuver independently in space. Its legs were specifically designed to punch through soil and spread its roots underground. As Ves rapidly began to flesh out the sketch of this unusual concept, he began to refine it by adding other elements. For example, he attached optional storage modules across the juggernaut frame that was meant to contain rare and incredibly useful exotics and hypers. The biojuggernaut should be able to grow powerful devices at the start by drawing upon this starting pool of quality materials. This would reduce the window of time where the planted juggernaut made itself vulnerable to counterattacks. Another feature was the addition of passenger or crew compartments. The biojuggernaut did not necessarily need to carry additional personnel, but it would be incredibly useful if it had additional human specialists on hand that could help with directing the terraforming and production processes. Normal-sized mechs could not afford to carry too many passengers. Doing so would cause them to compromise their performance and add disproportionately heavy burdens to their mission profiles. The story was different for a biojuggernaut that measured at least 600 meters in length. It had enough internal and external space available to comfortably carry dozens if not 100 soldiers and specialists. They could not only help with managing the world tree seed functions of the biojuggernaut, but they could also help with controlling its various combat systems. They may also take control of any wooden mechs or warships produced by extracting the resources from a terraformed planet. In short, the biojuggernaut originally envisioned by Marvane had the potential to become the most potent self-contained invasion machine ever conceived by humans. Chapter 6882. Kid at heart. A little boy squealed and enthusiastically clapped his hands as he sat on his mother's lap. That's it. That's the juggernaut that I want to make. It looks so cool. Perhaps the sketch made by Ves did not exactly match Marvane's vision, but it conveyed his idea so good that the differences didn't matter to the boy. Ves had to admit that the notion of an FTL travel-capable biojuggernaut with the power to conquer entire planets, or wipe out all signs of life and civilizations on their surfaces, appealed to him in a savage manner. This was far more power than any mech outside a god mech could ever hope to wield. This was a complete reimagining of what mechs should be. The biojuggernaut had moved from a powerful tactical weapon into a powerful if ludicrously expensive strategic weapon. In an ideal situation, Ves could see how the biojuggernaut could work. It was best if it could be employed against enemies that possessed vast territories, but lacked the armed forces to defend the entire stretch. As long as the native aliens had expended much of their warships and no longer had enough left to defend all of their star systems, these biojuggernauts could easily take advantage of the gaps in the defenses and cripple large swaths of planets that were part of the enemy infrastructure. However, as powerful as this biological terror may be, the difficulty of realizing it was too great. Marvane. Ves spoke, causing his son to interrupt his little celebration. Your idea is bold and imaginative. I like that. You are one of the few people who is brave enough to push the boundaries of what mechs are supposed to be. Far too many people insist on a narrow definition of mechs and outright refuse to open their eyes to what can be done with technology. You should try your best to hold on to this quality of yours. You will go far if you leverage your imagination in your career as a mech designer. Marvane beamed as Ves showered him with gentle praise. However, there are good reasons why not a single mech designer has made a serious attempt at realizing your vision. The father continued, money does not grow on trees. Our clan may be wealthy compared to many others, but we do not have the resources and infrastructure to tackle such an ambitious project. Juggernauts are enormous and require a disproportionate amount of manpower, resources and time to develop. Biojuggernauts impose even greater demands. Trying to merge organic monstrosity with a world tree seed raises the requirements so much that few groups have the resources and facilities that are necessary to develop such a work. His son was not stupid. From the moment Ves pointed out the cost issue, the boy finally recognized the problem. Your father is right, my boy, Gloriana said. A mech concept that is powerful but prohibitively expensive and difficult to make is not a viable product. It is a wish fulfillment fantasy. World tree seeds are weapons of mass destruction that cannot be produced through conventional means. Trying to grow them is costly and difficult. Attempting to combine them with bio-juggernauts introduces so much complexity that our clan simply cannot realize this vision of yours. As a Mechanos designer, you should understand that more complicated Mechanos are more difficult to build. The same applies to real mechs. Marvane grew glum when his mother criticized his idea. I thought it would be okay since our clan has already grown so much. Won't it be bigger a few decades from now? His mother shook her head. You should learn how to walk before you learn how to run. A concept as ambitious as yours is what mech designers only dare to tackle when they are already master mech designers or star designers. Until you have reached that point, it is better if you confine your ambitions to more modest targets. It is already extravagant enough for you to invest your time in developing ordinary juggernauts. Your father and I are still willing to support you if you want to specialize in juggernaut design, but we cannot guarantee it. Our society needs to remain strong and our clan must have a solid foothold in it to support your ambitious and costly endeavor. As much as Gloriana liked to spend her time on designing quasi-first-class or first-class mechs, even she started off with designing more modest products. Every mech designer needed to know the limits first. It was not a good idea to give a mech designer an unlimited budget and access to every luxurious facility imaginable. The mech designer needed to earn the right to tackle greater projects. Marvane looked glum. So if I want to design juggernauts, I have to design the more basic ones first. Not if I have anything to say about it. Ves responded. You need to learn how to design mechs before you tackle their bigger cousins. Becoming proficient in mech design will teach you to be more frugal in using up the capacity of a machine. Only when you have become accustomed to treating every spare capacity with respect will you be ready to design a juggernaut. You should start off at a relatively modest size before gradually working your way up. Designing a juggernaut that is half a kilometer tall is too big of a design project for you to tackle right at the start. This should be the proper trajectory to becoming proficient in juggernaut design. If Marvane skipped out on mech design and worked on juggernauts directly, then he would miss out on way too many necessary lessons related to good design. Juggernauts were large and massive. They could tolerate a lot more mistakes and shortcomings than smaller and flimsier mechs. They were bad choices to start with, as a mech designer would learn plenty of bad habits while working on these giant machines. Ves and Gloriana continued to cuddle with their son while gently guiding his thoughts and ambitions. Much of their original plans for their children went into flux as red humanity continued to undergo a lot of upheaval. The parents deeply hoped that a semblance of human civilization would still be able to survive the alien aggression. It would be much harder for Marvane to become a qualified mech designer when the mech community had collapsed. After Marvane grew tired, his father and mother put him to bed. Their minds remained fixated on the extravagant juggernaut concept proposed by their son. You are still thinking about it, Gloriana stated as she stared at her husband. Both of them had retired to a living room on the upper floor. The windows granted them a good view of D&D base and the surrounding plains and forest beneath the night sky. As Ves looked up in the stars lighting up the night, he wondered which ones were currently under siege by the native aliens. With each passing night, a handful of stars may have fallen into enemy hands. The alien invaders would soon move on and threaten other stars. A future might come to pass where almost every single star in the night sky had either been razed into ruin or completely come under the possession of the native alien races. Ves obviously did not want such a future to come to pass. He needed to work hard in order to help red humanity survive the current crisis, but he was not sure whether regular measures could make enough of a difference. That was why he had turned his attention to more unusual ideas. While Marvane is rather silly for thinking that he can fully realize his terraforming biojuggernaut concept by himself, it is not as difficult to transform a world tree seed into such a machine. The resources are already in place and the hardest part is already over. We just need to find a way to turn it into a functional biojuggernaut without losing all of its original capabilities. What is it, Gloriana? Are you serious? Are you truly thinking about converting a weapon of mass destruction into a pilotable biomachine? Ves smiled back. It may sound a little dubious when you mention it like that, but it is not as crazy as it sounds. The Larkinson Biotech Institute has been struggling in their attempts to figure out the second-generation world tree seed that is in our possession. The biotech researchers are still too far away from trying to convert it into a more sustainable seed that doesn't degrade with every use. If we can't achieve our goal through conventional means, then maybe we will have better luck when resorting to unconventional means. His wife thought for a moment. She soon deduced what Ves had in mind. You want to convert the world tree seed into a living mech. She guessed. You want to do this because a sentient world tree seed has unparalleled control over its incredibly complicated internal structure. A living seed not only has the power to understand its own condition, but it also has the ego that is needed to defy its original programming and change itself to prioritize self-preservation. If you can truly convert it into a functional biojuggernaut, then it will be able to enjoy all of the advantages of being a world tree seed while also possessing the ability to grow and evolve. Ves grinned. All of that sounds great, right? Why not try to convert it into a living biojuggernaut? If we have this wonder weapon in our possession, we can conquer any hostile star system. Better yet, we can convert the resources of a planet that was previously occupied by enemy aliens to produce enough forces to launch attacks to all neighboring star systems. You are just as silly and childish as our son, do you know that? Marvane clearly inherited his madness from you. Have you forgotten about the speeches we made about the impractical nature of his idea? You are making the exact same mistake. At least our son can excuse his shortcomings due to his young and tender age. You are not allowed to resort to the same excuse. Ves crossed his arms. I am not being unrealistic, honey. I understand your skepticism, but you need to follow the same advice that you have given our son. What is real and possible is much wider than you think. Even if we don't have a thorough understanding of the world tree seed, I still think it is within our means to convert it into a biojuggernaut of sorts. Everything will work out so long as I can complete the crucial transformation into a living biomachine. At worst, we can rely on external assistance to complete this transformation. He could still offer plenty of concessions to the Ves ancient clan. He could also approach the Strian ancient clan for assistance. The Red Association should also be willing to assist. He still had a few precious favors in reserve that allowed him to make minor requests to star designers. Even if none of them specialized in biotechnology, they should still know enough to provide valuable help in converting a world tree seed into a biojuggernaut. However, Ves would not be able to claim credit for such an accomplishment. He wanted to turn this wonder weapon into his own creation, but doing so required him to complete the most essential technological breakthroughs by himself. A part of him felt that he needed this. Depending on outside help was okay, but if he wanted to reap the greatest benefits, he had to treat this like a personal passion project. Only by doing this properly would he be able to reap the greatest rewards. Seeing how Ves still remained serious about this idea, his wife let out an exasperated breath. You truly are a kid at heart. I view that as a compliment rather than an insult. That is the exact opposite of what I want. Chapter 6883 Fully superdimensional. As much as Ves wanted to resume his engagement into the ambitious transformation of the world tree seed, it was not realistic for him to tackle it right away. He did not have enough time to spare on a project as big as this. He was finally beginning to pick up steam in the arboreal project. The advent of the first true mass production version of an elemental Karman mech held great significance to Ves. His design philosophy would definitely make a lot of strides if he successfully completed this project according to his vision. He also held a lot of interest in collaborating with Gloriana on a pair of fine machines. The Riot Mark III project and the Promethea Mark II project both demanded a great amount of commitment. He cared a lot about the living mechs based on these upgrade projects, so it was best not to divert his attention to a new passion project. Aside from that, he also had to spend his time on other obligations such as helping the Saint Commander organize the Premier Fleet and fulfill his duties as the Chief Counsel of the Upper Council of the Red Collective. He also needed to be prepared to divert much of his time to respond to any unanticipated emergencies. War had a habit of surprising many people and upending a lot of plans. Ves was not stupid enough to assume that everything would proceed as he anticipated. With all of this in mind, it was simply the wrong period of time to follow up on Marvain's idea. Ves let out a regretful sigh before reluctantly chose to set this matter aside. He would not forget about it, but it was best if he waited for a more opportune window of time to attempt a transformation of the second-generation world tree seed. Fortunately, a new development took place that completely diverted his attention from the fantasy of creating a biological wonder weapon. A fast courier vessel finally delivered the first Sword Mark III and her famous ace pilot to New Constantinople 8. The arrival of this powerful pairing generated a notable amount of buzz among high society. It was not a secret that Swordmaster Kedis had successfully designed and fabricated the first full superdimensional mech of the Larkinson clan. The mech supremacist faction proudly announced this fact through their own channels. It had always prided itself on developing the strongest mechs, and its involvement in the making of the first Sword Mark III was undeniably essential. While the contributions of Kedis to the first Sword Mark III project could not be denied, much of the high technology that amplified the Ace Mech's strengths originated from a selection of the best and most cutting-edge design applications of the Red Association. Therefore, it was not wrong to label the first Sword Mark III as a signature work of both the Larkinson clan and the Red Association. Now, the first Sword Mark III was finally at Ves's disposal. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. A large greeting party had formed up around the landing zone where the courier vessel was scheduled to arrive. Ves, his wife and their children all stood together while surrounded by their Apocalypse Warden bodyguards. Not that there was much point to the added protection. The first Larkinson superdimensional ace mech possessed so much power that it could probably chop up the entirety of D&D base without expending any effort. Even if the Saint Commander piloted the Minerva Mark II and prepared the defenses as much as possible, she still wouldn't be able to make a difference. Ves believed it was completely beyond any single junior ace pilot to threaten the First Sword Mark III. Perhaps certain senior ace pilots might be able to rely on their reality-defying abilities to escape or even fight back against the ace swordsman Mech, but they faced an uphill battle if they wanted to resist the Decapitator's edge or penetrate the First Sword's insanely resilient armor plating. The base performance of armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional armor was already formidable. Adding true resonance amplification on top of that increased their performance to ridiculous heights. Even a relatively fresh junior ace pilot such as Saint Dice could easily turn her superdimensional machine into an impregnable and inviolable machine when fighting against her peers. The advantages she gained was so unfair that almost every mech pilot in the Red Ocean must feel envious beyond all regard that she possessed such a close and intimate relationship with the Swordmaster who earned the blessing of the Heavensward. Even before the First Sword Mark III emerged from the courier vessel's compact cargo bay, the surrounding Larkinsons and allies could already feel the razor-sharp presence of the superdimensional ace mech. Each of them momentarily felt as if the blade of an infinitely sharp sword was pressed against their necks. This was a vague and illusionary sensation, but it was one that evoked such a fatal threat that nobody could remain calm. Fortunately, none of the gathered people consisted of enemies against Dice, Keddies or the Larkinson clan. Even if a spy successfully managed to infiltrate D&D base, Saint Commander Casella and the Minerva Mark II would have been able to root them out a long time ago with the help of their command field. Everyone present was friendly, so Saint Dice's domain quickly lost its lethality. While it still retained an uncomfortable degree of sharpness, Dice at least turned its edge away from everyone's necks, thereby making them feel less threatened. Fortunately, many of the gathered people already knew what to expect. They did not really take it in strides that Saint Dice literally possessed the power to cut off their heads all at once if she so chose. Ves smiled wryly as he reflexively rubbed his neck. A human phase lord like himself wouldn't go down so easily, especially since he was carrying a super-class personal shield generator. Yet even he wouldn't stand a chance if the First Sword Mark III moved beyond utilizing her Saint Kingdom and attempted to cut off his head directly with one of her many physical blades. Look, the First Sword has emerged. Wow, so many blades. Everyone quickly forgot about how easily the ace mech could have snuffed out their lives and soon began to admire the amazing craftsmanship of the legendary Swordmaster and her mech supremacist collaborators. Sleek. The first word that came to mind when the first sword emerged was sleek. Despite the insane engineering put into the machine, the ace swordsman mech maintained a somewhat slender and compact profile. This not only minimized the use of armor-grade superdimensional matter, but also kept the machine light and maneuverable. The shiny and reflective gunmetal gray surface conveyed a strong impression of inviolability, yet also remained thin enough to maintain a sleek impression. It would have been so easy for Keddies to make the design choice to turn the First Sword Mark III into a brawler rather than a dancer. The switch would have allowed Saint Dice to fight a lot more aggressively and make a lot of mistakes without suffering any serious consequences. However, Keddies instead chose to stick to her original vision for the first sword. The application of armor-grade superdimensional alloy remained fairly thin and frugal. Even if it offered the ace mech excellent protection, the buffer was not as great as it could have been. This meant that the ace swordsman mech still had to remain sharp and on her toes. She needed to fight with caution and always resort to evasion rather than resistance whenever possible. If any attack managed to strike the frame of the First Sword Mark III, then the powerhouse had already failed. That combination of sleekness and insanely good armor presented a package of pseudo-invincibility. Few people could ever imagine the First Sword Mark III getting damaged. They all knew that Saint Dice was the second best evasion artist after Saint Tusa. While no one could beat the Dark Zephyr Mark III in terms of mobility and maneuverability, Keddies and her design team clearly sought to make the First Sword Mark III a respectable second best. This was not the ace swordsman mech's greatest strength. Instead, the Decapitator won that distinction. Although the First Sword Mark III was accompanied by over 33 additional swords, only her original one exuded the greatest amount of lethality. The Decapitator held in the ace mech's hands was long, hard and sharp to a nearly impossible degree. Just trying to examine it was enough to give people a headache. Their eyes felt as if they were about to split apart if they concentrated too closely at the masterwork mech greatsword. The Decapitator had clearly been reforged into a full weapon-grade superdimensional weapon. It was one of the first of its kind, but Keddies and the mechers had certainly outdone themselves. The Decapitator still retained much of the contours and shape of the original Mech greatsword, but it had also received countless improvements and optimizations. The blade had certainly become much shinier. The alloys that made up the exterior of the lengthy weapon happened to be even shinier and more reflective than the exterior of the Ace Mech. Ves already knew that the Decapitator incorporated an updated superdimensional resonating alloy especially designed by the resonance smith. Even if it had been a slight effort on the part of the star designer, it was still significant for him to upgrade one of his existing products for a privately owned superdimensional Ace Mech. This new superdimensional resonating alloy was one of the reasons why few people could concentrate their attention onto the Decapitator without feeling as if they were pressing themselves against its razor-sharp blade. How wonderful! Gloriana spoke as she obsessed over the weapon. The Decapitator has become a weapon that rivals or even exceeds the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear in terms of lethality. They both have their own strong points, but I cannot help but feel that the greatsword has gained a definite edge over the competition. Ves nodded his head. I feel the same way. Superdimensional alloy plays on a completely different level. The only shortcoming is that it lacks the activity of destroyer particles. There were certain traits about destroyer weapons that gave them an advantage over superdimensional weapons, but as far as killing power was concerned, the latter scored better. Properly made superdimensional weapons posed no threat against their own wielders. Outside of clumsy accidents, there was no way the weapons would attempt to backlash against their own wielders. That alone placed superdimensional weapons above destroyer weapons. The weapons that had become part of a new trend were also much better optimized to fight against the main opposition of the human race. Practically every alien warship and phase leader relied heavily on transphasic defenses to resist a huge amount of attacks. A high-grade superdimensional weapon could cut straight through most Azure energy shields and spatial barriers as if they were made out of paper. No transphasic armor or phase water-infused flesh could offer any resistance against the impossible sharpness of a weapon like the Decapitator. In contrast, destroyer weapons still had to overload the capacities of energy barriers by relying on the damaging effects of destroyer particles. Even if these highly concentrated particles could make short work of most defenses, the delays were still significant enough to slow down wielders like the Dark Zephyr Mark III. Yet as much as the Decapitator captivated the imagination of many spectators, most of the gathered people ultimately ended up admiring the blades that hovered behind the Dark Zephyr Mark III. The courier vessel had to be a little larger than usual in order to transport all of the accompanying sword fey. Now, these living blades proudly emerged from the cramped cargo bay and spread behind the first sword Mark III in a fan shape. It was as if the Ace Mech had become a metal peacock. 33 superdimensional sword fey resonated with the Ace pilot, causing them to glow and convey a collective sense of power that reminded many Larkinsons of battle formations. Many people became speechless. They had no way to articulate how they felt about the first sword Mark III's conversion into a drone mech. Chapter 6884 Too Sharp. After the first sword Mark III appeared in front of the members of the Premier Branch for the first time, the machine soon disappeared from their views as she entered one of the underground hangar bays. Interest in the new Ace Mech remained high. The first sword Mark III completely overshadowed the Minerva Mark II. It couldn't be helped. Both were exquisite first-class Ace Mechs, but one of them was clearly on a higher level in terms of material composition and performance. While the Minerva Mark II clearly held an advantage in synergy with other armed forces and could easily wipe out large swaths of enemy cannon fodder, the first sword Mark III was undeniably unparalleled in single combat power. The Decapitator alone was responsible for elevating the Ace Swordsman Mech's lethality to the stars, but even without this exceptional weapon, the living machine still had access to 33 hull-grade superdimensional sword fey. The first sword would never run out of blades to cut her opponents into pieces. Kedis had taken a considerable risk when she chose to branch out the first sword into a drone mech, but Ves knew without a shadow of a doubt that the conversion had been successful. The way the sword fey responded to Saint Dice and how closely the first sword was tied to her numerous subordinate spirits was frankly beautiful. The process of partially splitting them off and breathing life into them was painful and tedious. Kedis was unable to perform this process herself. It had been necessary for Ves to briefly descend into the Everchamber and perform this delicate and dangerous process repeatedly. It was one of the most challenging processes that Ves pulled off. It was easy to create a companion spirit for the first sword, but to do so 33 times in a row was an unprecedented feat. The living mech had been strengthened far beyond most third-order living mechs, but even she was not able to bear the burden of having her soul split so many times. Even if the subordinate spirits only comprised a fraction of her formidable spiritual foundation, the damage inflicted by this painful process was extensive. If the first sword was not a living mech that had repeatedly been baptized by the willpower and breakthrough energies of an ace pilot, its personality and sense of self would have shattered due to the repeated splitting. The living mech still bore the invisible scars of the procedure. The only consolation was that the willpower baptism that she received from getting piloted by her battle partner significantly accelerated her recovery. She would eventually become whole again, though it may take a few months or even years. As far as Ves and most people were concerned, it was all worth it. The sacrifice was great, but the outcome was magnificent. From the initial introduction of the first sword Mark III, nobody could keep their eyes off the new and splendid sword Fei. They all looked like mech swords that just happened to possess the ability to move by themselves. Each of them were not only governed by advanced flight and control systems, but the subordinate spirits that inhabited handmade spurs each granted them the spark of life. It was not obvious to most people, but those who piloting living mechs could see it clear as day. Every sword Fei possessed its own mind and personality. Each of them were like young children that were curious about their newfound lives. The first sword was not strict on them outside of a combat environment. She gave her children a small amount of leeway to move as they wanted. Of course, she was not stupid enough to extend the leash too much. Newborn spirits or not, the sword Fei were still deadly superdimensional weapons that could easily cut through walls and human bodies alike. Soon after the arrival of Saint Dice in the first sword Mark III, Ves and the others immediately wanted to test their performance. This was a big deal. Everyone wanted to know the power of the new ace mech that was designed in a very different way from the Minerva Mark II. In order to prevent any unfortunate accidents from occurring, the testing session directly took place in space. The Blue Jay fleet and elements of the Premier fleet both moved to the same section of the asteroid belt as before. The Devosans had made sure to drive away any human presence from the entire space area that did not belong. They also dispatched a small contingent of forces which also happened to include the Wind of Destruction and his powerful Black Lord. The first sword Mark III had already gone through a series of tests shortly after her upgrade, so Ves and Gloriana did not bother to repeat the basic movement tests. They instead started off with the most direct attack power tests. Let us start with examining the offensive power of your sword Fei. Gloriana transmitted to the cockpit of the ace mech. We shall try to test the cutting power of one of your regular Fei onto different defenses without the amplification of your true resonance. Once we have established a baseline, we will bring your Saint Kingdom into the mix. In order to test the performance of a sword Fei without the amplification of true resonance, the first sword had to withdraw the subordinate spirit from the spur before sending it well outside of the Saint Kingdom. This caused the sword Fei to turn back into its most original form, which was just an empty husk. This was its most vulnerable state. Enemies could potentially steal or even damage the superdimensional blade given that it was primarily made out of hull-grade superdimensional matter. In order to account for potential losses, Kedis already promised to forge additional sword Fei. The use of mid-grade superdimensional matter was a deliberate design choice and caused the physical forms of the sword Fei to become disposable. Saint Dice did not have to be too cautious about their use, because she would soon have plenty of replacement units within reach. Please commence the first cutting test, Kedis instructed. They did not bother to test the sharpness of the sword Fei onto light and thin materials. The Larkinsons instead decided to put up a target bot that was primarily shaped as a block of archimetal. Gloriana had especially fabricated this target bot out of the spare materials used to make the Minerva. Although they were originally reserved for future repairs, Gloriana couldn't help herself. She was ready to sacrifice the precious high-grade exotics and hypers if that was what it took to find out how well a superdimensional weapon could damage the Minerva Mark II. Please commence. The sword Fei gently swung its blade through the archimetal target dummy. The good news was that the blade did not cut through the archimetal like a hot knife through butter. The bad news was that it only took a moderate amount of force and effort to slice the dummy in half. That is pretty good performance for a weapon made out of mid-grade superdimensional alloy. Ves commented. Don't forget that Kedis specializes in enhancing the sharpness of the weapons she makes. Her specialization synergizes extremely well with a material that is naturally conducive to penetrating solid matter. They continued to test the sword Fei's performance against different targets. Solid plating, modular plating and so on all got cut in half under various different circumstances. The performance of the disposable sword Fei was insane. Its superdimensional characteristics were so formidable that its performance already exceeded the previous iteration of the Decapitator. That was a masterwork mech sword that Kedis had carefully developed years ago for peak performance. Now, just one of the 34 blades in the first sword's possession could easily surpass it in terms of sharpness and lethality. 23-24 None of the armor could stand a chance against the superdimensional blade. They all got cut in half with disturbing ease. The amplification from the true resonance of a junior ace pilot was already enough to cut through the hardest alloys that the Larkinson clan had in possession. Casella, we need your help. Please empower the target dummies with your true resonance. I will try my best. The performance of the resonance-empowered sword Faye finally went back to more reasonable levels when attempting to cut apart infect battle bots. The Viscount-level fake mechs were all made out of materials that wouldn't look out of place in a first-class multi-purpose mech, yet the sword Faye still managed to cut it from top to bottom after applying a moderate amount of force. This was a predicted outcome. In a contest between Casella and Dice, the latter would always lose. The former's inability to concentrate her true resonance was a big weakness when fighting against strong enemies such as other ace mechs. If the performance of a mere, expendable, superdimensional sword Faye was already so exaggerated, then the cutting power of the Decapitator was in an entirely different league. Made out of alloys that included a high proportion of weapon-grade superdimensional matter, the Decapitator was able to cut through all forms of energy shields and matter alike. Not even capital ship-grade Azure energy shields could resist the Decapitator for long. No matter whether they came in single layers or multiple layers, the mech greatsword cut through all of them as if they were made out of foam. Adding true resonance of the mix became overkill. Even meters-thick transphasic hyper-alloy plating became as loose as air in front of the unnaturally sharp superdimensional edge. What was even more exaggerated was that the Decapitator incorporated a literal cutting-edge ace mech grade resonating material that could amplify its lethality even further. Megablade. The ace pilot's unnaturally empowered voice announced over the communication channel. Clear the way and do not approach. When the first sword Mark III lifted up her greatsword, the entire surface of the Decapitator began to glow in metallic silver. This glowing shape soon began to grow and expand until it reached a length that was easily at least an order of magnitude longer and thicker than the original blade. When Saint Dice tried to increase the size of this Megablade, she clearly struggled to do so. It appeared her resonance strength could only increase the reach of her Decapitator by so much. Cut. The first sword chopped down the enormous Megablade onto not one, but two asteroids that happened to be floating in close proximity to each other. The Megablade cut cleanly through their structure. Even if the asteroids were much softer than any form of structural armor plating, seeing these two large objects getting cut apart as if they had been separated from each other on a molecular level was unnatural. Only gods can replicate this feat, Gloriana uttered with amazement in her eyes. The Minerva Mark II was capable of performing plenty of game-changing miracles, but the first sword Mark III's simple but incredibly domineering demonstration of lethality was on a different league. The mech greatsword began to glow in silver again, but instead of spreading out to form the largest possible energy blade, the resonance-empowered energies instead tried to concentrate inside the physical blade itself. Due to the superdimensional properties of this weapon, it was able to hold energy far in excess of any non-superdimensional weapon of the same proportions. Saint Dice concentrated so much willpower and true resonance into enhancing the strength and sharpness of her Decapitator that it looked as if it gained the power to decapitate true gods. The insanity of what was taking place in the field became so much that the Decapitator even began to cause unintentional harm on a conceptual level. Ah, my eyes. Don't look at it directly. Abort the test. Initiate emergency shutdown on all sensor systems. Whatever you do, don't look at the first sword Mark III. Chapter 6885 Sharp Observations. The testing session had to be aborted before they had a chance to try out the fun stuff. It couldn't be helped. The first sword Mark III's activation of the decapitation mode resonating ability proved too much for the observers. How could Ves know that enhancing the sharpness of the Decapitator to a height never seen before could actually cut people just by looking at the unnaturally sharpened blade? Ves did not hesitate to pull the plug. From the moment the new ace swordsman mech posed a threat to Larkinsons and other friendlies, it became irresponsible to continue with the testing session. An hour had passed since then. Everyone who became adversely affected by the unexpected attack had all undergone medical examinations. The first sword Mark III had also returned to the Tarask. The Larkinsons subjected the machine to a thorough examination in order to make sure that she had not become tainted by foreign influences. Ves proceeded to call a meeting in order to discuss the findings that people had gathered from the earlier phenomena. All right, he said, we need information. We are dealing with a mech that is made out of materials that we have never used before. Their qualities are exceptional, but we don't know much about what superdimensional matter can actually do. It is therefore vital that we pull back the curtain and figure it out as best as possible. Gloriana, you first. The woman looked serious as she presented her own findings. The clansmen that have become adversely affected by the first sword Mark III have not sustained severe injuries. At most, their eyes received different levels of strain. Their psychological torment is greater than their physical torment. Most of them will recover after a good night's sleep. Curiously enough, the people who have received the greatest amount of hurt and distress appear to be those whose attainments in systematic cultivation are weaker relative to others. Those with stronger minds and spirits have been able to withstand the sight much better. That caused the small gathering to look relieved. That is good to hear. Ves smiled. Could the damage have been greater to those who are vulnerable to the sight of the decapitator's unnatural sharpness? Perhaps. His wife shrugged. I cannot say. I imagine that the pain inflicted from staring too closely at the decapitator under those circumstances would have deterred most people from continuing to stare. The situation was not as bad as people feared. Have you thought of any countermeasures to prevent this remote blinding effect from occurring in the future? His wife nodded. We have already conducted a few quick trials with the first sword Mark III in private. Direct observation with one's own eyeballs remains dangerous, but observation through optical sensors can easily be proofed against this blinding effect by implementing a purpose-built filter that deliberately lowers the resolution of the decapitator when it is highly concentrated with true resonance. The simplistic solution prompted Ves to raise his eyebrow. That's it. Just making the sword look blurry on the projected footage is enough to make it safe to watch. Yes. Do not ask me why this is so. I cannot give you an explanation that fits within our existing theoretical frameworks. I can only tell you that the filter works for those who are weakest in mind and spirit. The Larkinsons would just have to settle for this solution, then. It would certainly be a nasty surprise against enemies who were unprepared to encounter this kind of issue, but the problem was that it would also affect friendly human forces that had not been warned about it in advance. The best the Larkinsons could do was to transmit warnings to other groups of humans as early as possible. If they kept watching the first sword Mark III without activating any filters, then that was their fault. The clan had already done its due diligence by that time. Dice. Ves turned towards the ace pilot who remained quiet and contemplative since the start of the meeting. Was this the first time you activated this decapitation mode? The ace pilot whose Saint Kingdom still made them feel as if they were swimming in a pool filled with razors shook her head. No, I activated it before, but only in front of Keddies and the master mech designers she collaborated with. It was a private showing that did not include anyone weak. My mastery and familiarity with my upgraded mech and sword was also not as great as now. I am able to resonate much better with Super Sunder metal than before. That tentatively proved that the cause of the blinding effect was activating the decapitation mode resonating ability at a high enough intensity. She had essentially made her superdimensional weapon so sharp that it broke a physical boundary and started to cut at people through a metaphysical channel. Ves could only scratch his head if he wanted to explain how resonating with a superdimensional sword generated such an exaggerated response. He decided to set this little mystery aside. It was not necessary for the Larkinsons to get to the bottom of this. Implementing the filter should be enough. Almost no one observed space battles with their naked eyes. They would hardly be able to see anything if they tried to spectate a battle taking place across hundreds or thousands of kilometers in the observatory chamber of a starship. The solution devised by Gloriana should be safe enough. Perhaps the only instance where people truly needed to take special precautions was if the first sword Mark III ended up in a dueling arena in front of live spectators. It was impossible for such a scenario to take place. Ace mechs were far too destructive. No mech arena could contain their destructive might. Their Saint Kingdoms alone could already penetrate most barriers. The meeting resumed. Now that they addressed the most acute issue, they spoke about other matters. I don't see any further point in testing the first sword Mark III's performance against energy shields or physical obstacles. Her swords will just cut through them no matter what. The only difference is how much force the mech has to exert to push the superdimensional blade through. Ves stated. Everyone else nodded. The earlier tests had provided more than conclusive results. The first sword Mark III completely broke the boundaries of what people thought was possible for a junior ace mech. Superdimensional tech breaks the balance. Gloriana couldn't help but remark. As long as there is enough mid to high-grade superdimensional matter, applying it to a mech on a large scale artificially raises its performance at least an entire level as far as I am concerned. A superdimensional standard mech can rival an expert mech in offensive and defensive performance. A superdimensional expert mech can threaten a junior ace mech. A superdimensional junior ace mech already possesses comparable lethality to a senior ace mech. As for a superdimensional senior ace mech, her voice faltered at that point. Everyone knew why she did not dare to finish her last sentence. It was too ridiculous to claim without any empirical proof that a superdimensional senior ace mech could actually rival a god mech in any way. Nobody dared to make any careless claims in this regard. They could not afford to challenge the primacy of god mechs and end up getting it wrong. Fortunately, no one had any interest in pressing the matter. God mechs were way beyond their purview. As the meeting continued, Ves eventually turned towards the only guest in the chamber. Master Devos, he addressed the Terran Master Mech designer. Would you like to share any insights on the First Sword Mark III's performance up to this point? The older woman smiled. Your ace swordsman mech is a strong machine, so much so that her very existence is forcing everyone to reevaluate the strength of your clan. The addition of a junior ace mech does not change the equation all that much. What does change our evaluation is the fact that your superdimensional junior ace mech presents a serious threat against some, but not all, senior ace mechs. That did not sound too surprising. Ves already thought this would be the case. What does your resident ace pilot think about our latest ace mech? He is, I would not say apprehensive, but certainly more vigilant towards the threat posed by your first sword. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos responded in a serious tone. The exceptional lethality of this machine at close range necessitates changes to his tactical approach towards a duel. Mind you, the Wind of Destruction still remains confident he can gain the upper hand in a fight with no restrictions. He only believes that he will face an uphill battle if his Dark Lord is forced to engage the First Sword Mark III at close range. The Black Lord happened to be a fairly suboptimal matchup against the First Sword Mark III. The former was a multi-purpose ace mech that nonetheless placed a lot of emphasis on swordsmanship. The latter's superdimensional armaments enabled her to punch far above her weight at close range. This would force the Wind of Destruction to restrain himself from letting his ego dictate his actions. He needed to fight smart and make use of his ace multi-purpose mech's ranged armaments as much as possible. It was not an approach that the Terran ace pilot would be comfortable with, but if he valued the mission over his pride, then he should do what was necessary. Is the Wind of Destruction still interested in sparring against Saint Dice? Ves inquired. The Master Mech designer smiled. He should. It will take more than a superdimensional junior ace mech to deprive him of his courage. He considers this spar as a necessary challenge. Superdimensional tech will gradually become more prevalent among high-ranking mechs, so it is better if he is able to gain experience with fighting against them sooner rather than later. It is also good practice for fighting against phase lords armed with Saint Piercer arms. That fell within Ves's expectations. The Wind of Destruction was over 260 years old. While he was not considered talented enough to be regarded as a god pilot candidate, his hard work over so many years still turned him into an extremely solid senior ace pilot. He would never cower from this challenge. Dice. The ace pilot's willpower and fighting intent quietly surged from the moment they talked about the Wind of Destruction. She may be new and underdeveloped as a saint, but she did not fear a confrontation against a well-established senior ace pilot. Saint Dice could not deny that her willpower and personal strengths were far inferior to that of her older Terran counterpart, but she had complete faith in the power of Kutiz's latest masterwork. The first sword was one of the first full high-grade superdimensional mechs to exist. The ace pilot took a lot of pride in that. She also felt she assumed the obligation to represent the might and prestige of superdimensional mechs against any challengers. Just as the Wind of Destruction could not allow himself to step back against a revolutionary new ace mech, Saint Dice could not afford to admit defeat to her senior before a fight had even begun. Let's schedule the sparring session for tomorrow if there are no objections. Ves proposed. We should make additional preparations to ensure that the two highly lethal ace mechs cannot threaten any lives or expensive assets. We should also expand the list of conditions to include additional restrictions for the purpose of avoiding any unfortunate accidents. Both ace pilots must hold back to an extent. We cannot afford to let them pummel each other into pieces during a time of war. Agreed. Master Layla DeVos simply replied. The purpose of the upcoming practice duel was to gather more relevant information on the performance of a superdimensional ace mech. The other goal of this high-level sparring session was to allow both ace pilots to accrue valuable combat experience. Chapter 6886 Superdimensional Musings. Everyone looked forward to observing the upcoming sparring session between Saint Ves Larkinson and Saint Alessandro de Ves, otherwise known as the Wind of Destruction. The matchup between them should be interesting to say the least. The disparity between ace pilots was obvious. No one could dispute that Saint Ves was younger, weaker and less experienced. However, most people considered the First Sword Mark III to be a superior machine relative to the Black Lord. That did not necessarily mean the Black Lord was weak. The de Ves ancient clan was still one of the ruling powers of the Terran Alliance. It had persisted for thousands of years and accumulated a lot of wealth and power. It mastered many of the high technologies that made the Terrans competitive against the other major powers. The Black Lord encapsulated a small proportion of the best tech and materials accessible to the Devosans. Master Layla de Ves most definitely leveraged her specialization to stuff a lot of nifty tech inside its robust and intimidating mech frame. Even without any hint of superdimensional tech, the Black Lord deserved the same amount of respect as any other senior ace mech. Therefore, few people believed that Saint Ves could win this highly anticipated bout. The real competition was how long she could last and how well she was able to hold up against her adversary's onslaught. Even if defeat was a foregone conclusion, the First Sword Mark III could still earn a lot of respect by showcasing how well her superdimensional tech fared against a superior opponent. The next day couldn't arrive soon enough. The Larkinson clan and the de Ves ancient clan carefully prepared the selected sparring grounds in space to maximize safety and information gathering. Many different groups wanted to know how the first full superdimensional mech fared against a formidable opponent. Everyone had a vague idea of how much superdimensional tech could change the game, but not precisely to what extent. It would take far more battles than this sparring session for everyone to gain a clearer understanding of how much of a difference superdimensional tech could make. However, this upcoming bout should give everyone crucial information that could dictate their policies going forward. This was especially important in a period where very few full superdimensional mechs had emerged thus far. Each data point was precious. The performance of the First Sword Mark III may largely influence how hard the other major powers were willing to pay for mid to high-grade superdimensional matter. It was in the Larkinson clan's best interest for Saint Ves to give her best possible performance on this day. The stronger a superdimensional ace mech turned out to be, the greater the demand for superdimensional matter. Kutiz's portals into the blue dimension would gain greater importance. The major powers would also be willing to pay more to obtain superdimensional matter. The Larkinsons needed to make sure to convince others that none of them could afford to fall behind in the superdimensional race. An hour before the start of the highly anticipated sparring session, many third parties had already dispatched their own observers. It was futile to keep this sparring session confidential. The battle could only take place in space, and anyone with a long-range sensor system could pick up the emissions from the coming clash. The enemies of red humanity would find out about the First Sword Mark III's true prowess sooner or later. Since that was the case, the Larkinson clan might as well turn this bout into a spectacle. This was the right time for the Larkinson clan to step up its position in society and strengthen its reputation among the masses. Controlling sole access to the blue dimension thus far granted the Larkinsons so much honor and prestige that they were already beginning to rival one of the weaker Terran ancient clans on these terms. Ves had already taken his place behind a workstation in one of the control compartments of the Tarrasque. He spoke with Master de Ves over a tight beam communication channel on a number of logistical issues. Our latest trade agreement with your ancient clan should have already granted you a generous batch of superdimensional matter. Ves mentioned. How long will it take before you convert the Black Lord into a partial or full superdimensional mech? It will take time, Master Layla de Ves said. Our urgency is not too great at the moment. We can afford to take our time and make more effective use of our stockpile of superdimensional matter. I am not reluctant to admit that our R&D into superdimensional tech is not as strong as that of the mech supremacist faction. I also prefer to develop more advanced and effective applications of superdimensional matter. The mechers have clearly chosen to settle for basic and relatively reliable means of processing superdimensional matter into stable mech components. We believe that our Black Lord can tolerate greater risks. I see. If an accident threatens to occur, the Wind of Destruction can leverage his formidable willpower to suppress any uncontrolled reactions. That is correct, Ves. This is actually one of the strategies we employ to raise the performance of senior ace mechs over that of weaker machines. As long as the willpower of an ace pilot is strong enough, we have greater room to experiment and push the envelope. Even if we make mistakes, the strong corrective power of a Saint Kingdom can forcibly prevent any accidents from occurring. I do have to note that this only applies to active components. The ace mech must still remain stable and inert when it is not being piloted. That made sense. The absence of an ace pilot in the cockpit deprived the ace mech from leveraging the Saint Kingdom to rewrite reality so that an accident would not occur. You haven't exactly answered the question yet, Master. I cannot give you a timeline. That is sensitive information. The wind of destruction is strong enough for the time being. As long as the Agamemnon upper zone is able to hold for up to half a year, then I am confident that we can upgrade the Black Lord into a truly fearsome superdimensional ace mech. Our strategic outlook will be completely different if the native aliens have managed to breach our border systems. We will have to settle for more rudimentary design applications while we hastily prepare our ace mech for combat against enemy phase whales. The Devosans intended to take their time if they could help it. They would not ignore the need to defend their territories when attacked by alien invasion fleets, but so long as the enemy was not too aggressive, the Devosans were more than content to invest in quality design applications. This was typical for Terran ancient clans. They did not earn the designation of ancient for nothing. They prided themselves over taking rational and relatively cautious decisions that best served their long-term survival. After Ves ended his call with Master Layla Devos, he continued to think about the ramifications of the slow proliferation of superdimensional tech. He saw real hope in relying on the power of superdimensional matter. Even if it could only affect battles on a small scale, strengthening the most powerful champions of red humanity may not necessarily turn the tide of the ongoing war, but they reduce the probability that their race and civilization would go extinct. That did not exactly sound like an ideal outcome, but it was better than total annihilation. As Ves thought about the power of superdimensional tech, he couldn't help but think back on one of the potential upgrade tracks that he could have chosen upon welcoming the Mech Designer's System version 4.0. Ves previously lacked the context to fully understand and appreciate all of the upgrade tracks, but especially this last one. If Ves Arquettes had opened up a dimension breach that led to the 365th dimension sooner, they would have been introduced to the wonders of superdimensional matter before completing the latest system upgrade. That could have made a huge difference. Or not. Ves was not quite sure. When given a choice between 5-element mastery, demoncasting and superdimensional transformation, Ves might have picked the latter if he knew as much as he did in the present. 5-element mastery remained a solid and relevant choice, but it largely accelerated what he was destined to master. Demoncasting was a wildcard that introduced a radically different way of empowering his works that was normally out of his reach. Superdimensional transformation massively increased his advantages in the field of superdimensional tech. It would have turned him into a specialist in a field that became highly relevant to the war effort. Still, despite how well Ves would be able to get along with superdimensional matter if he chose the last upgrade track, he had a feeling that his choice would ultimately remain the same. Ves craved novelty. He wanted his works to be unique. Whereas most high-tier galactic citizens were already thinking about incorporating superdimensional tech in their most important mechs, starships and gear, he wanted to raise the standards of what was possible through unconventional angles. While he recognized that there was still a chance that he might go for the more reliable option of superdimensional transformation, it still did not fit with his inclinations. He ultimately believed that superdimensional technology would eventually lose its novelty and become as commoditized as phase water technology and hyper-technology. Demoncasting was much more exotic and difficult to replicate by others. Ves felt confident that he could retain his monopoly on this exclusive form of enhancement for a much longer period of time. In fact, now that he thought about it, the latest developments only vindicated his choice. It turned out that relying on the Dimension Breach Creation upgrade track alone was already enough to unlock superdimensional technology to red humanity. Since that was the case, demoncasting granted Ves another trump card that could help him maintain an edge over the competition. It also helped that it fell within his original area of expertise. Superdimensional technology, on the other hand, was predominantly new and unfamiliar to Ves. He could apply a part of the insights of phase water technology on this new tech base, but that was where the story ended. It was not wise to bite off more than he could chew. As an ambitious mech designer, it was necessary for him to keep up with the overall developments in this new scientific discipline. Yet he did not think it was all that much helpful or useful to commit too much time and energy into mastering it. Specialists in materials science such as Tristan Wesseling were much more suited to learn and develop their own specializations in the broad new field of superdimensional tech. When will Tristan become available? He felt a little bad about it, but he secretly hoped that the Colonial Federation of Davut would get smashed into pieces by the invading aliens. Ves inwardly shook his head. This was not a constructive train of thought. The Davutans did not deserve his ill wishes. He also needed to stop pining after Tristan and look for alternatives. There should be more underappreciated gems available in the mech industry that could become proficient in manipulating superdimensional matter. Chapter 6887 Superdimensional Edge. Superdimensional Edge. After a short delay, the ace mechs finally deployed into space. The Black Lord emerged first. Just as Master Layla Rebecca DeVos claimed, her ancient clan was not in a hurry to use up its stash of superdimensional matter. The ace multipurpose mech still possessed its existing configuration, which was roughly half a year old. The Devosans had taken good care in updating the design of their senior ace mech to ensure that it would never become outdated. Technical speaking, the availability of superdimensional matter and the slow proliferation of superdimensional technology already made the Black Lord outdated. That did not mean it was obsolete. Superdimensional adversaries were so rare at the moment that it was premature to declare non-superdimensional mechs outdated. So long as the Black Lord did not face an enemy equipped with superdimensional tech, it should not be a problem for it to survive. The Wind of Destruction was a senior ace pilot who possessed a wealth of experience and centuries worth of diligent and unceasing training. Unfortunately, the growth of his resonance strength had slowed to a crawl after becoming an ace pilot. Nobody understood why, but the ace pilot of the DeVos ancient clan failed to demonstrate as much talent, splendor and greatness as his more successful peers. This caused latecomers such as General Axilar Strian to overtake him and reach the limit of their rank. While everyone guessed that the Wind of Destruction may be suffering from a malady that prevented him from achieving greater progress, nobody was stupid enough to voice their thoughts out loud, especially inside Devosan space. People considered such topics to be taboo. Only a small group of people possessed the qualifications to speak openly about the ace pilot's issues. They say that the Wind of Destruction lost a duel against another rival in the past. When he became an ace pilot, he wanted to have a rematch in order to wash away his shame, only to find out that his opponent already died. Alexa Strian gossiped. Ves rolled his eyes. I doubt that story is true. Ace pilots shouldn't be stupid enough to base their entire lives on proving their superiority over a single rival. I am much more supportive of the theory that he has been asked to take part in a dangerous operation, but refused because he balked at the risks. His cowardice therefore proceeded to become a stain that has forever tainted his willpower. Alexa almost looked scandalized. Terran saints are not cowards. I am not accusing him of being a coward. I am just guessing that Saint Alessandro DeVos has made a misstep in his past, and has not been able to move past this psychological flaw. This is not a condemnation of all Terran saints. Your grandfather is doing much better than the Wind of Destruction, so his courage is not in doubt. General Axilar Strian had bravely led the mech corps of the Strian ancient clan against the native aliens many times. Even if his ancient clan was still gathering forces for an upcoming deep strike expedition that may never come, he did not shirk his own responsibilities and continued to fight at the front lines in order to fulfill his responsibilities to the Terran Alliance and Red humanity as a whole. His Ouroboros played an indispensable role in holding back the native aliens. The Terran Alliance only enjoyed the dedicated protection of a single god pilot. As fast as the light of Sol may be, he could never match the deterrence and the destructive potential of the Spacelock and the Destroyer of Worlds at the Rubarthans. Combat also accelerated the previously stalled development of the nearly ancient, living, Mech. According to Alexa, his grandfather frequently praised how the Ouroboros had truly come to life after Ves had corrected a work that he previously considered an afterthought during one of his trippy mastery experiences. The young journeyman made another guess. I have been wondering whether converting Black Lord to a living ace mech or designing a completely new living ace mech from scratch will help the Wind of Destruction break past the reason behind his stalled growth. The effect may be better if we integrate the Karman system in his new machine. The spiritual foundation of a pristine and flawless living mech may be able to remedy the flaws of his own soul and willpower. Ves scratched his head in thought. Living mechs aren't panaceas, Alexa. They may be able to help high-ranking mech pilots overcome certain mental problems, but in many cases their willpower can only be healed by themselves. A living mech can play an assisting role at most. They still need to sort out their courage, their convictions and their faith in themselves. If the Wind of Destruction can solve his problem by piloting a living mech or a Karman mech, the Devos ancient clan would have commissioned a successor of the Black Lord by this time. The fact that the Devosans did not do so implied that the Wind of Destruction suffered from a more complex problem that could not easily be remedied by pairing him up with a mech that could talk back to its own pilot. "What about a superdimensional ace mech, sir?" Alexa softly said. "Could his problem be solved if he is equipped with a much stronger ace mech that may give him the strength to kill an ancient phase whale?" "Perhaps," he shrugged in response. "I think that regardless of the problems that hold ace pilots back, they can always redeem themselves on the battlefield by completing a deed that is worthy of legend. Of course, this is easier said than done. The gap between their combat capabilities and the deed they must complete has often proven to be far too wide. Superdimensional tech may just be the solution they need to close that crucial gap." Alexa nodded. "My grandfather has already expressed great interest in a superdimensional upgrade. Like the Wind of Destruction, he is not in a hurry to upgrade his Ouroboros. High-grade superdimensional matter is hard to come by, and the Strian ancient clan does not have an existing agreement with the Larkinson clan. Still, this allows him to monitor other superdimensional mechs and buy more time for R&D to refine their applications of superdimensional technology. Similar to phase water technology and hyper-technology, the later applications will always be more powerful and sophisticated. I predict that superdimensional tech will reach a whole new level after just 2 years of development." That may sound like an exaggerated claim, but Ves could easily believe her words may come true. Ves actually felt a little sorry for the First Sword Mark III for this reason. Her superdimensional conversion definitely turned her into a domineering killing machine, but that was only when compared to non-superdimensional mechs. Later on, new advancements in superdimensional tech would cause newer mechs to perform much better while using up the same amount of high-grade superdimensional matter. That would be the time where the First Sword Mark III would fall behind, forcing Saint Dice to struggle a lot more in order to produce the same results as ace pilots that received more advanced superdimensional mechs. That was fine. At least Saint Dice obtained a powerful first-mover advantage. 2 years was a lot of time. The Sword Maiden Saint should be able to complete a lot of hunts and grow by leaps and bounds by relying on her head start. Besides, it was not impossible for Kedis and her mecher collaborators to develop a minor update to the First Sword Mark III. They were not bound by the same limitations as the design department. As long as Kedis and at least one of her mecher collaborators were willing to set aside their other priorities, they could easily design a minor update to the First Sword Mark III that incorporated the latest advancements in superdimensional technology. All of this meant that Saint Dice probably did not have to wait for a decade for her battle partner to receive a technological refresh. 5 minutes left. Alexa announced. The highly anticipated duel was about to commence very soon. Ves decided to check on Saint Dice. He activated a feed that gave him a glimpse of the interior of the cockpit. If the pilot wanted to, he or she could block this feed for privacy reasons, but Dice did not activate it at the moment. She had nothing to hide. The ace pilot had already suited up in a much more powerful version of her old piloting suit. Although her latest suit did not incorporate any superdimensional matter, it still offered a great amount of protection against kinetic shocks and thermal energies. The suit was largely designed as a last-ditch effort to save the pilot in the event of a cockpit breach. Ves hoped that Dice would never have to test the power of her piloting suit, but he was realistic enough to understand that reality might not oblige. As Ves mused about the protection offered by the relatively thin piloting suit, the ace pilot pointedly raised her helmeted head towards the sensor that transmitted the visual feed. "Just checking. Are you ready for this bout? I have been looking forward to testing my mettle against an adversary that will not collapse at the first blow." Saint Dice responded with notable calm. The Wind of Destruction is an excellent sparring partner. His swordsmanship is different from what I am accustomed to, but that makes it even better. I am curious whether his famous Tier 2 Destroyer sword can withstand the sharpness of my Decapitator. I fear that the answer may be negative. None of us can afford to break this precious weapon. That was one of the notable problems with this practice bout. That was one of the biggest reasons why the Devos ancient clan insisted that the Larkinson clan abide by a formal contract. It explicitly listed out restrictions and attached heavy penalties to any violations. Fortunately, Saint Dice always prized control, so Ves was not too worried that she would go out of control and inadvertently break one of the terms of the agreement. Destroyer particles have mysterious properties. Ves explained. Their effects become increasingly more magical and destructive as their concentration rises. I have a high suspicion that the Sirocco wielded by the Black Lord can inflict minor to moderate damage onto the armor plating of your ace mech. As for your decapitator, it is at risk of getting chipped. Don't worry too much, we should have the facilities to repair most forms of minor damage, but it will get a little more troublesome if the damage cuts deeper. Don't forget that the aliens are our real enemies. Ves said, this sparring session may be able to teach you how to fight against other ace pilots, but your first sword Mark III is primarily designed to fight against phase leaders and other notable alien opposition. The rules for fighting against phase lords and phase whales are different. There is no way to give you good practice for fighting against them, so you should focus on developing and polishing skills that may be handy when we commence our war campaign. 1323, I shall endeavor not to give the Wind of Destruction too many opportunities to land his destroyer sword against my machine. That said, I still need to know how well my mech can fare against one of the most powerful destroyer weapons in the Red Ocean. It is better if we find out now when the stakes are low. She made a good point. Ves knew that destroyer technology was a lot more special than other forms of high technology. Its performance against superdimensional technology was therefore another crucial data point. Saint Dice nodded. I know, I have not forgotten about our priorities. I have been trying to leverage the use of the sword Fey in this, but I have only just begun to explore the potential of sword formations. Chapter 6888 Collision between Destroyer and Superdimensional Blades. Collision between Destroyer and Superdimensional Blades. The countdown finally ended. The two ace mechs deployed in space exactly according to schedule. Both of them emerged out of different motherships that were located far apart from each other. This meant that the two ace mechs still had to fly towards each other in order to start fighting properly. Neither Dice nor Alessandro wanted to waste any time. They directly commanded their ace mechs to advance at the highest possible speed. The first comparison had begun. Many observers carefully paid attention to the straight-line acceleration of the two machines. This was one of the most crucial parameters of a mech. It dictated how fast a machine could move and how easily it could change its course and evade powerful attacks. It also determined how long it would take for the mech to reach a distant destination. After half a minute of observation, it quickly became clear which ace mech held an advantage in terms of acceleration. The contest appeared to be remarkably closer than most people expected. I recognize those electric wings. Those are generated by one of Master Lucian Kirchhoff's electro-reactant flight systems. The so-called electric wings that unfolded behind the first sword Mark III generated enormous thrust power through unclear means. Although the science behind it was convoluted and difficult to understand, the results could not be denied. The unfolding of those massive electric wings granted the superdimensional ace mech a massive boost in acceleration so long as they remained active. However, the mech insiders who were familiar with Master Kirchhoff's works also understood their weaknesses. Electro-reactant flight systems of this grade are not common due to their excessive energy consumption. The superdimensional ace mech does not appear to possess exceptionally high energy reserves. The reason why it still works is because the superdimensional ace mech does not carry any other weapons. Is it worth it to sacrifice long-ranged firepower for mobility? That is a personal choice rather than a design choice. Saint Ves Larkinson is clearly a hardcore sword nut. Rejection of firearms has become a point of principle for her. It is better for her to have a powerful flight system at her disposal. She will need it to put her enemies in range of her amazingly sharp greatsword. As fast as the first sword Mark III may be, the Black Lord appeared to be faster, though the difference was not that obvious. The Black Lord's flight system is not as special. It is merely a high-end transphasic hyper-flight system that is tuned for maneuverability and high-speed brawling. Its base acceleration rate is slower, but it is also more efficient and less hungry than an electro-reactant flight system. The reason why the Ace multipurpose mech is faster is because the Wind of Destruction's Saint Kingdom is much stronger. The difference between a fresh junior ace pilot and a highly experienced senior ace pilot was enormous. Their resonance strengths were far apart. According to the resonance meter, the resonance strength of the first sword hovered at around 128 lavares, which was quite respectable for an ace pilot that had just received a good ace mech. The resonance strength coming from the Black Lord measured at 1269 lavares. The actual power of the latter's Saint Kingdom was not simply 10 times stronger than the former's Saint Kingdom. The real gap was much wider due to the non-linearity of the lavare scale. This was why junior ace pilots normally had no chance of defeating senior ace pilots. Even though Saint Dice arguably piloted a much more superior ace mech, the majority of observers still considered the enormous gap in willpower to be critical. They could not conceive of an outcome where the Wind of Destruction would lose against an opponent that was several times younger. In short, as far as mobility was concerned, the Black Lord's flight system was inferior, but the Ace Mech was still able to move faster due to its greater resonance empowerment. As the two Ace Mechs rapidly entered within engagement range, the only Ace Mech out of the two that was armed with ranged weapons did not bother to open fire. Instead, the Black Lord radiated a sense of eagerness and already unsheathed its famous Sirocco from its specially made scabbard. From the moment Tier 2 Destroyer's sword unveiled its special wavy blade pattern, the concentrated destroyer particles exhibited a lot of excitement. Anyone observing the Sirocco would feel as if they had become plunged on a planet that was on the cusp of annihilation. It took a great amount of willpower from the Wind of Destruction to keep the bloodlust of the Sirocco contained and in control. Despite the formidable resonance strength of the veteran ace pilot, the Wind of Destruction could never take his primary weapon lightly. Tier 2 destroyer weapons always demanded respect. It appears the Wind of Destruction wants to start off with a sword fight right away. This is not the most tactically sound choice he can make, but it is best for information gathering purposes. If I was in his place, I would not easily agree to give up my range advantage. That is why you are not a saint. While the two Ace Mechs converged with each other in record time, they did not directly collide and lock blades for fear of losing control. The mechs instead began to circle around each other at high speeds. Their Saint Kingdoms came into contact with each other. Just as expected, Saint Dice unquestionably gave ground. The Saint Kingdom belonging to the Wind of Destruction not only possessed a larger diameter, but also happened to be much more solid and unyielding. Saint Dice's domain field appeared far more loose and easy to push back. It literally gained a concave shape as it was unable to offer much resistance against the much stronger willpower of the veteran Terran Ace pilot. It was only after they bled off their relative speeds against each other that they finally closed the remaining distance and locked blades against each other. Neither side had chosen to channel a large amount of true resonance in each other's blades for their opening strikes. The Sirocco appeared to scream and recoil when the Decapitator came close. Despite its much stronger resonance empowerment and its highly concentrated destroyer particles, when the superdimensional edge came close, the Sirocco failed to resist the Decapitator. From the moment the precious Tier 2 Destroyer's sword received a small but noticeable incision, the Wind of Destruction reacted extremely quickly and withdrew his own blade. This was a clear sign of defeat, but nobody thought that the Terran Ace pilot had shamed himself. The disparity in equipment proved to be too great. Many Terrans wished that the Sirocco would have been able to offer greater resistance when coming into contact with the superdimensional Decapitator, but the insane properties of the latter cruelly dashed their hopes. If not even a Tier 2 destroyer weapon can withstand a sharp superdimensional weapon, then it has become obligatory to equip all of our Ace Mechs with superdimensional tech. This was bad news for many groups as their ability to get their hands on superdimensional matter was not great. The supply of superdimensional matter was far too small. Unless Red humanity managed to develop another portal to the blue dimension or found a way to artificially produce superdimensional matter, it became inevitable for most powers to miss out on this new and powerful trend. After the initial contact between their blades, the two Ace Mechs no longer locked blades directly anymore. That did not mean that they had given up the sword duel. First Sword Mark III briefly backed off and sheathed her Decapitator behind her back. She then proceeded to extend one of her hands and gripped one of her 33 Sword Fae. The Sword Fae had not intervened at all so far. They merely floated behind the First Sword Mark III like an oversized halo but did not make any aggressive moves. Compared to the Decapitator, a Sword Fae was distinctly smaller. Kedis had purposefully sized them so that her Ace Mech could comfortably wield the extra blade in one hand. Saint Dice decided to wield it with two hands. After concentrating her willpower, a fairly weak energy blade extended from the Sword Fae that closely matched the proportions of the Decapitator. When the two Ace Mechs finally resumed their bout, the Black Lord no longer had to fight as cautiously as before. The energy blade only inherited a fraction of the superdimensional properties of the physical Sword Fae. Although its cutting power was still fairly better than usual, the Sirocco was still able to bear the pressure. The two Ace Mechs solely stuck to attacking each other with their chosen blades. They maneuvered around each other and surged forward to launch their strikes at a high frequency. Not everyone was able to track the two fast-moving machines as they constantly tried to overwhelm their adversaries. The First Sword Mark III quickly fell at a disadvantage. Saint Dice specialized in swordsmanship, but so did the Wind of Destruction. Even if the latter's dedication to swordsmanship was not as total, his skills and combat experience were unquestionably superior. The Black Lord's much more powerful Saint Kingdom also bestowed the machine with many advantages. The Ace multipurpose mech was able to control the surrounding space and reduce the amount of E-energy that the first sword was able to draw upon. The Wind of Destruction's much stronger willpower constantly pressed down upon Saint Dice, causing the latter to constantly feel confined and unable to exert her full strength. Occasionally, both machines swung their blades and unleashed sword energy attacks. This was where their Saint Kingdoms made the greatest difference. The Black Lord struck with greater force and momentum. Its pilot also understood its strengths and weaknesses extremely well and exerted perfect control. Saint Dice on the other hand was still familiarizing herself with the first sword's new capabilities. Her domain field was weaker and could not exert as much strength in return. The energy blade extending from the sword Fey was also not very threatening. The Black Lord has gained the upper hand. That is only because the first sword gave up its strongest weapon. Are you suggesting that the Wind of Destruction will give up his Destroyer's sword for a superdimensional sword? That is impossible. He specializes in wielding Destroyer weapons. It is in his very title. I am not suggesting that. Have you ever thought about whether it is possible to combine Destroyer technology with superdimensional technology? The mere notion of it was enough to shock the Terrans. The implications were enormous if they could pull it off. Destroyer weapons might be able to reach a whole new limit with the help of superdimensional matter. This is one of the reasons why the Devosans are not in a hurry to convert the Black Lord into a superdimensional ace mech. Their best researchers and mech designers are working hard to develop destroyer weapons that are predominantly made out of superdimensional matter. Our working theory is that doing so will massively expand the amount of destroyer particles the new weapons can hold. Think about how much more powerful the Sirocco can become if it can accommodate 10 times as many destroyer particles. That will cause the Black Lord's sword to exceed a Tier 1 destroyer weapon in destructive power alone. The potential synergies between destroyer technology and superdimensional technology were massive. However, there was one huge flaw to this development. Wait, we no longer have any means of producing destroyer particles. The only ways for a superdimensional Sirocco to hold more destroyer particles are to import them from the Milky Way galaxy or cannibalize them from lower-tier destroyer weapons. Yes, that is a significant problem for the Terrans. I am glad that I do not have to solve this supply issue. Chapter 6889 Endurance Contest. Many people initially feared that destroyer weapons would get sunsetted due to the Sirocco's obvious disadvantage against the Decapitator. However, rumors quickly spread about the Terran effort to develop destroyer weapons based on superdimensional alloys. So long as the latter could be made resistant to the damaging effects of destroyer particles, the newly developed blades could completely break the current limits of destroyer technology. After the initial few exchanges between the two ace mechs, the powerful machines quickly entered into a stable rhythm. Neither side employed any other weapons than the blades that they currently held in their hands. They also did not try to perform any big moves that could break the balance. The electro-reactant wings of the first sword gave the ace mech a powerful mobility boost. Saint Dice utilized its capabilities so extensively that she was unable to control the trajectory of her battle partner. However, the longer she fought like this, the more she improved her control over the movements of her machine. Ace pilots learned quickly, and Dice fully showcased her ability to rapidly become more proficient with the movement characteristics of her powerful ace mech. Of course, there was only so much she could accomplish in a short amount of time. Her improvement of her control over the first sword's mobility quickly fell off and reached a plateau. From this point onwards, Dice could only refine her control over many repeated practice sessions and combat deployments. This meant that the maneuvers of the first sword were just a tad bit slower and looser than the opposition. The Wind of Destruction was too good. He had been an ace pilot much longer than Dice's entire lifespan. There was no way to make up for this gap in skill and experience in a short amount of time. In fact, from the beginning of this dance, the Terran ace pilot purposefully suppressed the mobility of his Black Lord in order to give his opponent plenty of opportunities to showcase her combat prowess. It was only after Saint Dice rapidly improved her own control that the Wind of Destruction held back less and less. At this time, the Black Lord still maintained the upper hand. The suppression of its Saint Kingdom remained too great. It pressed back the first sword's own domain field and limited the ace swordsman mech's options. Although the consequences of this Saint Kingdom suppression was not too obvious while the two machines continued to hack their blades into each other, they became a lot more obvious when the next phase of the sparring session commenced. The first sword and the Black Lord have backed away from each other. They are circling around and beginning to fight against each other from a small distance. The first sword released the sword Fei from its hands and allowed it to rejoin its brethren. The living mech then proceeded to wield the decapitator again. The ace mech immediately began to resonate with the masterwork mech greatsword. One of the many changes to the weapon was the integration of a newly developed ace mech grade resonating material called Super Sunder Metal. It was actually based on Sunder Metal that was originally developed by the Resonance Smith. The Star designer had revisited this product and successfully combined it with high-grade superdimensional matter in order to generate Super Sunder Metal. Sunder Metal was already noted for being able to loosen the molecules that held matter together. Combining it with superdimensional tech had massively strengthened this separation effect, but much of it only applied to the physical blade. This was why the Sirocco did not stand a chance when coming into contact with the sharp edge of the decapitator. However, it was not a secret that sword energy attacks only inherited a fraction of Sunder Metal's properties. Ves and others assumed that the same rule would apply to Super Sunder Metal as well. Now, many observers wanted to know how extensively the first sword Mark III was able to channel the offensive properties of superdimensional matter from a distance. The first sword began by concentrating energy into her decapitator before snapping off a quick swing. A glowing arc of silvery sword energy rapidly launched towards the Black Lord. The Wind of Destruction purposely did not try to inhibit the incoming attack, though it was hard for him to suppress his instincts. From the moment the sword energy attack entered his Saint Kingdom, it immediately weakened. By the time it finally struck the exterior of the Black Lord, the sword energy attack had already lost much of its resonance empowerment. The Black Lord had especially deactivated its Azure energy shield in order to feel out the attack. In the end, the sword energy attack only left the most minute cut behind. Damage is minimal but real. This was a significant outcome. Even though the Black Lord did not incur any significant damage, the first Mark III had only launched a sloppy attack. This was far from her full strength. Of course, the Black Lord hardly did its best to defend against this attack. Its Saint Kingdom could have exerted much greater suppression and its Azure energy shield may have been able to block it entirely. More importantly than that, the Black Lord could have evaded the attack with ease. Now that both sides gained a basic idea on how much the superdimensional ace mech could threaten the Black Lord at this distance, both combatants began to fight more seriously against each other. The Wind of Destruction finally commanded his Black Lord to unleash his iconic, wind, attacks. Destruction energy coursed through the larger and more encompassing energy waves unleashed by the swings of his Sirocco. The first sword tried her best to evade these sword energy attacks, but the Wind of Destruction did not earn this title for nothing. His destructive wind energy attacks were much more dispersed and covered much wider areas. Saint Alessandro de Vos was also highly experienced when it came to fighting against other ace mechs. He was often able to read his opponent's evasion patterns. He used it to launch a sequence of destructive wind waves that boxed in the first sword and prevented her from avoiding every attack. The first sword had no choice but to get battered by the wind energy attacks at nearly full strength. Her Saint Kingdom was not only weaker, but also suppressed, which meant that the ace swordsman mech had very little opportunity to weaken the wind energy attacks before they struck the first sword. Just like the Black Lord, the first sword kept her Azure energy shield generator in reserve. Her brand new SATA system or superdimensional energized vibrometal armor system easily resisted the destructive energies as if they were simple breezes. Yet the first sword easily withstood the damage of the Wind of Destruction's most iconic attacks. Her armor-grade superdimensional alloy plating tanked every resonance-empowered attack, with confidence, so much so that the energized vibrometal components designed by Master Lillian Ressens appeared completely redundant in this case. This put the Black Lord in an awkward position. The ace multipurpose mech often relied on these mid-range destructive wind energy attacks to wipe out large swaths of cannon fodder or steadily wear down the defenses of tougher and more durable adversaries. The first sword's SATA system resisted these wind energy attacks so well that the Wind of Destruction would probably get exhausted long before the first sword incurred any serious damage. The Wind of Destruction did not give up. It was at this point that he finally showed why his Black Lord was categorized as a multi-purpose mechs. A whole host of integrated weapons came online. Their small but potent muzzles all aimed in the direction of the first sword and began to open fire. A mix of laser beams, positron beams, plasma bolts, Gauss rounds struck the first sword with unerring accuracy. Amazingly enough, the resonance-empowered attacks all struck the first sword without inflicting any obvious damage. The wind of destruction did not become deterred by the continued lack of progress and repeatedly bombarded the first sword with attack after attack. Destructive winds interspersed with more conventional attacks continued to assault the first sword. The superdimensional ace mech did not remain passive. The first sword not only swung back with increasingly more powerful sword energy attacks, but also employed her sword fei for the first time. All 33 sword fei assumed a wedge formation before surging forward. Their formation appeared to possess mysterious properties that caused the sword fei to glow brighter and appear more cohesive and united. Chief among them was the prime sword fei. As an ultimate module, this prime sword fei was larger and boasted golden accents. The prime sword fei acted as the tip of the sword formation and also contained Respa, Dice's companion spirit. This companion spirit connection caused the prime sword fei to become subjected to significantly stronger true resonance than the other sword fei. This caused the entire sword formation to exude enough of threat to force the Black Lord into responding. The wind of destruction clearly did not want to collide head-on against this sword formation and moved his ace mech out of the way. The sword fei were quite flexible, so they easily changed their course and continued to pursue the Black Lord. However, the ace multipurpose mech proved to be significantly faster. Its Saint Kingdom not only exerted a suppressive effect on the sword fei, but also sped up its own maneuvers. Saint Dice could not properly counter this move because her resonance strength was too weak. The first sword responded to this continued evasion by moving closer without ceasing to launch sword energy attacks with the decapitator. The sword fei also began to split up. They no longer moved in one big formation, but instead moved in groups of 3, thereby enabling 11 small formations to surround the Black Lord. As much as the ace multipurpose mechs tried to evade them, the sword fei were still able to use their numbers advantage to strike the Black Lord from time to time. This time, the wind of destruction did not remain arrogant and utilized the full strength of his Saint Kingdom as well as an Azure energy shield to repel the sword fei attacks. These measures proved less effective than the Terran ace pilot hoped. What caused the sword fei to inflict fairly minimal surface damage was their lack of strength and momentum. The Saint Kingdom suppression was a big deal and largely deprived the sword fei of their metaphysical punch. Their maneuverability came at the cost of hard power. If the sword fei did not take the time to build up speed and momentum, their sharp superdimensional blades were not able to punch too deep into the Black Lord's armor plating. However, the sword fei were still able to deepen the cuts so long as they struck the same places on a repeated basis. This pattern continued for several minutes. Sword energy attacks, sword fei attacks and conventional ranged attacks continued to miss or hit their respective targets. Both ace mechs expended large amounts of energies in order to maintain their high offensive rhythms. Although it did not appear that either side was making any progress, observers such as Ves soon picked up a number of important clues. This is turning into an attrition battle, he deduced. The wind of destruction has accurately deduced that the first sword Mark III possesses limited energy reserves. Exhausting them will force the living ace mech to retreat despite the fact that her superdimensional armor system will likely remain nearly spotless at the end. Meanwhile, Saint Dice's operation of her sword fei is clumsy and unrefined, but she is steadily learning how to make better use of them. She is already giving some of her sword fei formations additional space to circle around and build up momentum to land stronger hits. So long as the battle between the two ace mechs remained constant, it would unfold like an endurance contest. Could Saint Dice improve her utilization of the first sword's formidable capabilities fast enough to avoid running out of energy? Nobody could say for sure. Not even Ves felt confident enough to make a prediction. Chapter 6890 Saint Kingdom Suppression. Saint Kingdom Suppression. As powerful as the first sword Mark III had become, she was not a perfect ace mech. Endurance was one of her greatest weaknesses. When she fought at full power, her energy reserves would not be able to sustain her output for a long time. If Kedis had chosen to design the first sword according to the pure version, then the ace mech would have benefited from Master Hajald Mosklover's exclusive high-density energy cells. That would have significantly expanded the first sword's energy reserves and enabled her to sustain herself for a much longer period of time. Alas, Kedis opted to go for the sword fei version instead, which meant that the first sword had to forego individual power in order to support the Operation 33 sword fei. Saint Dice was suffering from the consequences of this important choice. If she continued to pilot a simple ace swordsman mech, then she would have remained confident in keeping the electro-reactant flight system active at full power. However, the current configuration of the first sword did not possess the energy buffer that she needed for her to sustain the current slugging match. The Black Lord was much better positioned to fight at this range. The Sirocco may have proven itself to be heavily disadvantaged when colliding directly against the Decapitator, but it turned out that it was a weapon that specialized in releasing destructive energy winds. Combined with the firepower of the integrated ranged weapons, the First Sword Mark III's armor system continually sustained hits with very little chance of evasion. Even if the individual attacks did not appear to be inflicting any noticeable damage onto the First Sword Mark III, that was only because the armor system was being energized as well as affected by true resonance. Neither of these effects were permanent. The armor-grade superdimensional alloy plating no longer functioned at their best if the Ace Mech exhausted her power reserves and the Ace Pilot wore out her willpower. After that, the superdimensional armor system would definitely become a lot more vulnerable to sustained attacks. The Ace Mech could not afford to sustain too much damage because superdimensional matter was far too precious to squander in a fight with low stakes. The Wind of Destruction clearly managed to deduce all of this. He quickly managed to deduce his win condition in a bout against a superdimensional Ace Mech that initially appeared to be impervious against all of his attacks. Saint Dice gained a lot of respect for the elder Ace Pilot during this fight. The Wind of Destruction had been mentoring and guiding her from the beginning of this sparring session. Although the Larkinsons and the Devosons had already formulated a detailed plan on how the fight should unfold, there were still a lot of gaps that the Terran Ace Pilot thoughtfully filled with helpful lessons. Of course, the Wind of Destruction did not verbalize any of his lessons. Instead, he taught Dice through the attacks and the maneuvers of his Ace multipurpose mech. He may have come from a different swordsmanship tradition than Dice, but the two shared enough in common to be able to communicate with their respective swords. The Wind of Destruction was not a gentle teacher. As much as he wanted to teach the younger and less experienced Ace Pilot how to fight as a saint, he still held the obligation to uphold the reputation of the Devos ancient clan and the Terran alliance. This was why his Black Lord always exerted a high degree of pressure. The First Sword Mark III did not receive any reprieve and constantly had to endure one attack after another without interruption. The iconic destructive winds unleashed by the swings of the Sirocco were much more horrendous than they looked. Most people who viewed footage of these iconic sweeping attacks might assume that they were too wide and dispersed to inflict much if any damage against strong defenses. This was not necessarily true. The Black Lord's offensive posture was multifaceted. The Terran Ace Mech's Saint Kingdom was strong and all-encompassing enough that the destructive wind energy attacks received more amplification the longer they remained in flight. Dice suffered a heavy disadvantage in this regard as her willpower was so much weaker that her Saint Kingdom was unable to assert any control past the exterior of her Ace Mech. The Wind of Destruction was therefore not only able to increase the threat of his destructive wind energy attacks, but he was also able to use his willpower to warp the surrounding space and make it less friendly for his adversary. The First Sword Mark III's superdimensional armor may be tough enough to protect against many direct attacks, but it was not as infallible when confronting more esoteric effects. For example, the Black Lord's Saint Kingdom somehow distorted the surrounding space, making it more dangerous and less predictable. It was hard for Dice to describe the hindrances that her willpower tried and failed to overcome. She struggled to raise her control over the First Sword Mark III, but failed to surpass a certain limit because the laws of physics themselves appeared to be breaking down within her adversary's Saint Kingdom. Up did not always mean up. A heavy object could suddenly turn as light as a feather. Momentum might not be conserved anymore. Although the First Sword was able to resist the worst of it, her lack of control over the immediate environment still caused the Ace Mech to suffer small but frequent glitches. More importantly than that, her inability to spread her Saint Kingdom also weakened her Sword Fae. This was one of the reasons why they performed so lackluster so far. Even though they all maintained enough connections to Dice and the First Sword to retain at least a modicum of resonance empowerment, they clearly needed more support when deployed against an opposing Ace Mech. Ever since the First Sword Mark III turned into a drone mech, her Sword Fae became an important component of her combat power. The problem was that Dice was still new to them. The Sword Fae were numerous and difficult to leverage beyond a basic level. She understood the theory behind them. She had studied old legacy texts that the Red Collective managed to recover. Many of them described the use of sword formations that mysteriously tied floating swords together and enabled them to strike with far more power than they should. Like many Larkinsons, Dice was already familiar with battle formations, but trying to translate that into her sword formation was easier said than done. The Sword Fae were different from mechs. Dice found it necessary to multitask way beyond what she was accustomed to. If she was a drone mech specialist, then this would have been familiar ground. Unfortunately, she was still too new at this. She had spent a bit of time on learning how to operate multiple spurs at once, but while she managed to learn the basics, she was still lacking in experience. This prevented her from pulling off the few sword formations that she had managed to puzzle out ever since she received the first sword Mark III. She felt as if she was wasting the potential of her sword Fei. None of the formations she employed so far were sophisticated and powerful enough to give her an advantage in this bout. The Black Lord proved to be too fast and solid. The sword Fei lacked the speed and power to seriously threaten the Terran Ace Mech at their current usage level. DICE clearly needed to spend a lot more time on individual practice in order to learn and master more powerful sword formations. It was far too unrealistic for her to spontaneously become a lot more effective at employing the sword Fei. It took time and effort to figure out effective sword formations and train in them until he was able to seamlessly command her sword Fei to pull them off with minimal delay. When it became abundantly clear that DICE was unable to increase the threat level of the sword Fei in the short term, the fight eventually took another turn. Neither Saint DICE nor the Wind of Destruction saw any further point in prolonging this phase. The two powerful ace mechs briefly interrupted their attacks and went still for a short period of time. At this point, the two ace mechs remained effectively undamaged, but had expended a considerable amount of energy. The first sword Mark III was clearly worse off in this regard as the ace mech was lacking in energy reserves. The Black Lord on the other hand still remained solid and filled with energy. The next phase of the practice fight was supposed to remove all but the most essential restrictions. If the previous rounds of fighting partially served to examine how well the first sword Mark III performed in specific situations, the next one should serve as a much more accurate indicator of the superdimensional ace mech's effective performance on the battlefield. 1302 The first sword no longer sent her sword Fei forward anymore. Saint DICE instead recalled them back to her ace mech and summoned the prime sword Fei forward until she slotted it onto the decapitator's tip. This effectively increased the decapitator's reach, though it also made the weapon a little more unwieldy. The first sword Mark III did not show any discomfort, however. The superdimensional sword Fei attached to the ace mech floated behind the back of the machine. DICE clearly did not intend to rely on them. She clearly did not think she was proficient enough to make effective use of them at this point. Instead, DICE decided to fall back on familiar territory. Already, her extended decapitator glowed brighter as she resonated more deeply with her most familiar weapon. On the other side, the Wind of Destruction was ready to get more serious as well. The signs of it were not obvious, but DICE could clearly feel the shift in mentality. After a brief pause, both sides finally went into action. The first sword Mark III's electro-reactant wings immediately glowed brighter and more vigorous as she charged straight towards the Black Lord. DICE had chosen to place Respa into the flight system of her battle partner, allowing her to resonate with it stronger and amplify its performance considerably more than usual. This unexpected advantage provided the first sword with a crucial mobility boost, thereby making it harder for the Black Lord to maintain its distance. The Wind of Destruction wisely chose to maintain as much distance as possible. His Black Lord had already begun to pelt the first sword with unerringly accurate ranged attacks. However, it was the Black Lord's Saint Kingdom along with the constant destructive wind energy attacks that successfully impaired the first sword's advance. The brand new superdimensional ace mech did not appear to be immune to these effects. Although the first sword Mark III was still too strong to get stopped in space, her forward momentum still grew a little weaker due to the constant interference from the Black Lord. For a time, both ace mechs maintained a constant from each other. The Black Lord's inherently high mobility combined with its constant debilitating resonance-empowered attacks proved effective at keeping the first sword Mark III at bay. DICE did not like this at all. She grew so frustrated with the constant attacks and being surrounded by her opponent's Saint Kingdom that she eventually decided to breach the obstructions. Her decapitator glowed brighter as the ace mech suddenly thrust it forward. One sword breaks 10,000 laws. Much to the surprise of many observers, the first sword Mark III moved faster as her extended decapitator literally pierced through the destructive wind energy waves as well as her adversary's Saint Kingdom. None of them could hold fast against the conceptual breaking power of the resonance-empowered and metal-enhanced mech greatsword. The first sword Mark III's inexorable advance gained so much momentum that the Wind of Destruction saw fit to activate one of his trump cards. A small section slid open before launching a salvo of small but extremely potent resonance-empowered missiles. Although the first sword Mark III quickly recovered and flew forward again, it would take another costly effort to get her to break past the obstacles in front. Chapter 6891 The End of the Chase. The end of the chase. Of course, the Black Lord was armed with missiles. The Ace Mech was not armed with generic missiles either. The ones that exploded against the First Sword Mark III happened to produce more forceful explosions, making them good at pushing enemies away. The first-class Ace multipurpose mech also appeared to possess a sizable reserve of missiles. It continued to fire a salvo of missiles at clever intervals, thereby repeatedly interrupting the First Sword's momentum and causing her attempt to fail. Since the First Sword Mark III lacked any form of point defense, the missiles quickly converged on the Larkinson Ace Mech and exploded. The concussive forces unleashed by these simultaneous blasts were already powerful to shatter regular first-class multipurpose mechs. Even expert mechs could not avoid damage due to the resonance empowerment. However, the physical damage inflicted by the missiles was not too strong. The First Sword Mark III remained effectively undamaged by the missile salvo. That was all the Wind of Destruction sought to accomplish. Since his Ace Mech lacked superdimensional armaments, he needed to fight with his brains and keep his adversary on her toes. Not only had the explosions thrown the First Sword Mark III out of her focused state, but her attempts to build up momentum failed at the most inopportune moments. Saint Dice wondered how many times the Black Lord could reload its missile launchers. She soon deduced that the Black Lord would not run out of missiles anytime soon. It was likely equipped with dimensional magazines, thereby allowing it to carry at least 5 times as many missiles in his speciation. Her mind churned as she rapidly sought to devise a solution. While her first sword kept throwing herself in the direction of the enemy, only to get stymied by the missiles and the fine manipulation of a Tier 2 destroyer sword, she suddenly recalled that she had another way of dealing with incoming missile attacks aside from chopping them up with her own blade. She sword Fey that she previously dismissed made a return. They swept forward and turned into makeshift shields. When the next salvo of missiles sought to interrupt and displace the First Sword Mark III, the Sword Fey all honed in on the incoming warheads and eliminated them in advance. "I am coming for you," she roared over the communication channel. The Black Lord continued to back off while opening fire with its integrated weapons. It also swung the Sirocco at a faster frequency, thereby unleashing more destructive wind energy waves at the cost of making them weaker. The First Sword Mark III's flight faltered for a bit. It was as if the Ace Mech and its accompanying Sword Fey was flying straight into a hurricane. Yet Dice already employed a familiar solution that allowed her Ace Mech to temporarily ignore the exotic effects that were pressing her Ace Mech back. One sword breaks 10,000 laws. The First Sword Mark III glowed in metallic silver before thrusting her greatsword straight forward. Once again, the decapitator opened a sizable gap in front that created a temporary tunnel where normal space reigned once again. The Black Lord fired repeated salvos of missiles, yet the Sword Fey accurately intercepted each of them. The Fey all got blown backwards, but they incurred no damage despite getting struck by resonance-empowered blasts. The hull-grade superdimensional alloys used in their construction along with Dice's resonance empowerment proved sufficient in keeping the blades sharp and straight. This response successfully enabled the electric-winged Ace Swordsman Mech to come close enough to launch a proper attack. The First Sword Mark III swung back her extended greatsword and resonated with the blade. While this had the unfortunate effect of weakening the resonance empowerment of her flight system, Saint Dice only gathered her power for a brief amount of time. When she decided that she had accumulated enough energy, the decapitator swung forward in a broad sweep that unleashed a wave of silvery metallic resonance-empowered blades. Bladestorm. The attack vaguely resembled the destructive wind waves unleashed by the Black Lord, but worked quite differently. The Bladestorm sword technique unleashed thousands of small sword energy attacks that spread across the space in and around the Black Lord. No matter where the Ace Mech sought to evade, it could never avoid getting struck by at least a dozen of the blades. Moments before the Bladestorm swept across the Terran Ace Mech, the machine activated its Azure Energy Shield and also unfolded a thin but broad layer of armor plating from its arms. The Azure Energy Shield immediately got pummeled by numerous sword energy attacks. It should normally be a lot more resistant against these strikes, but the superdimensional properties of the decapitator had imparted them with greater effectiveness against transphasic shielding. In the end, the Azure Energy Shield just managed to remain intact due to the dispersed nature of the Bladestorm technique. The downside was that its integrity had dropped so much that the Black Lord was forced to switch its Azure Shield generator off in order to avoid any damage and allow its systems to recover. The First Sword Mark III already prepared her second power move. The superdimensional Ace Mech adopted a stance that was similar to one of her previous ones. However, when she thrust her greatsword outward, her forward acceleration mysteriously amplified, causing the entire ace mech to charge forward at an unmatched speed. Sword of Lydia. The powerful charge caught the wind of destruction off guard, but the veteran ace pilot still managed to perform the correct response. The Black Lord activated hidden boosters that gave the machine a powerful push to the side. This enabled the Terran ace mech to barely avoid getting impaled by the superdimensional greatsword. Saint Dice took this failure in stride and responded to the successful evasion attempt. The first sword Mark III's electro-reactant wings flapped and gave the machine a powerful impulse that abruptly changed her course. The first sword resumed her pursuit of the Black Lord. In response to the incoming threat, the Black Lord launched another salvo of missiles, but this time programmed them to detonate shortly after they had left the missile tubes. This caused the missiles to explode right between the Black Lord and the incoming first sword Mark III. The concussive forces generated by these explosions caused both ace mechs to get blasted away from each other. The Black Lord keenly took advantage of this push to distance itself from its deadly adversary. The first sword Mark III briefly got pushed back as well, but to a lesser degree. Its superdimensional mech frame made it a lot more resistant against kinetic displacement effects. This dance continued on for several more minutes. The Black Lord continued to assail the superdimensional ace mech with relatively mundane but frequent attacks. The wind of destruction clearly sought to outlast his sparring partner. The first sword Mark III on the other hand repeatedly attempted to close in and launch a powerful attack that would have ended the sparring session in her favor. Sword of Lydia, Bladestorm, Phase Cutter, Unbreakable Body. Saint Dice employed multiple different sword techniques and special moves that she had developed over the years. Each of them produced enhanced effects now that she became an ace pilot, yet the suppression of her Saint Kingdom significantly weakened her damage output. The differences in resonance strength still remained instrumental. The senior ace pilot keenly took advantage of his stronger willpower to inhibit the first sword Mark III's every move. The lower the distance between the two ace mechs, the more the disparity in Saint Kingdoms mattered. This was the source of many frustrations for Saint Dice. Try as she might, she continually failed to keep her ace mech close enough. The electro-reactant flight system struggled hard to keep the first sword Mark III fast and agile enough to keep up with the Black Lord, but the latter relied on a number of tricks to stay at least a few steps ahead. In one instance, the Black Lord even used its legs to kick at the approaching ace swordsman mech. 1322 Saint Dice did not expect this move and reacted too late. By the time the decapitator swung in its direction, the Black Lord had already launched away. As the minutes passed by, the constant damage inflicted by the Black Lord's suite of weapons ultimately bore fruit. While the first sword Mark IV's superdimensional energized armor system only bore light surface scratches, the persistent attacks rapidly drained her energy reserves. Keeping the electro-reactant flight system active at full power did not help either. They accelerated the depletion of the ace mech's cells. When the first sword Mark III finally sputtered and lost her electring wings, the sparring session immediately came to an end. While the living ace mech's high-quality power reactor was still able to generate a low but stable level of output, the energy being generated was far from enough to sustain high-intensity combat. Saint Dice scowled as she sat inside the cockpit of her tired machine. She still felt unwilling to admit defeat. The first sword Mark III was stronger than this. Dice failed to tap her full potential. The ace pilot recognized that her lack of experience in piloting an ace mech of this caliber had prevented her from taking full advantage of all of the available opportunities. Most egregious was her failure to effectively leverage her sword Fey against the Black Lord. Her control over them was still too lacking. She also hadn't mastered the myriad of specialized drone mech skills that made mechs like the Fey Fianna so powerful in the right hands. In short, Dice had lost a winnable match. "I lost," she said with a disappointed breath. "You fought well enough for an ace pilot who is still in her first year." The wind of destruction responded in a calm voice. "Do not take this outcome too seriously. It was just a test." It was as if it was no big deal for him to gain the upper hand against one of the first full superdimensional ace mechs in existence. "That doesn't change the fact that I lost despite piloting a much more superior ace mech." Dice grumbled. "I thought that a saint such as you would have learned the lesson that our willpower is the root of our strength. Technology is important, but all of the superdimensional alloys in the Red Ocean will not save you from losing due to shortcomings in skill, combat experience, conviction and grit. This is why I am telling you to take this loss in stride. You still fought as if you were an expert pilot during this match. You will outgrow that sooner or later. Once you train the necessary skills that better utilizes the new and enhanced capabilities of your ace mech, your first sword Mark III may be able to defeat a true leapfrog challenge. The advice made sense. Despite how much pride was in the line for him, the Wind of Destruction earnestly assumed the role of a mentor and offered genuine guidance to Saint Dice. It was rather hard for Dice to go from being the most skilled expert pilot in the Larkinson clan to a raw ace pilot that still needed to reinvent her entire approach towards combat. However, Dice was not a woman who shied away from criticism. If she wanted to improve and defeat the Black Lord under similar circumstances, then she clearly had to do her homework and learn how to pilot her upgraded machine properly. She spent years familiarizing and mastering every single facet of the first sword Mark II. This enabled her to bring out the utmost of the expert mech's potential. Now she intended to do the same for the first sword Mark III. Her sword Fei added an entirely new dimension of complexity, but Dice did not fear the additional challenges. She knew that once she truly mastered the art of sword formations, it should be well within her capabilities to completely demolish a senior ace mech like the Black Lord. Chapter 6892 Incomplete Tech Applications. The sparring session between the first sword Mark III and the Black Lord satisfied most if not all of the human observers. They all gained excellent insights into the performance of full high-grade superdimensional ace mech. While the Fist of Defiance had shown what a god mech could do after undergoing a full superdimensional conversion, nobody could extrapolate the performance of the Invictus to ace mechs. People couldn't predict how strong a superdimensional ace mech could become. While the first sword Mark III failed to live up to her full potential due to how recently Saint Dice was able to pilot a real ace mech, many knowledgeable experts were still able to take these factors into account. Every mech designer was able to interpret the data and gain a much more accurate impression of how much of an advantage a full superdimensional ace mech gained over a conventional ace mech. Superdimensional technology had yet to develop any applications that strengthened the mobility of a mech, but it was undeniable that melee weapons and armor systems gained an enormous boost in performance. The Black Lord should have been able to crush a junior ace mech in terms of offense and defense, but the enormous difference in performance in these aspects allowed the first sword Mark III to become a lot more competitive than normal. Nobody missed the implications. They thoroughly became convinced of the value of superdimensional matter. An hour after the sparring session came to an end, the Blue Jay fleet and the elements of the Premier fleet had turned around so that they could journey back to the orbit of New Constantinople 8. Ves did not wait too long to organize another meeting in order to discuss the findings. He and a number of trusted and knowledgeable mech designers gathered in the conference room along with the two resident ace pilots. Saint Dice still looked a little glum due to her poor showing. She clearly did not feel good about putting up a remarkably good fight against a much more powerful ace pilot. Even if she intellectually knew that she was never supposed to win this lopsided matchup, Dice still found plenty of areas where she could have done better. All right everyone, Ves opened the meeting. Each of you should have generated plenty of insights about the performance of a superdimensional ace mech. Please share your notable findings with us so that we can have a better idea of what we are working with. The first sword Mark III is our first full superdimensional mech, but she will certainly not be our last one. Even now, we are in the process of applying superdimensional tech to the Riot Mark III project. Any lessons we can learn from our first should provide considerable assistance to our second. Superdimensional mechs were still a new phenomena. Ves knew too little about them. This was why he was eager to collect feedback from others. Given that Saint Dice did not appear to be in a good mood, he decided to address another individual first. Casella, please share with us your thoughts about the first sword Mark III. The Saint Commander calmly spoke up. The performance of the superdimensional ace mech largely matched our expectations. The sharpness of the decapitator is unparalleled, especially if Saint Dice is resonating with the Super Sunder metal. This is by far the greatest advantage of the first sword. Her armor system has also proven to be remarkably resistant against the attacks of the Black Lord. Defense should not be a concern unless the ace mech is fighting against adversaries armed with superdimensional weapons. What do you think about the first sword's mobility? It is unbalanced, sir. The electro-reactant flight system is a marvel of high technology, but its energy draw is excessive to state the obvious. It is a mismatch with the first sword Mark III as it rapidly drains the ace mech's energy reserves while active. However, this weakness can be mitigated to a large extent as long as the ace mech is equipped with an energy link array. Is it possible to mount this module onto the design? Everyone gazed towards the two mechers in the conference room. From what I have examined from the design, the first sword Mark III is not natively designed with energy link technology in mind. Jovi Armelon responded with a hint of doubt in his voice. I believe that the energy transmission systems are still robust enough to accommodate this additional module, but it is strange that the mech supremacist faction has not chosen to add an energy link transceiver in the design when it is clear that endurance is a major limitation. Saint Commander Casella supplied a possible answer. The design team may have been forced to reject this option due to Dice's personal preference. She is a self-reliant warrior that prefers to vanquish her opponents by virtue of her own strength and skill. Energy link technology is a step too far. Just as how mechs in a dueling arena cannot tap external sources of energy, the first sword Mark III must remain as self-contained as possible in order to satisfy Dice's honor and conviction. The ace pilot in question nodded in confirmation. I understand the usefulness of energy link technology, but I do not want to become too reliant on it. Dice explained, I do not want to lose much of my effective combat power once my machine is cut off from an energy link. If I cannot defeat a powerful opponent by relying on my strength and the strength of my ace mech, then I will need to train harder until I can make it happen. Simple as that. Thank you for your clarification, Dice. It was difficult to go against the principles of a high-ranking mech pilot. While it was not outright impossible to persuade a stubborn pilot to change her mind, it took way too much effort to make it happen. This was why most mech designers shrugged and agreed to the strange and illogical requests of powerful mech pilots most of the time. This was why the first sword Mark III was still not armed with a single ranged weapon and why she could not form an energy link with friendly units. Nobody mentioned that Saint Dice may have been able to defeat the Wind of Destruction if her ace mech possessed both features. Ves instead focused on other possible remedies. The absence of an energy link transceiver may not necessarily be a big deal. I believe that it is possible to use superdimensional matter to drastically expand the capacity of an energy cell. As soon as the Red Association has developed the first mature version of this product, I am fully in support of installing them into each of our ace mechs. Each of them can make good use of the massive boost in endurance. How long will it take for the RA to deliver? Superdimensional energy cells are rather tricky to develop. Vector Loban said, it requires us to develop a means to alter the structure and material composition of a block of superdimensional matter in dimensions outside of the material ones. It is like trying to fabricate a mech when you are standing outside of a completely isolated mech workshop. You cannot enter the workplace, but you can still try to create a channel to operate the production machines from a distance. That is what our scientists and engineers are trying to invent. This will likely take several months or half a year at most. That did not sound easy. Ves did not think that the Larkinson clan's own R&D institutions could complete such a project anytime soon. It was better to leave this job to the much more knowledgeable experts of the Red Association. Thank you for your input, Vector. I wish we can get our hands on superdimensional energy cells sooner, but for now, Dice will have to pay attention to how much energy her ace mech is burning during a deployment. I will not overlook something as obvious as this. Dice promised. With that subject taken care of, Ves focused on the next issue. Is there a solution to the mobility problem? That depends on whether there is a problem in the first place. Gloriana spoke up. From my perspective, the first sword Mark III already moves fast enough for an ace mech of her tonnage. The Dark Zephyr Mark III is somewhat faster, but he should be considering that his mech frame is shorter and lighter. It is quite respectable that the first sword's electro-reactant flight system can improve her mobility to such an extent. The dramatic energy consumption that comes with full activation is an acceptable trade-off in my opinion. It should not be necessary for the first sword to keep her flight system active at full power during general engagements. That was true. It was not necessary for the first sword to activate her electric wings and blaze across the battlefield when there was no formidable enemy champion in the field. Even then, most phase leaders weren't all that fast in the first place. So long as they could enter into warp travel, a fast and agile mech would always have a mobility advantage. Can the electro-reactant wings be disrupted? Alexa Strian asked. Probably. Ves said, those big electric wings are not entirely for show. They serve a functional purpose, though I do not understand the science myself. It is difficult to target the electric wings from the front, or else the Wind of Destruction would have taken advantage of this potential vulnerability. In any case, Dice should take care not to get ambushed from the rear. It will become much harder to escape a trap when the mobility of the first sword is impaired. This was a potential vulnerability, but not a big one. The bigger question is whether superdimensional technology can improve the performance of a flight system. Gloriana stated, transphasic flight systems are able to increase the traversal speeds of mechs by a factor of 50 or more as long as there are no warp interdictors of space suppressors active in the vicinity. It is not inconceivable for superdimensional flight systems to attain warp factors that can reach as high as 100, 150 or 200. A high warp factor made it easier for mechs to close the distance to their targets. The first Sword Mark III could clearly make good use of more powerful warp travel capabilities. Jovi Armelon supplied what little information he knew about this subject. The science behind that is also difficult to apply. The development of superdimensional flight systems will take longer due to the larger amount of interconnected parts and systems compared to much simpler energy cells. I can only advise you to remain patient. Proper superdimensional flight systems will likely mature in a year or two. Experimental versions may appear sooner than that, but they are liable to explode. Though Ves liked to take a gamble now and then, he was not in a hurry to adopt every form of experimental tech. The prefix was not meaningless. Experimental often translated into flawed and prone to triggering catastrophic outcomes. Ves could not afford to impart so many risks onto the most important mechs of the Larkinson clan. I guess we will all have to be patient. Like it or not, the immediate applications of superdimensional technology are mainly centered around melee weapons and physical defenses. We still have to wait for this new tech base to develop enhanced versions of ranged weapons, flight systems, teleportation systems and so on. I think that superdimensional matter has broad applications, but it will take a lot of time and research to realize them all. The first Sword Mark III is only a rudimentary version of a superdimensional mech. She can become much stronger once Kedis and her collaborators are able to plug her shortcomings with updated tech. That excited Ves and the rest. As long as Saint Dice and the first Sword Mark III remained alive and active, they would definitely benefit from major advancements in the following years. Chapter 6893 Depth of Sword Formation. After the conclusion of the meeting, Ves lingered behind in order to talk to the Saint Commander in private. How is Saint Dice holding up? Will there be any problems going forward? No, Casella confidently replied. When Dice initially received her first Sword Mark III, she had developed a large amount of conceit. Every ace pilot tends to develop a conceited mindset due to how much power they gained all of a sudden. In her case, the difference in power between the Mark II and the Mark III is so much greater that she had become wildly overconfident in her own strength. This is clearly an unwelcome development, so she needed this reality check. The Wind of Destruction has done us a favor by serving as the instrument that brought Saint Dice back to her senses. Ves nodded in understanding. I suppose that this is one of the hidden dangers of receiving a superdimensional mech. The advantages of superdimensional technology are much greater than phase water technology and hyper-technology combined. It is very easy to get caught up in the massive advantages that mech pilots tend to overlook their remaining shortcomings. No matter what rank mech pilots have attained, the attitudes that they must hold should be different depending on whether they are close to the start or the end of their current stretch of the journey. New ace pilots must never feel too confident in their own combat power because they must invest in their training and other growth measures in order to grow stronger. Peak ace pilots on the other hand must develop the most absolute possible sense of confidence in themselves, because their willpower is the only force that can sustain them when they attempt to traverse the road to no return. In other words, mech pilots had to modulate their confidence in themselves based on the strength at their current ranks. Saint Dice should not feel too comfortable at her current level. She needed to recognize in her heart and not just in her mind that she was incredibly weak as far as ace pilots were concerned. Only then would she earnestly throw her heart and soul into genuine training. The Wind of Destruction did a good job at recognizing and exploiting the shortcomings of Saint Dice in the first Sword Mark III. Ves remarked, certain problems will be easier to solve than others. For example, I expect that the RA will complete the development of the initial versions of superdimensional energy cells and superdimensional flight systems within 2 years. That is still an unfortunately long delay given that we are in a crucial period of time, but we don't have to do anything special in order to secure these upgrades. I am more concerned about the Sword Fae, sir. It is clear from the design of the first Sword Mark III that they have become a core aspect of the Ace Mech's combat system. It is highly unusual for a mech pilot to go from controlling 0 spurs to controlling 33 spurs at once. Most professional drone mech specialists are not as extreme in making this transition. It is much more typical to start off with single-digit spurs before slowly building up to 24 or 36 units. During this time, they spend years on learning and mastering increasingly more advanced drone control skills. From the basic extra limb control technique to the spurs as fingers technique, there is a well-established progression for mastering drone mechs. And Saint Dice arrogantly skipped this gradual progression, thinking that her extraordinary willpower will allow her to quickly master and control the sword Fey by relying on brute force. Ves spoke. The ace commander grimly nodded. This is pure hubris on her part. Saints are, indeed, superhuman in many ways, but that does not necessarily mean we can master any combat or control skill in a matter of days. Drone mechs are deservingly considered one of the most difficult mech archetypes to master. The decision to turn the first sword Mark III into a hybrid between a swordsman mech and a drone mech is ambitious, but also asks much more out of Dice. She must step way beyond her comfort zone and learn an entirely different set of skills from nothing. That is a challenge of its own. Saint Dice was one of the foremost swordswomen of the Larkinson clan. She rivaled Kedis in pure swordsmanship skills. What was important was that she knew how good she had become and always derived a lot of pride and satisfaction in this truth. It was therefore a big hit on her ego to discover that her ability to control and employ living Fae was actually inferior to the mech pilots who had already grown accustomed to piloting the Fae Fianna. Despite her enviable rank, resonance strength did not necessarily correlate with skill. Her upper boundary may have risen way beyond the human limit, but her lower limit still remained untouched. This meant that it was very much possible for Saint Dice's drone control skills to be far inferior to that of experienced drone mech pilots. Now that Saint Dice has fixed her mentality, I think it won't take long for her to catch up and master the art of controlling her sword Fae the proper way. Ves speculated. The real learning curve does not lie in controlling the sword Fae by themselves. It is the art of using them to channel sword formations. This is a completely new discipline that relies on using the sword Fae to harmonize with the power of heaven to enhance their effects. During the sparring session, I hardly noticed any amplifications derived from sword formations. The Larkinsons already had a pretty good idea of how formations worked. Both battle formations and the more recent chi formations practiced by Commander Melkor showed how positioning different elements into certain patterns generated a mysterious sense of harmony. There were plenty of clues that stated that sword formations could generate power far in excess of what individual sword elements could accomplish as individual units. This was why Kedis readily agreed to add so many sword Fae to the first sword Mark III. I have yet to hear of any other notable attempts of leveraging the power of sword formations. Casella said, this is understandable as this is a completely new discipline that has yet to prove its strength in the modern era. In a period where we are all struggling to hold back the invading aliens, most groups are prioritizing design applications that can produce immediate results. This is why there is so much enthusiasm for superdimensional tech. As long as you have superdimensional matter in your possession, you can quickly convert it into an immediate power boost for any mech. That was indeed a huge shortcoming of sword formations. Even if they truly held great potential, it took an extensive amount of time and effort to figure out how to draw it out. This could take years or even decades. That was far too distant for the people who prized short-term benefits. Do you think that Saint Dice needs help in order to discover effective sword formations? It would help, sir. Given that not many parties aside from the Red Collective hold any interest in sword formations, it is up to us to advance our understanding in this field. Kedis and her, reformed sword practitioners, may be able to pioneer the application of sword formations. Even without mechs, they can make use of superdimensional sword-shaped drones to leverage sword formations on a smaller scale. That, actually sounds quite promising. These sword drones can do wonders indoors and in urban environments. That said, I think that soldiers are better off using regular firearms in open terrain. The application of sword drones only made sense if using them in special formations could produce far greater results than regular weapons. If the sword maidens and other sword practitioners could truly derive a lot of strength from the use of sword formations, then this could turn into a new specialization of the Larkinson clan. Even if others picked the fruit of the Larkinson clan's labor and learned how to employ sword formations as well, the Larkinsons would always be able to maintain a lead in this combat method. This is a big investment. Ves said, if our clan is large and prosperous, it is no problem to divert enough manpower to this task. However, if the native aliens keep making progress, it is questionable whether we can retain enough manpower and resources to explore how to make better use of sword formations. Saint Dice will have to be prepared to do most of the work. Perhaps that is for the best. They talked a bit more about the positioning of the first sword Mark III in the Premier Fleet. Do you think that Saint Dice is enough to form a solid high-level core for the Premier Fleet, or should we look into recalling Saint Tusa or Saint Stark? No, that should not be necessary. Casella shook her head. It is better to let them roam around and fight where they think they are most needed. Saint Dice may have struggled to keep up with the wind of destruction during the last practice session, but her first sword Mark III is much more suited to fight against phase leaders. She will do wonders once we confront a fleet that is protected by lesser or greater phase lords. Are you sure about that? What if the enemy brings way more phase lords and phase whales than we can comfortably handle? Then our superdimensional ace mech will chop them to pieces one by one. Casella grimly smiled. As long as our remaining forces are not under imminent threat, it is completely viable to send out the first sword by herself and allow her to dismantle the enemy champions one by one. Her superdimensional armor system is highly resistant against both spatial and conventional attacks. Her superdimensional greatsword can easily part spatial barriers and cut through physical defenses with ease. Saint Dice will become a terror to the enemy phase lords. They are more liable to get in each other's way if they attempt to repel her ace mech. Ves could sort of imagine this happening. A superdimensional ace mech was the worst nightmare of phase leaders. Yet that did not mean that the first sword was invincible. The Black Lord had ultimately won the sparring session. I think that your words may ring true under ordinary circumstances, but the story may be different if the phase leaders are armed with Saint Piercer arms. The native aliens have continued to supply their phase lords and phase whales with highly lethal spears. They have also shown off the capability to form other equipment such as physical shields. This tells me that the native aliens are gradually beginning to ramp up their production of their own form of superdimensional gear. Good. Saint Commander Casella grinned. That will give red humanity an additional source of superdimensional matter. Relying on the blue dimension alone remains an unacceptable bottleneck to our civilization. I imagine that many more groups have begun to set their sights on phase lords that are equipped with Saint Piercer arms. Even if they are much more dangerous to defeat than other alien champions, the benefits of vanquishing them in combat are far greater. The only caveat is that the quality of their superdimensional gear is mixed. Saint Piercer arms were not all made out of armor or weapon-grade superdimensional alloys. There were also alien pieces of equipment that were clearly made out of inferior hull-grade superdimensional matter. While they still possessed a huge advantage over conventional materials, hull-grade armaments were liable to break when struck with other superdimensional arms. Beggars couldn't be choosers. Ultimately, few groups cared about the underlying quality of the Saint Piercer arms. Even low-grade superdimensional matter could still prove useful to the right groups. However, the real question was how the native aliens were able to get their hands on all of the superdimensional matter. Red humanity deeply wanted to figure out their source. Chapter 6894 Red Collective Contribution. The Premier Fleet was getting closer and closer to achieving total readiness. The arrival of Saint Dice and the First Sword Mark III plugged a huge hole in the fleet's capabilities. The Larkinsons no longer needed to fear the threat posed by enemy phase leaders. When Ves checked the acquisition of first-class mechs, he noted that the Red Association continually shipped dozens of first-class multipurpose mechs to New Constantinople every couple of days. The shipments were a bit irregular. The mechers had also fallen a bit behind schedule, but that was understandable considering all of the supply disruptions. Still, Ves did not think that it would take too long for the Larkinsons to gain possession of 1,000 first-class mechs. Already, the Premier Fleet already obtained enough copies of the 3 chosen mech models to begin training for most of the mech pilots hired by the Premier branch. The Dracoloid first-class multipurpose mech model proved to be a menace when deployed alongside dozens of similar machines. The Dragon mechs possessed a lot of mobility and looked intimidating if they charged at the same time. Enemy phase fighter pilots would definitely panic if their craft was beset by these mechs. The Omega Thresher's melee capabilities were weaker, but nobody cared because the firepower of this first-class multipurpose mech model was superior. Of particular note was the Datura Gravity Well Caster. The gravitic weapon performed precisely as claimed. A single Datura was not able to produce a strong effect by itself, but when a dozen or more of them all launched their payloads in perfect coordination with each other, they were able to produce compound gravity wells that were able to generate much greater disruption on the battlefield. As for the E-Mule, the first-class support mechs simply performed their roles without any complications. Its energy capacity was higher than almost any other mech, but it was not enough to sustain the consumption of a dozen machines. However, in the absence of starships equipped with support link technology, the E-Mules still served as barely adequate substitutes. The support mechs were able to strengthen energy link and shield link networks and supply more juice to keep the recipient active and protected for a longer period of time. Saint Commander Casella and the mech officers serving under her had already begun to conduct many drills in order to merge the three distinctive mechs into a cohesive force. This proved challenging if Casella did not dictate the actions of the affected mechs. The Dracoloids had a tendency to get in the way of the attacks launched by the Omega Threshers. The Omega Threshers preferred to maintain their distance so much that they gave up ground too easily when approached by enemy units. As described earlier, the E-mules possessed limited endurance. If the mech pilots did not ration the energy at their disposal, then they might become useless far too soon. To be honest, Ves was not particularly happy with the E-mule model for this reason. He hoped that the development of superdimensional energy cells would solve this problem and enable his mechs to persist much longer on the battlefield without requiring support from friendly starships. Of course, the premise of this was that the Red Association successfully developed superdimensional energy cells based on low to mid-grade matter. It was far too wasteful to expend the good stuff on mass-produced goods. As Ves witnessed the ongoing training sessions, he at least gained a bit of confidence in the piloting ability of the premier branch's mech pilots. Only a minority of them had promoted their way out of the expeditionary fleet. The remainder consisted of recent recruits. Most of them originated from the Terran Alliance, but there were a handful of pilots who came from other planets. The comprehensive training and education of these former first-class mech pilots enabled them to master the basics of their complicated machines fairly quickly. Only the Dracoloid had a higher learning curve due to its non-humanoid shape. The only issue that Ves had with this arrangement was that the new recruits had not proven their devotion and commitment to the Larkinson clan yet. That was the one flaw that prevented Ves and the Saint Commander from feeling a strong sense of brotherhood with the mech pilots. This shouldn't be a problem once the premier fleet became active and fought a dozen battles. The bonds of brotherhood forged during active combat might not be as strong as the bonds formed by the soldiers of the expeditionary fleet, but they should at least reach a qualified standard. This was important. Brotherhood may be all that these people have left if the Red War took a drastically worse turn. Amidst all of the intensive training, Ves received more and more status updates about the delivery of 2 first-class capital ships. The Eternal Vulcan Empire had already begun to dispatch the first-class fleet carrier to the New Constantinople. Ves had waited for this expensive starship for a long time. He had diligently held up his end of the bargain by teaching the Vulcanite guest designers who to design living mechs. By this time, even if the dwarven visitors were not yet able to design a living mech by themselves, their foundations in this field had become strong enough that they should be able to get started sooner or later. They just needed additional help and instruction from the dwarven mech designers that did manage to succeed. Ves had no doubt that these dwarven novices and apprentices were worth the price of a first-class fleet carrier. This was because they would eventually be able to design basic living mechs that were completely tailored to the needs of the Eternal Vulcan Empire. They should not be able to design Karman mechs unless they gained greater comprehension of living mechs and learned the design principles of the Karman system. Considering that neither Alexa Strian nor Ves Larkinson were able to design their own Karman mechs, it may take a lot longer before any of them could reach this crucial point. At least Ves had given them the possibility of replicating one of his most revolutionary design applications one day. That was already a precious gift in itself. If anything happened to Ves, one of his multiple students could inherit his work on the Karman system and eventually turn Karman mechs into common products. While the fleet carrier promised to drastically expand the mech capacity of the premier fleet, Ves actually looked forward to obtaining his first true warship. The tortuous Scream still needed to undergo her first trials, but they had already made the decision to skip this tedious process and deliver her directly to New Constantinople. The short journey should be enough to identify imminent problems that needed to be fixed. So long as the converted alien warship did not burst into flames, Ves was willing to believe that it would remain in one piece. The alien battleship had already spent enough time at the E-66 experimental shipyard. The tortuous Scream would take a little longer to arrive due to the greater distance between the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Once the warship arrived, Ves wanted to activate the premier fleet and begin his next campaign as soon as possible. Rushing the fleet into battle generated many problems. One of the more concerning issues was that the staffing of multiple starships still remained a point of concern. The crew of the tortuous Scream largely consisted of green spacers that never trained to operate a vessel like this. Even the more experienced officers and non-commissioned officers had never actually served on a real warship in their entire lifetimes. Even with the future installation of the SF-02 on the future flagship of the Premier Fleet, the Smart Ice would only be able to provide indirect assistance due to the separation between human and alien computer systems. As Ves thought how much authority he should grant the Smart Ice in the Premier Fleet, a communication request interrupted his musings. His chief of staff at the Red Collective contacted him outside of their scheduled virtual meetings. That was highly unusual. Ves accepted the call and leaned back in his office chair. The physical projection of Eliza Mo Rigaudin appeared in front of his desk. The woman's impeccable control over herself betrayed no clues about what she wanted to talk about. Ves was not even able to read her spirituality due to her excellent cultivation. "Good afternoon, Eliza. What is it you wanted to talk about that couldn't wait? The Red Collective is aware of your efforts to prepare a small but elite combat force in order to do battle with the hostile aliens." The Chief of Staff spoke. "We couldn't help but notice that while the Red Association and the Red Fleet are well represented in the Blue Jay Fleet, our own forces have remained absent aside from assigning a small bodyguard unit to you and your family. Our lack of commitment is inexcusable." After much discussion, the Ves Lord Department and the Enforcement Department have prepared two separate offers to you. Both are willing to dispatch a contingent of their elite cultivator units to you for the purpose of representing the RC in your battles against our common enemies. That sounded like a big deal. Ves hadn't really thought about it, but now that Eliza brought this matter to his attention, it did seem weird that the RC had yet to join the club. He could easily figure out that it would be politically inconvenient for the collies to remain absent in his latest venture. The mechers and the fleeters were clearly willing to contribute their own assets to the campaign, so the collies had no excuse to remain absent. People would begin to ask uncomfortable questions on whether the collies supported their own upper counselor as he bravely dispatched his best troops to the front lines. The RC could not afford to show weakness in this regard. While Ves found it logical for the collies to offer up their troops, Eliza's phrasing sounded a bit unusual. "You said, offers, as in multiple ones. Does that mean I can only choose one out of several?" The female collie nodded her head. "That is correct, sir. It has to do with internal politics. The specialized Ves Lord Department and the more general Enforcement Department have developed an increasingly more serious rivalry with each other. I can tell you that this is partially deliberate as it is good to prevent their members from becoming complacent. Another reason why the two departments are competing against each other is that they have attracted different groups of backers." "Oh, what makes them different? What do these departments advocate? You should be able to figure this out without requiring any explanations," Eliza said as she crossed her arms. "The Ves Lord Department advocates the belief that human Ves Lords are the only meaningful classification of cultivator soldiers in the Red War. All other cultivators can only play an assisting role due to their inability to fight directly against alien Ves fighters, warships and Ves leaders. In other words, the Ves Lord Department wanted to make human Ves Lords as dominant as mechs in other organizations. Just as how mechs had completely become dominant to the point of taking over the space normally occupied by tanks, starfighters and other alternative combat platforms, human Ves Lords sought to gain the same kind of primacy within the armed forces of the RC. This was obviously bad news for other types of cultivator soldiers. The famous Apocalypse Wardens, for example, were extremely strong at infantry-scale combat, but it was a lot trickier for them to resist mechs and other large opponents. Sure, they had that neat trick where they could merge their highly developed companion spirits and bring down the hammer against most large opponents, but it was not that practical to employ this powerful combination ability in a large and chaotic battlefield in space. If the rest of the cultivator soldiers of the Enforcement Department had fallen into similar straits, then Ves genuinely could not see how they could be useful on the modern battlefield. Chapter 6895 Red Collective offers. Ves wanted to hear more details on what kind of forces the Ves Lord Department and the Enforcement Department were willing to contribute to the Blue Jay Fleet. Since both of them competed against each other, their offers should not be too bad, or else they would lose too easily to their rivals. Let's start with the offer of the Ves Lord Department. What can I expect? Eliza activated a projection that displayed a familiar troop of human Ves Lords clad in light blue and purple-coated raiments. You should already be familiar with the Titan Phalanx. This is the first organized unit of human Ves Lords and serves as the model of all subsequent phalanxes. The Titans have come to develop a more defense-oriented approach towards combat. This is partially because they are assigned to guard duties more often than not, but it is also because they are equipped with heavier and more cumbersome raiments. Sounds expensive. It is, Eliza replied while switching the projection to display a different unit of human phase lords. The Phase Lord Department has instead offered to send 12 soldiers of its more recent Flesh Chopper phalanx. Different from the Titans, the Flesh Choppers are armed with lighter raiments and large battle axes. So what are they good at? Ves asked, even though he could already make a good guess. The Flesh Choppers are considerably more suited for offensive operations and have focused most of their training in this aspect. They can fight as a standalone unit or in a combined arms force. They can even be used in ambushes, as they can hide their folded bodies inside a stealth shuttle until it is time for them to go into action. Doing this will deprive them of much of their equipment, though. Their raiments and weapons cannot change in size, so if the Flesh Choppers are used in stealth assaults, they will have to fight without their best gear at their disposal. That sounded interesting. Even without any hard weapons and armor, Ves could easily foresee this being useful in many different situations. As long as a stealth shuttle managed to get close enough to an unsuspecting alien fleet or stronghold, 12 human phase lords could appear by surprise and unleash devastation by relying on their scale and their spatial abilities alone. Even in direct combat, 12 human phase lords that were trained to fight as a single unit could make themselves very useful in a variety of situations. While their phase lord cultivation was relatively low, their gear along with their teamwork should enable them to hold out pretty well against multiple lesser as well as greater phase lords. This was especially the case when Ves saw that their gear was relatively special. Is their gear superdimensional? He questioned. Sharp observation. You are correct, but it is not what you think. Unlike the better-equipped Titan phalanx, the Flesh Chopper phalanx are only entitled to receive hull-grade low-concentration superdimensional equipment. The superdimensional alloys are watered down compared to the high-quality ones used in your latest Ace Mech. While their defensive performance is inferior, they still offer considerably superior protection compared to transphasic equipment. That made sense. It was more economical to lower the proportion of superdimensional matter in alloys. Such measures were very necessary so long as the supply of these essential materials remained limited. While Ves was a little disappointed by the lower quality gear, they should still offer plenty of protection and attack power against most enemies. They should even hold a considerable advantage against many phase lords, as superdimensional gear performed extremely well against their kind. The only enemies the Flesh Choppers needed to worry about were alien phase leaders equipped with Saint Piercer arms. It was much more suitable to dispatch the First Sword Mark III against any phase lords that wielded such weapons. There was no good reason to put the Flesh Choppers at risk. They could do a lot more damage if they attacked other hostile units instead. Is there anything else I need to know about the Flesh Choppers? Ves inquired. They will arrive with their own starship that is especially designed to carry their superdimensional raiments and battle axes. We have yet to develop the methods to produce gear that can dynamically change in size according to the proportions of their users. Ves frowned when he heard that. Resizable artifacts were a big deal. He knew that the ancient cultivation community had developed this method. His ocean collar was a prime example of an artifact that could remain as small as a handheld flute to an enormous rod that a phase lord could wield like a staff weapon. It was difficult to reverse engineer such a complex operation. Ves did not think that Red humanity possessed the capabilities to reproduce resizable gear in the next decade. That meant that whenever the Flesh Choppers wanted to fight, they needed to unfold their true bodies and painstakingly equip themselves with their phase lord-sized gear. If their cultivation improved in the future, then they wouldn't be able to take advantage of their gains, as their non-resizable gear could only accommodate a user of the same size as before. This was one of the reasons why Ves wanted to develop a polymetal mech as his raiment. A suit of armor that was made out of living nanomachines had no obligation to maintain the same sizes. It could dynamically encompass bodies of different sizes. The only issue was that if Ves shrunk down, he would end up getting stuck with a lot of excess nanomachines. Ves could either store the excess smart metal into the Vault of Eternity, or he could use superdimensional matter to create a dimensional pocket where he could store all of the stuff he did not need at the moment. Neither solution sounded ideal to him, but in the absence of anything better, he could stomach the idea of forming his own pocket space. He just needed to learn how to do that first. His expression grew intrigued as he stared at the projected soldiers of the Flesh Chopper phalanx. Now that he thought about it, Ves had never properly taken the time to develop his combat prowess as a phase lord. This was a huge wasted opportunity, and one that he may have to remedy sooner rather than later. If he accepted the offer from the Phase Lord Department, then he would be able to get into contact with highly trained human Phase Lords. It shouldn't be too difficult to get to know them and beg them to teach him a few appropriate skills. Aside from that, Ves could even fight alongside them if necessary. It was much more reassuring for Ves to fight as a Phase Lord when there were up to 12 additional flesh choppers by his side. The offer from the Phase Lord Department certainly sounds compelling. Ves said, "What does the Enforcement Department offer in comparison? I can't imagine that they can dispatch chi cultivators that can match the sheer amount of might of 12 human Phase Lords." Eliza Mo Regadan nodded. "That is true. The Enforcement Department is working closely with the Cultivation Method Department and other groups in order to present a serious counterweight to the Titan Phalanx and the Flesh Chopper Phalanx, but it will take much more time and resources to fulfill this goal. This is why the offer from the Enforcement Department does not compromise frontline combatants at all. Instead, it has formed a sizable gathering of chi cultivators that specialize in multiple forms of support and utility." The Chief of Staff's projection waved her arms, generating new projections that showed these chi cultivators in action. Ves immediately recognized the familiar display of formation masters. These erudite robed figures predominantly consisted of math professors, theoretical physicists and other intellectuals that were good at abstract thinking. After the start of the Age of Dawn, their existing intellectual attainments made them a natural fit for Formation Master series of premium curated chi cultivation methods. While the Larkinson clan already had Commander Melkor Larkinson, he had chosen the path of a combat spell array master. With the help of his modified Fey Fianna, he was able to make use of specially designed Formation Anchor Fey to quickly deploy spell arrays on the battlefield. It was not suitable for Formation Masters to risk themselves in battle even if they had also formed blood pacts with Carmen Mechs. They were much more useful if they acted more like mech designers. They worked best if they remained in a protected location and continually devised new and more advanced battle formations and spell arrays. The Larkinson clan could always train more combat spell array masters to deploy the new chi formations in the field. The costs were considerable, but it was better than risking precious formation masters when it wasn't necessary. Ves fully recognized the value of a group of formation masters. It would be difficult for the Larkinson clan to raise them as the requirements to get started in a proper formation master chi cultivation method were too high. Perhaps Aurelia and Marvane possessed the qualifications to become formation masters, but Ves could scarcely think of anyone else that could succeed. Ves also suspected that Gloriana and Alexa's companion spirits may be able to become formation masters if they applied themselves in this direction. He did not think the two women were willing to do so, however. Alexandria and Maya both possessed very different inclinations. "How many formation masters are included in this package?" Ves asked. "Only 6, but do not underestimate them, sir. They are not the best of what the Red Collective have to offer, but they have all produced their own results. None of them are failures. What is important is that they possess humility and obedience to follow your directives. You only need to instruct them to develop battle formations or spell arrays that can produce a specific effect, and they will conduct their research as long as your requests are realistic enough." Ves tried to think how useful this could be. "Does that mean I can order spell arrays that can weaken transphasic energy shields, inhibit warp travel, interfere with sensor systems, divert the trajectory of ranged attacks or even dispel the hostility of enemy soldiers?" Eliza smiled. "From my understanding of this field, chi formations can do all of this and more. Our formation masters have already developed a number of spell arrays that can produce the effects that you have described. Whether they are practical enough on a large-scale battlefield is not guaranteed, but the formation masters can continue to work on scaling them up until they satisfy your demands. In short, our formation masters can significantly expand the versatility and fault tolerance of your armed forces." This was an almost irresistible offer. Sure, the flesh choppers still sounded attractive to him, but if he wanted to get his hands on more combat power, he could field a greater quantity of first-class mechs or recall one of the Larkinson ace pilots on tour. It was much harder to obtain the capability to employ mysterious effects on a wider scale. The sheer amount of utility that chi formations could produce when deployed correctly could make a much greater difference to the Larkinson clan. What else is the Enforcement Department offering? Aside from formation masters, it is offering to send over small teams of chi cultivators that specialize in infiltration, interrogation, divination, gardening, mental recovery and more. Your clan will gain access to a wide variety of services that are otherwise difficult to obtain. It takes special training and exclusive knowledge to train so many productive chi cultivators. Each of the individuals that the enforcement department is willing to assign to your fleet are already effective enough in their chosen craft. While they still have a large amount of room for improvement, none of them require training in order to make themselves useful. That sounds really useful. I can make use of all of their services right away. Chapter 6896 Priestly Order. The offer from the enforcement department intrigued Ves a lot. Compared to the powerful soldiers offered by the Phase Lord department, the enforcement department mainly offered support personnel. Compared to human Phase Lords, support cultivators such as formation masters and gardeners did not sound as powerful. Yet their work could have an amazing effect on the premier fleet. They worked as force multipliers. They added value by amplifying the strengths of existing soldiers. The question now was whether the force multipliers provided by the enforcement department were strong enough to exceed the benefits of having 12 human Phase Lords on the battlefield. Ves was not entirely certain about it yet. He needed to know more about the eclectic mix of cultivators the enforcement department had managed to include in its proposal. He gazed closely at Eliza Mo-Regadan. She had done an excellent job at maintaining her impartiality. She had not shown any obvious bias towards either of the two offers. The two might not have spent much time in the same location, but they had spoken enough times over the comm that they had developed a tacit understanding with each other. Her primary loyalty was in the Red Collective. She was a consummate careerist who had always made it clear that she served the office of the Chief Counselor of the Upper Council rather than Ves Larkinson directly. This was an important distinction. While Eliza would take reasonable measures to uphold his interests within the halls of the Astral Octagon, she possessed clear bottom lines that should never be crossed. This made it hard for Ves to fully trust Eliza or pull her into his inner circle. On the other hand, Ves also trusted her to faithfully fulfill her duties so long as they maintained a cordial relationship. There was no need for him to worry about whether she had any ulterior motives. What are the most notable groups of cultivators in the package offered by the enforcement department? Ves asked his chief of staff. Describe whatever cultivators you think deserve additional clarification so that I can make an informed choice. Aside from the formation masters that I have already introduced, there are 3 other groups of cultivators that deserve special attention. This is especially the case if you have chosen to accept the enforcement department's offer. Eliza activated a new projection that showed a cathedral of sorts. Hundreds of figures wearing a variety of robes stood in the center hall. Each of them wore very different outfits that each bore different symbols, cuts and colors. Yet despite their differences, they were all men and women of faith. It did not matter what sort of gods they worshipped or doctrines they abided by in their respective religious organizations. So long as they dedicated their lives to a greater existence, they were all individuals who promoted the spread of faith across human civilization. Ves's eyes grew sharp. This is the priestly order, right? I read a memo about its founding. The coalition of faiths pushed hard for its existence. A bunch of priests from many different religious organizations sought to create a formal organization that systematically trains and supervises priests who have engaged in contract cultivation with their respective gods. The supporters even managed to persuade the Red Collective to set up the faith department to organize all of this stuff. You are right, what you are seeing is one of the earlier gatherings of the priestly order. It has taken months for this organization to publish its first documentation. The texts describe the need to regulate the training and activities of cultivators that hold some form of religious office. I take it that the priestly order's take on cultivation has produced individuals that have gained special capabilities that are relevant to this discussion. Eliza nodded. The priests that have become a part of this order are starting to become known for their ability to apply blessings to people. They are constantly developing new methods on how to channel the power of a higher source in the form of beneficial effects. How effective are these so-called blessings? Ves skeptically asked. The differences are not that obvious for the time being. The magnitude of effects are largely dependent on the blessing techniques, the strength of cultivation of a priest, the compatibility of the recipients and the strength of the deity being called upon. Under the most optimistic circumstances, our examinations have shown that the priests have been able to amplify the strength of general cultivator soldiers by 9% and human phase lords by 3%. Ves did not look impressed. That did not mean he dismissed this development. A boost of 9% for infantry soldiers and 3% for human phase lords might sound negligible, but it could mean the difference between life and death during crucial moments. It took a disproportionate amount of time or funding to increase the performance of a group of soldiers by the same margins. If all it took to gain these advantages was to allow a priest to swing an incense burner while murmuring strange words, then Ves had no problem with making use of this new force multiplier. He just had to make sure that the recipients had the option to accept the blessing or opt out from it. Perhaps their own personal beliefs or philosophy prohibited them from receiving blessings from specific faiths. As I have mentioned earlier, the priests have only scratched the surface of what they can do with blessings. Eliza Mo Regadan continued to explain. The priestly order has become the foremost institution that seeks to innovate in this religious field. Its existence benefits every religious organization as it collectivizes research and development in this shared field. That was a clever decision on the part of the coalition of faiths. Ves should have been more aware of this, but he had neglected his duties as the hierarch of an organization that he had founded. To be honest, he had shoved most of his responsibilities to his deputies within the coalition of faiths. He had already formed a plan to resign from his post as hierarch and make room for a more dedicated leader. It would formalize the actual situation. The reason why Ves no longer valued the office of hierarch was because he no longer needed it anymore. He had already reached a level of power and influence that no longer made him so dependent on allies and business partners. The ongoing developments of the Red War gradually put less emphasis on alliances and more emphasis on self-sufficiency. Besides, it got extremely tiring for Ves to keep up with all of the politicking. He felt it was beneath him to schmooze with the representatives of different faiths. Most of them were too inconsequential to be of any use to a leader of his station. His increasing disconnect from the coalition of faiths evidently caused him to overlook this emerging development. The priest profession held a lot of promise. The initial blessings showered by the initial batch of cultivator priests may be weak, but as long as they strengthen their methods and cultivation strength, their effects may strengthen over time. As far as I am aware of, every priest is able to call down a weak blessing with minimal preparations and requirements. Eliza answered. However, a proper blessing ritual can produce more noticeable effects. This is where the priest invests his time and resources into preparing one. A good blessing ritual not only takes a notable amount of time to perform, but it will also consume expensive materials or objects that are valued by certain deities. Priests and other researchers are constantly working to discover new blessing rituals while improving the existing ones. Their effects can vary depending on the rituals being used. Some can fortify the bodies of the blessed. Others can guide their attacks so that they can become more accurate. 1125 Once these blessings were able to amplify the performance of a mech or human phase lord by 20% or higher, the priests would definitely hold a position of great respect in society. Perhaps people may value them higher than mech designers or even mech pilots. After all, whom among them would refuse a 20% performance boost that practically came for free? Tell me more about these blessings. Ves said. Do these priests have to pay anything in order to make it work? Are the effects all the same, or are they different depending on multiple factors? It did not sound as if the priests would be able to achieve any breakthroughs anytime soon. They were all pioneers to a field that red humanity scarcely explored. However, the priests were currently in a position of weakness at this time. If Ves received a batch of them at this time, they should be more open to cooperation. It should also be easy for him to assert his authority over the relatively weak cultivators. Okay, he ultimately said, these priests sound interesting. Perhaps they may not be particularly useful in the short term, but they should definitely come into their power in the mid to late term. That was one of the big flaws to accepting them. The Larkinson clan and the rest of red humanity needed instant benefits in order to hold back the invading aliens. There was little point in planning to earn a big payout several years or decades from now if human civilization in the Red Ocean had already perished. This was why Ves did not immediately commit to the offer extended by the enforcement department. Aside from priests, are there other notable cultivators that can be of use to my clan in the coming days? Eliza changed the projection to show a group of mysterious-looking figures clad in dark and ominous robes. Curse masters have shown tentative promise. As their names suggest, these are chi cultivators that have chosen to specialize in the art of casting debilitating curses onto other individuals. This is currently a highly regulated profession due to its sheer propensity for abuse. The curse masters that have been brought up by the enforcement department are constantly monitored to ensure that they do not make use of their accumulated knowledge to conduct any untoward rituals that target the wrong individuals. These curse masters did not give off a homely vibe. The ones in the projected image looked as if they had already stained their souls. It reminded Ves of the demons that he had worked with during his demon-forging attempts. The difference was that curse masters still retained their humanity, while demons had completely degenerated into negativity. That said, the curse masters exuded such an ominous vibe that no normal individual would like to stay in their presence. How do their curses work? The curse masters can set up a ritual that is designed to impart a curse onto a targeted individual. Eliza explained, the more expensive and elaborate the curse ritual, the better the results. This ritual can impart a harmful affliction to the target depending on the steps being followed and the ingredients being used. Distance is not a great hindrance. Is everyone susceptible to curses? Ves asked in concern. Curses can be dispelled once they are identified, but it may be difficult to completely cut them off after they have reached an important threshold. Those with greater attainments in cultivation are able to detect and resist them to a greater degree. Most rituals related to curses tend to be more effective if they include samples of the target's organic body or a prized possession. It is still recommended that individuals contact the right experts from the Red Collective if they are affected. High-ranking mech pilots have proven completely immune to all of the curses that are known to us. Stronger ones may be developed in the future, but we do not think they can overcome the stubborn defenses of expert pilots or ace pilots. This told Ves that the development of curses still remained at an early stage. He grew concerned whether he was susceptible to curses as well. Chapter 6897 Ves the Influencer. There was a lot of depth in curses. Ves should know. He swallowed a few enlightenment fruits that taught him about the subject. Although his actual ability to cast a curse remained shallow, he still gained enough of a foundation to roughly understand the curse master profession. He even used his own understanding to form an exclusive chi cultivation method that enabled the Larkinson clan to raise its own curse masters. Still, his own efforts paled in comparison to that of the Red Collective. The collies had taken greater risks by actively contaminating the spiritualities of their curse masters with negative energies. Ves could not believe the RC valued curse masters so much that they resorted to this extreme measure. Such rituals permanently change the lives of prospective curse masters. Their closer affinities to specific negative concepts should enable them to cast much more powerful curses than normal. Was the trade-off worth it? Ves did not know. Our curse masters have already discovered that they can strengthen their results if they are able to sacrifice a sample of organic tissue taken from the target. Eliza continued to explain. The curse masters theorize that with a solid piece of organic sample, they may be able to cast a curse that is strong enough to debilitate phase leaders. Ves's eyes lit up. It would be great if this is the case. While the requirements are difficult to meet, the results will definitely be worth it if we are met by particularly powerful or tricky enemies. When combined with our superdimensional ace mech, our ability to decapitate the most powerful enemy leaders can become even stronger. That said, it was not strictly necessary for the Larkinson clan to accommodate the foreign curse masters. Not only did the Larkinson clan possess the capacity to train watered-down versions of their own curse masters, but they already had several means of their own to take down enemy leaders. Still, taking along the curse masters of the Red Collective would help Ves get in touch with a much greater and more complete heritage on this profession. He and his clan would be able to learn more about curse masters and how to get better at casting curses. More importantly, the Larkinsons would also learn how to defend against curses cast by third parties, which was arguably even more important. Ves knew that since the capacity to cast curses existed, there were bound to be groups that would abuse their power for their own selfish purposes. It was practically an inevitability. Instead of burying his head in the sand, it was better to be proactive and learn everything he could about curses so that he could formulate proper defenses. After Ves became satisfied with what he learned about the batch of curse masters offered by the enforcement department, Ves wondered if the collies had developed other interesting cultivator professions. Are there any other groups that I should take note of? He asked. No more, I believe. His chief of staff replied. The remainder are less developed and speak for themselves. You should have enough of an understanding of what you can obtain if you choose the enforcement department's offer. Have you learned enough information to proceed with your selection, or would you like to ask more questions? I want to address one more issue, Eliza. I find it rather strange and suspicious that you collies present two competing offers to me. There is more to this internal rivalry between the different departments. Tell me the significance of my upcoming choice. What am I getting into? I have a strong feeling that my selection will generate ripple effects within the Red Collective. The physical projection of Eliza studied Ves carefully before nodding in approval. Your political instincts are accurate. There is a greater dispute surrounding the decision of where the Red Collective should allocate its limited research capacity and resources. The Phase Lord Department is arguing that it deserves greater investment because it has already developed a mature if expensive pipeline to convert ordinary humans into powerful Phase Lords. The strength of an individual human Phase Lord is not particularly strong, but if deployed in a squad and bestowed with excellent equipment, our Phase Lords can pose a credible threat against many native gods. This is a good way to address the shortfall in ace pilots. The proponents of human Phase Lords had good reasons to be confident. While Ves had not been paying much attention to the initial deployments of the Titan Phalanx, he had heard that the human Phase Lords were able to defeat a superior team of alien Phase Lords. Just as expected, human Phase Lords that used to be elite infantry soldiers were able to rely on impeccable teamwork and mech-derived weapons and equipment to gain an advantage over their individualistic alien counterparts. If Ves agreed to host a squad of flesh choppers, then he would have his own troop of human Phase Lords at his disposal. The increase in hard power sounded reassuring. The flesh choppers would not only be able to help with countering alien champions, but also help with wiping out enemy warships and fortifications, both of which fell in line with the Premier Fleet's objectives for the upcoming campaign. However, Ves also had to consider the merits of the alternative offer. The Enforcement Department does not just represent its own interests, but also the interests of multiple other departments within the Red Collective. Eliza revealed. This coalition of departments have balked at the excessive requests made by the Phase Lord Department. Their goal is to steer the RC away from making an overcommitment on human Phase Lords. They prefer a more balanced development where human cultivators seek to master as many different paths as possible. Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion. I can see how this dispute can affect a lot of people's projects, but I don't think that my choice alone affects the entire direction of the Red Collective. This is a political matter that should be debated upon in the lower council. Different factions are already preparing to hold this debate, sir. What they need is proof that their stance is superior to the alternatives. Everyone is paying close attention to your decision for this reason. If you accept the offer made by the Phase Lord Department, then the supporters of human Phase Lords will interpret this as your endorsement of their position. Ves grew upset. That is not my intention. I know that, but others may not necessarily believe that. Regardless of what you decide, you will make new friends and enemies. This is an inevitable outcome. Due to multiple reasons, you have risen to become one of the leading figures of Red humanity in the Age of Dawn. You have engaged in cultivation long before the founding of the Red Collective. You have proven to be a keen opportunist. For better or worse, you are seen as a role model to the members of the Red Collective. There are many people who are trying to imitate you in order to replicate just a fraction of your success. Each of your actions generates a significant amount of influence onto our wider society. Are you saying that I have become an influencer? Eliza responded with a mirthful smile. At least you are not one of those spoiled brats who are famous because they are famous. You are the best kind of influencer. By that I mean the kind that has proven to be a net positive to society. There is no reason for you to equate yourself with the celebrities, whose degeneracies have turned them into parasites who have not done anything productive in the sum total of their lives. Ves dismissively waved his arm. Enough meaningless flattery. Let's get back on topic. While I can understand what you are saying about how many people are paying attention to my decision, this is just one data point among many. What makes my choice so much more significant than that of others? Your choice holds greater weight because we expect you to make excellent use of the capabilities of the cultivator soldiers and experts that we put at your disposal. His chief of staff replied. Everyone has high expectations for your premier fleet. Despite its modest size and other shortcomings, you and your Larkinsons have a proven track record of defeating the strong with the weak. We believe that you will be able to help our cultivators unlock their hidden potential and give them a grand stage to demonstrate their capabilities in and out of battle. In other words, Ves could provide the proponents of his choice with additional proof by winning fights with the help of the RC contingent. No matter whether he chose to accept human Phase Lords or a more eclectic mix of Chi cultivators, he was confident that he could whip them into shape and make them useful to his premier fleet. So long as he did not suffer an embarrassing defeat, Ves's choices and actions would have a significant influence in the development trajectory of the Red Collective. He knew enough about the RC that its finances and resources still fell far behind the RA and the RF. There was no way for the collies to catch up with the mechers and the fleeters in a short amount of time. This meant that the RC carefully needed to manage its budget. It could not afford to engage in too much waste. In the quest to engage in the most productive activities, the RC needed to decide whether it is better to go all in on human phase lords or seek a more balanced development. From Ves's perspective, the former was an excellent short-term choice, but the lack of investment into more diverse cultivation fields would cause the RC to fall behind in those areas. The latter provided fewer benefits in the short term, thereby making it harder to win battles during this crucial stage of the Red War. Yet the benefits in the long term were much greater and more promising due to the sheer versatility and utility of all of those cultivator professions. Ves frowned in thought. He found it difficult to make up his mind. The most logical choice to make was to accept the offer of the Phase Lord department. It was much easier to make good use of the human Phase Lords. They were already qualified combatants and did not need a lot of time to integrate into his existing forces. Having these powerful Phase Lords at his disposal massively increased the fault tolerance of his premier fleet and raised the threshold to defeating it. Even fewer enemy forces would think to challenge the Larkinsons. This was especially the case if Saint Commander Ves Larkinson was able to commandeer of the 12 human Phase Lords. Ves could not imagine how much more powerful they could become if they wielded the power of true resonance. Yet, as attractive as this sounded, was it truly essential for him to receive more muscle? When Ves thought about the formation masters, priests and curse masters offered by the enforcement department, he could think of many ways that these experts could benefit his premier fleet. While their knowledge and cultivation strength were still too shallow for them to display much power, this was an acceptable shortcoming. Rather than strengthen the hard power of his premier fleet, Ves saw greater value in expanding its versatility and soft power. The premier fleet lacked the support structure of a large state or super organization. It relied too heavily on external sources for intelligence, technology, repairs and resupply. While the cultivators aligned with the enforcement department could not address all of these shortcomings, they could still provide a lot of help in their own ways. From being able to divine the locations of key leaders and supply depots to multiplying the combat effectiveness of his mech forces by 10 to 20% with a powerful blessing, Ves believed his clan would ultimately benefit more if it tapped into the greater potential chi cultivation. Perhaps his personal bias may be getting in the way, but Ves did not have a good opinion towards Phase Lord cultivation. Body cultivation was expensive and was lacking in depth. It relied on enormous accumulation of phase water as well as the implantation of rare and difficult phase water organs to bestow greater power to its practitioners. If red humanity continued to lose territory, then its supply of phase water would continue to decrease. Ves did not think it was a good idea to bet heavily on proliferation of human phase lords when there was a good chance that phase water was about to become a lot more scarce in the future. Even if the war turned around, the argument still remained valid. It was simply too expensive to raise an army of human phase lords. At least regular chi cultivators maintained their human proportions. It was much cheaper to outfit them with quality gear and feed them with modest doses of elixirs. I have made my choice. Please convey my gratitude to the Phase Lord Department for their thoughtfulness, but I have decided to accept the offer made by the Enforcement Department. Eliza nodded with a serious expression. If that is what you have decided, then I shall make the arrangements. Chapter 6898 One-Trick Ponies. Ves was sure that his decision had massive implications for the Red Collective. Eliza Mo-Rigaudin had explained it clearly to him. The RC was running short on funding and resources. This inevitably exacerbates the disputes within its halls. Though Ves did not think it was necessarily a bad idea to invest into the proliferation of human phase lords, it was too one-dimensional in his opinion. The cost-effectiveness of raising human phase lords was questionable. Unlike Ves, other humans needed to absorb a huge amount of phase water just to transform their bodies. In a climate where humans continually lost ground to the native aliens, how could the RC possibly justify the decision to invest in a resource-heavy means of body cultivation? Even if the immediate combat effectiveness of a human phase lord was undeniable, it was impossible for red humanity to field thousands of them at a time. There simply wasn't enough phase water to cover for this expansion. While Ves was aware that red humanity was able to earn huge windfalls of phase water by defeating enemy phase leaders and salvaging their carcasses, this was not a stable source. Plundering the battlefield only worked as long as humans won the battle and retained control over the star system. In many cases, human forces suffered so much losses that they had little choice but to retreat. This not only prevented them from salvaging the battlefield, but also surrendered all of the wreckage and phase lord carcasses to the aliens. Therefore, relying on plunder to supplement resource shortages was not a reliable solution. As Ves eventually sought out Casella Ingvar and reported his decision to her, the Saint Commander fell silent for a moment. "Did you think I made the right call?" Ves asked. "There is no right or wrong decision, sir. Both offers sound valid in my ears. They mostly present different possibilities. If you accepted flesh choppers, then I could have worked with them. With their low concentration superdimensional gear, they should be able to make quick work of lesser phase lords. This is a nearly foolproof strategy against most adversaries. The flesh choppers can hold back the secondary threats, thereby giving Saint Dice all of the opportunities she needs to defeat the primary threat. Simple does not necessarily equate to ineffective." Ves nodded in agreement. "You are right, though I am not accustomed to thinking that way. In fact, it is not necessary to deploy all 12 flesh choppers to the front. It is wiser to dispatch half of them at most, leaving the other half behind in reserve. The latter can guard our fleet and possibly use their raiments and their spatial barriers to block sneak attacks targeting our vulnerable starships. This is a much better way to employ the flesh choppers. It is more important to protect our fleet than to defeat our enemies." It was difficult to estimate the combat power of a human phase lord equipped with low-concentration superdimensional gear. Ves did not have any solid references to base his estimates. For now, he loosely predicted that a single human phase lord should be stronger than a high-tier expert mech but weaker than a junior ace mech. They were much more suited to fight against alien phase lords than human ace mechs. This meant that their strength was very much welcome in a campaign aimed against the native aliens. Fighting the enemy without a squad of flesh choppers put the premier fleet at risk. The only ace mech that would remain behind was the Minerva Mark II, which was not that powerful in individual combat. The First Sword Mark III was wasted on defense. She was much more at home when going on the attack, which meant that the superdimensional ace mech had to fight far away from the premier fleet. This introduced a very obvious vulnerability. Clever and prepared enemies might seek to lure Saint Dice away and ambush the starships of the premier fleet. If Ves had chosen to accept the offer of the Phase Lord Department, then he basically did not have to worry about this potential danger. A squad of 12 flesh choppers was overkill in many situations, so it was no big deal to put them on guard duty. Even if the flesh choppers were not particularly effective at defeating particularly powerful or devious phase leaders, they could at least delay the sneak attackers long enough to recall the First Sword Mark III. Ves felt a little sorry for passing over all of that extra security. "It is okay," the Saint Commander said as she noticed his turbulent feelings. "Our strategic plan originally did not account for contributions from the Red Collective. As far as I am concerned, the collies did not deprive us of additional protection. We just never received it in the first place. We can still complete our objectives without the flesh choppers at our disposal. I happen to agree with you that leveraging the mixed group of chi cultivators will eventually make us stronger than if we maintained our dependence on these human phase lords." Ves picked up a sense of dislike in her tone. "You don't approve of turning humans into phase lords?" "No." Casella crossed her arms. "Humankind has often managed to vanquish their alien adversaries by stealing the strengths of the latter. However, this only works if the stolen solutions are a good fit for our race. I do not agree with the premise that making our own phase lords will increase our chances of winning the Red War. Unlike the native aliens, we are short on phase water and lack a comprehensive heritage in this form of cultivation. It is also intrinsically designed for aliens, and is only truly compatible with the phase whale race. All phase lords are inferior copies in my opinion." She identified many of the same problems as Ves. They both agreed that it was not appropriate to squander so much phase water to nurture a handful of human phase lords. "What do you think about the formation masters, curse masters and so on? As useful as they sound, none of these cultivators are able to stand up to the enemy like the flesh choppers." Casella smiled. "That is completely fine as far as I am concerned. We are humans. We have established our own approach towards combat. Mechs and warships are all we need for direct combat platforms. You have correctly identified that we are deficient in support and logistical functions. This is where the mixed group of chi cultivators can mitigate our shortcomings. Do you already have an idea on how to make use of them? Their abilities are diverse, but they are still fairly weak and lacking in experience at this time. I have already taken that into account. We simply have to instruct them to specialize in a single application of their power above all else. The diviners must be able to foresee possible ambushes that can lead to incurring a large amount of casualties. The curse masters should master curses that can weaken powerful phase leaders with keystone abilities that have a disproportionate impact on the battlefield. The formation masters should solely specialize in developing illusory spell arrays that can generate enough concealment to confuse enemy pursuers and buy enough space for us to retreat from a battlefield. Those actually sound like solid ideas. Ves was glad that the Saint Commander already had a solid plan in mind for the RC contingent. While the Chi cultivators had many options at their disposal, it was clearly a mistake to urge them to pursue a broad skillset right away. That might make them a lot more versatile in the medium and long term, but it would clearly not help the Premier Fleet all that much in the short term. Therefore, the priority for the Larkinson clan was to encourage the incoming Chi cultivators to become one-trick ponies. What was wrong with only mastering a single trick? As long as a fireball became strong enough to hit like a meteor, then that was the only trick a wizard needed to attain victory. The key was to decide what tricks the different Chi cultivators should master first so that they could provide immediate value to the Larkinson clan. I have a question, Ves. Did the collies tell you who is responsible for covering the expenses of our latest guests? The Red Collective will cover their normal expenses more or less. Ves responded as he recalled the contract he recently signed. If the troops suffer losses or require supplies that are above the normal level, then our clan is obliged to pay for the additional spending. It is as I expected. Casella looked intrigued. What did you figure out? The Saint Commander smiled at Ves. The Red Collective has extended a similar implicit offer to us as the Red Association and the Red Fleet. The collies are essentially daring us to take over the Chi cultivators that they are placing under our care. Giving us room to cover for their extra spending is an obvious hint that we are permitted to train them as we see fit. We can deviate from the RC's policies and principles and impart our own outlook and methods to the guest cultivators. Their initial assignments will probably last years, and they can easily be extended to indefinite periods of time. Over the passage of time, the lone Chi cultivators will eventually become de facto members of our clan. The more they receive our training and investment, the deeper their attachment to us. It may not even take that long to convert them to our cause. He could see that, if Ves or Casella managed to charm them and offer them lots of support that they could not obtain within the Red Collective, then it should be easy to capture their hearts. Ves placed a lot of importance in this because many of the Chi cultivators sent by the enforcement department belong to elite professions. It was much more difficult for private organizations to raise their own formation masters or curse masters. Only the Red Collective, which had become the holy land of systematic cultivation, could churn them out in slightly greater numbers. The thought of it caused Ves to feel unwilling. We need to develop our own cultivation professions. He decided. We can't surrender all of the initiative to the Red Collective. If we have our own specializations, then we always have a foundation to return to if we ever lose the RC's favor. Wise choice. Casella nodded in approval. Do you have any ideas? Not yet, he said. I already have a few tentative directions in mind. I think it would be helpful to involve companion spirits. This is one of our intrinsic advantages. Having a companion spirit opens up a lot of new options. I think we can make use of that to devise paired professions that rely on two separate cultivation methods to produce a powerful combination that is greater than the sum of its parts. Ves did not have any inspiration at the moment, so he intended to take his time on this. There was no need to hurry with this initiative. He would come up with a good idea sooner or later. For now, it was better to familiarize himself with the strengths and weaknesses of all of the professions that he would soon be working with. Only by understanding what the Red Collective was good at would he be able to identify a gap that the Larkinson clan could fill. Do not forget about our design spirits, sir. We can tie in their strengths as well, though it comes at the risk of making us more dependent on their existence and goodwill. I think the priests have already covered that aspect. Of all of the professionals sent by the Red Collective, Ves felt the least comfortable about the priests. While he could appreciate their ability to call down blessings onto friendlies, he was not as enthused about their devotion to different gods. Ves was not afraid of what would happen if the priests turned out to be charlatans. He was afraid of the influence the priests might gain over the rank and file if it turned out that their prayers were actually effective. Chapter 6899 Superdimensional Architect, the Riot Mark III project is progressing slower than we prefer. We apologize for that, Rosa. New technological possibilities have presented us with unforeseen complications. Gloriana's design lab possessed a different ambiance. Ves liked to make his own design lab feel like home. It was the place where he spent most of his time. As an important source of productivity, He liked to decorate it with pictures of his family and snapshots of his living mechs in their most glorious moments on the battlefield. He also decorated his desks and work tables with mech figurines that he casually made when he needed to think or yearned for a distraction. Many of them turned out to be masterworks due to his craftsmanship and the love he placed in their construction. He also was not that strict when it came to cleaning up after his messes. He liked to conduct multiple small research projects at once and often let his machines run concurrently. Anyone who took a look at his lab instruments would know that he had lately spent a lot of time on researching superdimensional matter. Multiple different samples of different grades were strewn about. Ves had cut many different pieces from the original bars and subsequently beat them up, placed them into freezers, attempted to melt them in a furnace and subjected them to high concentrations of gamma radiation. Ves was sure he violated a few lab safety rules when conducting his experiments, but he did not really care. So long as his expensive machines did not blow up or threaten the safety of anyone that visited his lab, he occasionally chose to make use of shortcuts. His time was precious. It was not in his style to follow redundant rules that were solely designed to prevent idiots from making beginners' mistakes. Although even experienced mech designers like Ves could make mistakes from time to time, he accepted the risks of messing up. He could fully bear any accidents if they happened. Overall, Ves believed that he succeeded in making his workplace reflect his personality. His design lab conveyed an informal atmosphere that made it easier for people to let down their guard and speak their true thoughts. His wife liked to do things differently. She was much more sensitive about how she was perceived. As the director of the design department, her design lab turned into a vessel in which she imposed her authority over her subordinates. Her workplace remained mostly clean and devoid of too many personal touches. Everything looked professional. The instruments were all perfectly placed and Gloriana tolerated absolutely no form of clutter. She was a stickler for rules and insisted on following the safety regulations that she learned back when she was studying at Kelma University in the Hexadric hegemony. Gloriana also showed off her hexer heritage in not-so-subtle ways. From 6-sided tables to installing a shrine of the Superior Mother against a wall, she had made it abundantly clear that she still saw herself as a hexer as well as a Larkinson. There was little contradiction between the two identities as far as she was concerned. In order to balance the religious display within her design lab, constructed a shrine dedicated to the golden cat against the opposite wall. Ves had a feeling that the respective ancestral spirits felt amused more than anything. They never rejected worship, but they did not see themselves as gods, or at least that was what he hoped. Ves designed them to serve as guardian spirits. He liked to think that they had conscientiously fulfilled their original missions. While it was hard to say whether the Superior Mother or rather his mother developed a literal god complex, he at least possessed enough assurances that the golden cat remained approachable. That did not have any influence on Gloriana's preconceptions. She was raised from birth to treat entities such as the Superior Mother and the golden cat as gods. With the rise of the priest profession, Ves was afraid that more and more people would adopt the same attitude. Times were getting tougher. When folk had no other option, perhaps only faith could give them hope. People no longer ridiculed those who sank to their knees and prayed to actual god pilots for salvation. Ves inwardly shook his head. He did not visit Gloriana's design lab to muse about his concerns about the spread of faith. He paid attention to his wife as she explained the primary reason behind the delays that affected the timeline of the Riot Mark III project. Superdimensional technology is at the root of the problem. She patiently explained to Venerable Orphan. Architect is an alien tech base that is inherently good at assimilating many different materials. It is inherently compatible with phase water due to evolutionary reasons, and it has also played nice with hypermaterials as long as we follow a new set of rules. Unfortunately, superdimensional matter has introduced a new set of problems. She gestured towards an enclosed cube where a sample of archimetal rested in the center. It was one of Gloriana's many attempts at incorporating superdimensional matter in an archimetal component. The reason why she regarded it as a failure was clear on the surface. The archimetal component became affected by spatial instability and displayed minor cracks and warping. Even if the damage was relatively light, it was already enough to turn this piece of architect invalid. Venerable Orphan frowned. I did not realize that the problem was this big. I thought that superdimensional tech had a lot in common with phase water tech. The former is supposed to be a souped-up version of the latter. You are not entirely wrong, but the situation is much more complex than that, Ves responded. Both phase water and superdimensional matter share the same roots, but their expressions are still radically different. It is similar to how ordinary carbon and diamonds comprise the same element, but have radically different properties and applications. Facewater is like a larva while superdimensional matter is the butterfly. You do not need to understand the science behind superdimensional matter, Rosa. Gloriana interrupted while giving Ves a warning glance. I am working to combine Architect with superdimensional matter. I am sharing my research data with a number of acquaintances from the Mech supremacist faction in order to gain its support on this research project. I do not think it will take too long to obtain an initial solution to the problem. Your Riot Mark III project will benefit from a superdimensional archimetal mech frame, though I estimate that its completion will be at least a month behind schedule. Venerable Orphan took in the words. So my Riot Mark III will boast a stronger mech frame than the Dark Zephyr Mark III and the First Sword Mark III. Yes, Gloriana confidently said, the Dark Zephyr has yet to incorporate any superdimensional tech. The First Sword Mark III is a full superdimensional ace mech, but because Kedis has refused my participation in the design project, it is not an archimech. Saint Dice is piloting a machine with a conventional mech architecture. It is simpler and easier to repair, though the internals of the Ace Swordsman mech are considerably more vulnerable to shocks and other forms of damage. Many internal components do not contain any superdimensional matter, as we have yet to develop circuitry and other sensitive parts that can remain stable when incorporating this new material. Ves added, this was one of the defensive shortcomings of early superdimensional mechs such as the First Sword Mark III. Their exterior was incredibly tough, but their interior not so much. Certain attack methods that could transfer damage deeper inside a mech frame may be remarkably more effective than trying to drill through the superdimensional armor plating. However, it was not that easy to make this happen. Superdimensional armor systems were expressly designed to prevent such scenarios from taking place. So if I understand this right, my Riot Mark III will be a lot tougher and more resistant towards damage once it is done. Venerable Orphan asked. Yes, absolutely. Gloriana confirmed. Even if we normalize the thickness of the armor systems between the First Sword Mark III and the Riot Mark III, the latter will still be able to withstand significantly greater damage without deteriorating as quickly. What we are not entirely certain about is how much of a difference that Architect can make in this context. I will not say no to any improvements in performance. We know. What I am fretting about is how we can raise the proportion of superdimensional matter into an archimetal component before reaching a limit. The female mech designer said, I fear that the initial limit is lower than we would like to see. The internals of your Riot Mark III will therefore remain much softer than the exterior plating. The initial design application still remains experimental. You will need to take this into account when you finally receive your superdimensional expert mech. Your Riot Mark III will turn into a prototype superdimensional archimech. Ves tried to sum up the point as best as possible. This means that your battle partner will not be able to draw out the greater potential of Architect and superdimensional tech. The archimechs that my wife and I will design later on will boast considerably tougher and more superior superdimensional archimechs in the future. In 2 years, I bet that such a machine can easily be 30 or even 60% more resistant to damage. This was a massive jump in performance. The prediction highlighted how poorly the initial version of superdimensional Architect would be made. Gloriana and her mecha consultants could not afford to spend years on perfecting the fusion between the two techs. They needed to hurry up and develop the first viable application of superdimensional Architect no matter how flawed or rudimentary it turned out in the end. Trying to design the perfect version of the Riot Mark III would probably set back the completion date by several years instead of months. This rankled the director of the design department, but she had no choice. Venerable Orphan needed to get back into action. It was in the best interest of the Larkinson clan to prioritize expediency over perfection. Her enthusiasm for the Riot Mark III project therefore became a lot more muted. She never really considered the expert Spearman mech as her favorite. As innovative as the Riot Mark III may turn out, she would much rather spend a few extra months to smooth out the kinks and refine the combination between superdimensional tech and Architect further. Ves and Venerable Orphan were much more okay with the expected outcome. They would rather have a mediocre mech at their disposal today than a perfect mech several years later. Are there any other problems related to my upcoming expert mech? Venerable Orphan asked. Yes, Ves responded. As you know, we have long reserved a Tier 3 destroyer spear for the instance you turn into an ace pilot and develop enough willpower to contain its volatile nature. What we did not anticipate is for superdimensional weapons to steal the crown from destroyer weapons. The previous bout between Saint Dice and the Wind of Destruction clearly proves that this is the case. The value of the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear has plunged as a result. Venerable Orphan frowned. Any choices related to weapons had a very large influence on her combat effectiveness. Isn't it possible to combine the two together like you are doing with the armor system? Gloriana tentatively nodded. Theoretically, what you say is plausible. We are aware that the Devos Ancient Clan and other Terran groups are already conducting research to address this need. We believe that their efforts will eventually bear fruit, but it may take a year or several years for the Terrans to succeed. That leaves you in an awkward position. Ves spoke. We can either draw upon our reserves of high-grade superdimensional matter to fabricate a spear that can match the performance of a Saint Piercer weapon, or you can choose to wield the outdated Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. What do you prefer, Rosa? This was a difficult choice. Chapter 6900 Test Dummy Mech. When Ves and Gloriana explained many of the complications that superdimensional technology had introduced to the Riot Mark III project, it became clear that neither of them felt good about this situation. Ves reached out and placed his hand on the expert pilot's shoulder. Let me be straight with you, Rosa. The timing of the Riot Mark III project is poor. We are working on it in a time where superdimensional tech has only recently become available to red humanity. That means that your expert mech has no choice but to become our experimental platform. So my battle partner has become your test dummy. More or less, the Riot Mark III will serve as the prototype for all subsequent superdimensional archimechs. It is rather unfortunate that the timing has relegated him to this role. If you do not agree with this and want to wait for us to advance the development of fusing superdimensional tech with architech, then you can request us to delay the completion of the upgrade by a year or two. We can guarantee you that we should have made much more progress in this research direction. We will also be able to implement other advanced forms of cutting-edge tech such as superdimensional energy cells and superdimensional flight systems. In other words, the following 2 years was a period of great technological turbulence. Just like the start of the Facewater generation and the Hyper generation, the emergence of superdimensional tech represented the start of a new technological arms race. Many scientists and engineers who possessed the qualifications to obtain samples of superdimensional matter eagerly tried to translate their existing expertise into a large variety of useful new applications. Ves actually felt a little envious at all of these researchers and mech designers for being able to tap into the power of superdimensional tech. Their attainments in materials science, metallurgy and other relevant fields gave them an excellent foundation to blaze new trails in this highly promising field. Meanwhile, Ves had little choice but to stay in his own lane and continue to delve into the potential of hyper-technology and e-technology. There was nothing wrong with this as both fields still offered a lot of untapped potential, but they no longer appeared as exciting as before due to the emergence of a brand new discipline. It was irrational for him to feel jealous that superdimensional tech had overshadowed his favorite scientific directions. It was better for him to set aside his useless thoughts and hand over the responsibility of worrying about the application of superdimensional tech in Larkinson mech designs to his wife. Although Gloriana did not specialize into materials science, her design philosophy necessitated a firm grasp in the use of materials. Ves readily acknowledged that she was better in this aspect. It should not be a surprise that in the absence of a more authentic expert such as Tristan Wesseling, Gloriana picked up the slack and took responsibility over this matter. She was more eager than anyone to develop a successful fusion between architect and superdimensional matter. Gloriana was deadly afraid that all of the time and effort she invested into architect became worthless overnight as superdimensional tech offered much more superior results. Even though superdimensional mechs could only be made by using up extremely rare superdimensional matter, the Larkinson clan happened to control the only known mechanism to open a gateway to the blue dimension. While many other powers struggled to obtain even a scrap of superdimensional matter, the Larkinson clan managed to fill entire vaults with the stuff. Gloriana therefore felt threatened by the onset of superdimensional technology. She would never rest until she successfully reconciled her latest specialization with the latest trend. At that point, her interests would become aligned with superdimensional tech, thereby making everything right again. Since my Riot is destined to become your testing platform, what other good stuff can I expect that won't be a prototype for later mechs? Venerable Orphan asked. She clearly wanted a boost to her self-esteem. She did not want her battle partner to get completely overshadowed by other machines. If the Riot still retained a few qualities that no other mech could replicate, then Orphan would still have an excuse to feel proud even if her mech was no longer the most impressive of the bunch. We are working on several design applications that should set your machine apart from the rest. Ves said. For example, as a follow-up to one of our previous discussions, I am still investigating whether it is possible to integrate a more advanced version of the Karman system into your mech. I have gained greater insights into blood pacts, and I think I can whip up a unique solution for you. However, I am not sure if I can get it done within a short amount of time. It may be necessary to reserve room for a Karman system but decline to install it for the Mark III. That caused Rosa Orphan to frown. Forming a blood pact with a living mech improves my chances of breaking through, right? That is just a guess of mine, and it is hardly absolute, Rosa. Just look at Janzi and Joshua. Both of them have formed their own pacts with the Bastion and the Everchanger respectively, but they are still stuck as high-tier expert pilots, same as you. A blood pact alone cannot make up for the difference. All I can tell you is that if you have already completed 98 or 99% of the journey, forming a blood pact while piloting the Riot Mark III for the first time may give you enough of an impulse to push you over the edge. The expert pilot nodded in acceptance. She recognized that it was a form of weakness to depend so much on obtaining a better mech to trigger a much-desired breakthrough. According to the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta, her Earth score would definitely skyrocket, but there was a possibility that her obsession over the Riot Mark III would cause her man score to plummet. If the decline of the latter exceeded the growth of the former, then she would end up in a worse position than before. Rosa Orphan absolutely could not tolerate such an outcome. However, it was easier said than done for her to stop caring about her expert mech. It was in the nature of every mech pilot to pay extreme attention to the mechs they entrusted their lives to. It would be a dereliction of their duty if they lacked too much understanding about their fighting gear. What about my spear? Is there any way for you to upgrade it without involving any of that superdimensional stuff? Ves looked thoughtful. It is within my capabilities to modify the weapon. The Devos ancient clan has given me plenty of access about how to design and make destroyer weapons. While I can't make any new ones due to lacking a supply of destroyer particles, it should not be too troublesome to reshape its dimensions. I would like that, Ves. The Terrans like to make their spears a little too long for my liking. I can work with the current length, but I am much more comfortable if you can make it shorter. I also want you to change the shape of the spearhead. Can you apply more improvements to the weapon? I can turn it into a high-level weapon artifact. Ves stated with a measure of confidence. However, it is best to wait until we have improved the material design of the weapon as best as possible. The stronger the baseline, the greater the boost in performance once it gains an artifact spirit. I can offer several different options, including one that may turn the Tier 3 destroyer spear into a D-arm like the bitter scimitar. I don't think that it is wise to do so, though. This particular transformation is much more dangerous than the alternatives. Trying to apply it onto a destroyer weapon that is already dangerous and volatile in itself may compound the problem. What if I am willing to take the risks? Venerable Orphan asked. If I manage to become an ace pilot, I bet my willpower will become strong enough to suppress whatever the destroyer spear has become. That is just your one-sided opinion, Rosa. Certain risks are worth taking, but this one is too reckless for my tastes. No. It is best to work with the existing foundation of the Tier 3 destroyer spear. Once the Terrans have developed a means of fusing destroyer weapons with superdimensional matter, we will incorporate the new tech into your weapon before turning it into a high-level artifact. That should give your weapon enough of an edge against our enemies. It didn't matter too much to Ves if the Tier 3 destroyer weapon was not able to live up to its potential. Once he converted it into an artifact, it gained the ability to grow and evolve the more the Riot Mark III wielded it in battle. Ves always suspected that the Terrans never managed to tap into the greater potential of destroyer weapons. Studying their theories related to the tech only reinforced his impression. While the Terrans were rather vague about the origin of destroyer particles, they always treated it as a dangerous but ultimately lifeless hazard. He doubted whether their assumptions rang true. Ves always had a weird feeling whenever he came close enough to a destroyer weapon. The particles that supposedly behaved without any logic or direction actually expressed hints of life. Ves lacked any solid proof that could back up this notion, but he trusted in his instincts. If his senses told him that there was more to destroyer particles than was apparent on the surface, then that was enough for him to act on this suspicion. This was why he was eager to turn the Tier 3 destroyer weapon into a high-level artifact. As long as he stuffed an artifact spirit into the powerful spear, Ves refused to accept that the destroyer particles would docilely accept the presence of a new overseer. Ves considered this to be a secret experiment of his. He wanted to see if he could provoke the destroyer particles into shedding their disguises and show actual signs of life and self-awareness. Of course, this experiment came at the risk of tearing the destroyer spear apart. The Larkinson clan would not only suffer a great loss if that happened, but Rosa Orphan would also be devastated if she lost the weapon she had been looking forward to wield for years. This was why he needed to proceed carefully and make sure that the upgraded Tier 3 destroyer spear became tough enough to withstand internal struggle. Don't forget that the armor system will remain the star of the show. Ves reminded the female expert pilot. The inclusion of armor-grade superdimensional alloys will make the Chaos armor even stronger and more resistant against material attacks. This neatly solves one of the potential concerns that we previously had about this innovative armor system. The hyper-technology and e-technology that Jovi and I plan to incorporate into the Chaos armor will protect your battle partner against all manner of unconventional attacks and intrusions. Even the most abstract conceptual attack methods have a considerable chance of malfunctioning when striking your machine. This is an advantage that will always be unique to the Riot. The First Sword Mark III and future superdimensional mechs will not benefit from this feature. One of the main reasons why Ves placed so much importance on the Chaos armor was due to its intrinsic ability to scramble prophecies. The sheer amount of quantum shenanigans taking place inside the armor was enough to cause a lot of trouble to anyone that attempted to predict the Riot's future. The price was that the living mech would become a lot more dangerous, temperamental and slightly more prone to malfunctions, but that was a necessary price to pay. Ves believed the need for a wild card like the Riot Mark III had grown after he discovered that the Red Collective successfully revived the art of divination. This meant that Ilvain was no longer the only entity in the Red Ocean that was capable of reading future possibilities. The more people took up the diviner profession, the more powers gained access to predictions of the future. Even if these prophecies mostly ended up ambiguous and of dubious reliability, Ves hated the thought of others trying to predict his actions. There were multiple possible countermeasures against divination, but Ves could think of no better solution of designing a powerful high-ranking mech that completely messed up any attempts to predict the future of the fleet it was serving on. The safety of the premier fleet depended on the effectiveness of the Chaos armor. Chapter 6901 Invitation Letter Venerable Rosa Orphan did not exactly leave Gloriana's design lab in a good mood, but it couldn't be helped. Ves and Gloriana had a duty to keep their client informed about the good news as well as bad news related to the upgrade project. The Riot Mark III project suffered numerous delays and suffered multiple disruptions originating from external sources. The timeline for the project had become as chaotic as the vision that Ves wanted to realize with its design. This made it more difficult for the mech designers to keep track of all of the changes. They also risked getting out of sync with each other. The messier the project became, the more everyone's thoughts on the Riot Mark III began to diverge. This generated additional work for Ves as he had to act as the knot that tied everything together. The Riot Mark III was his brainchild, so he had to make sure that every mech designer conformed to his intentions. That was not a simple task considering that his ideas for the Riot Mark III changed over time. Ves identified that he was getting caught up in feature creep. He was allowing the onset of new technologies and inspired ideas to interfere with his original vision for the Riot Mark III project. If he wanted to complete the upgrade project in the most straightforward way possible, then he should ignore the promise of superdimensional technology and completely reject any major changes to the original concept of the expert spearman mech. This was impossible. Superdimensional tech was too strong. It would take a long time to design another major revision to the Riot that would allow her to convert into a full superdimensional mech. 2240 It was better to accept the additional work and complications early than to let Venerable Orphan suffer for missing out on the superdimensional trend. Ves interrupted his musings as a mech designer sought to visit him in his personal design lab. Not just anyone from the design department could knock on his door. Unless it was a handful of close people, the others had to gain approval from his bodyguards, personal assistant or his wife. "Come in, Callister," he said as he silently transmitted a signal to open the secure door. Callister DeVos looked a little nervous as he entered the sanctum of the most important mech designer of the Larkinson clan. His gaze tried to remain as straight as possible, but his enhanced vision must have caught the sight of the projected images of living mechs in action in the masterwork mech figurines that Ves had casually placed wherever he liked. "Meow," Lucky yawned as he perched on an elevated cat bed. The young mech designer gave the gem cat a short but respectful bow. To the old-timers, Lucky was family. The newcomers, Lucky was a legend that had accompanied the Larkinson clan from the beginning. Tales of his exploits painted him as a mythical guardian figure that had saved Ves and the Larkinsons during numerous critical moments. Ves was not surprised by this sort of behavior. He could tell that Lucky cared little about the attitudes of the juniors of the clan. No matter whether people revered him or treated him as a pet, it didn't matter so long as he continued to be fed with yummy metals. Unfortunately, his latest diet did not entirely agree with his stomach. Ves had already fed him another tiny slice of weapon-grade superdimensional matter, but his digestive system barely tolerated the highly exotic meal. The good news was that Lucky was able to tolerate superdimensional matter a little better than before. The bad news was that the rate of improvement was too slow. If Ves extrapolated the data, then it may take years before Lucky fully acclimated to superdimensional meals. Ves looked forward to that moment. By then, the gem cat's transformation to an artificial superdimensional being would be complete. A part of Ves wanted this to happen in order to make up for his regret for passing over the upgrade track for superdimensional transformation. If Ves missed the opportunity to turn himself into a superdimensional existence, then his cat would take his place. Perhaps Lucky would gain a massive body that was large enough to maul a mech into pieces. "Take a seat, Callister." Ves gestured to a nearby chair. "How are you doing? Does the design department live up to your expectations?" The former Terran calmly took his seat while keeping his back straight. "The design department is different from what I have imagined. It is less organized and more informal than I expected. It is clear that its current structure is closely related to how you originally organized your design teams. After passing over leadership to Director Gloriana, your successor has attempted to formalize the department, but she has become accustomed to how you work that her changes are too mild. Do you think Gloriana must go further in her reforms?" "Not necessarily." Callister smiled. "The less formal structure of the design department is good for low-ranking mech designers such as ourselves. Our workloads are still considerable, but we have greater room to excel and develop our talents. We can earn additional Larkinson merits and exchange them for a rich variety of rewards. Not all mech companies are as generous to its lowest mech designers. We are much more accustomed to being driven by slaves, figuratively speaking. And they can get away with this treatment. Why not, sir? Their mechs are designed by numerous notable master mech designers. Their teachings and guidance hold great value to us. Although they may not necessarily care about the novices and apprentices under their noses, their professional obligations still compel them to lecture us from time to time. Most mech companies have also developed structured promotion trajectories that give anyone a chance to climb higher. The difficulty is far greater as the companies do not necessarily want to promote too many journeymen and seniors from the lower ranks." Ves frowned. "I can see why that may be the case. The masters merely want assistants who are good at completing their assignments but nothing more. If the hired help turn into journeymen, then the mech company has to allocate more resources and manpower to support their continued development. Journeymen have also become too dignified to complete any further scut work. This may be detrimental if they have spent multiple years becoming good at designing specialized components. Most mech companies actually did not need so many journeymen, seniors and masters. They would rather work with a fixed team of vetted, loyal and trustworthy masters and shape entire departments around their needs. The design department did not work like that because it lacked a team of highly productive master mech designers. At this stage, Ves and Gloriana still needed to raise a lot of talents in order to speed up the completion of all of their mech design projects. This could not go on forever. A new journeyman, senior and master usually lasted for a long time. They permanently raised the productivity of the design department unless they manually quit, got fired or received a reassignment. 2241 Once the design department received all of the help it needed, it may eventually adopt the same patterns as the older mech companies and limit the scope of upward mobility. The Larkinson clan merely needed enough promotions to cover normal attrition. Perhaps Ves might give ambitious mech designers other places for them to showcase their talents, but the design department still needed to provide the greatest possible assistance to Ves and Gloriana in order to maintain their value. Ves almost forgot that Callister DeVos likely visited his office for a specific purpose. "I did not expect you to drop by today. What is on your mind that is urgent enough for you to pay me a visit?" Callister's expression changed. He regained his formal demeanor and stood up with a ramrod straight back. He carefully retrieved a black paper letter that looked old-fashioned and presented it to his superior with both of his palms. Ves eyed the letter with an odd expression before plucking it from the younger mech designer's fingers. The texture and thickness of the envelope felt particularly good. It was not smooth enough to feel artificial, but it was also not rough enough to feel crude. The sender of the envelope had even sealed it with old-fashioned red wax. The gesture held no functional meaning, but it certainly added greater metaphorical weight to the letter. Ves casually pulled at the wax seal and opened the envelope. He retrieved a thin card that formally conveyed an invitation to a banquet organized by the Ves ancient clan. "I see," he said as he quickly interpreted the meaning behind the invitation. "After spending plenty of months on New Constantinople 8, I am already set to resume my journey through the cosmos. Since it is unlikely that I will ever return to this star system, the Devosans want to formally send me off with a farewell party. This is definitely a new experience for me." "Why the letter?" "Tradition," Callister simply answered. "The reason why we still uphold it is because it conveys how serious the sender desires the attendance of the recipient. This is a sign of great respect from one party to another. If your importance is not as high to the Devosans, then they would have sent you a much less ceremonial virtual notification." Ves could see that he might have to copy this little tradition if he wanted to organize his own gatherings in the future. He could even add a little extra spice to his invitation letters in order to make them special. The recipients would definitely appreciate the personal touch. He directed a gracious smile towards Callister. "I accept. I believe I can spare an evening to entertain one of my best friends and allies during these difficult times. The Ves ancient clan is a good host, and I have very few complaints about my stay on this planet. Do I need to send back a letter?" "That is not necessary. I shall convey your response on your behalf. As a foreigner, Ves ancient clan will not expect you to follow Terran etiquette and traditions. Ignoring the rules is a sign of disrespect if you are a native of the Terran state, but an excusable oversight if you are not. The Terrans appreciate those who are willing to emulate their ways, but if you wish to do this, then you must do everything right, or else you will insult their heritage by failing to make a good effort. Only trained diplomats should follow this route." Ves was no diplomat, so he did not even think of trying to emulate the Terrans. Besides, a man of his status and accomplishments no longer needed to rely on this pageantry in order to earn the respect of the Terrans. It was much like how the Fist of Defiance made no pretense at formality and always spoke his mind. His incredible might and force was so high that his mere involvement was enough to make even the most stiff-backed snobs fold in an instant. "Since this farewell banquet is a big deal, will the Devosans spring any surprises for me?" Ves asked. Callister Ves spent a few seconds in thought. "I cannot say for certain, but it is in the best interest for the Ves ancient clan to maintain its intimacy with the Larkinson clan. My former clan will likely offer you gifts or other proposals of great substance. You may decline if you wish, but the Devosans have analyzed your personality and past decision-making so well that they will definitely calibrate their offers to raise the success rate to the greatest possible extent. Should I feel concerned? Not likely, sir. You hold the advantage, so the offer will be more favorable to you than the Devosans. Their goal is to continue to maintain friendly relations with you long after you have left their territories, so they must absolutely be generous." Chapter 6902 Hymn of the Trees. The banquet hosted by the Ves ancient clan took place at its seat of power on New Constantinople 8. Sandon had never been the same after the institution of martial law. Although the restrictions were lighter in the capital city of New Constantinople 8, few Terrans were in the mood for leisure after witnessing human civilization collapsing at the edges. Even if New Constantinople is still safe enough from the ravages of the Red War, how long would it take for the fighting to reach their star system? Many people who cherished their lives over their new homes had already been looking into relocating. Unfortunately, not even the first raiders were able to move so easily anymore. The Terran Alliance and many ancient clans had not been shy about using the cudgel of martial law to keep vital workers in their places. This was hardly the first existential crisis the Terran people had faced. The threat posed by the native aliens of the Red Ocean may be among the most existential to the people who found themselves cut off from old Earth by 50 million light-years, but the citizens still showed a sense of duty and collective responsibility that kept them focused even if death was looming over the horizon. Due to the partial withdrawal of leisure and civilian pursuits, Sandon lost much of its liveliness, especially at night. Yet today, one of its most luxurious garden retreats had become uncommonly active. The floating green resort floated above most of the structures of the city like a divine island. Spotlights placed around the city shone their radiance upon the floating structure, causing it to look like a beacon of hope in an era of darkness. Many other structures received directives to dim their own lights to a fraction of their usual levels. The Devosans made sure to disable any form of gary advertisements and other discordant distractions. The entire city of Sandon had to present its best face to the guests that had been invited to the banquet. It turned out that the Devos ancient clan invited more people than just the Larkinsons. Envoys from other ancient clans and organizations came as well. As the armored shuttle from the Larkinson clan arrived under heavy escort, many other vehicles had already delivered their distinguished passengers. Ves was able to spot familiar symbols belonging to the Strian ancient clan, the Hunting Association, the Red Collective and more. He was not able to spot any vehicles or mechs belonging to the Red Association and the Red Fleet, and he had a good feeling that they would not be showing up at any point. Soft but pleasant hymnal music wafted in everyone's ears as they stepped outside of their vehicles after touching down on the landing zone. There was not enough parking space to accommodate every shuttle, so traffic control directed them to disgorge their passengers before lifting off to head to a dedicated parking center. The recently acquired first-class multi-purpose mechs of the Larkinson clan did not leave. Instead, the Dracoloids and the Omega Threshers took up positions in and around the Hymn of the Trees. The Larkinson clan already made arrangements with the Devos ancient clan beforehand. It was unacceptable for Ves to visit a location with protection at hand. A small handful of Apocalypse Wardens discreetly followed Ves and his small party. Their heavy suits of combat armor contrasted sharply against the heavenly backdrop of the garden retreat, but most people who attended the banquet were accustomed to the presence of guards and servants. "It smells so nice here," little Marvane called as he clung to his mother's hand. "Meow," Clixie echoed as she sniffed the air and made a weird expression. "It smells so fake," Andraste offered her own words. "This garden looks nice and all, but the ground is too even and there is a lack of birds and other wildlife. The forests outside of our home are much more real than this place." This shows that the Terrans only pretend to love nature. As soon as a bird uses their shoes as their toilet, they will quickly change their tune. "Young lady," Gloriana hissed at her second daughter. "Be on your best behavior. We are among allies. Be polite and keep your sharp tongue in its sheath. We are not confronting enemies tonight." The willful red-headed girl rolled her eyes and continued to hug Lucky in her arms, uncaring that the archimetal cat ruffled her multi-layered turquoise dress. "Do not encourage her, Lucky." As the family proceeded towards the center of the garden resort, the Larkinsons already attracted a lot of attention from others. How could they not? The Larkinsons were the guests of honor. The family had made an effort to dress themselves up. To be more precise, their well-paid stylists had done all of the work. There was no need for them to be excessive in their choices, as the Larkinsons had already moved past the point where they needed to dress loudly in order to attract attention. Ves liked how his children looked. This was one of the few formal occasions that they had been allowed to attend. Aurelia wore a sky blue dress that looked like a variation of her mother's dress. Marvane wore a small cute tuxedo that added a lot of charm to his small form. Clixie wore her magnificent golden collar as well as a bowtie on her tail. Lucky wore a charming bowtie collar on his neck. Multiple red circlets adorned his metallic tail. Aside from Ves and his immediate family, a few other Larkinsons walked alongside them as well. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar had chosen to attend in a suit that resembled a dress uniform. Her entire outfit conveyed a statement that made it clear that she attended the banquet as part of the military arm of the Larkinson clan. Alexa Strian on the other hand chose to wear a dress that vaguely matched the colors of the Strian ancient clan. She had never denied her connections to her original clan, nor deliberately sought to cut ties. The former Terran was principled enough to serve the Larkinsons wholeheartedly, but that did not mean she had to throw away all of her connections and attachments to her relatives. Ves had also given Saint Dice to attend the banquet as a courtesy, but she had declined straight away. She was not a woman who cared about dressing herself up and participating in pageantry. Saint Dice was always ready for a good fight, but she had no interest in playing the social game. Just as well, she made herself useful by guarding D&D base and the valuable vaults filled with mid to high-grade superdimensional matter. The possibility that groups would be greedy enough to attempt to rob the Larkinson clan was not small. Multiple intelligence services had already picked up clues here and there. So long as the superdimensional ace sword mech stayed on alert this whole time, no one should be stupid enough to test their defenses against a superdimensional greatsword. Speaking of mechs, one machine in particular hovered conspicuously above the Hymn of the Trees. The Black Lord that had managed to in the practice bout against the first Mark III most likely deterred any opportunists from stirring up trouble. It was not pleasant for guests to fall into the range of its saint kingdom. The wind of destruction possessed an extraordinary will that yearned to sweep up his enemies and any other obstacles with disintegrating gales. Fortunately, the old and experienced senior ace pilot had a lot of practice with restraining his willpower. He was able to dial down the intensity of his saint kingdom far better than any of his Larkinson counterparts. His remaining influence came across as a small buzz that was as annoying as a case of tinnitus. None of the attendees were average humans, so they easily tolerated this necessary burden. Of course, they all restrained their words and kept their thoughts in check. They were keenly aware that the wind of destruction possessed a good grasp of everyone that had entered his saint kingdom. He would easily be able to detect any hints of malice and threat. It was due to the capabilities of ace pilots that high society instituted a lot more rules and customs to organized gatherings like these. The ace pilots on guard were in a position to gather a lot of privileged information, which was why they had to make an oath to divulge no privileged information unless individuals in question had violated the rules in the first place. Ves was not too sure whether such promises could be trusted. He could think of multiple different loopholes that the Ves ancient clan could exploit to gather secret information. This was why it was a big deal when people accepted the invitations and attended the gatherings. By willingly subjecting themselves to the scrutiny of ace pilots, they proved with their actions that they had little to nothing to fear. It was a great sign of trust on the part of people like Ves to openly enter the hymn of the trees with his family. He did not even insist that Saint Commander Casella pilot her Minerva Mark II, though the Ace Command Mech was close at hand in case an incident occurred. While the family continued to move further inward, Casella and Alexa had already split off to socialize with others. Both of them understood that this was a rare opportunity to forge more ties with the Terrans. To be honest, they were much better trained and educated at this than Ves, so he left them be and trusted them to advance the interests of his clan. "These plants are weird," Orella remarked. Ves took a look at the larger and more exotic-looking flowers. Their alien origins were clear, but each of them held intrinsic power that stirred his senses in a pleasant manner. "These are not ordinary plants," he said. "I can feel that they have been artificially mutated that somehow produces stable and controlled outcomes. This is remarkable. It takes more than mindless injection of E-energy to produce this outcome. If my suspicions are correct, these plants have turned into reagents that you can use to concoct incredibly useful elixirs." As Ves and his family passed through a vine-covered gate and entered an open courtyard and structure, their gazes immediately fell upon the glowing tree at the center. A soft bronze glow radiated from the alien tree, yet none of the Devosans and guests showed any concern about being subjected to unfamiliar radiation. A large part of this was because the tree radiated a subtle sense of vitality and encouragement. The effect was not strong enough to accuse the tree of producing a brainwashing effect, but Ves could clearly see that a number of visitors preferred to linger in the periphery of the courtyard. Ves became momentarily fascinated by the tree. It lacked the docility and lack of strong thoughts of the earlier plants. His best guess was that the Devosans had actually managed to pick up a mutated exoplant in the wild and somehow severed its aggression and constrained its continued growth. This is only a fraction of what we have built since the Age of Dawn. Come, there is more for you to see. 2149 They had taken an extraordinary organism that had the potential to grow into an ecological disaster like the Emperor tree, and turned it into a decorative garden plant that happened to exude a pleasant aura. It took more than raw power to tame an exoplant like this. It took specialized knowledge and expertise to render a wild threat into a harmless natural edifice. Larkinsons, welcome to the hymn of the trees. Ves turned to face a familiar old woman. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos approached while wearing a ceremonial dark purple toga-like dress. She looked a lot more stately and dignified than usual, which meant that she probably intended to conduct a lot of important business tonight. "Thank you for having us. This place is lovely." Chapter 6903 Hijack Implant The mutated tree was the centerpiece of the courtyard, but the Devosans had decorated the center of their garden with more minor wonders. The kids ran off to play and talk with the other children. Gloriana sought out a group of Terran mech designers and began to exchange information about superdimensional technology. Ves meanwhile chose to observe the exhibits together with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos. While the mutated tree was the centerpiece of the garden retreat, the Terrans had added plenty of other interesting works. One of them was a sculpture of a brave soldier that was made of hyper materials that were attuned to different emotions. When Ves approached, it sought to read his mood. The statue seemed to sense his amusement, which caused it to drop its intimidating war club and pick up a glass of beer before toasting it in his direction. How remarkable! He could tell that the sculpture did not incorporate any electronics in the slightest. It was just a solid mass of hyper-materials chosen for their sensitivity to different emotions and their malleability under specific circumstances. The sculptor had combined the different hyper-materials together and somehow imbued them with spiritual programming that instructed them to behave in different ways depending on the input they received. This was pure hyper-technology and e-technology. It showcased the ingenuity of a Terran artist and also proved the viability of creating machines that completely got rid of any dependency on electrical circuits, whether conventional or architect. There is a proposal to design a mech that relies on the same methods used to create this sculpture. Master Layla DeVos commented, "You should be able to deduce the reasons why such a mech can be useful. In a more optimistic era, our ancient clan would not have any qualms about issuing the funding needed to explore such an interesting idea. Even if a full hyper mech is so weak that it is thoroughly uncompetitive, we are always vigilant towards new technological paradigms that can help us break past the limits of current technology." Ves observed the statue with increasing curiosity. It must have picked up his altered mood, as it had begun to pick up a nearby flower and examine it as if it was the most fascinating object in the cosmos. Ves and Blinky paid even closer attention to the hyper-sculpture than before. They confirmed that this was not the work of any electronics or an external device. The statue completely relied on the manipulation of E-energy to interpret information and react to it, all without using anything relating to conventional technology. He had a feeling he could replicate this statue without the use of modern production equipment. He just needed the bare minimum to shape different metals and hammer them together. The real secret rested in the spiritual programming of the hyper-object. Ves needed to imprint it with a thorough set of instructions and parameters and make sure it stuck. Of course, Ves was a different artist from the one that produced this particular sculpture. He was much more inclined to simply turn his creation alive and allow it to make its own decisions based on a set of guidelines. "Thank you for showing me this," he spoke. "This work, though relatively simple in construction, has opened my eyes to what e-technology is capable of. I never imagined putting it to use in this way. You are not the only individual who has taken to e-technology like a duck to water. Far outside of your little base, there are many innovators and visionaries who have embraced the new technologies and learned how to realize their ideas based on what we have access to. We may not have the ability to make our creations alive, but we can make them useful in our own ways." The underlying message here was that the Terrans possessed the ability to innovate as well. Ves may have been able to shock the public by introducing groundbreaking innovations such as Karman mechs, but he was still a single mech designer. Red humanity had many more brilliant minds in its midst. The Terran Alliance claimed many of them in their ranks. While the Red Association most definitely sought to poach these geniuses, prodigies and late bloomers within their own ranks, the Terrans were proud and did not surrender to the mechers often. "I have never thought that I am the only person that can forcefully drag the mech industry forward," Ves explained himself. "I am very much cognizant that my unusual specialization allows me to spot and realize possibilities that were not available to us anymore. That does not mean that I am blind to others who have made contributions of their own. For example, the first Sword Mark III could never become a full superdimensional mech without the cooperation of the mech supremacist faction. The powerful seed that we exchanged from your ancient clan is not a treasure that we could have grown in our own labs." His humility was not false, as evidenced by the sculpture's reaction. It had carefully put down the flower and lowered its posture while adopting a servile expression. The Terran master looked satisfied with this response. "Good. I was afraid that your rapid successes may have overinflated your sense of self-importance. That is not to say that your confidence is misplaced. You have given all of us a much better chance of resisting the native aliens with your contributions to Red humanity. Your kinship networks alone have rooted out the scourge of cosmopolitans in most of our important institutions. If not for the signs that the human traitors are already in the process of developing countermeasures against detection, we may be able to keep this pest outside of our ranks longer." 1834, have the cosmopolitans already managed to find a way to defeat our kinship networks? Ves asked with a frown. "Not yet, but we know they are working on it. Their solution is not perfect and heavily limits their infiltration attempts. As far as we know, they have attempted to kidnap loyal workers before tampering with their cranial implants. In one case, we found a cranial implant that has secretly turned into a hijacking module. When the unsuspecting individual receives an encrypted data feed, a controller can knock the compromised individual unconscious, take over the body and pilot it by remote. The cosmopolitans can also make this measure more secure by removing the reliance on signal transmissions by installing an AI that is programmed to perform different missions, as we have discovered in 3 other victims. Since their minds and souls are technically untouched, the kinship network is not immediately able to discover that anything is amiss. That was an incredibly devious but apparently effective means of compromising loyal people. Partially. Master Layla DeVos honestly replied. The kinship network did not detect the moment the compromised individuals began to act suspiciously, but our conventional monitoring system immediately flagged the abnormalities and alerted security. Due to their sensitive identities and locations, the programming of our monitoring system is highly sensitive to abnormal behavior. The officers on site ascertained relatively quickly that the original individuals have been hijacked and that they are not acting on their own accord. Although the incidents ended well, that was because other security systems had covered for the failure of the kinship network. Ves grew incredibly concerned. He had always put a lot of faith in the infallibility of his kinship networks. To hear that the cosmopolitan movement had made so much strides in exploiting a vulnerability damaged his confidence in his work. Every kinship became vulnerable, including his own Larkinson network. Even if the Golden Cat was able to multitask remarkably well, it was impossible for her to keep an eye on millions of different Larkinsons at the same time. They also deserved to enjoy their measure of privacy. All of this meant that the cosmopolitans had a possibility of infiltrating the Larkinson clan. Even if the compromised individuals only had a short window of opportunity to steal confidential data or commit hasty acts of sabotage before other security systems detected any impropriety, it still represented a lot of danger. His fears grew so much that the hyper-sculpture quickly reflected his mind state. It openly hunched its body while adopting an expression of absolute terror. Ves was starting to get annoying at how it reflected his emotions so well. He wordlessly turned around and moved away from the stupid statue. He stopped when he reached a vivid orange plant that not only gave off a pleasant scent, but also happened to float in midair. Its roots branched out into nothing, yet the plant was able to survive and thrive anyway. Was it sustaining itself by absorbing E-energy and air alone? That shouldn't have been possible unless it had turned into a mutated plant. It was so small, though. Ves found it difficult to believe that such a small and modest plant had crossed the extraordinary threshold, yet maintained its current stable form. Was this the work of the mysterious gardeners? Ves began to develop a greater desire to learn about them and find out what they were capable of. Nurturing plants was important, especially since many of them could be used to produce special elixirs that could advance an individual's cultivation. This plant is a small natural wonder. Master Layla spoke with a tone of appreciation. Our scientists have derived useful insights and data from it. Whether they can convert that into anything useful remains to be seen, but as long as they study enough mutated exoflora, they will slowly be able to introduce derivative products that can benefit a large number of people. This mutated plant is one of the reasons why we must fight to retain our possession of as many planets as possible. Most of our attempts to induce mutations into exofauna and exoflora on space stations and starships have failed. For whatever reasons, organisms can only undergo semi-controlled but extremely powerful mutations when they reside on planets. They possess unidentified qualities that can nurture and bless the individuals who are made from their minerals and have grown up on their surfaces. This is the strongest proof that we have gathered to date that a planet directly influences the growth and evolution of organisms that reside within its atmosphere. There was only one reason why a Terran would speak so passionately about the relationship between planets and organisms. Old Earth is located in a different galactic neighborhood, Ves pointed out. Besides, even if we still resided in the old galaxy, you Terrans are notorious for heavily limiting the amount of visitors and temporary residents that are allowed to land on the planet that has birthed our race. The overwhelming majority of humans have grown up on different planets. That is true, Professor Larkinson, and we do not begrudge those who have never had the pleasure of setting foot on old Earth. It is still a gift that can help any human. I cherish my memory of doing so for the rest of my life. When I finally had to leave the original Sol system, I came back with renewed energy and determination. This is the effect that a planet can have on humans in the age of mechs. Although we have not yet gathered any conclusive proof, I believe that the effects are even greater now that we have entered the age of dawn. Exobeasts and exoplants are able to grow stronger and develop their sapience. Intelligent species such as our own human race cannot remain unaffected. Ves was not sure whether that was true. He held little interest in the topic. Even if living on a planet provided certain benefits, he heavily disliked the downside of being pinned down in a single static location. He would rather stay safe on a starship that could travel anywhere. What he just heard from Master Layla Devos did not change his stance in the slightest. Chapter 6904 Superdimensional Globe. Superdimensional Globe. As Ves continued to chat with Master Layla Rebecca Devos about the artworks that her ancient clan had put up for display, she continued to diverge into unexpectedly weighty subjects. It put Ves on edge. He gradually realized that there may be more to this farewell banquet than sending him off with a wave. Ves felt snookered by the Devos ancient clan. He thought he had built a relationship based on mutual trust and goodwill. Right now, that trust and goodwill had begun to erode when he started to pick up more and more clues that the Devosans, or rather the Terrans, were up to no good. A mech designer as clever as Master Layla could not possibly miss his growing suspicion and unease. However, for whatever reason, the old woman did not bring up the subject directly, but continued to show him different plants and artworks that added a lot of class to the hymn of the trees. Ves suspected that the Devosans sought to test him. They probed his reactions and evaluated his opinions. They likely planned to tailor their plan based on all of the gathered data. A part of Ves wanted to spark a bit of mischief and deliberately give off false responses. Not only would the wind of destruction be able to detect Ves's lack of sincerity, but it would also invalidate the test and risk eliciting an inappropriate reaction from the Devosans. As much as Ves disliked it, he would be better off if he simply played along and allowed the Terrans to take his measure. Master Layla Devos brought him to a more secluded corner of the garden retreat. They even had to pass through a privacy screen that obscured the artwork. As soon as Ves glimpsed at the piece in question, he understood why the Devosans wanted to keep it out of sight. The Devosans had taken a cow-sized piece of hull-grade superdimensional matter and shaped it into an intricate sculpture. The floating superdimensional orb had clearly been shaped to resemble a planet. A single artist had meticulously carved and shaped the dark metal exterior to follow the contours of islands and continents. The landmasses themselves possessed a lot of depth and texture. The artist had playfully carved out rivers and mountains. The proportions looked a little exaggerated, as if the sculptor had made a passing attempt at realism, only to prefer to make everything look more dramatic than normal. What was interesting was that the deeper valleys that represented the lakes, seas and oceans were not empty. Instead, the artist had filled them with pure phase water. The exotic liquid had not been processed in any way, therefore causing it to lap across the deeper surfaces of the globe as if it was being perpetually disturbed. Due to its strong and untamed superdimensional properties, the globe continually generated spatial activity. It made the metal orb look far more than just a metal mass that was partially covered by a liquid. The interaction between the dynamic phase water and static superdimensional matter produced continuous ripples that gave Ves the illusion that the planet was constantly transforming before his eyes. The globe even appeared to spin around its axis due to its own spatial forces. It took a lot of calculations and careful manipulation in order to make the superdimensional artwork spin at a constant and consistent rate. Ves grew a little concerned about whether it was safe to stand so close to the superdimensional globe. When he looked around, he could not spot any obvious devices. He knew that the Devosans had carefully placed space suppressors and maybe other precautions that carefully prevented the artwork from damaging the surroundings. That said, they were not quite effective, as he could still feel small ripples running through his body, making him feel a little weird, but no more. He possessed plenty of defenses and also possessed a natural resistance against spatial disturbances due to his phase lord cultivation. Fascinating, is it not? Master Layla Devos finally broke the silence. When one of our master mech designers requested a sample of hull-grade superdimensional matter, he claimed he would use it to conduct an experiment on developing a superior shield generator by replacing phase water. Instead, he squandered his resources earmarked for research and development on this curiosity. Did you punish the guy for misappropriating strategic resources and wasting your time? We did, but we also rewarded him for creating a novel meant to experience the splendor of old Earth through this depiction. It figured. The Terrans were obsessed with old Earth. Even now, after they were separated by a much larger distance from the Milky Way than before, they could not stop themselves from pining after their lost home planet. Any subject related to old Earth instantly caused the Terrans to lose their rationality. Not even the most intelligent master mech designers were immune to this effect. "So why did you bring me here?" he asked. "Not that I appreciate a good artwork, but this superdimensional representation of old Earth is not particularly good in my eyes. It doesn't make much use of the remarkable properties of superdimensional matter to produce a more interesting effect. Master Layla smiled in response. You have noticed. That is good. You are correct. We did not bring you here to admire this sculpture. We instead brought you here as an extra precautionary measure. The wind of destruction keeping watch from above is capable of preventing nearly every instance of data leakage, but not all. This superdimensional artwork and the devices we installed to contain it is generating enough turbulence to disrupt even the most hidden signal transmissions. I see. You want to speak to me in absolute confidence. I do. These precautions are not absolutely necessary. Our plans have already reached a stage where we can proceed regardless of whether they are leaked to the wrong parties. Nonetheless, we can continue to accrue advantages the longer we are able to maintain secrecy. Ves started closely at the old woman. From his frequent interactions with her, he felt she had strayed too far away from mech design. She had become a consummate politician and spent way too much time and mental energy on scheming, management and other tedious affairs. While a mech designer of her stature naturally assumed leadership duties, there came a point where they became too consumed by their power and authority. If they did not leverage their power and access to further their own mech designs, then they had already deviated from the purity of their profession. Was it possible for Master Layla DeVos to become a star designer? Perhaps. She was not doing herself any favors by continuing to place other affairs above her own mech designs. Of course, Ves did not intend to voice his true feelings about the old master. She was smart and experienced enough to understand her own situation. Maybe all of her actions made sense from her perspective. What is the matter? Please tell me clearly. Since we are in a secure enough location, I am finally permitted to divulge the truth to you. We wanted to give you advance warning of what may come. The delay may only last a number of weeks, but the changes we are preparing are enormous. The truth is that we are preparing to sever the Terran Alliance from the reign of the Red Three and declare our independence from greater human civilization. While we acknowledge our blood ties with the rest of Red humanity, no longer will we tolerate the rule of non-Terrans. The mechers and fleeters will be asked to evacuate all of their direct members, employees and other close dependents. Soon enough, the Terran Alliance shall exist as an independent star nation. I can tell you that the Rubarthans are preparing much the same. Ves fell silent for a time. Did he hear that right? He already knew that many parties had already sought to fight against the yoke of the Big Two back in the old galaxy, but the Red Ocean was supposed to be different. Even if the Terrans and the Rubarthans in the dwarf galaxy hated the mechers and the fleeters, that did not mean that Ves supported an extensive dissolution of the current order. Are you truly going through with this, Master? Can't it wait until our civilization has beaten back the alien invasion and bought a lot of respite for the troops? It makes no sense to split Red humanity up when we need unity the most. Ves had known from the events unfolding in the Milky Way that the Terrans and the Rubarthans really hated the mechers and fleeters. It was not a surprise that the former would try to shake off the rule of the latter if they saw a good opportunity. However, the situation was completely different in the Red Ocean. Against overwhelming external enemies, Red humanity needed to do its utmost to defend its lines. Any miscoordination or mutual suspicion could doom their race to near extinction. However, Master Layla DeVos appeared completely unmoved. We disagree with your statement. Humans have never truly united. We are too numerous and different from each other. Unity is an empty promise. It sounds noble, but it is devoid of any real substance. When the linefighters are resisting the aliens, are they doing this for goals such as unity? Absolutely not. It is too abstract for most humans. They fight for reasons that are closer to their heart. They fight for their families. They fight for their states. They fight their culture and way of life. None are more dedicated to their nation and people than Terrans such as ourselves. If we declare our independence and tell our soldiers that they can contribute to the refounding of a sovereign Terran empire, then they will fight against our enemies twice as hard. The Terrans held many grievances towards the mechers and the fleeters. The extensive deprivation of sovereignty rankled them the most. Even in the new frontier, the relations between these old powers continued to remain poor. There was too much bad blood between them for this dispute to end. Why now? Because we can afford to take the risk. Master Layla said with a confident grin. If we start sooner, we risk bringing the wrath of the Red Two down on us. If we start too late, then our civilization may have suffered too much damage in the process. We predicted that the current time is right. The mechers and the fleeters are too tied up in defending the front lines or protecting their key star systems from alien incursions. They cannot effectively respond if we try our best to break away from their institutions. What about cooperation? The Terran Alliance is only guarded by a single god pilot. You need the help of several dreadnoughts to hold the line. Are you going to kick them out as well? We will fight to preserve our own territory and beginnings of our reborn empire without relying on fickle assistance. We have made the strategic decision to drive away any mobile assets and personnel from the Red Alliance and the Red Fleet. Before you ask, we have not excluded the Red Collective. 1836. Many thoughts went through Ves's minds. He absolutely understood how valuable it was to learn that the Terrans had been performing a lot of investigations. Is this it, then? Are you seriously going to sever the Terran Alliance from the rest of human civilization? Won't we grow weaker as a response? No. Master Layla DeVos grinned. That is because without the taboos imposed by our former rulers, we can make use of tech that was previously hidden from us all. We have already revised our mech designs to incorporate shield link or energy link nodes. She raised her arm and activated a fuzzy projection that displayed a slideshow of mech designs that all possessed common additions. That was when Ves realized without a doubt that the Terrans were serious about this. They had very clearly slapped on shield link or energy link transceivers thinking that they would offer better protection and greater endurance. By blatantly violating the taboo that kept these high technologies exclusive to the Red Association and the Red Fleet, the Terrans clearly showed their determination to build up forces that would grant them the power to defend themselves against the mechers and the fleeters. Ves made another scary guess. Since you are going as far as violating the prohibition on support link technology, are you going to field warships as well? Master Layla DeVos grimly smiled. Yes, no longer will we keep our starships unarmed because of old paranoia about destroying ourselves. The age of conquest is well behind us now. We are old and wise enough to make responsible use of warships. As soon as we publish our Declaration of Independence, many of our shipyards and other facilities are assigned to hastily mount whatever weapon systems that can be installed on the vessels on short notice. It will cut into the production of new starships, but this is a necessary step. Chapter 6905. The Terran Gambit. The Terran Gambit. Ves almost couldn't believe what he heard. The Terrans and the Rubarthans actually plotted to declare independence. The unified civilization of red humanity was hardly perfect, but Ves did not think it was bad either. The mechers and fleeters in the Red Ocean had mellowed out a lot more. The founding of the Red Collective should have eased the contradictions between the different human groups and provided a stronger bridge for cooperation. The creation of Human High Command served as another bridge for cooperation. The brightest military strategists and planners put down all of their factional squabbles and came together in order to formulate a single orderly strategy to defend their race against the threat of alien aggression. Many people assumed that the first-rate colonial superstates would interpret the latest moves as a form of reconciliation. Even if the measures were mostly temporary, the goodwill extended by the Red Two should have buried any ambition to secede from unified red humanity. It turned out that Ves was too naive. His blind spot prevented him from recognizing the shady undercurrents. He spent way too much with the survivalists, who tended to think in absolute rational terms. They tended to take logic to an extreme, to the point of disregarding almost any form of love and sentimentality. The Terrans at the very least did not think that way. Ves had spent enough time in Terran space to understand that these folk clung to their heritage and traditions like invisible suits of armor. If this turned out to be the case, then a possibility existed where the proud Terrans made a decision that fulfilled their long-held dreams of gaining independence. Even if they lost the protection of the mechers and the fleeters during a period where their colonial superstate was more vulnerable to alien incursions than ever, these stubborn fools insisted on fighting and dying as Terrans as opposed to red humans. It was a form of tribalism that may have gone too far. If the Terrans were the only people who suffered from their idiocy, then that was fine for Ves. Ves could foresee the emergence of numerous barriers between the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact and the Red Ocean Union. All of this would hinder the flow of trade and military assistance between the colonial alliances. Friction was bad. Once all three colonial alliances withdrew into themselves, they would find it much more difficult to trade the resources they possessed in excess with the resources that they lacked. More egregiously, many people and organizations would be asked to pick sides. Very few could remain neutral in an era of increased polarization and mutual suspicion. Those that pledged for one side could no longer easily engage in trade and travel with the other sides. All of these consequences and more would ultimately affect Red humanity's ability to repel the real enemy. No matter how much Ves tried to think of the positives of this radical move, he couldn't see any obvious upsides to this extremely dangerous gambit. Was pride that important to the Terrans? You still do not support our goal, Master Layla Rebecca DeVos said as she stared deeply into Ves's eyes. Of course not, Ves scowled. You should know quite well what the consequences of sowing further division will be. We are barely holding on as a single unified race and civilization. The moment you guys begin to split apart from each other, we will be facing the native aliens as 3 or more completely separate groups. Don't you think this sounds stupid? Even the native aliens have chosen to set aside their grudges and band together under the umbrella of the Red Cabal. What you are proposing is the complete opposite. Though his words made sense, Master Layla shook her head in rejection. She completely denied his arguments. Our situation is different from that of the native aliens. They are inherently weak, thus they have no choice but to group together in order to pool their resources together. We are different. We are the direct descendants of the Terran Empire. The old galaxy used to be in the palm of our hands, and we have the potential to grasp the new frontier in the future. One of the reasons why we cannot realize our destiny is because the mechers and the fleeters continue to shackle us. They deprive us of our sovereignty and impose greater restrictions on the use of force than they apply to themselves. Why are they the only ones allowed to field warships? Why do they have sole permission to employ weapons of mass destruction? What gives them the right to tell us how to live? Ves could never imagine that a woman as old and wise as Master DeVos could turn into such a fanatical Terran. He could sense that she was not putting on an act. She completely voiced her true feelings in an unreserved manner. In this place of safety and privacy, she had no qualms about exposing her true thoughts to Ves. The reason why the mechers and the fleeters get to be in charge is because they became the victors after the dust had settled at the end of the Age of Conquest. They ended up becoming more powerful than all of the other ruined powers at the time. Ves explained. Master Layla crossed her arms and scoffed. That is over 400 years ago and in another galaxy besides. The Red Ocean represents a new start for all of us. I will readily acknowledge that the Red Association and the Red Fleet have greater forces than us, but they are all being tied down by the native aliens. This is why we are planning to declare our independence in the short term. It is inconceivable that the mechers and the fleeters will turn away from the front lines in order to wage a civil war against us. Even with their god pilots, they simply cannot afford to violate their own principles and slaughter fellow humans out of a selfish desire to remain in charge. That sounded logical enough. Ves had to admit that the timing they chose was indeed devious enough. Regardless of whether the RA and the RF wanted to retain their reputation as the good guys, there was no excuse for them to use military force to beat back the secessionists and subjugate the rebellious territories. Ves knew quite well how the survivalists thought. They would consider the breakaway event to be a fait accompli and accept the new status quo. So long as the price of intervention was far greater than the price of doing nothing, then the incredibly rational survivalists would definitely prefer to choose the latter. The other factions would follow suit. No matter how prideful and greedy they may be, none of them would be eager to turn away from a righteous war for survival in order to engage in brutal human infighting. However, just because the mechers and the fleeters could not do anything to bring the Terrans and the Rubarthans back into the fold did not mean they had no way to retaliate. Ves could foresee that relations between the Red II and the secessionists would deteriorate by a huge extent. Even if they did not turn into outright enemies, the mechers and the fleeters had plenty of ways to make the secessionists miserable. From withholding valuable technological and material support to trying to funnel alien invaders into the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact, the revenge of the RA and the RF would definitely make the traitors suffer. All of this was bad news for people that just wanted to survive the Red War. The greater the internal division of human civilization in the new frontier, the lower their chances of making it out alive. Don't you care at all about whether your stunt will torpedo our chances of survival? Ves asked in a frustrated voice. Master Layla smirked in response. Our assessment differs from yours, but for argument's sake, let us assume that your words ring true. Our reaction to this is this: it is better to die free than to live as slaves. For over 4 centuries, the Terran people, culture and institutions have come under constant assault by our supposed rulers. Have you ever put one moment of thought in how ridiculous it is for all of us to fall under the yoke of a trade organization based on mechs and a coalition of fleets that had betrayed the nations they used to serve? We refuse to recognize them as legitimate or even competent rulers. The best credit we can give them is that they have restored stability to our civilization during the age of mechs, but that is all. Their usefulness has come to an end, so they must be removed. Ves could feel her determination. She truly meant what she said when she preferred to die free. These were the words of a fanatic who believed that her cause ranked higher than her survival. Ves had a very bad impression of fanaticism in any form. He used to think that it was only the religious types that fell victim to extremism. It turned out that nationalists were just as prone to going crazy. The old Terran master's expression softened. Look at it from our perspective, Ves. If red humanity is already doomed to go extinct, then there is little harm in regaining our sovereignty. If we are about to perish, then let us regain our dignity as a star empire that has once led the entire human race. We may die, but we shall do so as the proud descendants of the Terran Empire as opposed to the slaves of the RA and the RF. This is our version of the final glory line that you have recently released. That was completely different. Ves did not think the two solutions were comparable to each other. What if there is a chance that we can survive as long as we fight hard enough? Then we fight hard. Master Layla grimly smiled. I believe with all of my heart that if every Terran soldier learns that we have taken back our sovereignty from the mechers and the fleeters, they shall swell with pride and fight our enemies harder than ever. Our peak ace pilots such as the Renewer of Terra, the Messenger of Silence, the Golden and the Everlasting shall rejoice and fight with the future of the Terran Alliance at stake. Along with superdimensional technology, this may just be the catalyst they need to ascend to godhood and become the newly appointed protectors of our dream to forge a new galactic empire. Crazy. These Terrans were crazy. Yet, the argument espoused by the master mech designer did not sound entirely unrealistic. If this insane stunt truly sparked a new wave of nationalism and elevated the moods of all of the peak ace pilots, then perhaps they might have a better chance of surviving the road to no return. This was because high-ranking pilots never operated according to objective truths and logic. They operated according to subjective feelings and opinions. If they thought that founding a new Terran nation-state in the Red Ocean was the best thing ever, then they just feel so good that their chances of advancing successfully may increase by as much as 30% or whatever. Truth did not matter in the Age of Dawn. Belief held more power in this brand new era. Although Ves wanted to argue against it, he could not come up with any good counter-arguments. Perhaps the Terrans had a good point. But only if their extremely risky gambit succeeded. So long as their belief in a sovereign Terran nation-state surpassed the very real material disadvantages of breaking relations with the Red Association and the Red Fleet, then the Terrans would win the greatest bet of their lives. Chapter 6906 Fence-Sitters Ves frowned while pressing his fingers against his temple. He was not suffering from a headache, but he certainly did not feel good after contemplating the possible ripple effects from the coming act of secession. Was there anything Ves could do to stop the Terrans and the Rubarthans from going through with their insanely risky plan? As much as these people respected him, he had no voice when it came to their geopolitical ambitions. He was a provider of technology, not a leader of men or a visionary that could unite red humanity under a common flag. What he managed to do with the Larkinson clan was trivial compared to the much more difficult endeavor of keeping the Terrans and the Rubarthans aligned with the Red Association and the Red Fleet. There was too much bad blood between them. Their grievances only began a little over 4 centuries ago. Since the start of the Age of Mechs, the Mechers and the Fleeters had only generated further resentment among the subjugated. Even though Ves believed that it was absolutely stupid for the Terrans and the Rubarthans to settle their scores with their current overlords, voicing his opinion wouldn't change anything. In fact, Ves suspected that not even god pilots or star designers could convince them to abort their plans. This was far from a solitary initiative. This was the collective will of the first-rate colonial superstates. Over the course of the Age of Mechs, the Big Two tried so hard to beat the pride out of the Terrans and the Rubarthans. They failed. The latter had managed to defend their heritage and remaining rights too well. For whatever reason, the Mechers and the Fleeters failed to press too hard to dismantle the strong culture and traditions of the superstates. Ves suspected that the MTA and the CFA originally intended to play the long game. Since enacting too many changes in a short amount of time was liable to provoke a backlash, the Mechers and the Fleeters likely intended to erode the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire over the course of many more centuries. People had long memories, but when all of the people who lived through the days where the Terrans and the Rubarthans reigned supreme had died, their descendants might not hold as much fire towards the restoration of their star empires anymore. After all, They grew up in a time where sovereign human empires had already turned into relics of a distant past. Perhaps it might take a millennia or so to wear out the Terran or Rubarthan identity, but the Big Two were willing to wait this long. After all, they possessed absolute military supremacy. Even if the first-rate superstates hid a few secret trump cards, they could never match the might of the two hegemons that had access to much of the resources of the Milky Way galaxy. It was unfortunate that the sudden release of the Auto-Heretic line, the acts of sabotage committed by the Big Two's many enemies and the catastrophic outbreak of the Karman Revolution completely disrupted the layout of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The Big Two faced their first true crisis that threatened their continued hegemony in the old galaxy. Their enemies had been plotting their downfall for a long time, and now that they had an opening, they pounced upon it with great enthusiasm. Ves thought that the MTA and the CFA had it coming because they were too arrogant and because original humanity had no real enemies aside from themselves. It was human nature to resort to internal squabbles and infighting when they did not face too much external pressure. People had grown too complacent in the Milky Way. The aliens that lived in the other half of the galaxy presented no real threat, so far too many humans directed their animosity and hatred towards each other. This was one of the main reasons why the Big Two failed to stop the Karman Revolution from completely upending the current order in the old galaxy. Ves naturally assumed that it would be different in the Red Ocean. In the face of full-blown hostility from all of the native alien races, the heavily outnumbered red humans should have recognized that it was detrimental to turn their weapons against each other. During the last decade of the Age of Mechs, many human forces fought as many battles against each other as they fought the aliens whose territories they desired. This was typical human behavior. The Big Two was too lazy to rein in the pioneers and opportunists that sought to carve out their territories in the new frontier. Yet when the Age of Dawn commenced, pretty much all overt battles between different human groups quickly dwindled to nothing. No one dared to waste their soldiers and mechs in petty territorial disputes when the native aliens threatened to roll over all humans regardless of allegiances. Ves saw this as a good sign. It showed that red humans could rise above their greed and old resentments and focus on the bigger picture. He was so wrong. Human nature could be suppressed, but it could never be erased entirely. People were unable to get rid of their bad habits. Ves felt a chill running through his spine as he thought about how many plans would come to ruin if the Terrans and the Rubarthans truly succeeded in dividing human-occupied space into at least 3 separate pieces. He looked at Master Layla Devos again. Now that she had unveiled the enormous truth to him, he could never look at her the same way again. She had become more than just a respectable elder, an accomplished master mech designer and a wise leader figure. In his eyes, she had turned into a fanatic. She had openly conveyed her willingness to throw all caution to the wind just to fulfill an irrational goal. How could Ves possibly feel comfortable with Master Layla and the rest of the Terrans after that? Who knew what other harebrained schemes they had secretly cooked up in their backyards? Perhaps Ves was leaving New Constantinople at a good time. He definitely did not want to remain close to any Terran center of power when the secessionists finally made their move. He took a deep breath. When? He asked. Ves urgently needed to collect more information. The more he knew about this gambit, the more he could protect himself from the aftermath. We are still waiting for a trigger event. Master Layla replied, I am sworn to secrecy on this matter, so I cannot divulge any further details about the timing. I can only tell you that it will devastate the Red Association and the Red Fleet. The confluence of events will batter them so badly that they will not even think of bringing us back into the fold. That sounded ominous. Ves wisely did not probe any further, knowing that this was a secret that she intended to keep. Why tell me, he said, you could have easily said nothing and unveiled a big surprise when you guys are finally ready to secede. There are multiple reasons why I am informing you in advance. First, our plans have developed to a point where the secret department of the Red Collective is likely to collect enough conclusive proof of our plans. A secret keeper will likely approach you in the coming weeks to inform you about our measures. You would have resented us for not telling you even though we have remained in contact with each other for years. By telling you up front, we are conveying our sincerity to you and your clan. That caused Ves to narrow his eyes in suspicion. Are you trying to drag the Larkinson clan into this grand scheme of yours? No, Master Layla Devos shook her head. We do not hold any expectations towards you and your clan. The Terran Alliance plans to secede on its own initiative. We do not insist that any of its allies and business partners must follow suit. It is not our place to make decisions on your behalf. We have thoroughly analyzed you and your clan and have come to understand that you prefer to be fence-sitters. That caused Ves to frown. I like to see it as remaining neutral. I am already burdened with enough problems. It is detrimental for me to attract more trouble. We can respect that, Professor. You do not have to massage the truth to us. You wish to avoid commitments and maintain cordial relations with all of us. You and your clan are too heavily involved with the Red Three to break up relations with them. At the same time, you have developed beneficial ties with the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. That is not necessarily detrimental in our opinion. Even when our superstate is prepared to break many relations to the Red Association and the Red Fleet, we still have a need for bridges such as your clan to maintain indirect channels with the two super organizations. That sounded a lot more magnanimous and far-sighted than Ves expected. That showed that the Terrans weren't being completely irrational. Their goals may be crazy, but they were still smart enough to formulate the right processes. I don't know how much use we can be, but I do not object to serving as an intermediary between you and the Red Two. Ves carefully said, by the way, I have noticed that you have never directed any animosity towards the newest super organization. It will still be pretty awkward for the first-rate colonial superstates to sever most of their ties with the Red Two while leaving out the Red Collective. What are your intentions? We do not harbor any contempt towards the Red Collective because it is unrelated to the many crimes committed by the Mechers and the Fleeters. It is too new to be stained with the sins of the past, and we also happen to hold considerable power and influence within its ranks. Even without that, we are confident that the RC will naturally be inclined towards neutrality. The repercussions of taking any side are too great. I believe that the collies will bury their heads in the sand and outright ignore the hostility that is brewing between us and our would-be masters. The master mech designer was probably right about this. Ves knew that the RC was too new and lacking in confidence. It had yet to build up a strong reputation. It also lacked a cadre that was powerful and accomplished enough to drive strong policies. Neither side had to worry about the Red Collective mucking up the balance of power. This was already the best outcome to the ambitious Terrans and Rubarthans. Ves lowered his posture, not out of defeat, but out of resignation. There was no one powerful enough to stop this insanity from proceeding. Even if the news somehow got leaked to the Red Association and the Red Fleet, what could they do? The starship had already left the port. The vessel would soon engage in FTL travel. I appreciated that you thought to inform me of this development beforehand. He eventually said, I recognize your gesture of goodwill. What you have told me is enough for me to make a few preparations and make sure that I won't accidentally get in the way. I hope you can understand that it is not in my best interests to voice my support for your attempts at secession. I won't do anything to stop you from fulfilling your long-held dream, but do not interpret that as a signal of approval. Your approval is inconsequential to us. Master Layla Devos began to grin. This is because our rebellion is in your clan's best interest. Our goals are more aligned than you think. Only when you are able to remove the shackles that the Mechers and to a lesser extent the Fleeters have placed on you will you recognize that the reign of the Mechers and Fleeters is already doomed from the start of the Age of Dawn. Chapter 6907 Initially unpopular as the secret conversation between Ves and Master Layla Devos neared its end, tension still existed between the two mech designers. They were too different from each other. They belonged to completely different generations and grew up under radically different environments. Their life trajectories were far apart from each other. Given all of these differences, was it any surprise that they failed to establish a close connection to each other? The fundamental reason why you are unable to understand our desire for independence and nationhood is because you have never become a part of a strong state. The old woman remarked, think back on the first 2 or 3 decades of your life. How did you feel about the Bright Republic? How loyal were you to your home state? Do you think that you would have been willing to sacrifice your life to defend your state and its people? Though Ves rarely thought about his past, he couldn't help but look back and recall what it was like. He used to be a lot more naive, ill-informed and muddle-headed at the time. Yet Ves admired his old self for possessing a noble heart and mind. Although he was not exemplary in any way, there was still a part of him that sincerely wanted to dedicate his life to protecting the state and more importantly the civilians that could use his protection. Unfortunately, this noble sentiment did not last. Ves let out another sigh in regret. Ever since the Bright Republic sold me out, my faith in states and the powers that hold the reins of power over there have plummeted. Subsequent events have only reinforced my initial impression. Perhaps I have been extraordinarily unlucky during my journeys, but many states that had a chance to impress me ultimately did the opposite. By this time, I dare not trust any government or comparable institution. This is why I am more than willing to become a fence-sitter once you enact your secession plan. I don't dare to put my future in the hands of any powerful nation-state. And that is why you prefer to build your own nation-state instead. Master Layla smirked as if the two were the same kind of conspirators. Our plans do not necessarily conflict with yours. In fact, your clan stands to gain considerable rights in operating space once we have beaten back the oppressive control of the mechers and the fleeters. Your clan's neutral position puts you in a favorable position. We bear all of the risks, but you do not. If we succeed in our aims, then you stand to receive all of the benefits despite your lack of active participation. In other words, she accused the Larkinsons of freeloading, yet her tone clearly conveyed her lack of care towards this opportunistic behavior. The Terrans did not need the help of the Larkinson clan, but they were more than willing to welcome the Larkinsons into the fold once their gambit delivered results. Ves could see that even if the Larkinson clan continued to maintain its innocence, far too many people would naturally think that it was part of the same clique. Publishing denials would not work as the masses would rather believe in what they thought was the case. It would be an uphill battle to prove that the Larkinsons emphatically did not pick any side. Perhaps you are right, he said with a frown that grew deeper. My faith in government institutions has sunk so much that I can only extend my trust to my clan, and even that may not be as reliable as before. There is something broken in me. What is unmade cannot become whole again. I really can't bring myself to put my trust in any government entity. Perhaps that sounds blasphemy to you, but I am merely the product of my own experiences. What I have witnessed throughout the years has given me precious little reason to place much value in states, sovereign or otherwise. Master Layla expressed pity to Ves. You poor boy, it is your misfortune that you were born far outside Terran space. If you had been born in our midst, you would have grown up in a state that is fully deserving of your loyalty and faith. The dark days of the age of conquest may have forced us to bend the knee, but we have never been broken. We still uphold many of the values and principles that we revere for millennia. If you were a Terran like us, then any reasoning is redundant. You would have thrown your full support behind our initiative regardless of the risks. I don't necessarily agree with you. It is exactly because I began my life in a weak third-rate state that I fought so hard to rise up the ranks and uplift myself. Only when you are at the bottom will you have the greatest motivation to rise to the top. It is unlikely that I would have been as successful as I am today if I was born in a prosperous first-rate superstate. They could never know for sure. Ves was born in the Bright Republic rather than other places. He was unique in many different ways. It was impossible to predict how his life would have unfolded if he grew up in a completely different place. Not even prophets could make such predictions. The air between the two mech designers eased for a bit. Although Ves still did not entirely agree with the secessionists, before we return to the banquet, I can answer one last question for you for friendship's sake. Please remember that I cannot divulge any sensitive information. Think carefully on what you wish to ask. This sounded like a precious opportunity to obtain slightly privileged but not completely confidential insider information. Ves needed to think carefully on what he should ask. Information was power. He had learned this lesson the hard way in the past. The more he knew, the lower his chances of suffering a disadvantage in the future. He did not rush to voice the first question that entered his mind, but thought carefully on what he should ask. He delegated most of his thinking power to it. Even his incarnations temporarily paused their duties and put their own minds to the task. When Ves thought about all of the implications of the upcoming secession attempt, he suddenly thought of a concerning but not entirely unrealistic possibility. Master Layla, he spoke up again, my question for you is rather difficult and sensitive. I completely understand if you do not want to answer it. If you do not wish to divulge any information on the subject, then just tell me so instead of responding with a lie. Is that all right? Ask your question, Professor. When the Terran Alliance declares its sovereignty, it will gain the power to engage in diplomacy. Does your nation-state intend to uphold human supremacy as before, or drop it in favor of pursuing the possibility of forming an alliance with a native alien race? This was a very weighty matter. Master Layla DeVos recognized it as such, but she did not hold her mouth shut. During the Age of Stars, we have given cosmopolitanism a chance. It failed. We embraced human supremacy despite many of the elites decrying this decision because of how absurdly the surrounding alien empires outnumbered us and surpassed us in technological development. You might not understand the history at the time, but back then, Supreme Marshal Caramon Pearl had almost failed to spark off his revolution. The cosmopolitan movement used to be much more popular. In fact, it was still the dominant ideology even though its cracks had already started to show. Many institutions remained stuck in inertia. That was an interesting tidbit of history that Ves was not entirely clear of. He never really imagined that the cosmopolitans still managed to remain popular enough at the time. It showed that the transition from cosmopolitans to human supremacy did not happen overnight. It took a lot of time and bloody struggle for the Supreme Marshal and his growing following to prevail over the human traitors. As Ves took in the impromptu history lesson, he did not think that Master Layla DeVos shared this particular story to him in order to voice her support for human supremacy. Instead, her true lesson was a little more subtle than that. As Ves continued to mull over her words, he realized that the past was a mirror of the present. The situation is reversed for the current day. Ves said with growing insight. The start of the Age of Conquest has cemented human supremacy as the dominant ideology of the human race going forward. It has upheld its dominance for many years, all the way up to current day. Even when certain individuals have begun to doubt the wisdom of excluding the possibility of cooperation with any alien race, they will instantly suffer retribution for showing any alleged sympathy for the alien race of the Red Ocean. They are our mortal enemies. How can we possibly think about prying a few of them from the Red Cabal and turning them into our allies? This sounded completely crazy. Ves could hardly understand the logic behind such a demented plot. Yet, Master Layla DeVos brought up this story in order to tell that the best decisions may not necessarily be the popular decisions. She also hinted that the Supreme Marshal that every human revered for truly bringing the human race to the stars started off incredibly unpopular. Caramon Pearl had fought so much that he eventually managed to sway the masses with his example. Cosmopolitans are hated everywhere. Ves spoke with a frown. They will always get beat up and killed when exposed because their intentions are fundamentally misaligned with the prevailing ideology of our civilization. Anyone who even hints at supporting a future where they can ally and coexist with alien races would end up ruining their lives. Yet, if their solution happens to increase the chances that red humanity will survive, does it truly make sense to suppress it in the current day and age? Ves would have gotten in trouble if he voiced this opinion. It was a good thing that this location should be secure. In any case, he recognized that the positions of ardent human supremacists in the past and supporters of peaceful coexistence with the native aliens in the present happened to be the same. Although Ves did not include actual cosmopolitans in his considerations, there had to be a lot of people who secretly thought that there had to be a better way to engage with aliens than to resort to genocide. Once the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact declared their independence, they could indeed seek to end hostilities and maybe even ally with more reasonable alien races. Of course, it would not be popular for the first-rate colonial superstates to push these controversial policies, but as long as it worked, they may be able to sway the opinion of the masses. Human supremacy had never become so fragile since the start of the Age of Conquest. Ves realized that nothing would piss off the mechers and the fleeters further than other humans forming their own treaties with different alien civilizations. Even if he still found it difficult to imagine a future where any human was able to tolerate living and working alongside native aliens, he could not completely rule out this possibility either. Thank you for your clarification. Ves eventually said, your answer is very insightful. You are welcome, Ves. Remember that even if we consider alternative strategies, we will never stoop so low as to cooperate with the cosmopolitan movement. These traitors have committed crimes against the Terran people since the dawn of our Star Empire. We have never forgotten what they have done, both in the distant past and in the most recent war. At least the native aliens are killing us for legitimate reasons. The cosmopolitans are responsible for killing untold amounts of human lives due to extremism for extremism's sake. We will never forgive them. Some principles must never be broken. While Ves grew a little more reassured after hearing that, in his opinion, the Terran Alliance actually had a lot in common with the cosmopolitan movement. Both of them were driven by fanatics who believed their cause was worth dying for. Both groups were mad. They just came in different brands of crazy as far as he was concerned. Chapter 6908 A Radiant Gift. A radiant gift. When the actual banquet commenced, Ves tried his best to put up a polite facade and clap whenever it was appropriate. The exotic dishes tasted like air to him, and that was not just because his Phase Lord physique had lowered the sensitivity of his taste buds to an enormous degree. He simply was not in the mood to celebrate the friendship between the Larkinsons and the Devosans anymore. The secrets that he learned from Master Layla Rebecca DeVos continued to weigh on his mind and heart. His wife probably noticed his unbalanced mood. She thoughtfully did not probe him for answers, but spoke up more frequently and covered for his social obligations. While she was not always reliable, he knew he could count on her this time. One of the elder figures of the DeVos ancient clan stood up. The man wore a similar formal toga outfit as Master Layla, though his garments were embellished with fluttering symbols of leaves. He raised a glass above his head. "Ladies and gentlemen, Terrans and guests, tonight, we have gathered here to commemorate our friendship and cooperation with the Larkinson clan. Although it is new and lacks the long and storied traditions of our own, we are a people who are not averse towards change. As our people and state enter a new age, so do the rules that we have abided by for centuries. We have found ourselves in a particularly dangerous period of history. In the past, our people have managed to overcome many existential challenges by following our traditions, but not entirely." The man whose name escaped Ves's notice took a moment to sweep his gaze across the people sitting at their dining tables. The moody yellow lighting and the garden ambience created a sense of intimacy among the formally dressed individuals. The Age of Dawn has shattered the peace that has reigned throughout the Age of Mechs. We are cut off and beset by threats near and far away. It is easy for us to return to the passivity that has been thrust upon us during the previous age. Yet that is a mistake. To avoid change is to be enslaved by our own traditions. If we want to prove ourselves to be as strong as the Terrans during the most glorious periods of the Age of Conquest, then we must regain the courage and values that we have forgotten in the past centuries. We must remember our past as a people who spit death in the face and possessed the courage to defeat the strong while we were still weak. Hear, hear, for Terra and humanity. Many Terrans raised their own glasses in agreement. If Ves remained ignorant of the true undercurrents, then he would have interpreted these words as a generic attempt to boost morale. Yet now that Master Layla DeVos shared a crucial secret to him, those same words held a deeper meaning. Those in the know understood that the Devosan leader voiced a much more concrete call to action. If the Terrans wanted to regain the courage that had served them well during a more successful era, then they needed to possess the will and daring to defy the Red Association and the Red Fleet. If the Terrans had become so cowed by the reputation and the coercion of the Mechers and Fleeters that they had become too risk-averse, then they were no longer suited to enact the secret secession plan. This was indeed a legitimate concern among the leaders of the Terran Alliance. The Terrans were already fairly resistant towards change by nature. This was both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. In order to execute their gambit with the best possible footing, the Terrans needed to shake off several of their bad habits and become more proactive than they had in centuries. Were the Terrans truly capable of doing more than reacting to events as they happened? That remained to be seen. The leaders could only express confidence that their people would do the right thing. The man continued to smile as he gestured his glass towards the guests of honor. During these dark times, few people have managed to shine like beacons. Though few in number, each illuminator is able to help us navigate the new age. They are the vanguards that have explored the paths forward and charted out the best routes for us to follow. An emerging hero such as Professor Ves Larkinson may not be impressive in terms of age, but he is a leader among the younger generation. Elders such as ourselves have already led our ancient clan during the Age of Mechs. Now that we have entered the Age of Dawn, a new generation of leaders must rise up and lead us in a different direction. Only the young and the bold possess the combination of qualities that can lead us to a better future. That sounded rather extreme in Terran terms. Ves could already sense that not everyone agreed with this message. It showed that the leadership of the Terran ancient clans were still divided on important issues. He doubted that every Terran leader was aware of the secession plan. He also doubted that those in the know universally supported the dangerous initiative. Yet even with all of this division, it did not stop a majority of the movers and shakers of the Terran Alliance from betting it all on the secession plan. The Terrans were tired of remaining stuck with the label of losers. Many ordinary people considered the Age of Mechs to be a golden age for mankind. That was because human civilization no longer feared external threats and made a lot of efforts to reduce the scope of infighting. The relative peace and prosperity that lasted for dozens of generations had been good for most space peasants. They may have surrendered their sovereignty and pride, but what they got in return was relative peace and stability that lasted for a remarkable amount of time. This was arguably the best period of time for second-raters and third-raters. The Big Two protected them and shielded them from more complicated and higher-level concerns. Yet the first-raters resented such control. They lost too much agency. The Terrans and the Rubarthans suffered continuous humiliations due to all of the rights they had ceded to the MTA and the CFA. Enough. Here in the Red Ocean, the Red Two had done their best to perpetuate the previous status quo. Even if unforeseen incidents such as the remarkably fast founding of the Red Collective occurred, that still did not shake the foundation of the RA and the RF too much. The Mechers and the Fleeters not only hoarded a huge amount of advanced technologies, but also possessed much greater military force than the other forces. Power ultimately determined their right to rule over other humans. For a long time, the Terrans saw no hope of being able to regain their independence due to absolute power. Suppression. Yet now that the Red War had tied up much of those military forces, the Terrans and other subjugated people finally had a rare opportunity to slip the leash that had been hanging on their necks for over 4 centuries. The Terrans who recognized this opportunity and wanted to make use of it did not want to procrastinate. As soon as the destined time had come, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Perhaps not that many members of the older generation were willing to take the decisive steps, but this was where the younger generation could show their value. The Devos ancient clan and so on had already prepped many talents that possessed greater flexibility and open-mindedness than those who had already lived for several centuries. This was why the Devosan leader toasted the Larkinsons, or more precisely Ves. If the Terrans needed inspiration on how to act during this critical time period, they only needed to learn from his example. Ves twitched his mouth. Though this banquet was ostensibly about honoring the relationship between the Terrans and the Larkinsons, it ended up morphing into a subtle wake-up call to the Terrans who would soon be expected to fight for their collective independence. The Devosan leader babbled on for another minute before he finally addressed a topic of greater relevance to the Larkinson clan. In the spirit of our continued friendship and cooperation with the Larkinsons, we would like to issue a grand gift to them. They are not Terrans, but they have given us numerous crucial tools and solutions that can help us navigate the new age with greater confidence and strength. His kinship networks have united us under the loving gaze of the Mother of Earth. His companion spirits have bestowed greater power and choice to our most promising talents. The Red Collective that he has spoken into existence has given us a greater seat at the galactic table. Ves's expression tightened a bit. The man's words made it sound as if Ves actively conspired with the Terrans to help them pull off their upcoming secession plan. That was not the case. The contributions made by Ves benefited other parties as well. This included the Red Association and the Red Fleet, or else his Blue Jay fleet would have been a lot smaller. Our ancient clan also bears the honor of hosting the father of Carmen Mechs and his fellow Larkinsons on our very own planet. He has taught in person and by remote at our local Eden Institute of Business and Technology, thereby enabling it to quickly rise up to become one of the foremost schools of higher education in the new frontier. During this entire period, the Larkinsons have never issued any excessive demands to us. They have behaved as impeccable guests and always respected our culture and traditions. To that end, it is only right that we reciprocate by granting them a gift of substance. The man waved the hand holding his wine glass, which caused a container to rise up from a gap that emerged from the centermost table. This container was an extremely high-end product in itself. While it was not made of superdimensional matter, Ves could already see from the design and the materials that it was made to contain an object of great value. With another gesture, the man transmitted a silent command that caused the cylindrical container to slide open a viewport. A small but remarkably radiant point of light floated inside. This point of light lazily floated inside the confines of the cylinder as if it was a speck of dust that was floating in the wind. This was no speck of dust, though. Ves frowned as he sensed considerable power and threat from this glowing particle. The Devos ancient clan hereby gifts the Larkinson clan a container that contains a single radiant particle. This is similar to a destroyer particle, but it is willed into existence by the light of Sol himself. A radiant particle is the realization of the light attribute. A single particle may not be particularly powerful, but it is completely different when imbued by the willpower of its creator. This particle happens to possess that blessing. It is a divine treasure that we are honored to pass on to the Larkinson clan. 1214. A few Terrans reacted with considerable shock at this sight. The reason why they reacted so strongly quickly became clear. Ves and his wife were shocked. They were not entirely clear how valuable this radiant particle may be, but since it was much less famous than destroyer particles, it should definitely be more scarce. Radiant particles may not be as straightforward as destroyer particles, but they can produce strong effects when used correctly. They can increase the firepower of energy weapons, amplify the acceleration of flight systems and reduce the mass of a mech or other object. In short, By imbuing the radiant particle in any part or object, you can effectively bestow it with a spark of the light of Soul's immense power. What a gift! Chapter 6909 Strange Urg Strange Urge What a brilliant gift! Though Ves was unclear how useful a single radiant particle may be, anything that had been imbued by the willpower of a god pilot should not be too weak or useless. Ves instantly figured out the cleverness behind this choice. The Ves ancient clan clearly wanted to show off its wealth and power. It could not give the Larkinson clan a low-value trinket. That would not only disrespect the Larkinsons, but also paint the Terrans as misers who suffered so greatly from the ongoing war that they could no longer bestow any generous gifts. Therefore, the gift had to be an item of real substance. It most definitely needed to be universally recognized as valuable. The problem was that most choices of gifts were of great value to the Terrans themselves. There were likely those who thought about gifting the Larkinson clan with a world tree seed or a capital ship. Unfortunately, both were strategic assets that the Terrans urgently needed for their own war efforts. Giving one of them away as a gift would do more harm than good. A will-infused radiant particle therefore served as a much more clever gift. On the one hand, it was a rare high-end material that possessed a lot of remarkable and mysterious properties. Even though the container only contained a single particle, the fact that the light of Sol saw fit to impart a fraction of his divine will into it immediately raised its value by at least 1,000,000 times. Whole destroyer weapons were not worth as much as this single radiant particle. 1218 Ves had never even heard of radiant particles before. He did not even know that the god pilot who made them could also extend a measure of his incredible power to one of the particles. The Ves ancient clan not only gifted him with what could only be a microscopic super-class material, but also granted him the knowledge and awareness that this wonder existed in the first place. The Terrans had unveiled a small part of the curtain. Ves grew a lot less upset about the heavy revelation from Master Layla Rebecca Ves and became fascinated by the rare and precious particle presented by the hosts of the banquet. Even though it was abundantly obvious to him that the Devosans sought to smooth over any hard feelings by bribing him with a literal shiny, they understood him too well. Their plan worked. As a mech designer, how could he remain unmoved when he stood to receive a magnanimous gift that could give a rare and powerful boost to one of his mechs? Ves felt a little frustrated by how well the container isolated the fluctuations of the radiant particle. He could not sense anything but the barest hint of light in its purest form. Despite the minuscule amount of matter contained within the cylinder, Ves had the inexplicable sense that if he let it out and placed it on his hand, it might actually be able to destroy his true body. Whether this was a real possibility or a silly illusion, Ves was not sure. He needed to get his hands on it and head straight back to his lab in order to research the hell out of the mysterious particle. Only by understanding its properties would he be able to formulate plans on how to convert it into a useful application. As the transparent window of the container continued to shine the particle's remarkably bright radiance among the gathered people, the Devosan leader briefly shared a bit more information on the remarkable particle. Unlike our rivals, we are graced by only a single god pilot. We are fortunate that the Light of Sol happens to be one of our more qualified god pilots to respond to the crises that the Terran Alliance is struggling with. Not only is he able to move from star system to star system faster than any other god pilot, he is also able to generate radiant particles that can be used to upgrade the performance of our senior ace mechs. That actually sounded like a great way to leverage the power of a god pilot. One of the biggest constraints to god pilots was that they could only directly project their power in a single star system. This was why certain god pilots tried to expand their capabilities and use their god kingdoms as a means of producing rare and precious resources. Certain god pilots were much more compatible with this approach than others. For example, no one expected the Fist of Defiance to produce anything particularly rare and precious. He was a meathead that happened to be stubborn enough to defy death when traversing the road to no return. His relatively direct and uncompromising personality reflected his strong focus and dedication towards fisticuffs. He cared little for anything else and did not have the patience and the affinities to produce special particles or super-class materials. The Evolution Witch was the opposite in this regard. Her direct combat capabilities was not as domineering as that of the Fist of Defiance, but she made up for it in many other ways. Due to the characteristics of her god kingdom, the Evolution Witch was in a much better position to will all kinds of organic materials into existence. This turned her into one of the most important sources of high-quality biomatter. The Light of Sol probably sat somewhere in between. He was clearly a more combat-focused god pilot, but his strong affinity with the light element enabled him to generate the so-called radiant particles in his god kingdom. Now, one of them had entered his possession. After the Devosan leader completed his brief introduction, the container floated towards the Larkinson delegation until it finally stopped in front of Ves. He stood up and bowed his head in gratitude. I thank the Devos ancient clan and the Light of Sol for bestowing me this divinely touched gift. I am not familiar with the details concerning radiant particles, but I am eager to study this sample and incorporate it into one of my mechs. I will definitely do this precious material justice. Numerous Terrans smiled. That is good to hear, Professor Larkinson. We will transfer additional documentation to you so that you understand how the radiant particle can be applied to different parts and systems. Since you are already familiar with destroyer technology, you should be able to find many parallels between destroyer particles and radiant particles. They may not behave the same, but they are of the same root, so some properties are universal to their kind. The remainder of the banquet went by without any other notable events. No Terran casually spoke of the secession plan. Many of them were so engrossed in their own power plays and political maneuvering that they were not worth his time to engage. His wife did not hold the same opinion. She avidly spoke with the female Terrans of high bearing about inconsequential topics. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos had not shown up again. She had already completed her mission and had no compelling reason to stick around. Ves actually felt restless the longer the evening dragged on. He frequently looked down on the precious cylindrical container that he had placed on his lap. 12:21. Although he had closed the transparent window in order to avoid flashing the hymn of the trees with a bright light show, he still felt tempted to tear the container apart and hold the radiant particle in his hands. He did not know why he possessed this urge. Given his recently obtained affinity for the darkness element, he should have felt repulsed towards the strong source of light. Perhaps a part of him harbored a strong desire to taint and corrupt the radiant particle. The moment he entertained this guess, the more he wanted to transform the mysterious particle from a pure and radiant resource into a tainted and desecrated material. Ves inwardly shook his head. These were irrational thoughts. He did not understand where those urges came from, but now that his logic reasserted itself, he firmly locked away those crazy and extreme plans. It was best to focus his thinking on healthier subjects. As the banquet finally came to an end, Ves impatiently waited until he and his group boarded the armored shuttle and made the journey back to D&D base. Ves still held the protective cylinder. Can I see? Can I see? Andraste eagerly asked. No, it is not safe, Pumpkin. Destroyer particles are highly threatening, and I am sure that radiant particles may possess similar dangers and risks. It is better to keep this gift in containment until we have thoroughly understood the potential hazards with working on such an amazing material. It contains the will of the Light of Sol, right? Probably. Ves replied. I cannot verify this claim at the moment as the container is so good at isolation. Now that a god pilot has become involved, it is better to maintain our caution and ignore anything of concern. 12:37. All three kids looked completely obsessed with the container. God pilots possessed an amazing reputation in human space. Since Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all attended school on New Constantinople 8, they definitely absorbed a bit of hero worship towards the Light of Sol. Every other kid at their age range possessed a universal admiration towards the only Terran god pilot in the dwarf galaxy. Ves still harbored the necessary respect towards the most powerful mech pilots that he knew of, but he had long gotten rid of his hero worship of these entities. He was much more interested in what the radiant particle could do for him when he attempted to integrate it with a mech. He had no interest in chatting with the Light of Sol with the particle as a medium. It was not always a good idea for people to meet their heroes, or gods. Ves hated the thought of getting coerced by the god pilots into doing their bidding. They had the power to get away with it, and that made him angry like nothing else. Until he gained enough power to hold his ground against these lawless brutes, it was best if he avoided contact with them as much as possible. Hopefully the Light of Sol would be far too busy with defending the Terran Alliance's borders to pay attention to what Ves wanted to do with the radiant particle. His wife couldn't hold herself back any longer. After she spent a bit of time to settle the children, she finally voiced her thoughts. Have you thought about how we should use the radiant particle? I have. There are 3 high-ranking mechs that I think are suitable for integrating this radiant particle. The most obvious choice is the Amaranto Mark III. We can attempt to integrate it into the Instrument of Vengeance or use it to remake the Instrument of Doom. The firepower of this luminaire crystal weapon will be like nothing else we have witnessed from our own creations. Gloriana tentatively nodded. That is my first choice as well, although you can argue that the Amaranto Mark III already possesses ample enough firepower. This is why my second choice is the Dark Zephyr Mark III. Even if the attributes do not quite match with each other, I think that Tusa will welcome any chance to make his ace mech move faster. His wife frowned. The idea is feasible, but the success rate should not be too high. Attributes matter greatly in this new era. Unless you can devise a form of duality where light and shadow are interconnected with each other, Saint Tusa will likely fight against his own machine. My third is the Lionheart. This is another machine that depends on light as a source of power. The compatibility between this radiant particle and the Lionheart may be high. We can make the Lionheart faster, or integrate it in a melee weapon to add powerful striking capabilities to the future ace mech. The Lionheart is a valid choice. Chapter 6910 Material Producers. The day after Ves returned from the city of Sandon with a powerful gift in his possession, he and his wife quickly handled their morning obligations before they finally directed their attention to the cylindrical container. Alexa Strian and Jovi Armelon also joined the design lab. Each of them possessed a degree of fascination towards the so-called radiant particle and eagerly operated the lab instruments in an attempt to learn more about its properties. Of course, they first read through the documentation in order to gain a small introduction to this mysterious substance. The Terrans did not send as much information as Ves preferred. They only gave him the barebones data about the properties of radiant particles along with a large amount of cautionary warnings. While the latter provided a lot of clues, Ves still felt a little frustrated about how little the documentation explained the underlying reasons behind the radiant particle's existence. From my interpretation, a radiant particle is a materialized seed of the power wielded by the light of Sol. Jovi Armelon voiced, it is not a conventional exotic material, but a form of energy that is mostly turned into matter. Under specific circumstances, we can reverse this transformation and turn it into a potent form of persistent energy that we can use to amplify the performance of different parts. Gloriana paid attention to another important factor. What is interesting is that the radiant particle ostensibly behaves as a highly specialized energy cell of sorts. Using up the energy locked inside the particle will cause it to grow exhausted, but it can restore its reserves by absorbing light energy as well as high amounts of electrical energy. As long as we are cautious enough to never completely expend the reserves of the radiant particle at once, it will always persist. The greatest shortcoming is that it cannot multiply independently. No matter how much energy it devours, it will eventually reach a limit, but doesn't split in half. That was indeed a major restriction to radiant particles. They were extremely special and had to be produced in a special way. It was also one of the reasons that protected radiant particles from theft. As a former Terran, Alexa Strian possessed greater insights into the light of Sol and his famous products. I have heard of radiant particles, but I have never had the pleasure of encountering it in person, either in raw form or in a processed form. I must warn you to treat it with great respect and remain on your best behavior. What Jovi has said is correct. A radiant particle is a shard of energy that the light of Sol has materialized in the form of a solid particle. When he has attached a small measure of his willpower to it, then its original connection with its maker is still active. This means that the radiant particle can also function as a communication channel that directly connects to the Terran god pilot. It was not every day that Ves received a miraculous communication medium that possessed so many other useful functions. Ves felt a bit apprehensive at handling a precious material that could directly put him into contact with the light of Sol at any time. Yet, the power promised by the radiant particle made it worth all of those difficulties. The four mech designers conducted a series of lab tests. They kept the radiant particle inside its container, but occasionally brought it out and used special implements in order to harvest direct measurements. Amazing. The temperature immediately around the radiant particle is rising. I did not feel anything that I can identify as the gaze of a god pilot. Have the Devosans sent us the correct radiant particle? It may take more for the light of Sol to take a personal interest in our research and development. We have not even talked about how to utilize this gift. Ves and his fellow mech designers continued to spend the entire morning and parts of the afternoon on collecting a large amount of basic data. Not all of the information was accurate and relevant, but it provided them with a more thorough baseline. Okay, the data that we have gathered largely support our expectations. We still have many more studies to conduct on the radiant particle, but we can already plan ahead based on what we have gathered. How do you think we should use the radiant particle? Ves asked. A short pause ensued as people looked at each other. Alexa Strian eventually decided to break the silence. You can integrate it into the rainbow shield of the Bastion, or the next iteration of this high-ranking mech. Integrating a radiant particle into a weapon is the most straightforward choice, but your clan is not lacking in killing power. What you need more is a strong and reliable protector. As long as Venerable Xianxia is able to become a saint, it is well worth it to grant her protection that is far beyond the norm. A superdimensional tower shield is already strong, but it is still vulnerable against superdimensional arms. Empowering it with the radiant particle may just grant it the advantage to withstand such threats. That actually sounded like a good suggestion. It was a possibility that Ves had not entertained, as it was not an obvious choice. We can respond to threats more confidently if we can kill them faster as opposed to letting them pound our defenses. Alexa said in mild disapproval. Remaining passive has rarely worked well. Enemies will keep pressing your defenses if our counterattack power is not sufficient. Since that is the case, using the radiant particle to empower a sword or rifle will result in far better defenses, as we can mop up the threats much faster than without such a gift. Alexa's argument made sense, but Ves knew that combat was not that simple. Accidents could always happen. It was due to these, low probability, events that Ves had to be on guard at all times. Empowering the Bastion by bestowing her a radiant tower shield sounded like a decent investment for the future. The living mech could offer far superior protection, especially if her battle partner managed to advance. No one was entirely certain when that would happen. Venerable Xianxia had yet to break through, but that may be because she was slowly polishing her foundation. If Xianxia doesn't break through, then we are failing to make proper use of the might of this radiant particle. He said, this is not a period of time where we must mindlessly hoard our wealth and resources. It is always better to exchange them with stuff that can help us win a fight and kill the aliens faster. Alexa looked slightly disappointed. Does that mean you will reject my proposal? I am afraid so. Don't take this too hard. Mech designers regularly come up with new ideas, but few ever get realized. I think I will put your plan in reserve. Who knows whether one of our enemies comes up with a superweapon that can bypass all of our existing defenses. Perhaps in those circumstances, a physical tower shield that is indirectly blessed by a god pilot can make a critical move. If we have a second or third radiant particle, it should be a worthwhile investment. That mollified the younger woman. Her proposal truly had merit, but the needs of the clan demanded a weapon as opposed to a shield. The Amaranto Mark III. Gloriana said, there is no need to say anything more. The combination speaks for itself. Ves nodded in acknowledgement. You are right. If there are no better options, then we will design an upgrade to the instrument of vengeance that will turn it into an even more lethal weapon than before. It will make the Amaranto Mark III even more skewed towards extreme firepower. It will pose such a great threat to the native aliens that they may throw away everything they have in order to ambush and destroy our ace marksman mech. His wife made another proposal. What about embedding the radiant particle into the armor system instead? This will strengthen the defenses of the Amaranto Mark III, thereby increasing her chances of surviving an ambush. Due to the exceptionally high proportion of hyper-materials used to construct the Archimech frame, this empowerment will indirectly feed back to the instrument of vengeance, thereby making it somewhat more powerful, though not as much as a direct boost. Your alternative proposal goes against the vision of the Amaranto. Ves shook his head. That alone is not a reason to reject it, but if I have to make a choice, I would rather turn the Amaranto into an even more extreme glass cannon than a more rounded machine. At worst, we will just assign other ace mechs to guard the Amaranto Mark III from threats. Again, this is a more realistic proposal if we have more radiant particles in our possession. Alexa, how easy is it for the Light of Sol to produce more? What little information I have about this case is that the act of making these particles puts him under strain. That is a vague description, but that is the best I can do. Alexa slowly answered. That was indeed a useless response. Alexa at least made it clear that the Light of Sol likely could not produce millions of radiant particles. Have you found out how common these radiant particles are? It would be helpful for us to know how rare they are compared to destroyer weapons. Alexa thought for a few seconds before giving a cautious answer. I do not have extensive information about this, but the secrets that I have come into touch with suggest that the Light of Sol has not previously explored this ability. He has a relatively lower drive towards uplifting humanity. He is not as keen as the likes of the evolution, which when it comes to leveraging his god kingdom is a resource generator. Many god pilots believe that fixating on material production is a form of debasement. Their opinions had merit. They were true gods. They had crossed One of the most difficult thresholds imaginable in ascended to godhood. Of all of the obligations they must fulfill as the ultimate protectors of the human race, expending their willpower to produce resources was among the most banal and unimpressive one they could imagine. There was no glory in becoming a true god-level material provider. God pilots much preferred to enter into combat and beat up powerful aliens with their cutting-edge technologies and their transcendent willpower. During the age of mechs, there were not that many reasons for god pilots to go into action in person during those peaceful days. Many god pilots only engaged in the production of rare materials because their power would otherwise go to waste. Such an excuse no longer existed in the Age of Dawn. Red humanity had become embroiled in total war. God pilots could kill all of the native aliens they wanted and still not do enough to deplete the incoming enemy soldiers. Under those circumstances, the fact that the Light of Sol saw merit in diverting a measure of his power to produce a will-infused radiant particle for the Larkinson clan held greater significance. Ves frowned for a moment. He did not believe for a second that this gift was free. It sounded more as if the god pilot shrewdly wanted to invest in Ves. By giving him such a powerful gift, he would have to reciprocate in the future. While Ves felt good for proving himself worthy enough to attract the favor of another god pilot, he soon remembered the reasons why he tried to avoid contact with these unreasonable soldiers. Ves really did not want the Light of Sol to use the radiant particle as a medium to establish direct contact. Once that happened, the Terran god pilot might choose to issue orders to him with the expectation that he should never betray his obligations. Chapter 6911 Light Contamination. Ves and the others still couldn't decide how to use the radiant particle. There were too many valid choices, and each of them could have a significant impact on the future of the Larkinsons. It was even more difficult to decide the use of the radiant particle than superdimensional matter because the latter was more abundant. In terms of value and power, superdimensional matter obviously ranked higher. It was a rare and highly special resource that not only countered the native aliens extremely well, but had never been attainable until recently. Radiant particles likely existed since the time the Light of Sol first ascended to godhood. He had the power to will them into existence for many years. The fact that they were rare enough that Ves did not even know about them meant that the Terran god pilot likely limited its availability by choice. There had to be a good reason why the Light of Sol did not spread radiant particles everywhere. After all, one of the weaknesses of god pilots was that they were incapable of directly projecting their power across vast distances. The Light of Sol should be able to partially overcome this limit by distributing his radiant particles. To Ves, they were like tiny but concentrated totems that carried a seed of the god pilot's willpower, which was effectively the god pilot himself. So long as the radiant particle did not completely run out of energy, the Light of Sol should theoretically be able to descend in it and exercise his power for a brief amount of time. Of course, the capacity of this single particle was not that big in the first place, so the god pilot might not even have more than a couple of seconds to complete his tasks before he was forced to withdraw. Perhaps that was why the Light of Sol did not take this means too seriously. The cost-effectiveness was too low. Who knew how much time and energy it took for him to create a radiant particle and imbue it with a small portion of his willpower? Ves relaxed after guessing that it was not worthwhile for the god pilot to descend a portion of his consciousness into the radiant particle. It would be difficult for the Light of Sol to dial his power to a minimum. It went against their own nature to restrain themselves in order to save energy. They were also not suited to split themselves up and be present in multiple star systems at a time. Unlike other true gods, god pilots concentrated all of their power in their own selves. They were incredibly powerful in direct combat, but they were much less suited for other activities. The only exception that Ves knew of was the Destroyer of Worlds, and that was only because he had bestowed her with a companion spirit during a mastery experience. Even then, Ves was only able to use Emma's spiritual fragment to call down the god pilot's companion spirit and a small measure of Irene's willpower for a brief amount of time. The consumption of energy was too great. Everything costs too much. God pilots normally did not suffer from energy problems because they were easily able to cover their own consumption. They were simultaneously able to generate a huge amount of energy and expend them through their god mechs. Yet if they tried to do anything further away, the balance between energy supply and energy consumption broke. The former sank to the bottom while the latter still remained fairly high despite the god pilot's best efforts. This should be the root cause why the Light of Sol, the Destroyer of Worlds and other god pilots were not able to mass-produce totems, particles, spiritual fragments or other stuff and spread them around so they could descend into many different star systems. Even if it was possible for them to do so, the effect wouldn't be that good due to energy constraints. If your theory is right, then the significance of this willpower-infused particle is clear. Gloriana said, the light of Sol did not make it so that he could intervene with our affairs. His willpower is purely present in order to amplify the performance of the radiant particle. Ves nodded in agreement. I think you are right. We can't completely dismiss the possibility that the God Pilot will decide to drop by and issue a directive to us, but he will certainly pay way more for it than the Destroyer of Worlds. Emma is able to give her additional flexibility that other God Pilots can only envy. While that came as a reassurance, they soon ascertained a different problem. This will-infused radiant particle is not safe to handle. Alexa Strian said, it is not as damaging as a destroyer particle, but it is a strong source of contamination to those whose minds are too weak. When I get close to the particle when we have taken it out of its container, then I have to suppress the urge to hop into a fast-moving vehicle or praise the local star as a ubiquitous source of light. The longer I am exposed to the radiant particle, the more the light of Sol's willpower seeps into my own psyche. She brought up a serious issue. Ves did not experience this contamination himself, but his mental defenses were a lot stronger. It was impossible for him to notice anything concerning while his exposure to the radiant particle remained relatively brief. Is the contamination strong enough to contaminate expert pilots or ace pilots? Ves seriously asked. That is another subject I wanted to address, sir. Technically speaking, most high-ranking mech pilots should not be susceptible to direct contamination. However, I no longer recommend that you think about using it to upgrade a part or weapon of a high-ranking mech. Any device empowered by this radiant particle can be regarded as an extension of the light of Sol's might. A radiant weapon is powerful because the God Pilot's willpower is directly distorting its interaction with reality. The effect may be strong, but that is mainly due to an outside source instead of the actual wielder. A champion who wants to become strong by relying on her own merits such as Saint Dice will only get harmed if her first sword Mark III wields a radiant sword, do you understand? Ves slowly nodded. Unlike destroyer particles which possessed unclear relations with the God Pilots who spawned them, radiant particles could not avoid their close association with the light of Sol as he was their only source. This made it much harder to decouple the resource from its creator. The light of Sol had not made this any easier by imbuing the singular particle with his willpower. This made it a lot stronger, but also reinforced the truth that it was an extension of himself. Ves grimaced. If this is true, then using this radiant particle to upgrade the performance of an expert mech or ace mech will do more harm than good in most cases. Expert pilots and ace pilots must nurture their confidence and belief in themselves in order to progress. Their resonance strength will cease to grow from the moment they become too dependent on the strength and willpower of a superior pilot. This was disappointing news. Now that he looked at this situation from another perspective, upgrading the instrument of vengeance with the radiant particle was a terrible decision. This was because Saint Davia Stark wielded the power of the light attribute in her own unique way. If Ves suddenly introduced a mech weapon that not only represented another pilot's interpretation of the light element, but also happened to be a lot further in his journey, then Saint Stark might lose faith in her own direction. Her Saint Kingdom could regress or even collapse if she lost her confidence in herself. Gloriana voiced her own opinion after taking in this information. There are only 3 viable applications that we can choose from. First, we can design a radiant weapon for a high-ranking mech pilot that is more tolerant towards the idea of borrowing the power of others. The Saint Commander is the only eligible choice. Her suggestion made sense. Other ace pilots were too obsessed with their own strength. Only Casella Ingvar possessed a weaker ego and was a lot more open to cooperating with others. Ves rubbed his hairless chin in thought. This is an interesting idea. We can use the radiant particle to turn the Irvin Luminaire crystal rifle into a serious threat. A better idea is to integrate the radiant particle into the Victrix and see what happens. We may be able to turn the Minerva Mark II's living Fae into a light-infused powerhouse. The attributes do not match. Gloriana pointed out, you risk contaminating the Saint Commander, her companion spirit, the Minerva Mark II or her subordinate spirit. This is already a problem if the attributes match, but when they are different, the consequences are much direr for Casella Ingvar. Then if we want to be safe, it is best not to arm our ace pilots with any radiant arms. It is no wonder the Terrans themselves have not made use of this function. What are the other 2 applications? The second application is to integrate it into a warship, preferably a large one that can offer greater room for isolation and protective measures. Gloriana continued, as long as we can keep the compartment containing the radiant particle in question off limits to humans, the risk of contamination should not be too great. Distance combined with isolating materials can make it safe for a warship to open fire with an energy weapon empowered by the particle. The damage output will definitely be a spectacle. Ves grew a little disappointed at the thought of utilizing a radiant particle to empower a warship instead of a mech. As a mech designer, he vastly preferred to work on mechs. It would go against his profession to favor other solutions even if they were objectively better. We'll keep this idea in reserve, he decided. If there are no better options, we can reconsider this proposal. The last application I can think of is much more personal to you. This is because you can use it to build you a better weapon. Ves blinked. Really, you want me to hog the radiant particle for myself? Why not? I know you, Ves. I know that you are never able to keep yourself calm and away from the throes of combat. Once your highly anticipated campaign commences, you will find yourself on the field of battle one way or another. Even if you try your best to avoid it, you cannot help yourself. If this happens, then I want to make sure you deploy into space with a proper set of equipment, and not whatever makeshift gear that you have on hand. I am already working on a new raiment and stuff. Ves responded, it will even be superdimensional. That is good to hear, but you can still do better. In my opinion, since you do not have any extraordinary willpower yourself, you will benefit the most from borrowing the willpower of a god pilot. Even if you cannot use it to resonate with your own gear, you can still use its ability to distort reality to raise the power of your weapon. I recommend you use it to design a Phase Lord scaled luminaire crystal weapon for yourself. You can use that special flute of yours as a staff, but you do not possess an adequate ranged weapon. Have you already thought about designing a firearm for yourself? Only at our current scale. Ves admitted, I am working to upgrade the Amarastendira as well, but that is only useful indoors. I have yet to think about developing a luminaire crystal weapon that I can use as a Phase Lord to threaten other powerful opponents. Now that I think about it, I should be remedying this shortcoming right away. Chapter 6912 Cannot stop moving. Ves felt tempted to use the radiant particle himself. It was a selfish idea, and one that went against his principles of a mech designer. Yet that may be the most proper way to leverage this powerful resource. If the light of Sol merely produced the radiant particle without any further complications, then it would have been fine to use it to upgrade an expert mech or ace mech. The problem was that the power of a single radiant particle was minuscule. Even the weakest destroyer weapon leveraged the power of lots of destroyer particles. What separated the higher tiers from the lower tiers was the concentration of destroyer particles. The greater the amount of particles that got stuffed in weapons of the same dimensions, the greater their destructive activity. Ves did not know much about radiant particles, but given their similarities to destroyer particles, the same rules should apply to the former as well. Therefore, a single radiant particle was pretty much useless for even the weakest expert pilots. The only way the radiant particle was able to surpass its own physical limitations was if a god pilot had permanently severed a piece of his willpower and imbued it into the particle of his own making. From what Ves had learned, this was not an ordinary process. It was much as if Ves cut off a piece of his soul. The light of Sol permanently weakened himself in order to transform the radiant particle into a persistent wonder. This was a gift of great value. The god pilot probably gave it to Ves in order to increase his entanglement with the Terran Alliance. So long as Ves accepted this generous gift and made use of it, he owed the Terran Alliance a debt of gratitude. Ves was not the sort of person who reneged on his debts. Anyone who studied history would know how much he honored all of his professional as well as most of his non-professional commitments. Right now, Ves felt conflicted by what he was supposed to do with the radiant particle. In order to verify that its use would be detrimental to most high-ranking mech pilots, Gloriana called over Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and Saint Ves Larkinson to the design lab. The two ace pilots couldn't help but gaze at the cylindrical container that currently rested inside a protective chamber. "Why have you called us over, madam?" Saint Ves asked. "We need to understand your reaction and compatibility with the radiant particle." The female mech designer replied, "My husband and I have come up with many theories and deductions. We are reasonably confident of our guesses, but it is better to back it up with empirical data. In a minute, Ves will issue the command that will release the radiant particle from its container. All of us must enter the chamber and expose ourselves to the will that is attached to it and try to test your compatibility with it. You do not have to stay if it makes you feel uncomfortable in any way. Both ace pilots looked intrigued. They did not fear exposure to the willpower of a god pilot. It would be pathetic if saints were so fragile that their entire cognition collapsed just because they experienced the power of a pilot that happened to make a lot more progress on the same path. Yet the risks could not be dismissed. Shallow exposure might not do much, but if the ace pilots got too close or attempted to draw upon the radiant particle's power, a conflict might occur. This was why Ves and Gloriana organized a practical test. They could only proceed with their planning if their plans were based on more than empty speculation. After a short delay, an apparatus slowly opened the cylinder and enabled the radiant particle to float free. At the same time, Ves along with the two ace pilots entered the chamber. The atmosphere was different. The radiant particle may be small and solitary, but it shone enough light to make it seem as if the experimental chamber had turned into a heavenly realm. Ves already started to feel certain urges rising to the top. He experienced the need for speed and the desire to bask in the light of 1,000 alien stars. He also wanted to design the lightest and fastest possible Karman mech, before forming a blood pact with it so that he could try to outspeed light. Compared to previous instances of exposure, Ves clearly sensed greater interference from the radiant particle. It was as if it listened to their concerns and deliberately amped up the effect in order to conduct a better test. The two ace pilots definitely experienced it as well. Their domain fields, though weak outside of their mechs, grew more agitated as they channeled their willpower in order to retain control over themselves. Ves meanwhile continued to parse what he sensed from the radiant particle. Though it was relatively weak, Ves could feel the light of soul's absolute confidence in himself. As the god pilot who outran the speed of light in real space, the Terran god pilot's life and cognition was dominated by a sense of eternal restlessness. Much like actual light, Divine Thibaut Clement could no longer remain completely still anymore. His desire to keep moving exceeded all of his other instincts and urges. Yet because he had taken this obsession to the extreme, the light of Sol gained the power to break reality just to be able to reach new standards over time. Ves suddenly felt he gained a sense of the god pilot's true self. This was a mysterious impression and one that did not require him to study an obscure book. The light of Sol constantly needed to surpass his speed record in order to maintain his confidence in his own strength. He could never stop moving, either in a literal or metaphorical sense. The man broke through and became a god through movement. This had subsequently become a core part of his identity, or rather his divinity. His god kingdom reflected his true self, or it may even be the real form of the god pilot in truth. The light of Sol and the radiant may appear to be a human or a mech, but neither forms reflected his authentic self anymore. According to his own understanding, Ves believed that god pilots had actually transformed into energy-based life forms. If this was true, then it was not wrong to assume that a god kingdom was the most authentic representation of a god pilot after all. These extremely large and powerful domain fields were made up of pure energy. God pilots contrasted sharply with ancient phase whales as the latter almost completely expressed their divinity in their physical bodies. Ancient phase whales therefore became a lot easier to figure out as their bodies could be dissected and studied. In contrast, god pilots did not suffer from this weakness. Their physical forms still mattered to a degree, or else there was no point for the Invictus to get upgraded with superdimensional technology. However, even if an enemy managed to blast apart the god mech, that did not necessarily mean that the new deity would completely die. So long as their god kingdoms remained in order, there was still a possibility that the god pilot and god mech could get resurrected. Ves did not have any proof that this was possible, but now that he came into contact with the willpower of a peculiar god pilot, he developed many new insights that eluded him in the past. However, there was a limit to how much information he could absorb at a time. Ves raised his hand and turned it into a fist. Let us end this here. I do not think we will gain that much further insights with any further prolonged exposure. Saint Commander Casella slowly opened her eyes. It is for the best. Saint Dice, can you describe your experiences? You came in quite close proximity to the radiant particle. The ace pilot crossed her arms. I did sense the willpower of the light of Sol. It is humbling to get into such close contact with the willpower of a god pilot. The gap between us is enormous. I already understood that on an intellectual level, but now that I have been able to taste the real thing, I can see more clearly how much I have to go in order to wield such a weapon with greater responsibility. And you don't think you will pass? I know that I will not. Dice replied, our personalities are too different from each other. I share little in common with the light of Sol. I am afraid that I will never be able to surpass him if I fall in love with his powers and design applications. No, in order to cut off any hint of this, it is best if I maintain my distance. The upgrades applied by Kedis are more than enough to satisfy my desire for greater power. I still have a long way to go before I have mastered the power of my superdimensional mech and greatsword. I am also struggling to make my sword formations effective. I have no room left for weapons based on this particle. That was a definitive and thorough answer. Though not all expert pilots or ace pilots would react this way, Ves believed that they too would have concerns about contamination. Ves turned to Casella. What about you? Is it possible for you to tap into its power without losing a part of your identity? The Saint Commander furrowed her brows. She did not answer right away, which signified that her answer was not simple. Technically speaking, your theory may be correct. If I push myself, I may be able to control any weapon, Fey or other device that is based on this radiant particle. However, I will constantly have to be on guard. If my mental defenses slip, I may end up getting influenced by the light of Sol without my awareness. It is better for me to err on the side of caution and wait until my resonance strength has grown. The smaller the difference between myself and the god pilot, the lower the risk of contamination. That sounded plausible. Junior ace pilots still needed to be on guard against the radiant particle, but senior ace pilots might be able to hold their own in its presence. None of the Larkinson ace pilots had reached this stage, so the point was moot. Thank you for cooperating with our experiment, Ves said at the end. From your reactions, it is clear that neither of you are willing or able to make use of radiant weapons or gear without serious concerns. Since this is the case, we will reserve the radiant particle for a different application. Both ace pilots accepted this outcome. What are your intentions, then? The Saint Commander pressed. Ves briefly thought about this decision. He could either use the radiant particle to upgrade one of the systems of the tortuous scream, or he could use it to upgrade his Phase Lord gear. Since Ves struggled to make up his mind, perhaps he should solicit advice from others. Your recommendation? Use it for yourself. The Saint Commander responded. The tortuous scream is not that good of a warship considering her alien origin. It is inevitable that we will phase her out. It is better for you to create a powerful weapon for yourself that can grow alongside you and continue to grow stronger. You can also better learn how to wield the power lent to you by the light of Sol, either through your personal brand of wizardry or by upgrading the design of your weapon. It is also much more manageable for you to construct a personal weapon as opposed to a much larger warship module. Ves slowly nodded. You make for a persuasive case. Since there is no one else in our clan that can make better use of this resource, then I will do as you say. Chapter 6913 Adapted organs. Though it took a bit of time and procrastination for Ves to reach this point, he could finally work on designing a radiant weapon for himself without contradicting his own principles. He still felt a little conflicted. He came to this conclusion a little too easily. It was as if he deliberately conspired to lead the discussion to this outcome. This should not be the case. Even if he possessed a certain desire to wield a radiant weapon, he made sure to follow a fair and reasonable procedure. In any case, now that he had made his decision, there was not much point in looking back. He should just proceed according to his current plan with peace of mind. As the Premier Branch waited for the remaining days to pass until their two first-class capital ships arrived in New Constantinople, Ves began to check up on the various projects related to increasing his personal combat capabilities. He met with Beatrice Hendricks to check up on her progress in developing the superdimensional regalia. It should not take too long to complete this side project, she said. The Red Association has made breakthroughs in developing stable superdimensional alloys. The superdimensional qualities may be reduced, but the resulting modular armor plating will not generate spatial fluctuations that are strong enough to destroy the delicate components that are responsible for controlling their movements. The calculations made by the SF-02 has helped enormously. She projected the design that she had made so far. She not only showed the basic implementation of the superdimensional regalia, but also the custom suits of armor for his wife and children. Ves took a quick look at each of them. Beatrice chose to stick to the basics and did not attempt to innovate too much. She was being quite risk-averse to the point of refraining from adding any personal touches to the designs. This cautious approach would likely result in bland products, but that was not necessarily a bad outcome. Ves did not want to take any risks when it came to developing protective armor for his closest family. As for the superdimensional regalia, Ves could tweak and personalize the design himself without involving anyone else. Ves nodded in satisfaction. This side project is on the right track. When do you think you can finish them all? I would rather have them sooner rather than later, as we are all moving closer to the front lines in a matter of weeks. If an accident ever occurs, I at least want my family to enjoy the best possible protection. Even if a starship falls apart around them, their superdimensional armor should still be able to keep them in one piece. I can complete the superdimensional suits of armor within a month if expediency is a priority. Beatrice said after a few seconds of thought. I can promise you that they will be serviceable enough to meet your expectations, but that there are still chances that they may glitch or malfunction. It will take another month of optimization if you want to reduce the probability of accidents. It is difficult for me to decide. As much as I want to have the new gear in a hurry, it may be best for you to take your time to debug the new suits of armor. We still don't know enough about superdimensional matter to know for certain whether it will work as expected in our designs. It is better to be safe than sorry. The female journeyman looked relieved. Understood. I will make excellent use of the additional time to work out all of the kinks. Have you started to design my superdimensional raiment as well? I have only completed a number of preliminary steps. I still wish to refine the superdimensional regalia, as I can directly use it as a reference to design the much larger raiment. That said, the latter will not be a scaled-up version of the regalia, as we will only be able to make use of hull-grade superdimensional alloy for its structure. There are many differences between mid-grade and high-grade superdimensional alloys. The former is considered more stable, so we can increase the thickness of the armor plating to provide you with additional protection. 1941. I need to maintain enough mobility to evade strong attacks and distance myself from threatening phase leaders. Ves noted. Make sure to take that into account. You don't have to install too many bells and whistles into the raiment. You can keep the integrated weapon modules to a minimum if you have to. Just make sure that the flight system is fast and powerful enough. Understood. Do you have any other requests? Ves was just about to turn away before he remembered an important concern. I almost forgot. You've heard about the radiant particle, right? I have. Are you thinking about? I intend to use it on a phase lord-sized luminaire crystal weapon of my own design. Ves explained. You should design my raiment with ranged combat in mind. I am not well versed in marksmanship, so I won't use it for sniping, but the raiment can still offer various forms of support. You should at least include an auto-aim system. I shall take care of it, sir. They talked a bit more about what Ves expected from the raiment. They could not agree on anything too specific, as Ves still needed to figure out what kind of luminaire crystal weapon he wanted to wield. After concluding his meeting with Beatrice Hendricks, he decided to contact the current head of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. He activated his comm and called one of the contacts in his shortlist. The physical projection of Vice Director Maria Absalon soon appeared into view. Good morning, Professor Larkinson. This is an unexpected call. What do you require? I need you to give me a progress report on the adaptation of phase water organs for my physique. As you know, the Premier Fleet is about to head to the front lines. I need to know whether you can implant a number of phase water organs into my true body before that happens. That will give me time to acclimate to my new spatial abilities and wield greater strength if I am ever forced to take to the field myself. The former Terran researcher did not look too surprised at that. Our research teams have tried our best to research the salvaged phase water organs taken from various different phase leaders. Due to numerous reasons, it is not wise to directly implant these alien organs into your body, so we have spent most of our time growing imitations of the phase water organs that are much better adapted to your human-like body. However, our progress has been slowed due to your insistence on keeping our work as in-house as possible. Ves grimly nodded. It is a bad idea to give third parties the secrets to my own secrets. Not only will they know my strengths and weaknesses, they can also program as many backdoors as they can get away with. I cannot afford to assume that they will remain honest. The vice director looked uncomfortable. Be that as it may, our institute does not have the talent and expertise to independently complete all of the research and development. These phase water organs are completely alien and possess strange properties that are deeply related to the mystery behind phase lords. We have therefore taken to exchanging knowledge with the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective and numerous research institutions of the Terran Alliance. Rest assured that we have never given them any compromising information. We merely needed to borrow their theories and data sets to develop our own solutions. That sounded typical. Ves did not have a problem with this as he and his wife also made use of this method. This especially became more relevant due to the need to learn how to process and make effective use of superdimensional matter. That is okay. I trust your judgment on this matter. I am only interested in the results at the moment. Are there any phase water organs that are ready for implantation in the coming weeks? The older woman nodded. There are, but the quantity is not too great. Let me disclose to you from the start that we have yet to make any significant progress in deciphering and adapting the most important phasewater production system that originated from the Arena Lord of Yagwasa. The complexity and interactions of the PPS are greater than any of the other phase water organs. Not even the Red Collective has managed to adapt their own captured PPS as far as we are aware of. Do not expect us to make any progress in the short term. That did not disappoint Ves too much as he did not have any great expectations for this in the first place. That's okay. Let me move on to the good news, sir. We have completed our studies on the augmented lesser Kelsey's organ and synthesized a human version that should offer high stability. We are most confident in the quality of this organ as it is one of the 3 basic phase water organs that are studied the most. It will enable you to generate stronger spatial barriers that are especially attuned to resist physical damage. Ves did not look too impressed. It's a decent defensive buffer, but a superdimensional raiment will probably offer much greater protection. I suppose this upgraded Kelsey's organ is better than nothing. We have also completed our studies and adaptation of the lesser Devner and lesser Pelmir organs. Vice Director Maria Absalon continued. The Devner organ grants basic warp travel capabilities. The Pelmir organ behaves as a reactionless drive. Both should significantly enhance your mobility without relying on any technological equipment. Do note that the performance of the adapted organs are downgraded from their originals. We are unable to match the quality of the originals. Do not expect to be able to travel interstellar distances quickly. Alien warp travel is too slow. Ves smiled. This is great news. Mobility is important, so I really can't do without those 2 adapted phase water organs. It doesn't matter if their performance is a little lackluster. I can compensate with the flight system of my upcoming raiment. The combination between the 2 should produce a powerful result. Next is the lesser Arsis organ. This has been our next focus as it is less complex in operation than the other phase water organs. This will enable you to convert spatial power into electric currents. However, the power output is directly determined by your phase water concentration. If it is still fairly low, then the Acris organ will not be able to perform as well as a first-class power reactor for a mech. The situation is much more optimistic as the phase water concentration rises. That was not only because the phase lord was able to channel a lot more spatial power than before, but also because the size of the Arsis organ grew exponentially bigger with the growth of the true body. A power generator that could support an entire starship was far more powerful than a compact power reactor that could only fit into a mech. This will be useful in the future, but not in the short term. Ves frowned. I won't say no to an implantation, though. Any other organs ready? The vice director shook her head. That is all for now, sir. We have yet to complete our studies on the greater Noriga organ, the greater Marigal organ, the lesser Simpatico organ and the severely incomplete lesser Kali organ. It will take at least several years to complete our studies in the remaining phase water organs. Their functions are not entirely clear to us. The greater organs are also larger and of significantly greater complexity. Do not expect us to deliver our results quickly. What you have done so far is already enough. I am quite pleased that the Larkinson Biotech Institute has produced usable resorts in a relatively tight timeframe. How soon can you send the organs and doctors responsible for the surgeries? Chapter 6914 Experiments of the Elder Gods. Ves did not care too much about his phase lord cultivation, but that did not mean he neglected it entirely. As the Red War continued to press Red humanity back, it became increasingly more important to grasp as much power as possible. As a mech designer, Ves ordinarily shouldn't be so obsessed over strengthening his personal combat capabilities. Yet he knew from previous experiences that he could not always get what he wanted. His habit of making risky decisions did not help matters either. For example, he should have made preparations to withdraw the rear of human-occupied space like many others. That would have enabled him to minimize contact with dangerous enemies and reduce the need for strong personal protection. Yet instead of making this common-sense decision, Ves willfully did the opposite. He, a mech designer of great renown and success, instead chose to accompany the premier fleet closer to the front lines where dangerous aliens sowed death and destruction on a genocidal scale. Ves could not even properly articulate all of the reasons why he wanted to accompany the troops to the forefront of the ongoing Red Tide offensive. He was lucky that his leadership of the Larkinson clan was so strong that no one actually bothered to question his dubious decision. His subordinates all assumed that it was part of his secret master plan or that everything would magically work out in the end. Aside from his wife, the Larkinsons could not conceive of the possibility that Ves was so broken that he had become a slave to his own impulses. A strong part of himself sought excitement rather than tranquility. The mere thought of behaving like other sensible mech designers was anathema to his psyche. He vehemently rejected the thought of resembling those old geezers who lived such boring lives that their inspiration had evaporated a long time ago. Their thinking had become so fossilized that it was impossible for them to come up with groundbreaking innovations that put the mech industry ahead of the rest. In any case, Ves had always gained lots of inspiration on the battlefield. Many of his celebrated works could be traced back to insights derived in the middle of an ongoing engagement. He had always been a person who thrived under pressure. Perhaps subjecting himself to the dangers of battle was a way for him to stimulate his imagination and trigger his own inspiration. In any case, since the mechers and the fleeters were too preoccupied to prohibit him from going through with his risky decision, Ves needed to make sure he was prepared to defend himself if the enemy somehow managed to force him into fighting. How soon will you be able to arrive and implant the prepared phase water organs in my body? Ves asked the vice director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. We can arrive in 2 weeks at the earliest. The physical projection of Maria Absalon replied. We have been preparing for this operation for months. If you give us more time, we can continue to monitor the health and the expected performance of the synthesized phase water organs. Due to various reasons, they are not grown from scratch, but converted from the remains of the salvaged alien phase water organs. This was the best way for us to maintain the metaphysical qualities that are nearly impossible for us to replicate in lab conditions. Ves already knew that the process of creating the new human-compatible phase water organs entailed the act of cannibalizing the original alien phase water organs. This was an irreversible destructive act that was impossible to recover from if they made any mistakes. Perhaps the Phase Lord department of the Red Collective had become good enough to grow new phase water organs from scratch, but the Larkinson Biotech Institute was nowhere near that level. The Larkinson Biotech researchers could only use the existing alien phase water organs as the frameworks of new organs that were especially designed to minimize compatibility issues with Ves's physique. The new organs weren't even all that suitable for other phase lords. Even if their enhanced bodies allowed them to avoid a lot of compatibility issues, it was still not wise to rely on organs that were designed to work best with others. Although the research teams of the LBI barely knew what they were doing when conducting research on phase water organs, Ves was willing to put his trust in his experts. Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you that we need to be cautious about stuff like this. We are working with completely new stuff that has a direct influence on my health and future. He said, however, we can't afford too many delays during this day and age. I would rather complete this round of upgrades sooner rather than later. Is it better to implant all of the new organs in my body at the same time, or is it more advisable to do it sequentially? The latter is the safest option by far. Maria said, however, our research into phase lords tells us that the former is also viable, as long as your true body is strong and healthy enough to withstand the successive pressure of hosting new PHA cedar organs, the complications are relatively mild. The fact that the new phase water organs are based on your own DNA provides us with additional guarantees. Then let us try to get everything done within a single operation if possible. I believe in my own physique, and if anything goes wrong, I am sure that you and other doctors will step in if complications arise. Adapting to 4 new phase water organs sounded like a serious burden, but he believed he should be able to persevere. At worst, he could always instruct the doctors to take the phase water organs out again. There is one other issue, sir. What is it, Maria? The implantation of the phase water organs cannot be held in a regular operating theater. We will need to cut into your body first. Your actual one. You will need to prepare a suitable chamber and acquire the necessary instruments, some of which may end up becoming as large as your previous cabin. Does the operation need to be held in a specialized room? Can you do it aboard the tortuous Scream? We advise against that. The woman shook her head. Your true body is fairly large. There are too few compartments on the warship that can accommodate you. Another issue is that we do not know what will happen if you react in a more violent fashion. If you completely lose control, you can tear up the ship from the inside. It is better to hold the operation on a planet and in an isolated location. You have made your point. Your concerns sound valid enough, and it is indeed better to prepare for accidents. You can contact my assistant to make the arrangements. After getting that out of the way, Ves and Maria Absalon spoke a little more about the research relating to phase lords. We are beginning to develop our own understanding of what phase lords are and how important it is to develop stronger phase water organs. Have you ever asked yourself why the personal evolution process of the phase whale race can also be practiced by other organic races? From the perspective of exobiologists, this sounds as strange as humans being able to eat all of the foods that are normally ingested by phase whales. Ves blinked. He never really thought about this issue. Now that she had brought this matter to his attention, he had to agree that this situation sounded a little suspicious. What are your ideas, then? We can only conclude that the phase whale race and their physical cultivation method are both artificial. They did not emerge through natural evolution. Too many variables preclude this possibility. The phase whales call themselves the descendants of the elder gods. We surmise that the latter are their literal creators. They may have disappeared, but their experiments have lived on. Perhaps the aliens have preserved records that can prove this theory. Her idea did not sound far-fetched to Ves. He recalled during the early days of exploring the Red Ocean that he and his clan stumbled upon a phase whale enclave that turned out to be an abandoned experimental site. The fish whale race that a phase whale originally developed in order to tackle low reproduction rates had taken a life of their own in the small and resource-poor interior. Numerous fish whale kings had claimed their own territories and maintained conflict with each other that lasted for 1,000,000 years and maybe more. The entire place came across as unhinged and deranged to Ves. It was already a minor miracle that the fish whale race partially transcended from their roots as experimental subjects and created a semblance of civilization in an isolated pocket space. Ves eventually managed to loot a lot of phase water as well as convert the phase king into a design spirit. He also came away with the knowledge that the creator of the pocket space attempted to do to the fish whale race what the elder gods had done to the phase whale race. What do you think the elder gods had in mind when they created the phase whale race? Ves asked. We do not know. It depends on who they are and what they are missing. We can only loosely speculate that the elder gods have developed an interest in phase water. Perhaps they saw enough promise in them that they sought to create a new race that can inherently absorb phase water and gradually transform into a superdimensional being. We believe they may have completed their objectives and left the Red Ocean for unknown reasons. Ves picked up an important clue from those words. Do you think that phase water became available first and phase whales only emerged later, or do you think it is the other way around? According to the native aliens, phase water is god blood. Maria Absalon pressed her lips in thought. This is a chicken and egg problem as far as we are concerned. On the one hand, phase water can be produced through alternative means to relying on the PPS of a greater phase leader. Phase water is so strongly tied to the phase whale race that it is impossible to treat them in isolation. As far as we are aware, no other galaxy contains phase water in significant quantities, which makes it more difficult for us to conduct comparisons and draw conclusions. Was the presence of phase water completely dependent on the phase whale race? Ves personally did not think this was the case, but he was not too sure about this conclusion. What does that mean for humans who attempt to embark on the same method of body cultivation? He asked. It is strange, but interesting. Since other alien races can cultivate their own phase lords, humans should be able to do so as well. Your transformation along with the rise of the Titans and flesh choppers unquestionably proves that phase lord cultivation is universal. This should be impossible if it is a product of natural evolution. Our conclusion is that the elder gods are composed of alien researchers of great intellect and advancements. I would certainly not wish to make contact with them. They can easily crush our civilization if they have not regressed. Who were the elder gods? Why did they abandon a dwarf galaxy that was filled with strategically valuable phase water? Had they truly abandoned the Red Ocean and their experimental subjects, or would they return one day to see how their creations had fared? There was too little reliable information about the elder gods in the libraries. Ves saw little point in wondering about them when he had more pressing enemies to be concerned about. Since phase lord cultivation is so universal, do you think that it is good for humans to practice it? Or do you think we are making a mistake by adopting the methods of a strange group of aliens? Biotechnology is all about adapting the unique or powerful processes of other races for our use. Maria Absalon replied, "We believe in the righteousness to study the unique strengths of the native aliens and develop methods to harness this power. As long as there are no obvious safety concerns, we are curious to see how far you can go with this. You have the potential to develop the body of a physical superbeing. When your true body expands to the size of a planet, will you still be able to retain your human identity and cognition?" Good question. Chapter 6915 Intellectual Phase Lords. Who were the Elder Gods? For what reason did they create the phase whale race? Why could other races embark on the same self-evolution path as the phase whales? Many aliens including the phase whales themselves sought answers to these questions. So far, it did not appear that anyone had the answers to all of these questions. Perhaps only the highest leaders of the Red Cabal might know a few secrets, but it was doubtful that they could solve the mystery of phase water and the existence of their own race. All of this uncertainty presented unknown risks and dangers to any human that sought to follow the footsteps of these aliens. Phase lords were undeniably powerful, but humans understood far too little about how they worked. That presented plenty of hidden dangers that could put human phase lords such as Ves at risk in the future. Despite these considerations, Ves did not think of ignoring this aspect of himself. The more threatened he felt, the more he wanted to stack up on his protection. Implanting phase water organs into his body was an important step to the growth of any phase lord. "I have been wondering about a circumstance that I find strange." He brought up another topic. "Why do phase whales have to develop their own phase water organs? Why don't they spawn them automatically at birth or when they progress their body cultivation?" Vice Director Maria Absalon smiled. "The scientific community has pondered over this question. It is not that great of a mystery. For the phase whale race, it is an attempt to preserve its reproduction rate. The more homogeneous they are, the easier it is for them to reproduce. Those that have made little progress may be weak, but they can still play a role by creating the next generation of phase whales. Can't they make their own designer babies and such? Any race that has evolved past the point of eliminating their natural reproduction capabilities has eventually gone extinct." She told Ves. The Elder Gods clearly understand this rule, so they made sure that their initial organic forms still retain the ability to reproduce. It is only when they raise their phase water concentration and implant increasingly more unfathomable phase water organs that they become unique and indescribable existences. Strictly speaking, greater phase whales have already diverged so much from each other that they constitute different races that are reproductively isolated from each other. Sounds familiar? Ves nodded. A similar dynamic applied to humans. Even Ves and Gloriana had to resort to using the services of biotechs in order to create their children. Why do phase whales all insist on developing their own phase water organs when they can just pool their efforts and rely on industrialization to meet their needs? He asked next. Phase whales do not think as humans or any other sentient race in the Red Ocean for that matter. Compared to humans and orvans, the phase whales possess completely different thinking patterns. Their bodies are much bigger. Their race is aquatic in nature. They grow up inside gas giants. Their population is much lower. All of these factors cause them to be more individualistic. Aside from the Red Cabal, the phase whales have not made any concerted attempts at creating their own civilization. Without civilization, they must do everything themselves, and this includes the development and creation of their own phase water organs. That made sense. I take it that there are other reasons why these phase whales develop their own organs. Correct. The phase whales highly prize mastery over their own bodies. They have the intelligence and the lifespan to study many biosciences. They also understand the dangers of relying on third parties to upgrade their bodies. As individualists, they are not above exploiting the vulnerabilities of their fellow phase whales. Only by doing all of the research and development by themselves will they gain the greatest mastery over their own physiques. They also believe that extensive understanding is necessary to progress in the later stages. A strong body is not enough to ascend to godhood. The phase whales believe, correctly in his case, that their mental development must keep up to an extent in order to control their increasingly larger and more massive true bodies. Ves could easily believe this. The true bodies of ancient phase whales were as large as the moons of many planets. Their mass was so high that they could already form their own gravity wells. A mortal mind and spirit could never maintain effective control over so many biological processes. Developing a stronger mind and spirit was much more important for other cultivation paths. This was an essential demand for anyone who wanted to ascend to an energy-based life form. Phase lords don't tend to progress the same way. Ves noted. They almost never become biotech scientists, and they always rely on their organizations and civilizations to develop the phase water organs reserves for their use. Now that I think about it, we are no different in this regard. Maria nodded. That is because our lifespans are much shorter. We are too impatient to dedicate hundreds if not thousands of years on mastering biotechnology to the point where we can independently develop our own phase water organs. We also put greater trust in our own organizations and institutions. There is no need for us to follow the habits of the phase whales. However, alien phase lords are substantially less effective at progressing their own body cultivation. I thought that was due to the restrictions on the availability of phasewater production systems. The vice director smirked. Exactly. It is exactly because the other alien races have yet to understand and reproduce the PPS that they are falling behind in this area. Our studies of the PPS harvested from the arena lord of Yagwasa have presented us with many confounding observations. This is simply not an organ that we can casually grow in a lab. This is also why you cannot expect us to convert it for your use in the short term. Several exobiologists have developed a theory that only phase lords can develop the spatial cognition and abilities needed to develop this advanced phase water organ and produce it through their own means. Mortal scientists such as us may lack the qualifications to progress in this area. That caused Ves to frown. If this theory is correct, then the Larkinson Biotech Institute needs to employ an actual phase lord in order to convert the PPS into a useful organ. That is, not realistic. Ves could probably do it, but that would come at the cost of losing focus of his own profession as a mech designer. He would never make such a stupid move. There were more ways for him to increase his chances of survival than implanting an adapted PPS and other advanced phase water organs into his body. So what if the LBI's research on phase water organs stalled? It was not the end for Ves. He could focus his time and energy on designing stronger mechs that could eliminate his enemies on his behalf. This was the right way for mech designers to protect themselves. Becoming a stronger phase lord was just a backup plan in his opinion. We believe that the Phase Lord department of the Red Collective has secretly begun to develop in this direction. Maria Absalon shared. At the very least, the larger brain mass will enable the researcher Phase Lord to surpass their original cognitive limitations. If they engage in chi cultivation that focuses on developing their analytical, memory and processing capabilities, their thinking may be able to outperform RF supercomputers. Combined with a companion spirit that can develop a complementary specialization, these phase lords have the potential to become heavyweights in the scientific community. This may be one of the reasons why the phase lord department has made more achievements and become increasingly more prominent within the collective. This was the first time that Ves heard about this. Even if it was just a rumor, he already believed it because he knew it was right. Even if a lot of brain matter was occupied with managing all of the extra mass and organs, there was still enough brain matter left over for other purposes. No phase lord was truly stupid. Even if they were focused on martial pursuits, they were able to fight better than mortals. It was one of the reasons why they could still compete against ace pilots. Ves felt the need to return to the astral octagon and check up on the true situation of the RC. There was only so much he could learn from receiving remote reports from his chief of staff. He had failed to establish relationships with the other leaders of the RC and therefore found himself out of the loop of many internal developments. He knew that Eliza Mo Regadan was doing the best to represent his office, but she lacked his reputation and prestige. The collies also knew that Ves was not that fully committed to their super organization. They honored him as the founder, but they probably thought that his high position mostly served a ceremonial function. After all, it was the lower council that actually drafted, debated upon and passed the bills. The upper council only served to represent the interests of the major and the minor powers of human civilization in the Red Ocean. Ves did not have much influence on their voting patterns. If the Terran Alliance thought that a bill was detrimental to its interests, it would vote no regardless of what he thought. Since the Phase Lord department is doing so well, do you think that its researchers will be able to develop new and original phase water organs that are highly suited to humans from the start? We already have that capacity ourselves. The vice director responded. We have already advanced our understanding of phase lords to the point where we have learned the basic framework of phase water organs. If ordered, we can begin the development of a new phase water organ that is completely adapted for your physique. We can even combine it with hyper-technology to produce outcomes that are unlike anything the native aliens have developed in the past. What is stopping you from doing this, then? 2 reasons, sir. First, it is prohibitively expensive. We not only require access to much greater processing power, it also takes a large amount of phase water and other precious materials to grow the mech-sized organs. Second, why reinvent the wheel when we can steal them from the aliens instead? They have invested thousands, tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of years into iterating many types of phase water organs. Their degree of optimization, sophistication and peak performance has reached an extremely high level. Yet those are old and outdated products now that we have entered the Age of Dawn. Ves pointed out, not only have we gained access to hyper-technology, but now there is also superdimensional technology. We can't wait for alien researchers to develop new solutions that make use of hyper-materials and superdimensional materials. That is way too slow and turns your scientists into lazy bums. We need to invest in this capacity and develop a degree of self-sufficiency. If you are so worried about funding, then just focus on a single specialization. Our clan excels at hyper-technology and e-technology, so we should develop new phase water organs that are closely related to those fields. Ves and Vice Director Absalon spent the rest of the call discussing the details of this expansion. This would have been easier a year ago, but now that the Red War was weakening the foundation of human civilization, it was a lot harder to get stuff done. If Red humanity continued to suffer loss after loss, then the LBI would no longer be able to obtain the resources and third-party support that were necessary to complete many of its research projects. Therefore, both of them hoped that Red humanity would persevere. There was no need to think about expanding the research activities of the LBI if Red humanity had collapsed. Chapter 6916 Unholy Energy Weapon Concept. Unholy Energy Weapon Concept. After arranging the upcoming implantation of phase water organs, Ves ended the call in satisfaction. When he checked the schedule, he noted that a lot of good stuff will happen at once in the next 2 weeks. The tortuous Scream was about to arrive in the next few days. The first-class fleet carrier built by the Eternal Vulcan Empire was due to arrive a bit later. The cultivator contingent dispatched by the Red Collective should be on the way as well. Ves looked forward to exploring their broad and unusual abilities and figuring out ways to make them useful to the Larkinson clan. The implantation surgery should therefore be the last event that held him back from leaving New Constantinople 8. The good news was that phase lords generally tended to recover very quickly from these processes as long as everything went right. If the phase water organs worked correctly and if the surgeons knew what they were doing, then Ves should be up and running in a matter of days. That would be the time the premier fleet formally set off towards the nearest war theater. It was not bad to wait for a bit before setting off. A lot of new spacers had just boarded the incoming starships or would be doing so upon arriving in New Constantinople 8. They all needed to familiarize themselves with the ship and their assigned stations. A few days of acclimatization and familiarization could make a considerable difference. In the meantime, Ves went back to designing a personal weapon for himself. He needed both a melee weapon and a ranged weapon in order to fight competently as a phase lord. Since he was not that much of a fighter to begin with, the only way he could pose a threat to his enemies was to overcompensate by relying on superior equipment. That was an area he excelled at. He possessed the expertise and materials to come up with a set of good weapons. He already intended to develop a superdimensional polearm as his melee weapon. A simple spear with a long shaft should be easy for him to use. He just needed to drive the sharp tip at the enemy. A spear was also the most economical form of superdimensional weapon. There were good reasons why most Saint Piercer arms used by the aliens happened to come in the form of lances. Ves intended to make the shaft out of more abundant hull-grade superdimensional alloy. While it was not the best possible material to use when fighting against enemies armed with their own superdimensional arms, it was better than nothing. The more important spear tip should ideally be made out of weapon-grade superdimensional alloy. This should make it really easy to inflict damage to tough enemies, though it was doubtful that he could inflict fatal damage unless he struck a critical organ. A much better fighter should be able to produce miracles with such a good superdimensional weapon, but in the hands of a non-combatant like Ves, he would probably end up wasting its potential. Wait, that is not quite true. There are several ways to remedy this problem. Ves grinned as he quickly noted down a couple of ideas that he intended to follow up on later. He soon turned his attention to his ranged weapon option. This was arguably more important because it was the best way for him to use the radiant particle that he received from the Devas ancient clan as a gift. When Ves thought about the phase water organs that he was about to receive, he knew that he would soon receive a considerable boost to his defenses and mobility. Of course, no phase lord was able to make optimal use of any newly implanted phase water organs. It took a lot of time and practice for him to make the most out of his new capabilities. It didn't matter too much to Ves. Even if his performance fell behind, he could just rely on his raiment to compensate for his lack of combat skill and acumen. The lesser Arsis organ therefore came in handy as it enabled him to channel additional energy to any of his technological gear. Ves could choose to channel much of that extra power to the Azure Shield generator in order to strengthen his defenses. He could also copy the solutions applied to the Amaranto Mark III and channel all of that spare power to his energy weapon instead. Ves activated a design suite and began to sketch out the ideas that came to his mind. Compared to Saint Tusa, Ves lacked the courage to dance on a knife's edge and fearlessly circle around enemies that could blast him apart if he got hit a couple of times. There was no need for Ves to force himself to imitate the Dark Zephyr Mark III. If I have to choose a model to take inspiration from, then I would rather take inspiration from the Phobos and the Lionheart. The best way for Ves to avoid getting hit was to make the enemy unaware that he was present in the first place. He kind of liked the Phobos for being able to enter into stealth and take his enemies by surprise. The expert stealth mech was also able to deploy disposable fiends that could terrorize enemies and commit acts of sabotage without getting exposed right away. However, it was too difficult for Ves to make this all possible. In order to become a sneak attacker, he needed to turn his raiment into a highly effective stealth suit. That took way too much time and effort to design. He also did not have the confidence to keep his presence hidden from alien phase lords who relied on their locos organs to detect enemies with their spatial senses. The Lionheart was the opposite to the Phobos in many regards. It was a very bright and shining mech that exuded leadership and superiority. It was capable of absorbing the faith and belief of many people and using all of that excess energy to forcibly elevate its performance past its normal peak. From what Ves knew about his uncle, General Larkinson often preferred to launch devastating charge attacks with the help of all of his boosts. Although Ark was also good at sustained combat, Ves took a lot of inspiration from his tactic of quickly beheading an important alien champion or asset in the beginning. While it would be nice to imitate the Phobos or the Lionheart, I am ultimately far too different from them. Perhaps the mech that resembles me the most is the Valkyrie Redeemer. The Valkyrie Redeemer was armed with a short luminaire crystal weapon and a spear. It was capable of launching charge attacks, but it was also able to inflict harassing attacks at a distance. The mech model was classified as a Marauder mech, which meant that it was armed with weapons that enabled it to fight up close or from afar, but usually only one at a time. I can't fight like a Marauder mech, but I can use it as a good starting point. One of the issues he had with its fighting approach was that when they utilized their ranged weapons, they tended to imitate harasser mechs like the Stingripper and annoy their enemies while constantly dancing around their enemies. Ves did not think he could fight this way as it was hard to aim a firearm while moving around so much. Mech pilots had at least 10 years of professional training and more years of practice and actual combat experience to rely upon. He could only rely on shallow training and auto-aim assistance from his raiment. Neither of these solutions ranked high in terms of reliability. Try as he might, Ves could not imagine that he would do well as a marksman mech or a harasser mech. Yet he still wanted to borrow the strength of both archetypes. He wanted to gain access to the power of the single shot of a good marksman mech. He also wanted to retain the mobility and superior positioning capabilities of a good harasser mech. What if he combined the two together? As Ves continued to sketch the luminaire crystal weapon that fit him best, he eventually came up with a fairly short but stocky cannon. If it was a kinetic weapon, then he would have called it a shotgun, but there was no straight equivalent for directed energy weapons. The weapon should not have a noticeable spread at short range. This was an undesirable trait for energy weapons as it drastically weakened the penetration power and effective damage inflicted onto enemy targets. Nonetheless, this was not a weapon optimized for long-range combat. Ves wanted to focus on power as opposed to precision. This was also why he wanted to make the weapon accumulate as much energy as possible. It's kind of like the smaller and short-range version of the Instrument of Vengeance. While the Luminaire Crystal Blaster lacked the long-range precision of that iconic weapon, Ves intended for the former to retain the ability to accumulate as much energy as possible before discharging it all in one massively powerful energy beam. While Ves did not think he could turn himself invisible, he could rely on allies to attract attention and allow him to get close enough. His general game plan was to bide time while letting his luminaire crystal blaster accumulate as much energy as possible. Once he spotted a good opening, he would dash forward and get as close to his target as possible before pulling the trigger. The luminaire crystal weapon would subsequently proceed to unleash a massively powerful energy beam that should be able to overwhelm many enemies due to the amplification from the radiant particle. Once he fired his weapon, Ves might choose to finish the job by switching to his superdimensional spear before charging forward. If not, he could instantly back off and put as much distance between himself and the enraged enemy as possible. The luminaire crystal blaster needs to be as strong as possible if I want this to work. Ves slowly began to grin as he came up with an interesting possibility. What if he attempted to demoncast this radiant luminaire crystal weapon? There was a chance that it might not work. Stuffing a demon inside a weapon that was blessed by the willpower of a god pilot could result in a conflict where the weaker party perished. That was not the outcome he desired. What he wanted to do instead was find a way to merge their strengths together. What would happen if darkness successfully corrupted the radiant particle? Ves hoped that he would end up producing an unholy energy weapon. I will call this the Defiled Light Project. Chapter 6917 The Essence of Duty. The Essence of Duty. Ves became incredibly motivated to work on the Defiled Light Project. He loved the concept of a weapon that was uniquely suited for his use. The D-arm combined a number of strengths that could empower the energy gun with multiple sources of power, similar to the Instrument of Vengeance. While Ves was not able to rely on the power of key resonating materials and such, he could still apply other design applications to maximize the damage output of a single shot. After coming up with this experimental weapon, his combat system became increasingly more clear. If Ves was forced to enter the battlefield as a phase lord, then the Premier Fleet was probably in big trouble. If the combination of a handful of warships, 1,000 first-class multi-purpose mechs, the superdimensional First Sword Mark III, the Minerva Mark II and support from multiple teams of chi cultivators was not enough, then Ves would most definitely be outmatched one way or another. He needed to avoid direct combat as much as possible. He already knew from past incidents that his combat skills and fighting consciousness were way below the standard of an average third-class mech pilot. There was no way he could hold his own against enemies who may have honed their combat skills and instincts for centuries if not millennia. Ves needed to be smart about this and avoid the enemy's strengths as much as possible. The best way to do that was by adopting a hit-and-run approach. He constantly reminded himself that he was a mech designer. He was not a mech pilot. He felt no obligation to abide by the rules of honor like most soldiers. If a non-combatant such as himself was forced to take to the field, then he was not going to pretend that he possessed a warrior's heart. Larkinson or not, Ves intended to fight his battles according to his own ideas. If that meant skulking about on the battlefield while using his subordinates as cannon fodder, then that was fine as far as he was concerned. His troops were supposed to be his protectors, not the other way around. Ves fully intended to act like a scumbag and make it as inconvenient for the enemy to target him as possible. His mobility should be superior enough to make it difficult for enemies to land a strike on his person. His Azure Energy Shield, his spatial barrier and his superdimensional raiment should make it abundantly clear that a few occasional lucky hits did nothing but waste the enemy's firepower. He intended to fight like an opportunist. He would avoid contact when there was no advantage to be gained, but ruthlessly rush forward and hit an opponent that had been pushed on the back foot. Cooperation with allies was essential. Ves disdained the identity of a duelist. That was a privilege for the strong and the honorable. Since Ves lacked these martial qualities, there was no need for him to artificially constrain his behavior with rules. Ves was a contrarian at heart. He never blindly followed other people's rules. He followed his own code. If the two happened to conflict with each other, then he would try to follow his own rules if he thought he could get away with it. This was what he relied upon to survive and thrive in an increasingly more dangerous cosmos. Ves purposefully extended this attitude to the development of his gear. No matter whether it was the superdimensional regalia, his temporary raiment and the Defiled Light Project, he all designed them with survival in mind. As a mech designer, this was a relatively novel experience. He was used to being a service provider to mech pilots. He understood how they thought and how they engaged in combat. His previous mastery experiences directly exposed him to the courage and honor that these noble soldiers valiantly displayed on and off the battlefield. Perhaps a part of Ves felt unworthy to be counted among their ranks. This was why he deliberately set out to differentiate himself in his combat gear. He did not want anyone to form any misunderstandings about his positioning. Honor and chivalry should be reserved for noble idiots like Saint Janzi and Saint Dice. A survivor and an opportunist like Ves had his own way of solving problems. Of course, Ves was well aware that he was not trying to become a complete coward. He would never bother with developing weapons for himself if that was the case. The determination to arm himself with a luminaire crystal blaster and a superdimensional spear meant that he still had a desire to be proactive and actively engage his enemies. This was because Ves recognized that if he wanted to get a job done, he may not have any other choice but to do it in person. Not everything had to be categorized in absolutes. Even a non-combatant like Ves could become a valiant warrior in the right situations. There were also times where mech pilots lost their courage and degenerated into cowards. There was nothing special about that. They were just being human. Only high-ranking mech pilots held themselves to a higher standard. When it came down to it, the basis of their willpower cultivation centered around believing that they were capable of performing superhuman feats by themselves. As long as they believed in this fantasy hard enough, falsehood would eventually transform into reality. The very human sentiments of doubt and hesitation only hindered them from believing in themselves. Expert pilots and ace pilots therefore had to undergo a long journey of struggle to defy their mortal shortcomings and steadily evolve into a more flawless and invincible ideal. Ves recognized that he was completely unsuitable for this path because he could never brainwash himself with such obvious lies and falsehoods. He found it rather ironic that if mech pilots wanted to traverse the path of godhood, they needed to rely on the power of their own lie to cross the extraordinary threshold. Yet mech pilots simultaneously had to abide by the impossible standard of being truthful from their perspective. There was an inherent contradiction in their progression. On the one hand, a high-ranking mech pilot that easily believed in his own delusions tended to grow their resonance strength faster. On the other hand, the more lies and falsehoods a high-ranking mech pilot became entangled with, the harder it became for them to overcome their bottlenecks. 819 Trying to reconcile the two was nearly impossible. It likely explained why so few expert pilots could complete transition into ace pilots, and why so few peak ace pilots survived the road to no return. Truth and lies, reality and fantasy, courage and doubt, self-sufficiency and reliance on mech designers. Willpower was rightfully regarded as one of the most difficult but rewarding forms of cultivation. Anyone who was exceptional enough to reconcile these contradictions and come up with acceptable solutions for all of them deserved to become the strongest true gods at their levels. A god pilot relied predominantly on the power of one's own mind and will to produce an outcome that surpassed anything comparable. Now that Ves was preparing himself for the possibility of entering the battlefield himself, he gained more insights on the difficulties that true soldiers had to endure. He did not envy them at all for being forced to handle all of this pressure on a frequent basis. He respected them more for it. Even if these soldiers did not always believe that they were strong enough to complete their missions, they still stepped up and prepared themselves to fight against some of the most powerful alien opponents of the Red Ocean. This was the essence of duty. Ves respected them all the more for it. Even though none of the side projects had any direct relations to any of his mech designs, the act of putting himself in the shoes of his customers, if only briefly, significantly improved his understanding of their plight and struggles. He knew he would be able to design slightly better mechs for them going forward. This was because he was one of the few mech designers that possessed enough bravery, or foolishness, to join them on the battlefield. Mech designers who never thought about doing this in the first place simply wouldn't be able to gain these insights. He pitied people like Gloriana who still maintained a high degree of separation towards the mech pilots she served. As much as she liked to think of herself as a service provider who understood the needs of her individual clients the most, she was only able to understand the rigors of combat in abstraction. She had never fought in the trenches or proactively risked her life for a cause that was greater than herself. That's fine. Not every mech designer had to be the same. Gloriana established her own unique advantages that had little to do with Ves. Their long-term collaboration remained stable because they each took advantage of each other's strengths while covering for each other's weaknesses. One of the reasons why he willingly prepared for the possibility of entering the battlefield himself was to protect his wife and children from danger. It would be counterproductive to encourage Gloriana to form a blood pact with a Carmen mech and enter the battlefield in person. If even she had to fight the enemy, then that would constitute a complete failure. Ves was determined to prevent this scenario from unfolding. He would just have to do his best to develop the strongest gear for himself and complete his own initial combat system. In order to make sure that his luminaire crystal weapon became as strong as possible, he worked extensively with Harry Kaikonen to push the Defiled Light project to a greater height. To be honest, I would have preferred to start this project a few years later. The journeyman mech designer said, I have been preoccupied with trying to figure out how to make luminaire crystals out of superdimensional matter. While they share a few traits in common with transphasic materials, there are so many differences that my research has hardly made any progress. I can already tell that this will be a long and difficult research project. The development of superdimensional luminaire crystals was a high priority for the Larkinson clan. Many of its ranged mechs relied heavily on luminaire crystal weapons for attacks, so any breakthroughs in this field would comprehensively strengthen all of their firepower. I understand, Ves said, we can't afford to wait that long. Just consider the Defiled Light project to be a precursor of a stopgap solution. Once we have successfully mastered the method to produce superdimensional luminaire crystals, we can update all of our 4th and earlier generation luminaire crystal weapons to the 5th generation. For now, we stick with what works, which is 4th general. Harry tensely nodded. He was not pleased with this decision, but there was nothing he could do about it. Superdimensional luminaire crystals could not be invented in a matter of days or weeks. When Ves explained his concept and initial design choices for the Defiled Light project, the other mech designer furrowed his brows. He did not entirely understand the significance of turning the luminaire crystal blaster into a D-arm, but he was able to understand the rest of the description well enough. You are aiming to make a weapon with very narrow applications, he said. Your goal is to design a short-ranged version of the instrument of vengeance that can be wielded by a phase lord such as yourself. I can understand the choice you make because you do not possess the marksmanship or resonance strength of Saint Davia Stark. However, your insistence on being able to release the most powerful discharge of energy as possible will entail many sacrifices. You will not be able to make good use of the weapon outside of its optimal use pattern of a giant killing ambush weapon. You will not be able to use it to take down enemies from afar or eliminate large swarms of weaker opponents. Ves grimly nodded. That is fine. Enemies that are further away do not pose much of a threat to me. I don't need to take action in person to deal with swarms of weaker enemy units. The only enemies that I am forced to take seriously are phase leaders. This is why I insist on this giant killing configuration. It needs to be so good at fulfilling its primary objective that I am willing to forego other goals. I see. This is your prerogative. I just hope that you will not get caught flat-footed if you are confronting your most ideal enemies, sir. Let me worry about that problem. Chapter 6918 XERC Luminaire Crystals. XERC Luminaire Crystals. The Defiled Light project was ambitious, but it did not require a lot of work in order to complete. This was because Ves and Harry Kaikonen borrowed a large amount of design solutions from past projects. It was not entirely inaccurate to characterize the Luminaire Crystal Blaster as a short-ranged version of the Instrument of Vengeance. However, it was a mistake to assume that it behaved exactly like the legendary Luminaire Crystal Rifle with a shortened stock and much shorter barrel. Aside from the predictable absence of resonating materials and components designed to enhance the long-range precision of the energy weapon, the scale of the overall weapon was much greater. Ves's current phase water cultivation allowed him to become 3 times taller than a typical mech. That did not necessarily mean he could easily wield weapons that were 3 times larger and more massive, but he was able to conduct personal experiments on himself in order to determine the optimal weight and dimensions of his Luminaire Crystal Blaster. He just ordered the delivery of a large amount of rectangular metal bars with handles and carried them with 1 arm or 2 arms. This was enough to quickly determine the target size and dimensions of the Luminaire Crystal weapon. At your scale, this weapon tends to be on the smaller side. Harry Kaikonen said, the barrel is shorter than preferred and the stock also does not offer too much room for components. The good news is that the scale of the entire weapon is large enough that we can still install plenty of functional components to maintain an acceptable degree of power and stability. Compared to the Instrument of Vengeance, it can still output a considerable amount of burst damage. If you are willing to increase the size of the weapon by 20%, then I can significantly increase the firing rate while still maintaining stability. That will not be necessary, Harry. Ves shook his head. As I said before, I want this weapon to be suitable for hit-and-run attacks. It needs to charge up and unleash a devastating shot at the right time. It doesn't matter if it takes a lot longer to charge back up to full power because I will be making sure to stay out of harm's way as best as possible. You know as well as I do that high burst damage is preferable to sustained light attacks when it comes to penetrating the defenses of the native aliens. I don't mind if I have to wait longer to get ready to launch another attack. In fact, a weapon that fires more frequently may even be a trap that can give me the delusion that I can dogfight my enemies. Harry slowly nodded. He understood what his superior was implying. If Ves was armed with a weapon that could fire frequently, then he would feel tempted to stay in engagement range and constantly focus on attacking. As a mech designer, it was difficult for him to stop pulling the trigger because he was trained to consider that to be a lost opportunity. Mech designers often tried to increase the efficiency of their work by any means possible. This was not always the right solution when it came to actual combat. There were many different variables at play. Sometimes, the right solution was to withhold action and wait for better opportunities. Since Ves was not a trained soldier who became proficient in spotting those opportunities, he decided to artificially limit the offensive capabilities of his firearms so that it left him no choice but to fight as he originally intended. A mech armed with a marksman rifle would always try to snipe enemies at a longer distance. It would never be stupid enough to get close and enter into a dogfight against an enemy unit. Likewise, a mech armed with a submachine gun should not maintain its distance from the enemy for the duration of the entire battle. Once it was time for such a machine to confront the enemy, it would seek to get closer in order to compensate for its lack of accuracy. Ves deliberately avoided the decision to turn his weapon into a versatile firearm like the Irvin wielded by the Minerva. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was proficient in marksmanship, and needed the ability to launch direct attacks at multiple distances. This was why Ves granted her Minerva a transformable firearm. The Irvin performed like a marksman rifle for long-range striking capabilities, but could also be turned into submachine gun for self-defense at closer distances. If Ves wanted to, he could apply a similar template to his Defiled Light project, but he refused to make the weapon versatile. By specializing the weapon for a single purpose, he not only constrained himself from doing anything stupid, but also became assured that it would do its sole job extremely well. I would like to share 2 proposals with you, sir. The Larkinson clan's recently designated Luminaire crystal weapon specialist said. We are years away from developing superdimensional Luminaire crystals, but that does not make superdimensional matter useless. We can still use it to reinforce its internal structure and plate the exterior for additional protection. It would be good if we have hull-grade superdimensional matter to spare. We can even add a superdimensional bayonet if you need to attack your enemies but do not have the time to switch to another weapon. Ves thought for a moment. This was a good way to increase the toughness and reliability of the weapon. He would not have to be afraid of rough handling. The downside was that reinforcing the Luminaire crystal blaster would either increase its size and mass, or require a reduction in the size of functional components. STLL, he did not want to wield a weak firearm that would break if it got struck by a Saint Piercer arm or other penetrating attack. Your first proposal is acceptable. Let's adjust the draft design so we have a better idea of what we are working towards. Don't worry about material usage. Our use of armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter is restricted, but we still have a good reserve of hull-grade superdimensional matter. What else? Well, as a Phase Lord, it is expected that you will continue to grow in size in the future. Harry Kykkonen said next. I am not sure when or by how much you will grow, but it is best to assume it will happen sooner or later. Since this is the case, the weapon should be designed with variable scale in mind from the beginning. The Luminaire crystal blaster must be designed in a way that retains its relevance and usefulness even if you have grown several times larger. Ves frowned. That is difficult to ensure unless we resort to smart metal. I already intend to do that for my own Carmen, Mech, but it is impossible to apply the same treatment to Luminaire crystal weapons. This tech is based on solid and immutable crystals. Nanomachines simply cannot replicate them. We can only switch to less powerful energy weapons that can be reproduced with smart metal if we want to develop a weapon with a variable scale. Harry shook his head. It is not necessary for us to immediately resort to smart metal, sir. We can instead rely on a semi-modular Luminaire crystal weapon that is designed from the grown up to shift in size and replace smaller crystals with larger and more powerful substitutes. Let me show you what I have in mind. He began to sketch out a very basic draft design of a weapon that fit his description. Ves soon became more enthusiastic as he understood what Harry had in mind. This is actually a much more practical idea than I initially thought. While the mechanical structure adds a lot of complexity and vulnerability to the weapon frame, the ability to quickly change its dimensions and swap out parts makes up for it. While it is bound to become a rather maintenance-heavy device, that is no problem for a mech designer like myself. Harry's proposal was to design a weapon that was defined by a mechanical structure that naturally accommodated change and growth on the onset. It reminded Ves a lot of the Chiron and War Squire lines of training mechs. They were designed to mimic the growing physiques of many possible teenagers. The length of their limbs and other parts could dynamically be adjusted as the mech cadets became affected by growth spurts and grew increasingly taller. Harry simply applied a similar approach to the luminaire crystal weapon, making it so that Ves or anyone else could easily increase the scale of the weapon through combining a shifting weapon frame and swappable semi-modular components. It was like designing a weapon that was inherently meant to be redesigned and rebuilt again and again. To be honest, it was not completely necessary for Ves to go through all of this trouble. As a mech designer who upgraded many existing mechs, he was proficient in reinventing and reimagining his products. However, it would take a lot of time and effort for him to manually redesign larger versions of his luminaire crystal weapon. He could save himself a lot of redundant work by taking this demand into account at the beginning of the weapon project. The downside was that it not only increased the complexity of the design, but also introduced a lot of mechanical vulnerabilities. However, this was why choosing to use superdimensional alloy as reinforcing material was such a good idea. Its toughness and resistance towards adverse effects effectively mitigated this downside. Great. Ves grinned and lightly clapped Harry's back. This is an excellent combination of ideas. Let's go through with it. I don't mind if it will take a little longer to complete the project. It is worth it if I can continue to make use of it after I have grown in size after a fast and convenient rework. It will also make it easier for us to convert the old crystals with cutting-edge superdimensional crystals a few years later. By the way, you don't need to add a bayonet to the design. Are you sure, sir? Ves grinned. If my suspicions are correct, transforming the luminaire crystal weapon into a D-arm will automatically solve this problem, hehe. The pair continued to flesh out the design and configuration of their ambitious project. It took a lot of extra work to include the latest design specifications, but it was more than worth it for both mech designers. Harry soon presented Ves with another question. Do you remember my specialization, sir? Well, I have managed to develop new advancements in my ERC luminaire crystal weapon technology. It is only a minor technological breakthrough, but I am able to present you with two different design choices. Oh, what have you come up with, this time? The energy weapon specialist activated a new projection that showed off two different ERC luminaire crystals. He gestured towards one of them. This is the product that you are familiar with. It is the type of crystal that I have incorporated in the instrument of vengeance. It can convert any strong emotion into different effects, ranging from a straightforward increase in firepower to negating E-energy effects. While this has significantly improved the power and versatility of my luminaire crystal weapons, it has also made it much more difficult for mech pilots to control their damage output, as they actively need to manage their emotions during eventful engagements. For example, if mech pilots feel sad about the loss of their comrades, their damage output may decrease by as much as 50%. That sounds really bad. The problem is not insurmountable for trained and disciplined mech pilots, Harry said. However, the complaints that I have gathered from the users of the recently released Bright Warrior Mark IV and Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV has opened my eyes to how much of a burden it is to force mech pilots to regulate their emotions during highly charged moments on the battlefield. This is why I have recently developed a variation of ERC luminaire crystal weapons that are only attuned to a single specific emotion. He gestured to the second projected crystal. In order to distinguish them from each other, my original products have been relabeled as UERC for short, while my new products will be called XERC for emotionally reactive charged luminaire crystals that are attuned to an indeterminate emotion. An ERC luminaire crystal that is attuned to anger should be referred to as an AERC luminaire crystal, for example. I see. You should give me a list of all of the XERC luminaire crystal variations. I need to understand all of the options. Here you go, sir. Chapter 6919 Happy Gun. When Ves entered the firing range used for testing experimental weapons, his attention immediately drew towards a series of energy pistols. Each of them had been made with basic luminaire crystals. The craftsmanship left much to be desired, but there was no need to care too much since they were only prototypes. So these are your new XERC luminaire crystal weapons, right? All of them are indeed my latest works. Harry Kikonen proudly said. The theory behind them is not particularly complicated, but it has taken a large amount of trial and error to make them practical and remove most of the glitches. The XERC luminaire crystal pistols gave off different vibes to an individual as sensitive as Ves. The types of hyper-materials used to make the individual guns obviously aligned to very specific emotions. This caused the weapons to attract the energy of different emotions, which could infect people who came close enough. The effect grew more confusing when Ves stepped close enough to become affected by the auras of multiple pistols at once. He simultaneously felt the inclination to feel angry, embarrassed, sad and disgusted at the same time. Of course, Ves easily managed to maintain his composure. Harry did not make use of high-quality hyper-materials, and the weapons were far too small to attract enough E-energy to produce a particularly strong effect. Interesting. That is one of the problems with bringing multiple XERC luminaire crystal weapons together. Their maker said, I have yet to devise an effective solution to negate this problem. Unless you are piloting a mech with Lufa as the design spirit, it is detrimental to carry armaments that respond to different emotions at once. I can only dim the effects of the hyper-materials, but I cannot disable them entirely, so it is highly advisable not to mix them together. Ves nodded in understanding. That makes sense. I can understand the rationale of trying to cover for multiple different scenarios, but if the result is that you get bombarded by multiple different emotional inducements at once, then I do not think anyone would be crazy enough to do this. I hope you will be able to solve this problem. That depends on advancements in hyper-technology. The only effective solution to isolating the effects of hyper-materials is to move them out of the area or put them into a container made with materials that inhibit the passage energy. Neither of them are practical. Ves believed that if a mech pilot truly wanted to carry multiple different XERC luminaire crystal armaments, he could pilot a mech that was equipped with multiple weapon containers. If he wanted to channel the power of anger, he could retrieve an AERC gun from a box and make use of its superior firepower. If he wanted to utilize a more penetrating weapon, he could put the AERC weapon back into its box and pull out a GERC pistol instead. However, Ves did not evaluate this idea highly. All of this switching around was not only a hassle that was prone to sabotage and interference, it also took up way too much capacity for way too little firepower and utility. Harry did not approach the table that held all of the experimental armaments, but instead moved to a lane that was further away before pulling out his personal sidearm. Naturally, Harry had made a luminaire crystal weapon for himself. He put much more craftsmanship and thought into his personal gun. Although it had not reached masterwork quality, Ves could pick up the love and attention that Harry had put into its creation. This is an older UERC luminaire crystal pistol that I have yet to update. The journeyman explained to Ves. This means that it can respond to any emotion. I have already lowered its settings so that its basic energy output matches that of the prototype weapons. Now, I will proceed to channel numerous different emotions before firing a shot for each of them. You should pay close attention to the firepower and other effects induced by my tech. Ves took this seriously enough to call up an interface that connected him to the extensive sensor suite of the firing range. This would allow him to observe all of the objective data. Of course, the sensor systems were not yet able to measure everything related to E-energy. Ves could only rely on Blinky's sharp senses to serve as an acceptable substitute. Please proceed, Harry. I will proceed to fire a baseline shot while keeping my mood as neutral as possible. I will then proceed to fire shots while feeling angry, sad and so on. I will try to cycle through every emotion that corresponds to the XERC luminaire crystal weapons that I have made. Harry did as he said. As a mech designer, he was not really capable of evoking strong emotions on demand. He particularly struggled with evoking strong feelings of sadness, love, altruism and anger. The man did slightly better when evoking feelings of shame and pride. He probably thought about the worst and best moments of his relatively short mech designer career. Ves did not judge Harry on his relatively lackluster performance. He already figured out that this test was about relative values as opposed to absolute values. In other words, it was much more important to make comparisons rather than trying to reach high scores. Now that you have measured the baseline data, I will proceed to release a test shot with each of my new XERC luminaire crystal prototypes. Harry first activated the safety and put away his UERC sidearm. He then moved to the table, picked up the nearest XERC gun, and moved back to the lane. Ves could already tell the weapon corresponded to excitement, joy, happiness and exuberance. Harry already began to smile as he not only allowed the happy gun to affect his mood, but also actively fed and reinforced it as much as possible. He, ha ha ha. Despite feeling happy to the point where he was about to laugh like he was attending a cabaret show, Harry still managed to exercise enough discipline and control to raise his rifle, aim at the target in front of him, and pull the trigger. The new ERC gun corresponding to excitement launched a golden beam that was distinctly brighter and more colorful than the ones that came before. However, Harry's joyful mood clearly affected his aim, causing the energy beam to drift too much to the right. Impressive, Ves said as he studied the data on the 2 times where Harry evoked the power of happiness to enhance his energy attacks. There is a 30% difference in firepower. Thank you, sir. This is because wielding an ERC weapon already primes me towards feeling excited. I only need to feed it in order to make it stronger. The ERC luminaire crystals used to make this weapon are also specialized to convert this specific emotion into higher output. The downside is that trying to evoke other emotions will invalidate the performance increase. Firing this weapon will be no different from firing a non-ERC energy weapon. Harry demonstrated this by deliberately trying to feel as depressed as possible before launching a shot. The energy beam was no longer as powerful or remarkable as before. It was just a plain red beam that struck with ordinary power. Is there any negative scaling? Ves asked. If you feel the opposite emotions, will the firepower of the XERC guns actually decrease? Thankfully no, you can't sabotage yourself to that extent. From what I have been able to test, both the positive and negative effects of using ERC luminaire crystal weapons disappear when you are evoking no emotions, weak emotions, non-relevant emotions or opposite emotions. When I hold this particular gun, the only emotion that can alter the damage output is joy. That was good news. Harry's new XERC weapons would have been a lot more dangerous and troublesome to wield if it was sensitive to all of those additional factors. Let us measure the performance of the remaining XERC guns when they are in your hands. They completed the second round of tests. Harry picked up and put down each and every prototype weapon one by one, often requiring time to acclimate himself to a new emotion. In each and every case, the effects applied to the energy beams fired by the XERC guns were superior. While that meant a major decrease in firepower when wielding the GERC pistol, this was an intended outcome as Harry already ascertained that feeling sad and gloomy produced that particular effect. The good news was that the penetration power of this weakened energy beam had drastically improved. It had burned much deeper into the target than normal, which was particularly useful for damaging sensitive and vulnerable internal components. Of course, most other emotions produced a more general increase in damage output. Harry's inclination as a person still remained relevant, but each different XERC gun made it a lot easier for him to strengthen the right emotions. Once the test session came to an end, Harry put down his last gun and moved towards Ves. Both of them studied the collected data. Just as expected, the numbers for the second round were all higher than the numbers of the first round. I would say your new development is great progress. Ves commented. Wielders of your XERC firearms can not only exert better control over the damage output, but also produce stronger effects. The downside is that they will lose the versatility offered by your original UERC armaments, but that is not a big deal for most people. Harry nodded in agreement. My XERC armaments have a much lower skill threshold. It barely takes any training for any soldier or mech pilot to exert a reasonable amount of control over the energy weapons. I do not think that their invention has phased out my UERC weapons. I believe that highly trained and superhuman mech pilots such as St. Davia Stark can make the most out of the versatility of UERC luminaire crystal weapons. I agree. Another issue of concern is that wielding an XERC weapon will constantly alter your mood. It is difficult for a mech pilot to muster up much enthusiasm for a fight when he feels sad. It is also difficult for him to exercise restraint when he is wielding an energy weapon that is constantly encouraging him to feel happy or angry. The stronger the XERC weapon, the more difficult it is for the wielder to remain sober. There are legitimate concerns about whether such a weapon can impair the judgment of the wielder. This meant that mech pilots needed to be careful about their choice of weapons. XERC weapons were simpler and could easily produce better results, but they could alter the behavior of their users when it was not desirable. UERC weapons were a lot more difficult to utilize. It was also harder to use them at their full potential. However, Their lack of mental influence meant that the wielder was always the one that shaped his emotions, and not his weapons. Now that you have been introduced to my latest invention, which type of luminaire crystal weapon do you prefer to wield in person? Ves already smiled. I need power rather than versatility. The Defiled Light project should center around an XERC luminaire crystal blaster. Since that is the case, which particular emotion do you want to associate with your weapon? It is best to pick one that is easy for you to evoke and strengthen on the battlefield. I do not recommend you select an emotion that you are uncomfortable with and cannot easily draw upon in difficult situations. I suggest that you select the emotion that you experience the most when you are in a stressful and dangerous situation. Ves already knew what to pick when Harry gave out his advice. His hand reached out and picked up the prototype ERC weapon. He grinned as he appreciated its promising effects. This one fits me the best. Whenever I am under pressure, I always feel excitement as long as I am working towards a solution. It is really easy for me to feel joy whenever I am making substantial progress. This happy gun will represent my future. Ves could not wait to wield a gun that literally became stronger when he felt amused. He fully became invested with a project that could essentially weaponize his own joy. Ha 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 ha, this will be great. Killing enemies will make me happy, which will subsequently help me kill even more enemies, which will fuel my joy even further. This is the best possible positive feedback loop for myself. It's perfect, ha 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 ha. Chapter 6920 The Power of Joy. The Power of Joy. Ves grew satisfied with Harry's progress. His innovation was not that big, but it not only increased the practicality of his tech, but also opened up a lot of new possibilities. The possibility of making his own happy gun, that became more powerful when he grew more joyful, had a lot of potential in his eyes. As Ves continued to grin while he was anticipating all of the fun he could create with such a weapon, the other mech designer did not entirely look convinced. Sir, what is it, Harry? Are you certain you wish to base the Defiled Light project on my ERC luminaire crystals? There are other XERC that correspond to emotions that have proven to produce stronger effects. You should at least try out each of the prototype weapons for yourself in order to make a proper and informed choice. In order to make sure he did his due diligence, he projected a list of XERC crystals and added a summary of their known strengths, weaknesses and other properties. XERC luminaire crystal types: ERC, excitement, joy, happiness, moderate increase in firepower, low morale, inspiration effect. GERC, gloom, sadness, depression, high increase in firepower, high increase in penetration. CERC, contempt, disgust, disdain, high decrease in firepower, mental damage effect, moderate morale undermining effect. DERC, disgrace, shame, embarrassment, moderate decrease in firepower, moderate physical repulsion effect. LERC, love, affection, devotion, moderate increase in firepower, strong morale, inspiration effect. SERC, sacrifice, selflessness, altruism, low increase in firepower, moderate energy negation effect, high rate of self-exhaustion. PERC, pride, arrogance, vanity, low increase in firepower, moderate persistence effect. A-ERC, anger, fury, rage, high increase in firepower, low annihilation effect. As Ves calmed down a bit, he briefly took the time to study the projected information, but his heart was not in it anymore. He had already locked in his choice as far as he was concerned. Harry did not really understand him, so it was natural for the journeyman to question the fast decision-making process. Harry, Ves said as he placed down the ERC prototype gun and started to pick up the other prototype weapons in sequence. Every person is different. From my personal experience, many people tend to express one emotion more often than others during combat. Their training, life experiences and relationships all determine which emotion they associate the most with fighting. Saint Davia Stark is driven by her fury. Patriarch Reginald Cross and Saint General Ark Larkinson are poster boys for pride. Saint Dice Larkinson is more difficult to pin down, but I would argue that she channels a combination of contempt and devotion. And you claim that yours is excitement? I just know it. Ves grinned wider as he dismissed the other weapons. Humans such as you and I are always capable of channeling every emotion, but never equally. When you present me with this list of proven effects, you are assuming that soldiers can pick and choose the emotions they want to channel on the battlefield without any major issue. That is a dangerous assumption to make. I merely wish to prevent you from making a decision that you will regret. That is on me, then. People are not blank dummies who have an actual reaction to every emotion. Their unique lives cause them to associate different emotions to different associations, forcing them to make use of a specific XERC gun because it offers the greater value on theory is presumptive on your part. It is not the role of a mech designer to dictate what arms they should use. We should only offer advice at most. The mech pilot or his superior will be the ones to make the decision. Ves gestured his arm towards all of the crude XERC weapons. These guns of yours all tap into the power of emotions. Do you know what that means? Your XERC weapons have crossed the barrier of objective reality and have ventured into the territory of subjective imagination. I don't know what you have learned about E-energy, but to me it is the fuel that can turn our fantasies to life. It works on fuzzy data and idealism. He picked up the happy gun again and waved it back and forth. According to your data, EERC luminaire crystals deliver relatively mediocre performance because it only makes energy attacks moderately stronger while also producing a small morale-boosting effect. Yet how many people have test-fired your EERC prototype arms? 2. Harry admitted, just you and me, and I am the only individual that has systematically fired all of the new XERC guns in exhaustive detail for data-gathering purposes. This is still an ongoing development. I have yet to test the performance of the prototypes in the hands of other volunteers. Ves did not look surprised. While I have no proof of this, I can already guess that certain people will be able to produce much stronger or weaker effects compared to when you wielded the same prototype guns. The difficulty is that how well the wielders channel their emotions also affects the data. You need to find a way to control for this variable and isolate its influence on the collected data. That is a difficult problem to solve, sir. How can you objectively measure a person's anger, happiness, sadness and other emotions on an objective and scientifically verified scale? I am sure you will be able to figure it out somehow. If not you, then another scientist. The more people realize that their emotions has an influence on the outcome of E-energy manipulation, the more they have a need for a tool that can measure this kind of stuff. For now, just take my word for it. I am confident that even if my level of joy is exactly the same as yours, I will still be able to get more out of the EERC gun than you. This is how E-technology works. Let me demonstrate. He picked up the happy gun and brought it back to the firing lane. Ves did not open fire right away. Instead, he first sent Blinky into the hyper weapon in order to establish a much closer connection to the experimental firearm. He then took the time to gather his thoughts and emotions. He thought back on his moments of triumph. He had many sources to draw upon. He thought about the birth of his masterwork mechs, his dramatic high-stakes political reversals, the triumphant product reveals and the acknowledgement he received from the masses. He also thought about the heartfelt joy he experienced whenever he noted that his clan was doing better than ever. He had taken considerable risks in splitting off from the Larkinson family and starting up his own organization. The safer bet would have been to join another state or organization, yet he staunchly refused every offer and got rewarded for his daring. Ves also thought about his family. Although Gloriana was a frequent source of strife and disagreement, she was also one of the few women who trusted him on an unconditional basis. He also thought about his critical battlefield victories. There were so many close battles that ultimately ended up in his favor, either because his soldiers came through or because he managed to reverse the situation by relying on a brilliant, or desperate, gambit. Above all else, Ves thought back on the moments he gained critical inspiration. There were times where he tied multiple different clues together or gained a critical new insight that enabled him to develop wondrous new inventions. From the creation of companion spirits to the development of his epic-changing Carmen mechs, Ves became invigorated by the many sources of joys derived from completing massive contributions to society. As a mech designer, Ves had many more reasons to feel happy and satisfied than most of his colleagues. As he thought about all of this and more, he felt a lot more attuned to the EERC prototype weapon than before, and that was not only because his companion spirit was doing a good job. He no longer felt as if he was holding a luminaire crystal weapon in his hand anymore. Instead, he had the illusion that he had squeezed out all of his happiest memories from his mind and stuffed them into his happy gun. Though Ves may have inadvertently stuffed other emotions such as pride, love, devotion into the weapon, the happy gun disregarded all of that and only responded to the most relevant emotion at hand. This granted Ves a sense of ownership and kinship with the weapon. It felt as if his happiness had momentarily turned this luminaire crystal gun into a living monument of his joy. Harry could clearly feel this remarkable transformation. His eyes widened as he could feel the power of Ves's happiness even when he was observing from a respectable distance. Moreover, the EERC gun exuded a much stronger golden glow than normal. Harry Kykkonen knew for certain that he had never been able to evoke such a strong reaction from the Happy Gun or any of the other prototype energy guns for that matter. Remarkable, he whispered even as he made sure the sensors recorded all of the data. The light show had reached a new peak, and that was with Ves still holding back. Ves only wanted to empower the EERC gun with his emotions alone. He wanted to prove to Harry and to himself the validity of his theory about how the power of emotions could accomplish the impossible. Witness the power of joy. Just speaking those words caused his excitement to reach a higher peak. Ves pulled the trigger right away. A much brighter and more blinding golden light beam surged from the muzzle of the glowing luminaire crystal pistol and struck the target with significantly greater power than any of the previous test shots. Amazing, Harry gasped. Although the data does not entirely make this clear, you have convinced me that one man's excitement may be qualitatively different from another man's excitement. You are correct that emotions are not one-dimensional phenomena that can be quantified with simple numbers. From what I am able to subjectively perceive from your demonstration, your happiness is much richer, deeper and multifaceted than mine. You hardly even need the support of hyper-materials in order to maximize your expression of this side of yours. It may even be the case that my prototype weapon has absorbed those additional qualities before translating them into additional effects. Ves smiled and returned to the table in order to put the Happy Gun back in its place. Your ERC luminaire crystal weapons don't create power and special effects out of thin air. The law of conservation of energy still applies in hyper-technology and e-technology. I think your new weapon tech does not necessarily unlock a brand new capability. Instead, you have merely drawn out a handful of the hidden features of luminaire crystal technology. This may be another set of proof that the luminaire race based their tech on extremely refined applications of hyper-technology. The extinct luminaires were small in stature, but possessed big hearts and minds. They took advantage of the latter in order to overcome their scale disadvantage and punch above their weight. Harry clearly agreed with this theory as well. It may be our destiny that we are using this old alien tech for the same purpose. My UERC and XERC luminaire crystal weapons will enable each of us to use smaller weapons to inflict greater damage onto warships and phase leaders. Chapter 6921 Dead End Design Philosophy. Dead End Design Philosophy. Now that Ves had become familiar with Harry Kykkonen's latest advancements in luminaire crystal technology, he immediately adjusted the configuration of the Defiled Light project. The ability to weaponize his own joy and excitement had great potential, especially to a wielder who was able to draw upon these emotions a lot better than others. That was not to say the other variations of XERC luminaire crystal technology were useless, but Ves did not think he could channel them to the same degree. Do you intend to incorporate one of the XERC technologies in the next iteration of the Ignitron of the Prometheum Mark II project? The journeyman mech designer looked uncertain. I have yet to decide whether the Ignitron should be based on UERC luminaire crystals or one of the XERC luminaire crystal variations. Saint Isabel Coden is still preoccupied with recovery and rehabilitation of her new and improved body. The few times I have been able to speak with her has not led to overly productive discussions. She has suffered enormous trauma by having her body burned to the point where she was only left with her brain. The transition back to a new body produced by the Red Association is a heavy burden on her psyche. Normal people might need a decade or two to regain their peak conditions. Ace pilots could probably recover a lot faster, but no one knew for certain. Isabel may have broken through, but she pretty much sacrificed her body in exchange. That made her worse than her peers who broke through while remaining fully intact, such as Saint Tusa and Saint Dice. Ves could not imagine how much her confidence in herself had dropped as a consequence. While he was confident that Isabel would eventually display the qualities of a saint and pick herself up again, who knew how much time it would take for her to fully readjust her mentality? Whether she developed a strong affinity for emotions such as gloom, disgrace, pride or simple anger remained to be seen. Until Harry was able to gather that information, the choice on the type of ERC luminaire crystals he would use would remain in flux. I think that PERC luminaire crystals synergize the best with her fire-based damage output. Ves said, she relies heavily on starting and spreading fires to wear down lots of enemies over time. Being able to make her flames stickier and more difficult to put out will go a long way with enabling her specialized combat approach. She becomes a lot less effective if her enemies are able to quickly douse her flames. She can either become more versatile by developing new tricks, or she can choose to double down and make her purple fire as strong as possible. Personally, I think she will be more inclined to choose the latter. Can she still remain prideful after suffering such a setback? Harry asked the critical question. Who knows? Anyway, don't forget what I just told you earlier. It is Saint Isabel's prerogative to make this kind of decision that heavily impacts her combat effectiveness and strategies. Ultimately, her compatibility with specific XERC luminaire crystals is not determined by any obvious synergies, but by her personality and attitudes. It is best not to form strong expectations. You will just get disappointed if she makes a selection that is outside of your ideal plan. I understand. I will try my best not to do too much work in advance. They talked a bit more about the possible uses of XERC luminaire technology. Harry spoke about the possibility of designing a batch of replacement crystals that could be slotted into the luminaire crystal weapons wielded by the Bright Warrior Mark IV and the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV. Each of them made use of his original UERC luminaire crystal weapons, which caused the damage output of mechs armed with them to become a lot less consistent. Highly skilled mech pilots who made the determination to master the use of UERC luminaire crystal weapons had the potential to become highly versatile. They could selectively channel different emotions that were known to produce different effects according to the situation at hand. However, this was a demanding style of utilizing luminaire crystal weapons. Only elite and specialized ranged mech units could afford to train their mech pilots into cycling multiple different emotions on command. Everyone else could only reliably channel one or two emotions at a time, and their consistency still fell under question. In short, Harry's current advancements in luminaire crystal technology promised greater power, but also significantly increased the burden on mech pilots. That was not an ideal outcome. Ves paid close attention to the piloting experience of his mechs. He understood quite well that any unnecessary distraction and burden could add a lot of stress and cause mech pilots to miss stuff that they ordinarily shouldn't overlook. This was why Ves was not entirely satisfied with Harry's current research direction. Once you have completed the initial development on XERC luminaire crystal tech, what is your next step? Will you continue to investigate the link between emotions and luminaire crystals, or will you seek to study a different facet of this alien tech? Harry was not stupid. He would have never been able to join the Larkinson clan and enter the prestigious design department if he lacked perception and attention to detail. I have already mentioned that I am waiting for advancements in superdimensional tech. As long as I have learned enough theory about it, I may be able to develop superdimensional luminaire crystals in 2 years as long as there are no complications arising from new variables introduced by the strange materials. Aside from that, I have not yet decided. That caused Ves to frown. A mech designer like yourself needs to be several steps ahead of established capabilities. I know, sir, but I did not originally set out to become a mech designer by specializing in luminaire crystal technology. The other mech designer defended himself. My original specialization is based on precision-focused laser weapon systems. Ever since I joined the clan, I did not have too many opportunities to design mechs that rely on increasing or decreasing the convexity of the focusing crystals to inflict more concentrated damage with energy weapons. Your specialization is not that relevant in the current war, Ves commented. Harry frowned. You are correct. In an age where most mechs fight against machines that rely primarily on armor as opposed to energy shields, concentrating the damage output of laser weapons to a small point results in much more efficient local penetration of armor plating. However, energy shields do not really care about that, as it is more important to deplete its integrity. A broader and less focused energy beam will produce the same effect as a narrower and more focused beam, only with much less calculations and micro-adjustments. Ves leaned forward as he thought about Harry's unenviable situation. I see. You are afraid that if you return to your roots and continue to develop your original specialization, you will work yourself into irrelevancy. After all, with so many enemies that rely so heavily on energy shields, your precision-focused energy weapons only introduce a lot of additional cost and complexity with very little discernible value. Everyone knows that as long as you can get rid of the energy shields of alien units, their physical structures are a lot easier to damage, mostly. I have heard that newer alien vessels make increasing use of superior human-developed alloys, but even then the aliens still prefer to stick to their shield-heavy design philosophy. The native aliens may have access to much of the Red Ocean's resources, but even they would feel distressed if they have to build lots of warships with thick and relatively high-quality hull plating. It was much more economical for them to rely on their much more abundant reserves of phase water to install multiple powerful Azure energy shield generators. Energy shield defenses could easily be restored if they took damage. So long as the Azure energy shields did not break entirely and possibly damage the generators as a result, the energy barriers could save the vessels from conducting a lot of physical repairs. This was clearly the better choice given that the native aliens did not have a robust infrastructure in place to repair too many damaged ships and vehicles at once. In any case, Harry's precision-focused energy weapons would continue to remain irrelevant so long as enemies kept relying so much on Azure energy shields. Many mechs even relied on the same paradigms to keep themselves in one piece. Red humanity had learned from the aliens and used the same kind of tech on its own machines. As long as there was enough phase water to spare, there was no reason to reject the use of highly effective Azure energy shield generators. Even if the Red War magically came to an end and humans soon returned to fighting against each other for all kinds of petty reasons, the prevalence of superior transphasic energy shields and Azure energy shields would not go away. In this case, how should Harry deal with his design philosophy? Should he try to phase it out and replace it with a more relevant design philosophy that was more adapted to the current age? Doing this was possible, but Harry would incur huge penalties if he wanted to change his design philosophy. A design philosophy was a mech designer's belief on how products should be. The individual therefore had to be really certain about the right direction of his research in order to make fruitful contributions. Still, changing to a more suitable design philosophy may ultimately lead to a better outcome over time. If you were in my shoes, what would you choose, sir? My answer may not be appropriate for you, he said. My mentality and approach towards mech design is unique to me. That said, I would never give up. Once I have formed my design philosophy, I will need to see it through the end. Even if the entire Red Ocean is working against me and my specialization, that does not change my persistence in my life's goal. Even if it is nearly certain that I will crash myself against a wall if I don't change my research direction, I will continue to bash myself against the same wall over and over again in the hopes of weakening it until I can finally bash through one day. I just hope that I won't grow too old to savor my victory. Harry frowned. Energy shields are here to stay, as much as I dislike them. Weapons that are specialized for penetration cannot do anything against the former. Are you sure about that? Ves grinned. Perhaps there is a different way for XERC weapons to bypass the energy shields of such a well-protected vehicle. For example, you can devise a new Luminaire crystal weapon that has gained additional capabilities, for example a means of attack that can bypass the multi-layered Azure energy shields. That sounds great, but you probably don't know where to begin. Harry lowered his head. I cannot make up my mind so quickly. I need more time to evaluate everything. Thinking too much can be a trap in itself. Ves gently said, sometimes, there are no right answers. There are also times when you just need to stop procrastinating and make a decision. A design philosophy is paramount to any mech designer. Either commit to your original ambition, or give up on it and work towards a different ideal. You can still choose to remain undecided and wait, but you are only growing older. The longer this issue remains unresolved, the worse off you will be. Don't remain indecisive. Ves truly did not envy Harry Kykkonen. His energy weapon specialization was overly narrow, which made it far too easy for it to lose its value under certain circumstances. This was a fault of the journeyman mech designer's own making. He would have been a lot better off during the facewater generation and hyper-generation if he pursued a broader and more flexible design philosophy. Now, unless he was able to rely on major breakthroughs in energy weapon tech, Harry's only other choice was to steer his design philosophy in a different direction. Chapter 6922 High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches. High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches mech designers did not have to stick to the exact same design philosophy that they initially chose upon advancing to the rank of journeyman mech designer. Otherwise, they would become far too set in their ways. By sticking to old and outdated design philosophies, mech designers would turn from proponents of innovation to opponents of any significant form of progress. That was not supposed to happen. This was why there was a bit of leeway for mech designers to change or rather, evolve, their design philosophies over time. Ves actually did this himself. As he grew and shaped his ideas on his goals and ambitions, he gradually nudged his design philosophy into different directions. This was why he currently ended up with mutual growth in adversity. He would have never come up with such an idea back when he had just become a journeyman mech designer. All of this showed that mech designers were capable of evolving their works and design philosophies over time. Yet there were still limits to how far they could move away from their original intentions. As far as Harry Kaikkonen was concerned, precision-focused laser weapon systems had little in common with luminaire crystal energy weapon systems aside from the obvious. Just because both specializations centered around the use of energy weapons did not mean that they belonged to the same category. Expertise in one area definitely did not cross over into expertise into another area. It was not impossible for Harry to switch to specializing in luminaire crystal technology, but he needed to forge links between his current and desired design philosophies. That was difficult and time-consuming. It would take years for Harry to essentially damage his original foundation and replace it with a new one that would happily repair the damage. If Harry managed it correctly, then he would succeed in transitioning his design philosophy so that it fit the current area a lot better. That would be great for the Larkinson clan. Ves had handed over the inheritance of luminaire crystal technology as well as the responsibility to further its development to the younger mech designer. So far, he did not have many reasons to complain, but that may change if Harry did not come up with any major advancements in the coming years. Just as Ves wanted to delve deeper into Harry's professional problems, he received an urgent notification from his assistant. "What is it, Gavin?" "She's arrived." "Which one?" "The tortuous scream. She looks glorious. She has just arrived at the edge of the star system. Traffic control is holding her at bay until she can undergo a thorough inspection, but she will be brought to orbit of our planet soon enough." Ves's blood pumped faster and hotter. Finally, after a long time of waiting, the most important ship of the Premier Fleet had finally arrived in the Larkinson clan. The sad part about her arrival was that this may be the last big project completed by the E-66 experimental yard. The orbital shipyard that Ves had bought at a high price was located in the Inferno Sphere Principality of the Rubarthan Pact. Its territories had come under considerable pressure as the native aliens cleverly targeted the principality that possessed the strongest chances of uniting the Rubarthans under a single banner. Even as the Red War continued to spread devastation across human space, the Rubarthans were still obsessed with appointing their leader after they got cut off from the new Rubarth Empire. Old habits died hard. The Rubarthan imperial household held a transcendent status among the common folk. They needed something to believe in, especially when there were too few sources of stability taking action. Ves shook his head. The Rubarthan Pact was not an acute concern at the moment. He cared much more about the arrival of the tortuous scream. The warship attracted a lot of vigilance, and with good reason. Yet due to the importance of the Larkinson clan, traffic control tentatively allowed the tortuous scream to proceed deeper into the star system. Of course, all of her weapon systems had to be shut down and remain in a hardware-locked state. This was quite difficult and time-consuming as the tortuous scream was mounted with a lot of direct weapon systems. Even when the tortuous scream continued to move forward under the control and escort of the Larkinsons, the Devos ancient clan still remained apprehensive towards her presence. What if the green and unfamiliar Larkinsons failed to understand how to operate the starship at all? That might result in a devastating situation. 1710 However, the tortuous scream did not arrive at New Constantinople by relying entirely on green personnel. The Larkinsons instead took the time to invest in students that would go on to work for one of its companies. As the formidable alien battleship drew closer, many people clamored to tour the arriving warship. "I want to go. I want to go. Please take me with you, Papa." "All right, dear, if you are not too impatient to endure hours of walking back and forth inside the interior of the enormous warship, then you can get ready." "Yay, you are the best, Papa." Andraste kissed her father's cheek before racing off to prepare, whatever that meant. "You two can come as well," he told Aurelia and Marvane. His eldest child did not express too much interest. She only agreed because it would be his home in the future. As for Marvane, he grew excited beyond measure after Ves agreed to give his little boy a tour of the largest weapon systems on the warship. He couldn't resist the opportunity to study the biggest and most powerful guns up close. Not even the mechs around him were allowed to wield such huge and bulky armaments. Multiple departments and groups continued to verify the safety and the control of the tortuous scream. The converted alien battleship was not allowed to enter into close orbit of New Constantinople 8, but instead had to diverge to circling around a sparsely populated moon. As the Devos ancient clan and the Larkinson clan continued to conduct multiple rounds of verification and such, the time had finally come for Ves and his family to tour their new flagship. Ves and his family all boarded a shuttle that would bring them up to orbit before moving to the warship that was parked further away from all of the hustle and bustle. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and other Larkinsons would not be joining them this time. They needed to handle other obligations. They suddenly had to take care of a lot of work now that the Larkinsons intended to enter her into circulation. As the shuttle under escort entered the large and relatively spacious hangar bay of the tortuous Scream, Ves, his bodyguards, his cats and the rest of his immediate family slowly exited. The Larkinsons that had already been assigned to the enormous battleship had already formed up into ranks. Their predominantly red and white uniforms were styled differently than what Ves and others were accustomed to, but this was a nice touch that set them apart from the other Larkinsons. As Ves continued to look around, he could immediately feel as if he had stepped into an alien warship that was only hastily converted to human tech. The dimensions did not match. Alien tech openly operated alongside human tech, and not always in a harmonious fashion. The layout of the tortuous Scream was also relatively unfamiliar to red humanity. The alien battleship possessed a vertical deck layout. This contrasted from other starships that preferred horizontal layouts. Ves was sure that a lot of Larkinsons would struggle to understand this layout and be able to navigate themselves to the right positions. After the short greeting ceremony complete with music finally wrapped up, a well-dressed man in a fancier officer's uniform slowly walked up and bowed. "Welcome to the tortuous Scream, Patriarch Ves Larkinson. It is an honor to host you and your family on this partially converted alien ship. I am High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches Larkinson, formerly a citizen and retainer of the Dermont ancient clan. Although I do not have any practical experience with serving on a bona fide warship, I have studied ahead and earned many of the necessary certifications on how to operate the weapon systems." That was not as difficult as it sounded. The tortuous Scream originally boasted a lot of cannons, yet that did not stop her from falling into the hands of the Larkinson clan. However, Ves had made the deliberate design choice to rip away tertiary and secondary gun batteries. Bunkers took their place, offering both shelter and convenience for all of the Larkinsons that would feel more lost in the future. Ves would be inspecting them soon enough. "It is good to meet you, High Captain." Ves returned the greeting. "If I may ask, what has brought you into my service?" "The Dermont ancient clan is pretty nice. How did you manage to earn the qualifications to captain a big ship like the tortuous Scream?" The entire procession began to move towards one of the massive elevators situated further away. "I have no complaints about my service to the Dermonts, Patriarch. They have given me the opportunity to serve on their starships as an officer. I started with a specialization in sensors and communications. I needed to learn diplomacy and relationship management right at the start of my service. Without developing an understanding and good relations with all of the officers in charge of different departments as well as the officers of other starships, friction and misunderstandings can occur. By understanding everyone's stations and responsibilities, I can connect the right people together and communicate with them in a manner that makes them more responsive to different commands." Ves looked impressed. "It sounds like you were already being prepped for command." Gilbert smiled in response as he thought back on the good old days. "I was. The Dermont ancient clan must have recognized my talent and effectiveness. I received fairly frequent promotions. Each time, I had to learn new knowledge in order to keep up with my expanding portfolio. I was lucky that my ability to find allies and assistants and forge them into a single interest group has succeeded more often than not. Eventually, I realized that a good commander does not necessarily command his troops directly, but instead gives them information and guidelines so that the soldiers can decide their own way forward." The High Captain indeed appeared to be the type that built up a huge amount of social capital and used it in the right moments at the right time. While Ves felt a little disappointed that the smooth talker of a High Captain was lacking in engineering or other technical skills, he understood that he was asking for too much. Highly knowledgeable technical personnel still enjoyed a distinguished status among the people. "So what made you decide to jump into the Larkinson clan, Gilbert?" The High Captain faced Ves and briefly evaluated whether he should be truthful. "Your clan had a vacancy open. I applied and attended many different meetings. I roughly understand why your people are driving these people out. However, such events will lose their novelty quickly. I am gratified beyond measure to make it past a difficult gauntlet that challenged many different people. I thank my luck every night to remind myself of how I managed to enjoy this exalted rank where many others have failed." Gilbert de Ronvanches had to possess special qualities beyond the norm in order to remain in charge of the huge warship. What were his secrets? "Are you proficient in commanding lots of starships?" "Yes," Gilbert confidently said, I may not be the equal of the descendants raised and educated by the Ves ancient clan, but I have learned and exercised both squadron command and fleet command. That is good news. We already have numerous talents such as Saint Commander Casella Ingvar, but it is best to have alternatives on hand. Chapter 6923 Artillery Bunkers Ves and his family extensively toured the interior of the 3.6-kilometer-long Orvan battleship. The E-66 experimental yard had spent a lot of time and manpower on converting the tortuous scream for human occupation and usage. However, the vessel's internal volume was so great that the Rubarthan shipbuilders could not completely transform her tech and architecture to human style. Doing so was no different from designing and constructing a native human warship from the start. The purpose of using the alien battleship was to expediently make good use of the CFA battlecruiser token that Ves had earned. It did not matter if the tortuous scream still operated on an alien programming system so long as the warship obeyed her new masters. These reasons and more caused the exterior as well as the interior of the warship to look like a confused hybrid between human and Orvan ship design. The greater height of the ceilings and the vertical deck layout were all typical to Orvan-developed starships. It took way too much work to convert it all to human style, so the shipbuilders did not bother to change the layout for the most part. The greatest changes that we have made to the hull is the removal of many secondary and tertiary gun batteries. The recently appointed High Captain reported to Ves. According to your directive, we have done this as extensively as we could. All secondary gun batteries and a large number of tertiary gun batteries have made way for bunkers that can house one or even multiple heavy artillery mechs. This also means that if no mech is active, the tortuous scream only possesses half of the point defense capabilities that she should normally enjoy. Gilbert de Ronvanches projected an image of the converted battleship and highlighted all of the gun batteries and bunkers on the hull. Ves noted that while the tortuous scream still retained a lot of tertiary gun batteries, they were all located in corners, edged and other areas where it was difficult to install bunkers. I haven't thought about it back then, but now that I see this, it is a good idea that we have preserved the remaining tertiary gun batteries. They can provide immediate interception capabilities if the ship ever falls out of FTL travel and gets ambushed right away or whatever. We cannot rely entirely on mechs placed in bunkers for all of our defensive needs, as their mech pilots are not always in their cockpits and prepared to fight at any moment. It usually took a bit of time to bring the turrets online and tell them what to do, but they could still make themselves useful a lot faster than bunker mechs. After a considerable journey, they entered one of the locations that was previously occupied by a secondary gun battery. The turret occupied a relatively large amount of space. What was visible on the exterior of the ship was only the tip of the iceberg. It took a lot of components to make the large structure move and to feed it with energy or ammunition. After the shipbuilders ripped away this bulky weapon mechanism, they converted all of the free space into bunker clusters as well as other functional components. Ves grew particularly pleased with how well the new bunkers provided offensive support to the bunker mechs. Any mechs equipped with a standard power slot would be able to connect to a power feed that directly supplied energy from a nearby first-class power generator. The bunkers also possessed robust and reinforced ammunition feed channels. They could supply all sorts of projectiles, missiles and other physical ordnance to a mech so long as the crew made the necessary adjustments. Clamps and other structural elements not only stabilized the bunker mechs, but also helped to shunt away their excess heat. The mechs did not have to worry about heat management at all, as the massive alien battleship could easily absorb a titanic amount of thermal energy without issue. In short, the converted battleship probably boasted the most luxurious bunkers that Ves had ever seen. Only Red Association warships possessed comparable or superior bunkers, but even they did not have as many of them as the tortuous scream. As you can see, we are not only able to provide additional Azure energy shields to protect the bunker mechs, but also provide additional emergency physical protection by rolling them into place at a critical time. This should significantly increase the survival rate of the mechs in question. We value all 155 artillery bunkers. Ves knew how much of a difference all of these measures could make. Ordinary secondary gun batteries were quite powerful enough on their own. Replacing them with bunker mechs sounded like an upgrade, but the story was much different once the Minerva Mark II empowered them with her true resonance. The damage output of the battleship under the influence of Casella's command field would far surpass that of other alien battleships of the same size and scale. At that time, the tortuous scream would definitely turn into a high-priority target to the enemy. This was undoubtedly dangerous to the Larkinsons residing in the converted battleship. Ves would definitely put himself and possibly his family in greater danger if the vessel tore down enemy warships left and right. Yet that was already in his consideration. If the tortuous scream became a must-kill target to the aliens, then their behavior became a lot more predictable. The Premier Fleet could purposefully guide the actions of enemy units and funnel them into traps or kill zones where they could be eliminated with ease. "We don't have any good bunker mechs on hand, do we?" he asked. "Indeed we do not," Gilbert responded. "The artillery bunkers are designed to provide excellent accommodation to first-class heavy artillery mechs. They can still be adjusted to provide support to the Omega Thresher model that you have procured for the Premier Fleet, but this is not an optimal combination. The Omega Threshers are first-class multi-purpose mechs that are designed to be fairly compact and mobile. They are mounted with a number of miniaturized integrated weapon systems that are still potent for their size, but are also limited by the same factor. In other words, the Omega Threshers performed well when deployed in the field, but could not compete against genuine bunker mechs when put into static defensive positions." Ves recalled the weapon systems mounted on a standard Omega Thresher mech. The wrist-mounted plasma sweeper cannons are only useful at very close ranges. The phase disintegrator guns are fairly powerful, but not that effective at longer ranges. The same goes for the plasma cannons. They pack a mean punch, but their calibers are on the smaller size due to capacity limitations. The Omega laser cannons and the Datura gravity well caster are pretty awesome, but their power levels cannot match the much larger armaments mounted on heavy artillery mechs. In this regard, the Totori Max model would have been a slightly better choice for bunker mechs. Unless you are willing to procure first-class heavy artillery mechs to occupy the artillery bunkers, it is still possible to make good use of the Omega Threshers. Gilbert said, "The FFEE 1100 version is the base configuration of this mech line. There are other variants that are designed for different purposes. There are several that are designed to fulfill the role of bunker mechs. If you do not wish to convert 155 Omega Threshers to these bunker mech-specific configurations, then you can instead take advantage of their humanoid arms to replace their Datura guns with larger and much more formidable cannons." The High Captain gave Ves an example of what he meant. He produced a new projection that displayed this scenario. An Omega Thresher mech was locked inside one of the bunkers. What was strange was that the mech had thrust both arms into mounted cannons that were so large and massive that it would have been difficult for the mech to carry in the field. It was only due to additional structural support from the bunker structure that the Omega Thresher mech was able to aim and control the sizable cannons. When the Omega Thresher opened fire, the first-class mech did not just fire with its smaller integrated weapon systems, but also unleashed a pair of much more powerful Omega laser beams at a distant target. Such powerful and concentrated energy attacks would have exerted a large burden on the first-class mech, but because the Omega Thresher was serving on a legitimate warship, the Larkinsons were allowed to directly link the mech with the hull. This enabled the bunker mech to fire her demanding external weapons more frequently. In fact, it was difficult to identify the additional Omega laser cannons as mech weapons. They were mounted and linked into the structure and power channels of the tortuous scream, which meant that they could also be regarded as warship cannons. Yet because they could only be fired by mechs, they should still match the definition of mech armaments. This was an important distinction to the Larkinson clan. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar's command field treated pure battleship gun batteries a lot differently than mech armaments. The latter received a much more powerful boost than the former. This was because genuine mech weapons were treated as extensions of mechs, each of which could be individually commandeered or enfeoffed. Ves understood what the High Captain attempted to do. Gilbert wanted to make a bet that despite connecting the larger Omega laser cannons to the bunkers of his warship, they retained enough properties of mech weapons to be treated as the equipment of the Omega Thresher mechs. "This is interesting," he said. "If there is enough time, manpower, spare materials and funding, then I am in favor of putting this idea on trial. If it works, then you can apply this scheme to the remaining artillery bunkers. There is just one change I would like to make." "What would you like to change, sir?" Ves raised his fingers and erased the large-caliber Omega laser cannons. He then began to draw crude versions of large-caliber luminaire crystal cannons in their place. "Our clan makes use of our own variety of energy weapons. It is based on alien tech, but it has proven its worth to us many times. Omega laser weapon tech is strong, but our clan is not too familiar with it. I think it is better for us to stick with what is familiar and use luminaire crystal cannons to augment the firepower of our Omega Threshers." Gilbert de Ronvanches looked thoughtful. Even if he was new to the Larkinson clan, he had done his due diligence and developed a decent understanding of his new employer. If you are confident that your first-class luminaire crystal cannons can keep up with the formidable damage output of Omega laser cannons, then I have little objections to your proposal. Just to be on the safe side, I suggest we trial both weapon implementations. We can make a direct and objective comparison between two proposals. That is an even better idea. You can go ahead and make the arrangements. It would be best if this experimental setup is done before we start our campaign and get into our first true fight. They continued to talk about what else they could do to improve the effectiveness of all 155 artillery bunkers. Once they finished their discussion on them, they soon turned their attention to the much more special sniper bunkers. The tortuous Scream only boasted 4 of them, and that was because they were solely designed to accommodate the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 6924 The Firepower of the Tortuous Scream. The firepower of the Tortuous Scream different from the artillery bunkers. The sniper bunkers were designed to accommodate special machines such as the Amaranto Mark III and the upcoming Prometheum Mark II. They offered the Ace mechs a stable and protective enclosure to launch attacks with the support of a formidable battleship. The Amaranto Mark III did not necessarily need the additional support, but she previously struggled to find adequate cover in past engagements. This was why Ves wanted to provide the powerful Ace Marksman mech with dedicated bunkers that could put Saint Stark at ease. As an Ace mech that exemplified the concept of extreme firepower, the Amaranto Mark III defenses were not too good, though they were at least a lot better than the previous version. However, the Amaranto Mark III had yet to benefit from the emergence of superdimensional technology, so the machine could still be threatened in multiple ways. The protection offered by the sniper bunkers could therefore play a very useful role. Compared to the artillery bunkers, the sniper bunkers enjoy much more robust protection. High Captain Gilbert proudly said, "The sniper bunkers are specifically designed to withstand battleship salvos. While they cannot resist continuous bombardment, they should at least block the first salvos and buy time for the mechs in question to take shelter or eliminate the threat directly." Ves observed all of the defensive mechanisms and grew satisfied with what he observed. What about offensive enhancements? The Amaranto Mark III should be able to draw upon the power of the battleship herself. The Tortuous Scream will be able to charge up the Instrument of Vengeance directly, allowing the weapon to be fired at a greater frequency than before. The sniper bunkers are also able to siphon heat away considerably faster, which is an important guarantee for the Amaranto and her energy weapon to remain relatively cool. This meant that the Amaranto Mark III would be able to fire her primary armament a lot more frequently than before. Ves could not imagine how much damage she could inflict onto enemy assets once she truly got going. Do you think that the firepower of the Amaranto Mark III will be able to match or surpass the firepower of one or multiple primary gun batteries? The former Terran naval officer paused and thought. The comparisons are not simple and direct, sir. The assets you are thinking about are too different from each other. It is no different from comparing apples to oranges. The primary gun batteries that I am about to show you next are on a different level when it comes to scale and absolute damage output. They are the realization of technological brute force. However, they lack the speed and surgical precision of high-ranking mechs. The Amaranto Mark III in a sniper bunker may not be as good at destroying cities or large space stations, but her highly precise and focused burst of resonance-empowered energy beams are much better at damaging and eliminating enemy champions, no matter whether they are rival ace mechs or murderous phase lords. With such a powerful ace marksman mech at her disposal, the Tortuous Scream became a lot more effective when employed to fight against other warships as well as phase leaders. However, as the High Captain mentioned, the Amaranto Mark III was ultimately an ace marksman mech and should be used like one. This meant that St. Davia Stark had to fight with precision. She might even have to withhold her formidable firepower for a long time in order to avoid tipping off the enemy. Ves paid closer attention to all of the tech and design features that granted superior protection to the sniper bunkers. From stronger access to the ship's potent power sources to multiple layers of defenses, the sniper bunkers promised to boost the Amaranto Mark III's offensive and defensive parameters at the cost of sacrificing her mobility. That said, the designers of the sniper bunkers had also included several convenient escape channels. This would bring the affected personnel to safety before anything catastrophic occurred. Ves approved of these measures. The value of the Amaranto Mark III and St. Davia Stark could already come close to the value of the Tortuous Scream as a whole. In fact, Ves had a hard time deciding which one he preferred to have more. It was rare for a private individual and organization to have a genuine battleship, but it was hard to defend such a possession without the deterrence of several high-ranking mech pilots. This reminded Ves that they actually synergized well with each other. It was best to combine the two as much as possible. Ves knew quite well that if he removed the high-ranking mechs from the picture, the tortuous Scream would barely be able to distinguish herself from the other alien battleships employed in the invasion. This was not good for the Larkinson clan, as it would have been too difficult to defend the tortuous Scream without any additional support. It would have been great if we had our own expert heavy artillery mech specialists. Ves sighed. The sniper bunkers would have become truly powerful in that case. Expert or ace heavy artillery mechs came closest to replicating the firepower of primary gun batteries. If Venerable Town Melon did not suddenly make an unforgivable mistake during an ill-fated mission, a version of the Zeal would have been here by now to lend her formidable firepower to the tortuous Scream. Ves could already imagine it. If he truly upgraded the Zeal into a first-class expert heavy artillery mech, then this monstrosity would definitely be able to function as the main weapon against the enemy. These days, if Town gained a new expert mech, he must be fighting hard against the incoming native aliens. Although his breakthrough happened many years later than the other young Larkinsons, he had a great opportunity to catch up by taking advantage of the resources and training of the new Rubarth Empire. As Ves observed the sniper bunker, he did not forget about another pilot and mech combination. How well will the sniper bunkers be able to accommodate St. Isabel Coden? St. Isabel and her future ranged mech will not be able to offer as much value to them. The High Captain answered, if the Promethea Mark II will be similar to the Mark I, then her mobility will not be weak. It may be better to enable this machine to roam and attack the enemy from unexpected angles. That aligned with Ves's assessment. His vision for the Promethea Mark II did not account for many instances where she would huddle inside a bunker. You are correct, High Captain. That said, you should take this possibility into account. There may be times where the Promethea Mark II truly cannot enter the field for fear of provoking a disproportionate response from the enemy. After completing his inspection of one of the 4 crucial sniper bunkers, Ves and his family soon began to visit the most exciting part of the tortuous Scream. So big, Marvane admiringly said as he beheld a portion of the massive turret structure. They were all staring at the housing and components of an enormous plasma cannon battery. Several massive barrels were grouped together and could fire multiple plasma bolts that were so large and powerful that they could burn half a city upon impact. During the refit and particle conversion, the shipbuilders prioritized the performance of primary gun batteries. Without mechs, the tortuous Scream would struggle much more extensively when trying to take down tough enemies. We have tried our best to apply fast and convenient upgrades to the primary gun batteries and supporting systems. They perform considerably better than alien equivalents, but we expect this distance to narrow as our enemies will catch up one way or another. It was difficult for Ves to fully visualize the power of these massive cannons. He was not too familiar with first-class starships. He had seen plenty of alien battleships in action, but they were often suppressed by swarms of mechs. Perhaps this had given him the faulty assumption that once he took control of the tortuous Scream, commanding all of those gun batteries was no big deal since certain ace mechs were capable of accomplishing more. The tortuous Scream will likely undergo a baptism of fire, Ves revealed to the man who was responsible for commanding the warship. We do not have time to perform proper months-long trials. We can only fight and hope that the warship will not suffer a catastrophic malfunction. Ves continued to listen as High Captain Gilbert continued to lecture about the strengths and more importantly the limitations of the primary gun batteries. Their enormously slow and sluggish tracking and turning parameters made them completely unsuitable for attacking fast-moving targets. Even if their tracking was a lot better, their lack of fine precision made them terrible at swatting smaller targets at most distances. It is best to treat them as siege weapons, sir. They are best used against static fortifications. They are also good when used against enemy warships, but the problem with that is that if the tortuous Scream can bombard an enemy warship, our adversaries can fire back. This is a considerable risk if the enemy outnumbers us in terms of warships. 1238, I am aware of the potential problems. Ves said, I do not intend for the tortuous Scream to take too many risks. It is best to keep her in the rear and rely mostly on our mechs to eliminate our enemies. That said, our battleship should not remain completely passive. If there is a good opportunity, I expect our warship to advance if doing so is to our advantage. The High Captain did not entirely look comfortable with this approach. The Orvans have designed this battleship as a command vessel. She is not designed to serve in the vanguard. While she can still fulfill this role, it will be difficult to keep her completely unscathed unless we upgrade her defenses. Speaking of upgrades, is there any way for us to upgrade and modernize her primary gun batteries? Not easily, sir. The E-66 experimental shipyard has already attempted to incorporate more extensive applications of hyper-technology into them, but this has only produced limited results. Properly modernizing the gun turrets will require much deeper overhauls. I suggest you wait and observe the tortuous Scream in action. I have no doubt that she will expose greater flaws and shortcomings in future battles. We should collect our findings and specify revisions based on the actual performance of the warship. Ves grew disappointed when he heard that it was not easy for them to further upgrade the primary weapon batteries. It made sense, though. They were so big and massive that it was very difficult to dismantle them or work on them outside of a drydock environment. This was one of the reasons why Ves had tasked his shipbuilders to develop a proper battlecruiser for the Larkinson clan. Such a vessel would definitely perform much better than a stopgap solution like the tortuous Scream. Unfortunately, Ves had already heard that it would take at least 5 years or maybe double for the shipbuilders to complete such an ambitious project. The timeframe may change for the worse as the Red War progressed. It took a lot of infrastructure, resources and stability to construct a huge warship. The native aliens would never allow the humans to complete such a threatening vessel. These concerns and more made Ves afraid that he would end up stuck with the tortuous Scream for more years than necessary. This meant that Ves had to be more serious about upgrading the battleship. Chapter 6925 Additional upgrades. The tour throughout the massive converted alien battleship seemed to last half a day. The children and cats grew tired of it all. They had little interest in observing the more mundane but necessary sections such as hydroponics, life support and waste reclamation. After their nanny and guards led them to a place on the ship where they could have fun, Ves and his wife continued their tour. They both understood the importance of knowledge on the tortuous Scream. The more information they received about the captured and converted warship, the less they would be taken by surprise if anything special happened. Both Ves and Gloriana were about to entrust their lives and the lives of their children to the newly designated flagship of the Premier Fleet. They could not tolerate unstable technologies, obvious security loopholes or critical vulnerabilities. Even if they could not adequately address all of these shortcomings, they could at least take note and be prepared if enemies managed to exploit them somehow. It was only at the end of the tour that Gloriana yawned and bid the two men goodbye. I need to return to the kids and make sure they have settled into their new home on this ship. Ves and his immediate family had already claimed the most luxurious and well-protected suites in the center of the tortuous Scream. Shortly after Gloriana made her departure, Ves and Gilbert entered a quiet office in order to discuss a variety of important subjects. Ves placed a lot of importance in upgrades. The tortuous Scream plays a vital role in our fleet lineup, he said as he sat down and folded his hands on a table. As our only true battleship, she can do stuff that mechs necessarily cannot. Since we need to rely on her for the coming years, we may as well invest in her so that we can depend on her when we need her strength the most. What improvements do you have in store? Hi, Captain Gilbert de Ronvanche is clearly prepared for this discussion in advance. He projected a list of different items. We are just beginning the first upgrade as we speak. Our personnel are in the process of transferring the SF-02 Smart AI data processing cluster from D&D base to our pre-prepared data center compartment. Once we have installed the hardware, we will immediately begin to link the software including the Smart ICE to an isolated section of the parallel human control system. There are certain risks involved with doing this, but we hope that the isolation measures combined with the fact that our control system only operates on top of the original alien control system will prevent our warship from going out of control. That sounded rather sloppy, but time was of the essence. None of the Larkinsons had enough time to do everything right. They had little choice but to cut corners when they thought they could get away with it and hope that they were right. The Larkinsons had been planning this transition in advance, so Ves was not too surprised with this important transfer. How long will it take for the SF-02 to settle into its new home? 5 days if we are being optimistic in our estimates. Gilbert answered. During this time, you and others will not be able to make use of the processing power or demand assistance from one of the Smart ICE. That was disappointing news as it would set back the design department considerably. While Ves and other mech designers were capable enough to do their work by relying on much less processing power, their work speeds would definitely get affected. A lot of projects would fall behind schedule as a consequence. This was bound to piss off his wife. Still, this was a necessary move. The SF-02 was the most valuable asset remaining in D&D base. There was no way that Ves would agree to leave it behind. Besides, the SF-02 was originally designed to be stuffed inside the limited compartments of a starship. Ves could have selected a much larger and more demanding processor cluster if he was fine with remaining planetbound. The partial integration of the SF-02 would improve everyone's lives. They would not only gain a better grip on the huge and multifaceted systems of the tortuous Scream, but also gain access to its multiple smart eyes, each of which possessed their own personalities and preferences. After addressing the processor cluster, Gilbert mentioned another important upgrade. He conjured up a projection that displayed the external hull. One of the upgrades that are still in progress is to integrate support link technology into the design. This will enable our ship to provide much better support to other mechs as well as starships that are also equipped with energy link, shield link and data link transceivers. Due to the generous size of the hull, we can install larger and more demanding support link arrays across the exterior. Ves frowned when he looked at the projection that showed how much coverage they had before, which was not much. Of course, much of that had to do with the fact that the tortuous Scream was never designed to accommodate support link technology. This was why the shipbuilders and naval engineers had to go through a lot of trouble to install additional modules. However, Ves knew that it would be worth it. Support link technology became a lot more powerful when a strong source was within reach. 2159 a year did not sound so bad, but that also meant that the Premier Fleet would not dare to get into too many scuffles. Every battle presented the enemy with opportunities to swoop forward and eliminate a lot of friendlies. Shield link technology could save a lot of lives. Does the tortuous Scream have enough energy to spare on to provide enough to support all of this linking? We do for now, Gilbert said with a smile. The greatest limitation is range as opposed to energy supply. The support link arrays that we can install onto the hull are relatively generic components. The Red Association is deliberately keeping out their best and most advanced implementation of this tech. That sounded disappointing, but Ves should have expected the mechers to pull off such a trick. It was a way for them to control how Ves and his Larkinsons made use of support link technology. By forcing them to utilize inferior and outdated pieces of tech, the Red 2 maintained their technological superiority. Do you think the effective ranges of the support link modules installed on the tortuous Scream are sufficient? For the most part, the answer is no, sir. The Red 2 make use of larger arrays that possess much greater effective ranges. The designs we have access to are smaller and more limited. Our mechs can only receive assistance from the tortuous Scream at closer distances. Further away, only the E-Mule support mechs can provide support to the combat mechs at the front. Ves certainly could not accept this outcome. Perhaps he needed to approach the Red Association and make another deal to trade for larger and more advanced support link transceiver models. However, Ves knew that there were still many limitations to the use of support link technology. One of the reasons why the effective ranges for it was so damn short was because it was difficult to maintain active links between many smaller units on the move. Trying to keep track of so many moving machines and making sure that everything remained connected imposed a huge burden on any central hub. The SF-02 likely needed to loan a huge amount of processing power to help the support link transceivers keep up with the complexity of battle. Aside from installing the most crucial shield link transceivers onto the hull of the tortuous Scream, the other starships of the Premier Fleet will be receiving them as well. The High Captain reported. In fact, these works have already been underway, so we expect most of them to be able to enjoy the protection of shield link technology. The installation of energy link transceivers is less urgent. They are mostly useful in supplying mechs with additional energy during combat. I have heard that the mech forces have already begun to train E-Mules to serve as energy couriers. Oh, please elaborate. The tactic turned out to be simple. E-Mules possessed considerable energy reserves, but could quickly be emptied once they transferred a lot of energy and shield power to the nearby Dracoloids and Omega Threshers. As long as this happened, there was little point for the E-Mules to remain in the field. They were instructed to return to the rear and stand by until one of the friendly starships activated an energy link. This should quickly restore the energy reserves of the E-Mules. Once the E-Mules managed to top off their energy cells, they could fly back to the front and resume their job of channeling energy and shield power to the first-class multipurpose mechs that truly needed the help. The former Terran officer seriously nodded. That is correct. If you want to use the tortuous Scream as a siege engine, then it is possible to build an enormous spinal-mounted laser cannon on her hull. The tech is relatively simple in order to avoid complications, but the materials must be high in quality. However, the improvisational nature of this add-on means that there is always a chance of glitches and malfunctions. The entire premise of this idea was not sound from the start. A spinal cannon added an enormous burden to the hull and systems of a vessel. There were good reasons why most of the warships of the Red Association, Red Fleet and even the native aliens lacked this feature. It not only added a huge burden to the hull, but also put too many eggs in a single basket. So long as the spinal cannon incurred moderate damage, it may be rendered inoperable, thereby causing a warship to lose a lot of value in an instant. However, if the Premier Fleet was able to do a good job of protecting the tortuous scream, it may be worth it to invest in a spinal cannon, even if it was just a discount version like the one in the proposal. Ves struggled to make a decision on this matter. The power and scale tempted him into accepting the proposal, but practicalities such as attracting greater hostility and trying to maintain such a huge and demanding weapon system cooled his brain. No, he said, we will not be installing a spinal cannon onto the tortuous scream anytime soon. First, the hull shape and configuration is not conducive to this addition. Second, I much prefer to utilize spinal cannons of the warships that are already designed from the ground up to accommodate such an enormous weapon system. Third, installing all of these extra structural components is nearly impossible to accomplish in the field. We will have to send this warship to a massive orbital shipyard that is completely out of our control. There are too many ways for third parties to compromise our converted battleship. In short, installing a spinal cannon onto a warship that was never designed to accommodate it in the first place was an unnecessary risk and hassle. Ves would rather spend his limited resources on more practical upgrades. Chapter 6926 Gradual Transformation. There were many possible ways to upgrade the tortuous scream, but the most significant ones demanded the use of a large orbital shipyard over long periods of time. This was the trouble with starships and especially capital ships. For all of their power and scale, it took exponentially greater facilities to construct them and upgrade their hulls. Ves much preferred to work with mechs. Their much more compact nature made it easy for a professional crew of mech technicians to repair, modify or upgrade the machines. Even if the effort was a bit too expensive and cumbersome, the additional costs should still fall within a tolerable range. Such a modest setup did not apply to an alien battleship as massive as the tortuous scream. Even the E-66 experimental shipyard struggled to transform the tortuous scream. The facility was only rated to construct ships measuring up to 2.3 kilometers in length. The shipbuilders and engineers over there had to perform a lot of work in open space where the lack of control over the environment resulted in greater hazards and mistakes. All of this meant that the tortuous scream's conversion rate was not as great as Ves imagined. We have initially tamed and trained this battleship into an unruly but somewhat obedient mount. High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches informed Ves. However, we have yet to fully decipher her alien programming or identify all of her hidden coding. Her Orvan operating system is akin to the instincts of a wild beast. Removing it entirely will result in death, which is not what we want. We have no choice but to install control implants, place physical restraints and rely on various verbal commands and physical signals to tell the beast to move and fight at our command. Ves frowned when he heard that. This sounded distinctly more precarious than he expected. What are the risks that the tortuous scream will slip out of our control? Unknown, sir. I truly cannot say. It depends on how many backdoors the Orvan race has planted in their ship and how well their soldiers can exploit these hidden dangers. Our battleship will probably remain safe when fighting against the other alien races. It is inconceivable for the Orvans to share any details about their own backdoors to rivals such as the Nuncers and the Puelmers. So the true danger arises when we are fighting against a significant Orvan force, is that correct? The High Captain's expression remained serious. Yes, sir. I highly advise our flagship to maintain her distance from any significant Orvan fleet contingent. We should also employ stronger jamming and ideally envelop the entire hull or at least the core alien data centers with the Saint Kingdom of an ace mech. Otherwise, there will always be the possibility that the aliens can covertly or overtly steal our data and sabotage our battleship. This was the price for hijacking and repurposing an alien warship. Ves knew that the risk that the aliens would take back control of their stolen hulls was not a theoretical possibility. It had already occurred a number of times during the Red War. Ves was not the only person to earn RF warship tokens. Others who managed to earn them through close cooperation with the Red Fleet had the bright idea of capturing and converting ready-made alien warships instead of constructing their own hulls. The shipbuilding industry faced too many constraints. There weren't enough orbital shipyards, but expanding them did not magically solve the problem as the supply of raw materials remained the same. However, the aliens proved that they weren't completely stupid by not only installing backdoors and other hidden surprises onto their warships, but also making use of them to sabotage the stolen vessels during critical moments. One of the reasons why the E-66 experimental yard took such a long time to refit the tortuous Scream was to reduce her vulnerability to these exploits. There was a good chance that all of the modifications to the tortuous Scream successfully inoculated her against the exploits used by the Orvan race. Yet that was not a reason to put this to the test. If it was possible to do so, it was better for the Premier Fleet to maintain its distance from Orvan heavy fleets. This was quite difficult to accomplish as the Orvans were among the most common enemies that Red humanity faced. Even if the Orvans had begun to falter due to suffering heavier than expected losses during the Red Tide offensive, they always had more bodies to throw at the enemy. The taller and furred humanoids had earned the respect of many Red humans. The Orvans did not particularly stand out compared to the other alien races, but they did not let that stop them from demonstrating their courage, faith and duty on the battlefield. It was impossible to evade the Orvans entirely. The best the Premier Fleet could do was to scout ahead and make a detour if there were strong Orvan forces in the way. As Ves wrapped up his first lengthy discussion with the captain of the tortuous Scream, they briefly discussed one more subject. "There's one more question that we have in mind," Gilbert said. "Is it possible for you to transform our flagship into an extraordinary vessel such as the Dominion of Man?" Ves had already put a lot of thought on this possibility. It is impossible to replicate a god ship like the Dominion of Man without the special qualities that only genuine RF dreadnoughts possess. He responded after a bit more thinking. "While it is theoretically possible for me to devise a way to turn the tortuous Scream into an artifact warship that may become alive, it takes too much work and preparation to make it happen. The benefits will also be rather meager. The benefits are not worth the cost. That does not mean it is impossible for this battleship to still come to life, Gilbert. The increasing integration of hyper-materials along with the day and night work of a united crew of humans may slowly affect the growth and evolution of the hull. We can accelerate and direct this evolution to produce the outcome we want by implementing special measures such as placing totems of the Golden Cat in many compartments. Even if this does not outright bring the starship to life, it will at least lay the groundwork for a future transformation. This is what we are currently doing with the Spirit of Bentime." In fact, Ves was already pretty certain that the factory ship was ready to be transformed into a genuine artifact starship. He knew that the Red Collective already produced a few initial successes in cooperation with the Red Fleet. It was a pity that they were keeping their artifact warships a secret from both human and alien observers. They had yet to show up on the battlefield in large numbers. The High Captain looked slightly optimistic. "So a direct transformation is out of our reach, but a gradual and delayed transformation is within our capabilities. If we keep making use of the tortuous Scream for a decade or longer, then it is essential for us to seek every possible advantage. Please lend us your expertise. Don't worry, I will work with the T-Institute to formulate a plan. It should be ready within a week." Ves was not sure how long the Premier Fleet would continue to make use of the tortuous Scream. It may very well be the case that the alien battleship would get beat up to the point that she had to be scuttled over the course of the upcoming campaign. However, if Red humanity deteriorated to the point where building new warships became extremely difficult, then the Larkinson clan needed to preserve as many starships as possible. Ves really hoped that this would not be the case, but he needed to plan for the worst outcome. He already entertained a few ideas on how the tortuous Scream could possibly become a living starship that exceeded her original scope and specifications. He was not in a hurry to implement it, though. Not only would it take a lot of time, effort and resources, he also did not have much passion for it. He would rather invest his time on designing stronger mechs and solve his problems that way. As far as Ves was concerned, the greatest significance of the tortuous Scream was to serve as a siege platform and an excuse to link powerful mechs directly to the support systems of the battleship. Ves and the High Captain briefly spoke about the goals for their upcoming campaign. Aside from pushing the native aliens back from intruding into the crucial upper zones, Ves also wanted the Premier Fleet to gather powerful tech and strategic resources. The Larkinson clan has accrued a great amount of wealth recently, High Captain Gilbert noted. Even if your recent investments have significantly reduced your war chest, your finances should still be healthy. It should not be too difficult for you to procure additional resources even if you have to pay enormous premiums. What I am looking for is not just mundane resources, Captain. We still need a large amount of phase water. Nobody is willing to sell or trade away this resource these days, so we need to gather it ourselves. Since we have not colonized any planets that produce phase water, we can only plunder it from our enemies. Aside from that, we need to acquire more superdimensional matter. Our clan already possesses the unique capability to open up a gateway into the blue dimension, sir. That alone ensures that we will always have access to a safe and stable supply of superdimensional matter. There is no need for us to take risks and confront enemies that are armed with lethal Saint Piercer arms. 1519, I don't see it that way. Ves shook his head. It is exactly because we are able to equip our mechs with superdimensional weapons and armor that we must take the fight to the Phase Lords equipped with Saint Piercer weapons. The First Sword Mark III has become one of the few superdimensional ace mechs that can confidently confront enemies armed with these threatening weapons and easily gain the upper hand. By hunting and killing these Phase Lords, we are not only making greater contributions by depriving the Red Cabal of a powerful asset, but we can also capture the Saint Piercer arms and repurpose the bounty of superdimensional alloy. There was also another reason that Ves did not mention. The Red Cabal only awarded Saint Piercer arms to the better and more proven greater Phase Lords. That meant that their phase water organs were likely superior. Ves had become quite greedy for high-quality phase water organs. Even if it took a long time for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to convert them into more useful products, Ves still wanted to accumulate as many good choices as possible. Gilbert de Ronvanches thought about what he had read in previous reports. The risks are greater, but the rewards are also admittedly great. The Red Cabal has already begun to distribute more and more Saint Piercer arms to their trusted Phase Lords. That indicates that the native aliens have strengthened their supply of superdimensional matter. It will become more and more important to defeat the Phase Lords armed with Saint Piercer weapons. If we do not cull them frequently enough, they will continue to become more prevalent until nothing else but other superdimensional mechs can hold them back. How the hell did the native aliens manage to get their superdimensional matter? Had a bunch of ancient phase whales managed to develop their own way of intruding into the blue dimension? That sounded too outlandish to Ves. He was more inclined to believe the native aliens may have mastered the method of converting normal matter into superdimensional matter. If this was the case, then stealing this trade secret was crucial to red humanity. Only when humans mastered this process themselves would they be able to keep up with alien technological development. Chapter 6927 The Vulcan's Glory. The Vulcan's Glory. Obtaining the tortuous scream was a big development for the Larkinson clan. The firepower of her primary gun batteries was enough to devastate entire cities. Naturally, the fleeters paid closer attention to how the Larkinson took control over the alien battleship. Although the current war climate had made the Red Fleet a lot more preoccupied than before, that did not mean that Ves could abuse the power of the 3.6-kilometer-long warship as he pleased. High Captain Gilbert de Ronvanches along with an extensive number of security officers made sure to monitor the entire vessel and prevent anything untoward from happening. All of the gun batteries had been locked down and physically cut off from any power sources. The tubes of the large torpedo launchers and the smaller but more numerous missile launchers remained completely empty and sealed. The only weapon systems that could be activated in a hurry were the tertiary gun batteries. Despite their numbers, their threat level remained limited due to their paltry effective ranges and their small calibers. Still, Ves received multiple reminders from various different people that he needed to wield the power of a warship carefully. He personally thought it was a little ridiculous. A bunch of first-class multipurpose mechs already possessed the power to destroy a small settlement. Half a regiment of them could already turn a major city like Sandon into ruin once they managed to overwhelm the Titan shields protecting all of the districts. Yet just because mechs were individually smaller and weaker, many people automatically overlooked the enormous amounts of collateral damage they were capable of inflicting during major engagements. 1520 Ves had lived through battles where structures collapsed around him and where mechs could randomly fire a powerful laser weapon that could drill right through a wall and vaporize his entire body at any time. He knew better than to understand a mech's capacity for destruction. Still, he begrudgingly admitted that the caution towards warships was not entirely unwarranted. Mechs may be capable of destroying entire cities, but warships that were large and powerful enough had the potential to crack entire planets. Even if they could only do so by relying on extremely powerful antimatter warheads, just the fact that the vessels received dispensation to carry armaments that were large and destructive enough to ruin entire continents forced everyone to treat them with a mixture of respect and vigilance. Ves actually felt rather good about grasping this power for himself. Even if he had become a little underwhelmed by the tortuous scream's relatively poor suitability in most general space battles, he still appreciated the fact that he could command her formidable primary gun batteries to send a wave of destructive attacks in any direction of his choosing. Although the Blue Jay fleet already possessed numerous warships, their primary guns weren't as big as that of the tortuous scream. Ves also did not command them directly. If he wanted them to fire at a specific target, then he had to convince Admiral Gory Tenson and Commodore Zonrad Rees of the necessity. Now that he gained control of a relatively modern Orvan battleship, he could skip all of that hassle and directly demand a cataclysmic round of orbital bombardment on any targets deemed acceptable. Ves had plenty of fun stuff in mind for the tortuous scream. He did not intend to put a heavy emphasis on upgrading his main warship, but if he was not able to obtain a better warship anytime soon, then it may be worth it to apply incremental upgrades over time. Days after the arrival of the tortuous scream, other important vessels arrived. One of them happened to be the second capital ship of the Premier Fleet. Vulcan's glory has arrived. The eternal Vulcan Empire did not shirk its promise towards Ves. Even though Ves had not talked directly with the Iron Emperor for a long time, his incarnation Vulcan was constantly being worshipped in every corner of the Dwarven state. It was a pity that a certain Ryan Aiden did not hold much reverence towards Ves. Their complicated history made it impossible for the Emperor to look up to the man who accidentally set him on his current path. Ryan did not even wear the imperial crown that Ves had painstakingly crafted for him. Vulcan possessed a direct connection to the masterwork crown, which enabled him to hear and observe anything that took place within its presence. Unfortunately, the wily Dwarven leader clearly understood this truth, so he made sure to carefully lock up the imperial crown in a thick and isolating vault outside of ceremonial events. The Iron Emperor mostly relied on the imposing mass and presence of his large and bulky suit of armor. He even upgraded his suit of armor with a small amount of high-grade superdimensional alloy plating. Even if the concentration of superdimensional matter was relatively low, it still made him look a lot stronger and more intimidating. In any case, the addition of the Vulcan's glory to the Premier Fleet pleased a lot of mech pilots. The new 2.8-kilometer-long fleet carrier was a truly modern capital ship that was able to accommodate 320 first-class multi-purpose mech during extended campaigns. As was typical of Vulcanite carriers, the Vulcan's glory hosted more mech workshops than normal. She also possessed roomier cargo holds in order to accommodate a greater amount of supplies and plunder. The downside was that she was also a little slower than other fleet carriers of the same length. This was a concerning issue as Ves ideally wanted his fleet to remain fast and mobile enough to run away if it ever encountered enemies that were too powerful to confront. Fortunately, the modern design and tech of the Vulcan's glory meant that she was not as sluggish as she appeared. She could still keep up with the rest of the Premier Fleet and Blue Jay Fleet if she overstrained her sub-light propulsion systems for a time. As accepted the invitation to go on a tour in the modern Vulcanite fleet carrier, his family chose not to accompany him this time. Instead, Trent Aiden had graciously offered to accompany Ves. The Vulcanite mech designer and liaison had multiple reasons to speak to Ves. "Welcome aboard the Vulcan's glory, sir. We are pleased to be able to hand over this fleet carrier to your possession." The Vulcanites had organized a large and formal handover ceremony for Ves and the Larkinson clan. They forced Ves to participate in a lengthy ritual before they truly handed over control of the fleet carrier. After that, Ves was finally allowed to tour the interior of the fleet carrier while the new crew arrived by shuttle and started to take over the most essential stations. Ves looked up to the ceiling. "I am glad you dwarves did not make the ceiling too low for us humans. I am actually surprised at how much headroom we have." Trent Aiden, the son, who was actually the test tube descendant of Ryan Aiden, responded with a friendly smile. "We are not as petty and impractical as the Puelmer race. We do not deliberately need to lower the ceiling in order to discourage enemy tall folk from boarding our ships. Besides, the Vulcan's glory is explicitly built to enter service in your clan, so we made sure to follow standard human naval design principles whenever possible." The mech designer that studied how to design living mechs in the design department for a number of years diligently gave Ves a brisk tour through the fleet carrier. He proudly introduced the well-equipped mech workshops that were more than capable of servicing or even fabricating advanced first-class multipurpose mechs. He also introduced Ves to one of the 60 bunkers of the Vulcan's glory. Only 35, yes. What the Vulcan's glory lacks in numbers, she makes up for it by offering superior defenses to any bunker mechs. While that sounded nice, Ves grew disappointed when he noted that there was no way to hook up the bunker mechs to the power network of the fleet carrier. That was the rule, not the exception. Ves needed another RF warship token in order to make it legal. He wondered how many groups would still bother to adhere to this rule once the Terran Alliance and other conspirators hatched their succession plan. Perhaps Ves might follow suit as well once the Red Fleet gave up on enforcing its rules. For now, the bunkers remained purely defensive in nature, though the bunkers of the tortuous Scream were also impressive. Aside from these features, the Vulcan's glory did not offer too much novelty to the Larkinson clan. As the tour continued, Ves only paid cursory attention to the different facilities. It was all relatively high-tech, but he had already become rather bored of this kind of stuff. The bridge, the data room and so on all promised excellent performance without offering anything too special or different. The only exception was a rapid deployment system that had attracted Ves's attention from the beginning. This is the Gravitic Rapid Battlespace Deployment Catapult, Trent Aiden introduced with a more enthusiastic voice and expression than before. This can be considered as one of the more uncommon specialties of this fleet carrier. The gravitic catapult occupies a notable amount of space in the hull, but there are good reasons for that. The sole purpose of this contraption is to launch individual mechs or protected containers of supplies to a distant location on the battlefield. Compared to launching mechs or shuttles from the hangar bays, the gravitic catapult can deliver its payload across greater distances in a matter of seconds rather than minutes. This truly sounded useful to Ves. He could see a lot of potential in it. The gravitic catapult could be used in many different ways. For example, it could be used to launch the superdimensional First Sword Mark III straight at a greater phase lord that thought he was safe in the rear of his own lines. The gravitic catapult could also be used to launch E-mules that had just replenished their energy reserves and urgently needed to return to their mech units in order to give them a second wind. The Vulcan's glory could also utilize her catapult to launch containers filled with ammunition canisters, missile racks and other essential supplies to the mechs that were deployed on the other side of the battlefield. Though none of the dwarves mentioned it, Ves knew that another possible way to make use of the gravitic catapult was to launch a formidable explosive warhead to a distant target. All in all, the gravitic catapult granted the Vulcan's glory a core capability that the tormented Scream lacked. This is extremely useful. Ves complimented the Vulcanites for their ingenuity. Being able to launch mechs and other stuff at more distant locations on an active battlefield can be a lifesaver in many situations. Cutting down on travel time is always useful. We are pleased to hear that, sir, but please remember that the gravitic catapult can only launch one object at a time. It requires a considerable amount of time to reset and accumulate energy for another launch. That somewhat constrained the usage of the gravitic catapult. It could not be used to send an entire mech battalion to a distant location all at once or in quick succession. It also consumed a lot of energy per launch. Most of the mechs stationed in the Vulcan's glory were better off launching from the hangar bay and make their way to their target destinations by relying on the power of their own flight systems. Despite all of these limitations, Ves did not lose his appreciation for the gravitic catapult. He even began to consider another possible use case for this feature. Is it possible for the gravitic catapult to launch a human phase lord, like myself? According to the data on your true body, your height exceeds the ceiling of the launch tunnel. You will not be able to fit in the gravitic catapult, especially if you are wearing rigid armor. Ves grinned. That is only when I am standing upright. What if I lie down and launch from the tube like a superhero? We will need to investigate that further. Chapter 6928 The Moloch Squadron. The Moloch Squadron. Though Ves ultimately got over the novelty of having a gravitic catapult at his disposal, he still remained fascinated by the possibilities it opened up. Being able to deliver any payload hundreds or thousands of kilometers away at a rapid speed was incredibly useful. Speed dictated the outcome of a battle. The faster side had more initiative and could respond to enemy movements faster. Ves and commanders such as Casella Ingvar understood the importance of speeding up deployments. They would not have to wait precious minutes for their next moves to take effect. That was how important it was for the Premier Fleet to obtain a fleet carrier that possessed her own gravitic catapult. The much smaller combat carriers of the Premier Fleet could not accommodate such a demanding system. Their hulls were too short and their power generators were too weak to support this feature. All in all, Ves was satisfied with what the eternal Vulcan Empire had supplied to the Larkinson clan. He could do without all of the overt religious iconography, though. The Vulcanites were not secularists. They designed and built their starships as if they were cathedrals to their human or dwarven god. Ves had encountered more busts, paintings and projected images of Vulcan throughout the interior of the fleet carrier to last a lifetime. Aside from this wrinkle, he had little to complain about the fleet carrier. The capital ship added a lot of value to the premier fleet. Due to the presence of the gravitic catapult, it was a given that St. Ves Larkinson and the First Sword Mark III should make their home within the Vulcan's glory. While Ves thought about keeping the powerful superdimensional ace mech closer to home by stationing her and her pilot inside the tortuous scream, he quickly thought that this was a redundant move. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and the Minerva Mark II should offer sufficient protection against most threats that were able to sneak up to the alien battleship. Even though logic dictated that it would have been better for the Ace Command mech to pair up with the fleet carrier, the tortuous scream was the true flagship of the premier fleet. The bridge of the alien battleship had already been modified to accommodate the presence of the Minerva Mark II. It would be much harder to add this command integration option to the Vulcan's glory. The fleet carrier had already been built. If Ves wanted to add this feature, then he should have requested it during the initial design phase. Another issue related to the Vulcan's glory was that her construction was not entirely finished. Sure, her hull structure and exterior were fully constructed. The real issue was that the Vulcanite shipbuilders had rushed the construction and assembly of many interior compartments. They delivered the fleet carrier to the Larkinson clan because Ves was in a hurry and because the Vulcanites wanted to lay down a new hull as fast as possible. The Vulcanites had only completed the most barebones work needed to make the capital ship functional for the most part. There were real safety hazards and lack of redundancies that made the vessel a lot more prone to accidents. Fortunately, all of this could be fixed over time. The Larkinsons that had taken over the Vulcan's glory from the eternal Vulcan Empire had already begun to complete all of the remaining construction jobs. There was no need to bring the Vulcan's glory to a dry dock as the internal work did not impose heavy demands. Ves just needed to take into account that it was best not to assign any strenuous or risky missions to the Vulcan's glory. Now that we have received the promised fleet carrier from your state, will you be departing back to your home state? Trent Aiden glumly nodded. My fellow dwarves and I have been recalled to the eternal Vulcan Empire. Our expertise in living mechs has been deemed vital, and we are more needed among our people than ever. We appreciate all you have taught us, Professor. While my work does not deserve your acknowledgement as of yet, I am confident that I will be able to present my mechs to you with my head lifted high one day. Ves smiled and placed his hand on the dwarven mech designer's shoulder. I may have tutored you and your fellow dwarves on how to design living mechs, but there is more to our field than that. Do not hesitate to pursue your own ideas even if they have little to do with living mechs. Each of you has good potential. You just need to possess the imagination and determination to forge your own path. Ves would miss the dwarves, but their departure should also make the design department a lot more secure. The absence of guest designers should make it easier to keep all of their work more concealed. As the dwarven guest designers held a small-scale party to celebrate their graduation from the design department, Ves already moved on to the next big development on the agenda. After a lengthy journey, the Red Collective's reinforcements had finally entered the new Constantinople system. 3 sub-capital warships of the Moloch Squadron joined the Blue Jay fleet. They consisted of a light cruiser as well as a scout frigate as well as a much more precious stealth frigate. Ves did not need to understand their specs to understand the purpose of every ship of the RC Squadron. The Moloch served as the base and home of all of the cultivators assigned to shadow and protect Ves. Although she was merely a light cruiser, the ship still offered enough internal space to adequately accommodate over 400 chi cultivators. Their numbers sounded small, but each of them had made significant attainments in different forms of cultivation, many of which were related to production or assistance. This meant that the cultivators dispatched by the Red Collective had definitely proven to be among the more talented of their populations. 400 chi cultivators sounded like a lot, but they had successfully managed to set themselves apart from their peers due to their strong callings. They were the core personnel that Ves was determined to grasp in his hands, but the only way to make this happen was to win them over and convince them that serving the Larkinson clan was for the best. Aside from that, the Red Collective had also been generous enough to send 2 frigates with very different purposes in mind. The stealth frigate's role was obvious. She was meant to quietly approach an enemy fleet or position and allow the cultivators on board to work their magic. Whether that was activating their invisibility tricks before infiltrating enemy ranks, or to bring a batch of curse masters close enough to secretly plot the demise of critical alien officers, the stealth frigate clearly synergized well with the cultivators of the Mech squadron. The scout frigate lacked the stealth capabilities of the previous hull, but made up for it with unparalleled speed. If the Larkinsons failed and got entangled in a losing battle, then the scout frigate was compelled to evacuate all of the cultivators as well as other VIPs whenever possible. Outside of that, the scout frigate could be used as a regular vessel. The small ship did not appear to possess any special accommodations for specific groups of cultivators. With the arrival of the Mech squadron, Ves had to go out once again. He had grown a little tired and overwhelmed at welcoming so many new people and assets to his growing band. He still forced himself to put on his best face and properly greet the envoys and soldiers of the Red Collective. Ves appreciated her initiative. When he looked up her record on the galactic net, he immediately understood that the middle-aged-looking woman was actually more than 2 centuries old. She did not exaggerate when it came to her record. She studied and graduated with degrees in mathematics, theoretical physics and strangely enough human philosophy. Aside from that, she had climbed up the ranks of her university and received an appointment to serve as a dean of a mathematics department. For whatever reason, instead of remaining at her cushy job, the older woman had committed to practicing chi cultivation as soon as the Red Collective opened up its doors for business. Andrea Voss did not take too long before finding her true calling. She had not only studied to become a highly respectable formation master, but also specialized in an unusual but highly useful form of spell arrays. I have become known as the Farseer for my rapid but effective understanding of scrying and anti-scrying spell arrays. None of the formulas that I have learned and deciphered in the past are directly useful to us, but my learning ability remains as good as ever. Ves looked intrigued at the mention of scrying. He wanted to investigate this further so badly, but this was not the time for him to become fascinated by an immediate shiny. Ves tried his best to distract himself from his temptations, focusing on rational considerations. He continued to talk with Formation Master Andrea Voss on how to integrate the chi cultivators within the ranks. It was quite pleasant to speak with Andrea Voss. Those who successfully got started in the Formation Master series tended to be incredibly smart and highly analytical. The so-called Farseer could accurately divine the deaths of most people. She could voice a few specific words or push her chosen ones to fight harder, but her authority still remained rather paltry. The main reason why the soldiers of the Mech squadron allow me to be in charge is because of faith. Andrea Voss explained. It is not because my power trumps theirs in all circumstances. If my decisions ever violate the interests of a powerful enough individual, then I will not be able to wrangle everyone to back a single provision. She sounded more like a babysitter than their actual leader. Ves did not envy her burden, especially when others such as the human phase lords of the Red Collective scolded the children. There were times where her expression exposed how tired she had become after trying to glue the pieces back together again. We are able to offer a wide variety of services to you, the old woman said. The list is self-explanatory for the most part. We may be lacking in experience, but we are fast learners. Tell me more about your own specialization then, madam. What does scrying actually entail? The Farseer smiled. Scrying in its most basic form is a means to observe what is happening outside of my field of vision. In this context, scrying has become a discipline that enables for scrying at longer distances. The vision-granting source can also convey other phenomena when I have become more powerful. So if I ask you to, are you able to peek inside the hulls of enemy starships and listen to enemy commanders formulate their plans to fight against our forces? Ves asked. It is possible for us to do so, but we require initial intelligence to identify the target and form a spell array that can keep the scrying window on the right target. We may also be limited by distance. We may need to make use of the stealth frigate to bring me closer to their minds. As long as our enemies have not implemented specific countermeasures, my scrying should be able to penetrate everywhere. Chapter 6929. The Astral Mirror. The Formation Master that already earned the moniker of Farseer possessed amazing capabilities. She casually demonstrated her ability to observe distant locations by using a mirror made out of high-grade hyper-materials to conjure up a view of an ongoing conference of a large industrial company taking place in a meeting room in Sandendown on the surface of New Constantinople 8. Ves looked impressed as he looked at what was basically a live feed of a sensitive corporate meeting. It even has sound. He gasped in surprise. Can you transmit messages through this mirror? No. Andrea Voss shook her head as she maintained her concentration to keep up the live feed. Scrying is the act of glimpsing events from afar. My astral mirror can channel what I am able to sense on a surface that can be watched by others, but I am not able to establish a two-way communication channel. That requires a different set of techniques and spell arrays that I have yet to master. She maintained the scrying feed for a dozen more seconds before she cut it off. What she had done was technically a violation of privacy laws, but neither of the two cared about this little detail. Ves thought of all of the implications of having a formation master who specialized in scrying in his crew. The farseer had immediately demonstrated her value to him. He immediately concluded that he had to secure her allegiance. Information was power. Being able to spy on unsuspecting people and aliens from afar was a fantastic capability. Her addition to the Blue Jay fleet alone made up for the absence of a couple of human phase lords. While those big boys from the flesh chopper phalanx could help the Premier fleet win battles that it otherwise should have lost, a strong intelligence asset such as the farseer could help the Larkinsons avoid those costly confrontations in the first place. The superior intelligence gathering capabilities of a specialized scryer was just what the Premier fleet needed to navigate the dangerous new frontier. It was not just the talented and capable formation master herself that caught his attention. Her artifact also stood out to his senses. The astral mirror was a highly decorative head-sized artifact that possessed a powerful presence on its own. Although he was not entirely sure whether it could be classified as a high-level artifact, it was definitely a lot stronger and more special than the more mundane variety of artifacts. Whoever designed and created it knew his way around with metals and materials. The masterwork artifact blended hyper-materials and transphasic materials in a way that created a mirror with the express purpose of facilitating the farseer's scrying capabilities. Ves's sharp senses detected the typical signs of a formation anchor. The astral mirror was embedded with a permanent spell array that could save a formation master a lot of time and effort into performing the act of scrying. What was more was that the artifact held a strong core of power that went beyond normal E-energy manipulation. Whenever he tried to probe it further, he felt a strong repulsion from the artifact. That was not normal, especially for an object that lacked the accumulation of growth. This mirror, the farseer proudly smiled. I exchanged a large amount of merits and savings to commission the creation of this astral mirror. The industrial department obliged and assigned this task to the silver artisan, one of its famed master goldsmiths and gemcutters. Together, the silver artisan and I have designed this artifact to not only facilitate and partially automate my scrying, but also increase my ability to overcome interference. Is that a big problem? Yes. As magical as my methods may seem, scrying is akin to creating an invisible but enormously lengthy telescope that is precisely focused at a distant location. It is not only difficult to pinpoint the right coordinates, but also overcome any factors that can disturb the scrying attempt. Excessive energy releases, cosmic radiation, stellar radiation, thruster discharges, electromagnetic jamming, E-energy distortions, spatial distortions, true resonance and so on all degrade the signals that I can project to the surface of the astral mirror. That caused Ves to frown. Scrying did not sound as reliable as he initially assumed. If regular sources of interference could degrade the quality of the scrying feeds, then the farseer might not be able to observe as much as he hoped. So the artifact helps with counteracting all of this interference. Yes, but only up to a point. The strength of my cultivation, the effectiveness of my spell arrays and my understanding of the relevant concepts are the key determinants to the range and fidelity of my scrying attempts. The astral mirror serves as an amplifier. It can make good scrying attempts better, but it will not help an incompetent formation master succeed. This is why no one else in the Moloch squadron is effectively able to make use of it aside from myself. Ves looked closer at the astral mirror. The silvery and decorative artifact still possessed greater metaphorical weight than it should. He had a feeling that he was missing an important detail. This artifact, there is another important reason why this is a priceless artifact to many. The former academic said, one of the steps to crafting this mirror involves the ritual step of quenching it into a solution that blends phase water, liquid hypermaterials as well as a single drop of blood from the spacelock. Wait, what? You guys actually managed to request a donation of blood from a god pilot? The farseer's smile grew wider. Yes, but it is not I who made the request, but the silver artisan. His works have impressed several god pilots. The industrial department is filled with talents. Every cultivator has a use for powerful artifacts, which is why it has become one of the most profitable departments of the Red Collective. Multiple impressive master artisans have taken it over and turned it into a center of extraordinary artificing. I had to empty 2 centuries worth of savings and investments just to commission a scrying artifact that is strong enough to accompany me for many years. Ves looked impressed. He did not think she was lying because he had experienced the spacelock's immensely powerful presence in the past. Although the astral mirror had only come into contact with a small portion of his blood, it still carried the echo of that signature. That instantly made the artifact a lot more valuable. The astral mirror was a specialized tool that could only demonstrate its true value in the hands of a formation master that specialized in scrying. If Avatar Commander Melkor Larkinson got his hands on it, he would not be able to use it for anything aside from using it as a food platter. That was because Melkor specialized in employing ceiling-type spell arrays. Scrying fell under the category of utility spell arrays, which encompassed a large and disorganized collection of chi formations that did not fit into the standard categories. The value of scrying was undeniable to any competent military force, but not that many formation masters were willing to specialize in this esoteric field. Not only was it a lot harder to master, but it also did not produce any dramatic effects on the battlefield. The willingness to send Formation Master Andrea Voss in her precious astral mirror showed that the Collies were truly willing to invest in him and his future. So how does it help to quench this mirror in the diluted blood of the spacelock? It is considerably easier for me to use the astral mirror to scry past spatial disturbances. The woman responded, "This is important considering that many alien starships rely heavily on phase water technology. I am also able to spy on enemy phase lords, though depending on how perceptive they are, they may be able to detect my attempt and take measures to disturb my observations." Strong and perceptive cultivators generally developed senses that naturally made them more sensitive to unusual phenomena. Scrying was a particularly targeted act of privacy invasion that had a greater likelihood of tripping alarms. So any strong cultivator can detect and interrupt your scrying attempts. Yes, but as my techniques and mastery improves, I can lower the detection rate, thereby allowing me to spy on powerful individuals without getting caught. The woman explained. This reassured Ves. The Farseer might not be able to spy directly on powerful individuals in the present, but she should be able to improve that so long as she continued to progress as a formation master. What sort of people are more easily able to detect your scrying attempts? From what I have been able to ascertain, most general chi cultivators of middling strength are not able to detect my scrying attempts unless they have been forewarned. It is much harder to remain undetected when they know what they are looking for. Aside from that, expert pilots and especially ace pilots can detect my scrying attempts right away. Their instincts are too sharp. Even if I do not dare to harbor any hostile intent, the mere act of intruding on the sanctity of their privacy already constitutes a hostile act from their perspective. It was a good thing the native aliens did not engage in willpower cultivation. This also told Ves that there was peril in trying to scry other human forces. The most important human command centers and headquarters tended to be guarded by ace pilots. They were too useful at preventing infiltration due to the effectiveness of their saint kingdoms. What about body cultivators such as alien phase lords? How well are you able to spy on them, madam? The astral mirror is designed to counteract their spatial distortions more effectively. The Farseer answered, "Even so, I cannot guarantee that my attempts will succeed. The human phase lords that I have practiced on are sharper than usual due to possessing companion spirits. Yet even without them, these superhumans possess expanded minds and greater awareness. If they are complacent, then it is easier for them to overlook suspicious signals. If they are aware of the possibility of scrying, then it is harder to catch them off guard. The more powerful the phase lord, the more energy I need to expend to overcome their passive resistance. This subsequently makes it easier to detect my scrying attempts. I will still need to verify this in reality." Ves frowned in thought. "I see. What you said makes sense. I hope you will be able to improve your performance over time. Phase lords are by far the most important enemies that our premier fleet needs to guard against. The more intelligence you can collect on them, the better. In that sense, the astral mirror is precisely the right tool for the job. Rest assured that I am actively in the process of improving and refining my scrying methods in this direction." What about the other way around? While I don't think the native aliens will be able to spy on us from afar, since you are able to do it, there has to be other formation masters that can do the same. How well will you be able to protect our fleet from unsolicited scrying? The Farseer smirked. Since I am a competent scryer, I am also adept at preventing it. I may need the help of artifact makers, but I can design and make spell arrays that can block most common scrying attempts. Even if a more competent scryer than myself is able to overcome the blockade, my chi formations should at least be able to trigger an alarm that can notify you of a possible intelligence breach. That sounds extremely useful. I will make sure that the T Institute and the rest of our clan will give you whatever support you need to put up these safeguards. Chapter 6930 Mastering the Laws of Reality. The Red Collective did not gather a random group of chi cultivators and sent them off to Ves before calling it a day. Whoever was in charge of setting up the Moloch squadron put a lot of thought behind the selection of personnel to reinforce the Blue Jay fleet. In hindsight, it shouldn't have been surprising that the collies sent a remarkably competent formation master to Ves who specialized in scrying. This was because Ves was too important of a leader and innovator to remain vulnerable to this novel method of remote observation. Even if Ves was confident enough that his spirituality or his companion's spirit would have been sensitive enough to detect and counteract such attempts, they might not be able to prevent all scrying attempts if they remained unaware of this potential method of intrusion. Besides, Ves was not the only target of scrying. What if an unknown party tried to spy on his wife, his children, or the other members of his clan? Formation masters also did not sit still. They were constantly exploring the limits of their craft and improving the depth of their techniques. Their spell arrays were fairly rudimentary as they had only just started out, but they would definitely become a lot more refined in the coming years and decades. It was not impossible for scryers such as the Farseer to improve their methods to the point where they could easily spy on Ves from a distance without setting off any alarms. While Ves remained reasonably confident that ace pilots such as the Saint Commander Casella Ingvar and Saint Dice would be able to catch and squash most attempts, they couldn't remain in their cockpits and by his side all of the time. It was much better to invest in specialized countermeasures. This must be the primary reason why the Red Collective sent a formation master as good as the Farseer to the Larkinson clan. It appeared that the Red Collective had already opened Pandora's box. The return of systematic cultivation to Red humanity revived a lot of old and nearly forgotten specializations. From scryers to curse masters, human cultivators mastered much richer and more diverse methods than a few years prior. If not for the fact that the native aliens attracted everyone's hostility, Ves should have been a lot more afraid of what other human groups might do to the Larkinsons. Strength remained the ultimate safety guarantee. Only by becoming as strong as a god pilot would Ves be able to shake off or deter most of these threats. Ves continued to hold an avid discussion with Formation Master Andrea Voss about the value of scrying and anti-scrying. The Larkinson clan absolutely could not afford to neglect this new facet of E-energy manipulation. Ves even thought about whether he could upgrade the astral mirror. He surreptitiously glanced at it so many times that he lost count. As a mech designer and a craftsman, he could understand the exquisiteness of this artifact. After learning that it had come into contact with the blood of the Spacelock, Ves felt the professional urge to study and dismantle the work. He wanted to learn all of its secrets. Ves naturally suppressed this destructive urge. His desire to understand the silver artisan's proprietary crafting methods was too selfish. He could not afford to break the astral mirror. Ves already possessed a well-developed crafting style of his own. He had mastered his own collection of techniques that made up his core skill set. If that was not enough, he could reach beyond his own inherent capabilities by borrowing the much richer and more diverse techniques acquired by Vulcan. In short, he had no reason to feel jealous towards the silver artisan. The man was a full-time goldsmith long before the Age of Dawn. It was natural for him to quickly master extraordinary smithing methods and create an artifact as special as the astral mirror. Ves was capable of creating his own powerful artifacts. With the ability to infuse life into his creations, he could produce works that were much more intelligent and responsive than others. Then there was demoncasting, which he had yet to fully explore. After reminding himself that he had no reasons to feel envious towards the silver artisan, Ves slowly suppressed his less productive urges and tried his best to focus on more important subjects. He asked a lot of questions about the Farseer's scrying capabilities. At this moment, she was able to scry events taking place on lots of planets and moons in the new Constantinople system. My maximum range is not a constant, she explained to him. My scrying effectiveness fluctuates based on time, location, symbolism and luck. It is exhausting to explain the variables to you in detail. Under predominantly favorable circumstances, I can observe as far as the edge of the current star system. Under predominantly adverse circumstances, I may not be able to scry the other side of a planet. Ves frowned when he processed her words. The Farseer's scrying capabilities did not sound very reliable. According to her description, her floor was low and her ceiling was high. This meant that she could be virtually omniscient on a good day, but become almost blind on a bad day. Ves scratched his head. Your abilities are too random. The older woman looked almost offended by his contempt. That is one of the disadvantages of pioneering a relatively obscure and difficult branch of chi formations. I am one of the most accomplished scryers of the Red Collective. I have penned dozens of academic articles that hundreds of formation masters rely upon to gain proficiency in this branch of spell arrays. I have spent most of my research and experimentation on extending the maximum range of my scrying capabilities. I have yet to turn my focus on increasing the stability and reliability of my techniques. That shall come later, as it is more important to prove that scrying has a bright future. Her strategy was sound. Scrying was a useful capability to be certain, but there was a big difference in being able to spy on people a few hundred kilometers away and half a star system away. As long as Andrea Voss was able to do the latter, even if she was not able to repeat this feat very often, she would most certainly cement her value in the usefulness of her craft. In any case, her claims already convinced Ves. He had to keep her in his pocket at all costs. There was no way he wanted to let go of such a powerful intelligence-gathering asset. It did not matter if her current abilities and chi formations were inadequate at this time. She was a cultivator and could slowly develop her abilities over time. She had excellent growth prospects considering her deep foundation as an academic. That was not the only reason for Ves to value the old woman. In order to be appointed as the leader of the cultivators of the Moloch squadron, her leadership ability must be the real deal. As long as she continued to do a good job, then Ves did not have to worry about trying to keep all of the messy RC cultivators happy. It would be a nightmare for him to manage them directly. Their needs, desires and inclinations were so different that it would take up all of his time if he wanted to cater to all of their needs. After Ves learned what he wanted to know about the Farseer's scrying abilities, the discussion soon turned to the capabilities of the other cultivators of the Moloch squadron. Just as he expected, the faction of the Red Collective that sent out the Moloch squadron attempted to make a statement. I am glad to be away from the astral octagon, Andrea Voss confessed to Ves. The foundation of the Red Collective is too weak. It has only been founded fairly recently and has yet to establish a strong and unified culture. Its institutions are still developing and many different leaders and factions are attempting to establish dominance that can last for centuries. At this time, the Phase Lord Department has made the greatest accomplishments. Unlike other cultivators, the human Phase Lords of the Titan Phalanx and more recently the Flesh Chopper Phalanx are able to make an immediate difference on the battlefield. They are not subtle at all. Their size and direct combat power allows them to take credit for any success without dispute. Ves nodded in understanding. I see. I already guessed that would be the case. It is much more difficult to attribute a successful battle or operation to the work of other cultivators when they are mostly working in the background. The intelligence gathered through your scrying attempts can also make a difference, but because the relationship is indirect, it is difficult to earn recognition from the masses. This is why we want to prove ourselves by assisting you in your campaign and other endeavors, sir. Many of us are of the opinion that cultivators should be more than giant brutes who only rely on their enormous bodies to crush their enemies as if they are primitives. The true wonder of systematic cultivation is to enable us to grasp the power to reshape reality and wield forces beyond mortal comprehension. This is why many of us are avid volunteers. We may not be able to fight the aliens directly, but we intend to provide so much assistance that your premier fleet will suffer the least amount of losses when fighting against the native aliens. In other words, her faction wanted to prove their value as force multipliers. They wanted to prove the usefulness of chi cultivation that did not demand people trained to enter the battlefield directly. It was absurd for a woman who worked as a scientist for more than 2 centuries to take up arms and fight the native aliens directly. The founding of the Red Collective granted non-combatants such as the Farseer a new way to make massive contributions to the war effort. This was her chance and the chance for other chi cultivators to prove their value as a new class of force multipliers. If the combination between the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet performed exceptionally well in the coming months, then the Moloch Squadron would be able to claim credit for at least a part of the success. Ves had no doubt that the Red 3 and many other groups would be paying close attention to the victories as well as the processes that led to these outcomes. Many smart people would be gathering every scrap of data they could get their hands on and analyze the reasons for all of the victories. The Moloch squadron should not be shy about circulating word of any contributions made by the Chi cultivators. So long as they truly proved themselves useful, Ves did not mind affirming their contributions. Although he did not have a lot of appetite for intervening in the factional disputes of the RC, he would not belittle the contributions of the Moloch squadron so long as it actually made a positive difference. All we ask for is a fair opportunity. The Farseer made a short bow towards Ves in respect and gratitude. We do not want human phase lords to become the face of the Red Collective. It would set the wrong tone and cause our super organization to become too focused on martial pursuits. The state of the Red War is constantly pushing our civilization into a spiral of violence and barbarism. It may be tempting for humans to grasp this power, but we cannot forget that our race has only become strong by relying on our intellect and ingenuity. Only by mastering the expanded laws of reality will we be able to become the masters of the Red Ocean. Chapter 6931 The Many Limitations of Curses. Ves found it rather ironic that while he wanted to reconnect with the Astral Octagon, Formation Master Andrea Voss wanted to distance herself from the unique space station. The headquarters of the Red Collective had already fallen into factional strife. Disputes over policies and the distribution of limited resources caused a lot of members to pick sides. The Farseer took a dim view on these conflicts. Many individuals have developed wolfish ambitions within the Red Collective. They have become consumed by power and the possibilities of advancing their cultivation. Instead of working honestly, they would rather spend their time on scheming and plotting. If they have so much time to fight against each other, they may as well fight the native aliens instead. I suppose it also helps that cultivators who volunteer to fight against the native aliens can earn greater rewards and prestige. Ves spoke. During times of war, the best way to gather more influence is to earn more merits on the battlefield. Those human phase lords may not be so good at nuanced stuff, but they are absolutely great on the battlefield. If you want to check their expansion of power, you need to stand up and contribute to the war effort as well. The Formation Master gave Ves a helpless smile in response. He had figured out the crux of the matter. The future of red humanity is at stake. She said, not only are we fighting for the survival of our race in this dwarf galaxy, we are also fighting to determine our emphasis in systematic cultivation. I believe it is better for us to return to our roots and revive the arts that we have mastered in the past than to assimilate the wasteful methods of the native aliens. Relying on phase water alone to fuel the expansion of our bodies is a privilege that can only ever be held by the wealthy and the privileged. It became clear to Ves that the Farseer had very defined goals in mind. She fought for a cause that was greater than herself. The only difference between her and fanatics was that she still retained her logic. Ves could work with that. He was not afraid of ideologues. He just did not want to deal with unstable idiots. That did not mean that the Farseer and her ilk posed no threat to Ves. These types tended to hatch incredibly deep and complicated schemes. It did not take much thinking for Ves to realize that he had definitely gotten caught in her webs. If he was not careful enough, he might end up getting taken advantage of without realizing what was happening. Enough about politics, he said as he dismissively waved his hand. I want to know more about the power of other cultivators. For example, how powerful are curse masters? Do not expect too much from them. Andrea Voss warned him in order to temper his expectations. Curse masters have developed a number of techniques that can debilitate or in a few cases outright kill their targets, but such actions always incur a heavy price. In order to effectively curse a target, they must acquire a possession or a tissue sample first. It is much easier to curse an enemy from afar through this medium. That matched his own understanding of curses. Ves was not unfamiliar with the general rules concerning curses as he was able to master one himself with the help of the system. However, Ves expected more from curse masters who specialized in this field. Is it possible for them to cast their curses onto distant targets without relying on a medium that belongs to the latter? Yes, there is always a way. Curse masters are highly invested in casting curses on distant targets without the use of a related medium. I have cooperated with their research as well as my scrying attempts can facilitate their efforts. They have already attained limited success, but their solutions are still too crude and limited. There is little use in cursing random individuals. Alien leaders and scientists usually have access to good healthcare. Curses can harm them, but they can counteract much of the damage by relying on modern treatments. Those with stronger cultivation are also inherently more resistant against this line of attack. She mentioned a bunch of other limitations. For example, Curse masters were not able to cast their debilitating spells onto larger populations. The curse masters were not strong enough and had yet to master the rituals and other methods required to curse a huge amount of targets at once. More importantly than that, no curse master had yet to successfully cast a curse onto a phase lord. Perhaps it had taken effect, but because the physiques of phase lords were so exaggeratingly strong, nobody could tell the difference.